Upon traversing into the world of sorcery, Eli discovered, to his astonishment, that he was an immortal being. With boundless lifespan and undying existence, he mused, "What? My innate talents are mediocre? Fear not, I shall meditate for a decade, a century, or even a millennium, until I fulfill the requirements for advancement." He continued, "This skill is arduous? Ah, let me dedicate decades to its study and ascertain whether it is truly as formidable as claimed. Expending life force to enhance mental acuity? How delightful!" He exclaimed. "An adversary approaches? I shall simply seek refuge for a millennium or more, waiting until their life dwindles and their mental prowess dissipates, at which point I shall emerge, reveling in the boundless void." Pain, excruciating pain. Darkness surged like a tide, and Eli's soul felt as if it were being pierced by countless needles, a torment beyond measure. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared, and he propelled himself toward it with all his might. At last, with a sound akin to breaking the surface of water, Eli finally opened his eyes. Awakening from his slumber, Eli found himself reclined upon a rickety wooden bed, staring at a room that was utterly foreign to him. This was a dilapidated, cramped wooden cabin, scarcely measuring a dozen square meters. Aside from the tattered bed upon which Eli lay, the room seemed devoid of any other furnishings. Where's this place? One moment he was toiling late into the night, and the next he found himself here. Had he truly traversed realms? Surely not could it be that the relentless nights of overtime had caused such a phenomenon? Eli felt somewhat dazed, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings in disbelief. As he slowly sat up, a torrent of strange yet familiar memories surged into his mind, prompting him to emit a soft gasp. A noble servant, enigmatic tomes, sacrifices, the theft of souls. Fragments of memory washed over Eli like a deluge, instantly clarifying his predicament. A year prior, Eli had been a slave in a noble household, but a twist of fate had allowed him to escape, leading him to the royal city of the Kingdom of Bane just half a month ago. Utilizing his prior knowledge of literacy, he secured a position as a lowly librarian in the Imperial Library. Feeling unwell and beset by a severe headache, he had lain down, only to lose his life thereafter. Absurd. This was Ellis' impression after perusing the memories of his former self. A single book had cost him his very existence. Upon absorbing the memories, he comprehended that indeed he had traversed realms, for this world harbored true, semi-supernatural powers knights. The reason he had stealthily taken that book was that his former self believed it to be a hidden, nightly breathing technique. A nightly technique? What a ruse. Ellis' lips twitched. If the memories were accurate, the path of the night was not supposed to be about merely excavating one's power and battling through strength or vitality. How then had he met his demise? Simply by glancing at a book, he had perished? You dare to tell me that was a nightly breathing technique? Such a notion is impossible. It is utterly unfathomable. Calm down. Eli rubbed his foggy mind, beginning to contemplate his current situation. A world of the extraordinary, the power of knights, and those mysterious tomes. Ah, yes, the books. Eli seemed to suddenly realize something, turning his gaze toward a spot not far away. A few meters away stood a trembling little table, upon which lay an open book. The table was nestled in the corner, and thus Eli had overlooked it until now. The book was encased in a dark green, sturdy cover, its edges adorned with silver, and the pages were densely inscribed with the common script of the Ryan Empire. This was the very tome that had precipitated the demise of the original owner, who had perished upon merely opening its pages. However, it appeared that the soul of the original owner had satisfied the malevolent book, for now, even if it were to be opened, it seemed unlikely to inflict any harm upon him. "How careless of me," Eli muttered, giving his head a light slap. He had instinctively cast a glance toward the book he had brought from the library. Had the book's peculiar nature not seemingly faded, he might have met his end once more. What a farcical fate it would be to die so soon after his arrival. Eli sat up from his bed and approached the book. A few meters away, he halted, gazing at the tome as if it were a sinister artifact. Fortuitously, in this world devoid of electronic devices, Eli's vision was remarkable, allowing him to clearly discern the contents of the open pages. "Dear friend, as you can see, though I do not know who you are, it is important to remember that before you, A hapless soul lost their life to this very tome. Consider it my wicked amusement. This is a truly extraordinary book. Its extraordinary nature does not refer to the lowly, ignorant, and feeble kind of extraordinary associated with knights, but rather to a genuine encounter with the essence of this world. This is an early notebook of mine as a wizard, containing not only a basic meditation technique, but also a plethora of intriguing minor spells, albeit of a rather elementary level. Of course, some innate talent may be required, but since you are able to peruse this without feeling dizzy, you should possess wizardly potential. That's about it. I cannot say whether I ultimately found it. Signed, Salim Matatlin. This was the entirety of the first page, and Eli stood frozen, his lips twitching. It seemed that this world was far more complex than he had initially perceived. There appeared to be other extraordinary paths beyond that of the night. Moreover, it must be said that the original owner was indeed quite unfortunate. Although they had acquired this veritable treasure of a book, they had met their end due to their own morbid curiosity, thus inadvertently benefiting Eli, who had traversed into this realm. One could only conclude that fate is a curious thing. After cautiously testing the book a few times and confirming its safety, Eli took a moment to glance through it. After a brief interval, he slowly closed the book. Indeed, as the front page had indicated, it contained a meditation technique along with spells that Eli deemed extraordinary, in addition to a wealth of notes. It was undeniably a so-called wizard's introductory tome. This beginning does not seem too dire after all. Setting the notes aside, Eli felt rather fortunate, in contrast to other time travelers, who often commence their journeys confronted with monstrous adversities or find themselves in positions of utter insignificance. He possesses not only the role of a librarian, but also seemingly transcendent tomes that surpass the current realm, accompanied by a formidable and almost terrifying advantage. Indeed, he too is endowed with a unique boon. It was merely his astonishment that had obscured his awareness of it until just now, when realization dawned upon him. Eli closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to delve deeper within his being. A glimmer of light emerged before Eli's eyes. As his awareness approached, the luminous point expanded, and upon contact, a series of horrifying visions unfolded before him. In an abyss of pitch-black infinity, an interminable river of time traversed the void. A monstrous serpent, stretching thousands of meters, swayed its colossal form within the emptiness. Pale, pupil-like entities surveyed myriad worlds, witnessing the birth of life only to see it gradually succumb to obliteration. Powerful beings roamed the endless void. These images were chaotic and beyond Eli's control. This sequence persisted for approximately 10 seconds, culminating in an explosive moment. The seemingly boundless river of time abruptly contracted, diminishing in size until moments later it vanished entirely, leaving behind within Eli a magnificent pillar of spiritual light. This light, Eli vaguely recalled, had flickered before him during his prolonged work hours, when he was in a state of mental disarray, leading him to believe it was merely a figment of dry eyes. Little did he anticipate that it would accompany him to this realm. Yet, it is equally plausible that Eli himself was summoned here by this very pillar. Gazing at the luminous column, memories of the abilities it bestowed upon him instinctively surfaced in Eli's mind. Eternal life. Upon reaching a certain age, the essence of his body would cease to undergo any transformation. To be precise, his lifespan would remain unchanged, yet he would still bleed from wounds and succumb to death. A mere ordinary longevity buff, granting Eli an endless span of years. An immortal in a world of the extraordinary? Chapter 2. Testing Immortality? It sounds utterly absurd. Yet, Eli achieved his objective with remarkable ease. A multitude of thoughts flashed through Eli's mind. Having just traversed into this realm, his grasp of the world was confined solely to the memories of his predecessor. However, even those fragments revealed that this world was entirely dissimilar to the one he had known. Both societal norms and institutional frameworks were undeniably harsh for the common folk, with knights elevated above ordinary citizens and nobles reigning over the majority. The dangers were not to be underestimated. Given this reality, Eli resolved to adhere to the trajectory of his predecessor, commencing his endeavors in the library, while simultaneously familiarizing himself with this world and striving to master extraordinary powers. This seemed to be the most prudent course of action. I wish I could be more audacious, but the circumstances compel caution, he lamented. Having made his decision, he planned to cultivate himself gradually in the library for several decades before venturing out. Eli took a deep breath and firmly resolved to proceed. Although the interim period of development was somewhat prolonged, who could blame him for being an immortal? Decades would swiftly pass. Suddenly, a blinding ray of sunlight pierced Eli's eyes. He turned his head to see a glimmer of light outside the window. The sun was just beginning to rise. Morning had arrived. Eli stepped out of the house. The glaring sunlight compelled him to shield his eyes, and it took a few moments for his vision to readjust. Once he regained his bearings, he set off towards the library, guided by the remnants of his memory while observing his surroundings. This area appeared to be a slum, with most buildings constructed of stone and wood, appearing dilapidated and lowly. The streets were equally in disrepair, often littered with unsightly debris. The pedestrians on either side donned coarse linen garments, predominantly with blue and black eyes, the primary eye colors in the empire, while their hair was mostly brown, black, or golden. Eli was clad in a simple linen tunic and trousers, with makeshift shoes. The hurried escape of his predecessor had left him nearly destitute. Fortuitously, he had secured a position as a librarian. Otherwise, even with his arrival in this new world, he would have been at a loss for survival. Transitioning from a bustling modern metropolis to a backward, extraordinary medieval backdrop, few could adapt swiftly, even Eli. This was precisely why he chose to continue working. Of course, there was another, more pressing reason: poverty. Currency held equal importance in this realm, serving as a guarantee of existence. As Eli traversed the slums, he finally entered the city. Upon crossing into the urban area, the scenery transformed dramatically. The architecture and the passers-by displayed a stark contrast to the impoverished district, presenting two entirely different worlds. Shortly after navigating several streets, Eli reached his destination. Looking up, he beheld a grand edifice. The pure white stone reflected the sun, emanating a soft radiance. While the oval dome rose majestically, its exterior adorned with exquisite sculptures, imparting an air of magnificence. This was the Imperial Library. Eli took a deep breath and entered through a side door. As he traversed a long corridor, he arrived at a small room where he donned a dark red vest reminiscent of a waiter's attire, paired with black trousers, the designated uniform of the library. Exiting the room, he made his way into the library. Upon entering, Eli looked up to behold a vast skylight, through which faint sunlight filtered in, casting a myriad of enchanting hues, while the surrounding walls were adorned with intricate epic murals. Below him lay 3 tiers of bookshelves crafted from a rare wood treasured by the Empire, housing an array of books. This would indeed be his future workplace. Observing the library, currently closed to the public, Eli realized he needed to organize the books first. Having undergone training previously, he found himself adept at this task. As he arranged the books, Eli pondered the future. Survival was essential, but the means of survival posed another question. After all, this was an extraordinary world. Despite possessing the power of immortality, he lacked the strength to safeguard it. Even a novice knight or a moderately strong commoner could easily take his life. Thus, acquiring a certain degree of power became imperative. As Eli placed a book onto the shelf, he contemplated how to attain such power. Presently, it seemed that the path to the extraordinary within the Empire was that of the knight. Training as a knight appeared to be a commendable choice. However, he lacked access to knightly techniques, which were typically passed down through noble lineages and were thus quite precious. One could either earn the favor of the nobility by accomplishing great deeds to be rewarded with knightly techniques or join military organizations where such knowledge might be available. But neither option suited Eli's current situation. Consequently, this path was dismissed, leaving only the route of the wizard. Furthermore, judging by the content of the title page, it seemed the author of the books held knights in disdain, labeling them as inferior, weak, and ignorant beings of the extraordinary. Did this imply that wizards surpassed knights in strength? Well, in truth, he had no other choice. Compared to the knightly training that demanded substantial resources and wealth, the wizard's path, which appeared to begin with mere meditation, seemed far more fitting for someone of his humble means. However, the texts indicated that subsequent expenses could be considerable. After all, how could the cost for a master of magic be less than those for a knight? Eli, what are you pondering? Suddenly, a voice broke his reverie. Turning around, he encountered Kate, who was also clad in a vest. With his golden hair and common blue eyes, Eli recalled that he was one of the librarians. It was said that his grandfather had once been a baron but had fallen from grace, resulting in their family losing their noble status, eventually leading him to this place. Oh, nothing much. I was just reflecting on how many books there are here that I've yet to read, which gives me a sense of melancholy, Eli replied, intending to keep the conversation light, as he and Kate were not particularly well acquainted. Kate brushed her golden locks, her gaze lingering upon the bookshelf for a few moments before turning towards Eli, nodding in agreement. Indeed, I have not read many myself. Eli had initially intended to respond casually, but the unexpected remark left him at a loss for words. Although her statement seemed innocuous, he felt an inexplicable discomfort. It was rather ostentatious, was it not? In his recollections, Kate had always possessed an air of superiority. Either she looked down upon others or simply exuded arrogance. It reminded him of the top student from his previous school days, a quintessentially pretentious individual. Kate, I suggest you refrain from speaking in such a manner. Eli finally could not hold back and advised her. Kate replied with a questioning tone, seemingly perplexed by Eli's implication. Please speak more appropriately. Eli's lips twitched in response. There's nothing wrong, Kate remarked, somewhat bewildered. Her eyes fixed on Eli, as if a thought had struck her. She continued. How are you preparing for the test in 3 months? I heard that the new librarian will only retain 2 of the candidates. The rest will be dismissed. Test? What test? Upon hearing this, Eli felt utterly bewildered. Chapter 3. Rapid memorization. Eli was momentarily taken aback, and it took him several seconds to retrieve the pertinent information from his memory. It turned out that although his original self was a librarian, he was not a permanent employee. Rather, he was merely a temporary worker. Each year, the library recruited numerous individuals for such positions, subsequently subjecting them to a standardized assessment to retain the most suitable candidates. To Eli's astonishment, there was an internship period in this alternate realm. Upon further examination of his memories, he discovered that the evaluation comprised testing commonplace knowledge alongside various other inquiries, all of considerable difficulty and extensive content, rendering the overall challenge quite formidable. However, a predicament arose. The original self had been at the library for less than a month. His knowledge was limited to general literacy, leaving him utterly unfamiliar with the required subjects. In other words, he was destined to be eliminated. Observing Eli's furrowed brow, Kate could not suppress a smirk. Raising her chin with her golden hair cascading behind her, lamenting dramatically, indeed, this time they are only retaining 2, whereas it used to be 3. Alas, it is exceedingly challenging. I wonder if I will succeed. Failure would be disastrous. What should I do? Kate's tone was filled with concern, while Eli's lips twitched in response. Is that what you call concern? I discern no hint of worry in your eyes. Rather, there is a gleam of delight mixed with anticipation. Perhaps even excitement. Where is the worry in that? Nonetheless, this fellow appeared to possess valid grounds for such confidence. Eli recalled that Kate had consistently demonstrated the most extensive knowledge among all the temporary staff, frequently securing the top position in their occasional quizzes. Although Kate was irksome, Eli realized he had to contemplate the testing matter seriously. If he wished to retain this respectable position, it would be prudent to succeed in the assessment. Working at the Imperial Library, once confirmed, might not afford him a life of luxury, but it would certainly enable him to escape the cramped, dilapidated slums. Moreover, there were books. He could only glimpse them during his sporadic duties at the library, as apprentice workers were not permitted to borrow books freely. That previous incident with the notebook had been purely accidental. I recall that the notebook contained a spell for 0-level sorcery, rapid memorization. Eli suddenly remembered the tome. According to its contents, upon advancing to the rank of a first-level apprentice mage, one could begin to learn sorcery. Beyond that, there existed a 0-level spell for unobstructed reading and a 2nd-level spell for soul reading. Importantly, this particular sorcery was remarkably simple, one of the easiest spells to master, and anyone who progressed to an apprentice mage could readily grasp it. The sole obstacle lay in the time constraint. Within 3 months, no. At least reserving a fortnight for reading, he had only 2.5 months left. During this period, he must become a mage apprentice to secure his place here. Once he attained the status of a formal librarian, his position would become significantly stable. Barring any serious infractions, dismissal would be exceedingly rare, perfect for Eli, who was solely focused on survival and gradual development. Thus, his immediate objective was to elevate himself to first-level apprentice. Eli gazed at the shelves before him, steeling his resolve. By now, it was approaching 8 or 9 in the morning, and the library's grand doors began to open slowly. A cadre of gentlemen and ladies, adorned in their finery, entered the library, their garments far more splendid than the humble attire that Eli had once worn. In this era, the act of reading had become a luxury. The impoverished lacked both the time and the means, leaving this pursuit to the affluent gentry. Nobility, for their part, seldom graced such places, preferring their private libraries. only venturing into the public domain when in search of tomes they did not possess. On the other side, noticing Eli's lack of response to her words, Kate felt an unspoken disappointment. However, when the library doors swung open, she resigned herself to abandoning the thought of continuing her conversation with Eli and turned to leave. Time flowed with the rustling of pages turned by Sasha. The gentlemen engrossed in their reading cast glances at the setting sun outside, aware that their time was drawing to a close. One by one, they returned their books to the waiting librarians and departed. Eli watched them leave, a smile gracing his lips. Today had gone smoothly. He had adhered to the memory of his tasks without a hitch. Just as he prepared to shed his garments and take his leave, a series of sharp footsteps echoed through the hall. He turned to see a man clad in a black robe entering, the esteemed scholar Raymond, the overseer of the library's staff, with long brown hair and dark eyes. He cradled a thick tome in his right hand. "Temporary librarians, please remain," he instructed. At his words, most of the library staff gradually exited, leaving only a dozen or so who gravitated towards Scholar Raymond, among them Eli and Kate. Scholar Raymond nodded with satisfaction and declared, "In 3 months, we shall assess your abilities. The top 2 will be permitted to remain, while the others will have to depart, with a reward of 1 silver tarl for their efforts." In the currency of the Bayern Empire, a silver tarl equated to the earnings of a typical laborer for a month, while Eli's current monthly wage was a mere 50 copper tarl, barely sufficient for survival. In contrast, a formal librarian earned no less than 5 silver tarl per month, not accounting for the gratuities from the gentlemen and ladies, which was one of the pivotal reasons Eli was determined to secure his position here. Library administrators were indeed among the truly well-compensated. Upon hearing Scholar Raymond's pronouncement, the gathered crowd brightened momentarily, only to be cast into gloom by the thought of potential failure, creating a peculiar atmosphere. Scholar Raymond seemed to merely make an announcement before turning to leave, leaving dozens of temporary workers standing in place. Eli surveyed his surroundings. Most had clustered together in small groups to discuss, with Kate, whom he knew well, appearing particularly despondent. At that moment, he stood amongst several individuals, sighing. "This is exceedingly difficult. I fear I may not succeed. It requires merely 2 participants. In truth, even a single silver coin would suffice." Seemingly sensing Eli's gaze, Kate lifted her head to survey her surroundings and met Eli's eyes, which sparked with recognition, prompting her to approach him. Having changed his attire, Eli made his way towards the library's exit. "Do not be reckless. Let us discuss other matters once we possess sufficient strength," Eli murmured, gazing at the silvery moonlight. He had not forgotten that this world was imbued with extraordinary powers. Chapter 4. Mediocre Talent. Time to compensate in this world. The commonly used oil lamps not only strain the eyes but also emit a peculiar, acrid odor, typically utilized by those of modest means. However, Eli paid little heed to these inconveniences. Under the dim light, he eagerly retrieved his previous notes. Gazing at the book adorned with silver edges, Eli's heart swelled with excitement. Who among the young has not indulged in youthful fantasies, dreaming of wielding extraordinary powers? The harsh realities of his past life had merely curtailed such aspirations, yet now, a genuine tome of the arcane lay before him, ripe for exploration, igniting a fervor within him. As he opened the book, Eli swiftly bypassed the nonsensical ramblings of the original author, Salim Metatlin, and arrived at the section on meditation techniques. According to the notes, wizards and knights were fundamentally different. Knights relied on physical prowess, while wizards embodied a profession that harnessed mental prowess to influence reality. Naturally, the meditation techniques were designed to enhance one's mental acuity. The wizard's method of meditation involved utilizing mental strength to connect with the elemental realm, subsequently merging with the elements to elevate one's mental capacity. The process appeared straightforward, and Eli's task was to complete the first step, to perceive the elemental realm. Achieving this initial awareness would signify his entry as a wizard apprentice, or a first-level wizard apprentice, as it were. This endeavor, though daunting, was also deceptively simple. As Salim Metatlin noted, depending on one's aptitude, the process could take as little as a few days or up to a month or 2, generally not exceeding 4 months. Eli pondered curiously about his own potential, hoping to adhere to the outlined plan and become a wizard apprentice. The meditation technique was concise, and Eli quickly committed it to memory. After reciting it twice to ensure nothing was forgotten, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and prepared for his inaugural meditation. 2 hours later, Eli slowly opened his eyes. He had failed. For a full 2 hours, he had strived to sense the elemental realm. Yet he had perceived not even the faintest trace of it. only a vague sensation that eluded his grasp. The notes had mentioned such occurrences as normal. His task was to transform that elusive feeling into something tangible within the next 2 months, thus truly perceiving the elemental realm and stepping through the threshold of the extraordinary. Eli had anticipated the absence of perception, for even those with the most exceptional talents could not succeed on their first attempt. He understood that his own aptitude might not be as remarkable as he had hoped. Failure marked his first attempt. Undeterred, after a brief pause, Eli closed his eyes once more to embark on a second meditation. The outcome was evident. The second attempt also ended in failure. Gazing through the window at the night sky, Eli realized it was quite late. He concealed his notes and prepared for sleep. This was Eli's first day in this world, and he hoped to swiftly become a first-level apprentice. As he drifted off to sleep, such thoughts lingered in his mind. 2 months later, failure again, and failure once more. In his room, Eli furrowed his brow, having once again been unable to sense the elemental realm. 2 months have elapsed since Eli's first meditation, during which he has gradually acclimatized to his surroundings, navigating the streets littered with refuse and excrement, becoming accustomed to the hard, dark bread, and the monotonous routine between the library and the slums. Although he feels a sense of progress, he acknowledges that he still lags far behind those who have been studying since childhood. In these past 2 months, Kate has changed her work area. Thus, Eli rarely encounters her, a fact that brings him some relief. Nevertheless, the paramount concern remains his advancement towards becoming a first-level wizard apprentice. A journey he has yet to embark upon. He has not yet perceived the existence of the elemental realm. Eli initially believed his talent might be mediocre but acceptable. Yet reality has revealed that his abilities are likely at the lower echelons, quite disappointing. If he continues at this current pace, he may soon need to seek alternative paths. Pondering this, Eli furrowed his brow. The role of a librarian is undoubtedly commendable, and if he were to leave, finding an equally conducive environment with generous remuneration would be a formidable challenge. The only other option would be to engage in manual labor, a prospect he is loath to consider. Fortunately, his notes contain a swifter method. He retrieved a hidden notebook from the recess of his wooden bed and began to peruse its contents. The notebook, thick and composed of sturdy paper, spanned over 100 pages. Thanks to his formidable memory, Eli swiftly located the passage he sought. Crushing the white quill flower releases a scent that aids in perceiving the elemental realm. The only reason he had not procured it earlier was his impoverished state. However, having recently received his wages and a small gratuity from a gentleman a few days prior, this method resurfaced in his mind. In truth, the slow progress in meditation does not overly concern him. After all, he is an immortal being. As long as he persists in his meditative practices, he will eventually sense the elemental realm. This has never been a significant issue, as he has never heard of an apprentice who failed to perceive it. Even with the subsequent levels of apprentice, second and third, Eli remains unperturbed. Although his aptitude may be lacking, continuous meditation will inevitably enhance his mental faculties, allowing him to reach that threshold. Whether this journey takes 2 decades, 3, 5, or even a century, he remains indifferent. Time poses no obstacle for him. In contrast to the fleeting lives of mortals, which compel them to rush, Eli's eternal existence affords him a different perspective, thus solidifying his resolve to pursue a steady path of gradual progress. This approach may lack fervor, yet it is the most suitable for him. The sole impediment on this path is finding a sanctuary conducive to his development, and Eli has chosen the library. This urgency stems from his desire to cultivate his skills in a stable environment. After all, to cultivate one's field, one must first possess land. The library offers an excellent opportunity, not only providing an abundance of books for his study, but also housing a director with reputed connections to the emperor, thus enhancing its allure. Thus, he first went to procure the white flower, aspiring to elevate himself to the status of an apprentice, subsequently mastering the art of rapid memorization. He intended to remain in the library, lingering there until he could no longer bear it. Eli elaborated on the forthcoming matters, promptly retrieving all his possessions from the recess. 2 silver thalers and 34 copper thalers constituted his entire wealth. This modest accumulation was the result of diligently saving his wages over the past 2 months. How impoverished he felt. Eli sighed, uncertain of the precise cost of the white flower, aware only that it was not inexpensive. Chapter 5. The apprentice of the first-rank sorcerer, traversing a narrow path. Eli tightened the fabric of his clothing and tucked the silver thalers close to his chest. He was en route to the herb market, situated in the eastern part of the royal city of King's Landing. To reach it, Eli had to navigate through the slums and urban areas, opting for the main road. Although this was the royal city, one should not assume that the shadows here mirrored the light. The dim alleyways were rife with gangs, thugs, and idle individuals. Before long, he arrived at the market. After a brief inquiry, Eli made his way into a potion shop. "Do you have white curve flowers?" he inquired, rapping on the oak counter to catch the attention of the attendant within. "Indeed, we do. One white curve flower costs 20 copper taels." "How exorbitant. Why is it so pricey?" Eli asked, realizing that once activated, the essence of a single flower would only last for an hour. One would certainly not suffice. He would need at least a week's worth, totaling 7 flowers. That amounted to a staggering 1 silver tael and 40 copper taels. "My dear customer, you must understand the rarity of the white curve flower. It thrives in the murky depths of swamps, often besieged by venomous snakes and scorpions, making it quite arduous to gather. Each flower is a hard-won treasure," the shopkeeper exclaimed. "Offer me a discount. I will purchase more," Eli replied, undeterred. "Are you an apothecary?" the attendant asked curiously, knowing that most people would not require such a large quantity of herbs, which were typically sought by those in the profession. "Not quite." "Oh, my apologies." The attendant, now less animated, glanced at Eli's attire and said, "How about this? If you buy 10 or more at once, I can reduce the price by 5 copper taels per flower. That's quite a generous concession. For 5 or more, I can discount it by 2 copper taels. Then I shall take 10. Eli contemplated before responding. 7 flowers might not suffice, but 10 would likely be adequate. Moreover, any surplus white curve flowers would be easy to store, as they were a common ingredient for many basic potions. "Very well." The attendant beamed, retreating into a back room, only to return shortly with 10 neatly packaged white curve flowers. The transaction was swift. Eli paid and departed. Upon returning home, Eli extracted the white curve flowers. These blossoms, a delicate shade of off-white, bore succulent-like petals, with tinder-like roots cascading downwards. It was hard to fathom that this seemingly ordinary plant could aid in perceiving the elemental realm. Crushing one white curve flower, he placed it in a prepared vessel, releasing a subtle, herbaceous fragrance. As the aroma enveloped him, Eli felt a wave of clarity wash over his body, as if he had become entirely transparent. Aware of the fleeting nature of time, Eli settled onto his bed and commenced his first meditation of the day. The refreshing scent filled the room as he closed his eyes, embarking on a journey to sense the elemental realm. In the haze of consciousness, faint glimmers of elemental light began to emerge within his awareness. These were elements. Yet at that moment, it felt as though a veil still separated him from them, visible yet intangible. The aroma of the white constantly stimulated Eli's spirit, gradually bridging the gap between him and the elements. An hour later, Eli opened his eyes, excitement radiating from his countenance. Although he still failed to perceive the elemental realm, he felt assured that, with the aid of the white, he would undoubtedly attain awareness of it within a fortnight, if not sooner. The prospect was tantalizing. Indeed, the white bore efficacy, albeit at a steep cost. Had Eli possessed sufficient funds, he could have procured an abundance of white, believing that within a mere 3 days, he might have been able to sense the elemental realm. Alas, life is fraught with misfortune, poverty. Yet, it was not a matter of great concern. Once he ascended to the rank of apprentice, all would improve. 10 days later, today, Eli gazed calmly at the final white before him. With its assistance, he had finally reached the threshold of the elemental realm, mere steps away from a breakthrough to the first-tier apprentice. As was his custom, he crushed the white and succumbed to meditation. In the void of consciousness, Eli drifted like a specter, surrounded by nearly distinct elemental particles floating freely in the air. Suddenly, an invisible membrane shattered, and Eli found himself unimpeded by any barrier. A torrent of elemental particles engulfed him, transforming his frail body, which had only just made contact with the elements. Initially, he intended to observe this state closely, but as he engaged with the elements, a profound heaviness enveloped his mind. And within minutes, he succumbed to slumber. When Eli awoke, it was already deep into the night. Was this what it meant to be a wizard's apprentice? He sat up, and even with his eyes open, he could perceive the elements flickering around him. Yet, this was not the most exhilarating revelation. The true joy lay in the fact that he could finally learn the rapid memorization zero-circle spell. There was still time, all was not lost. Eli exhaled in relief. If he had truly failed to advance within 3 months, it would have been dire indeed. However, he had only taken 2 months and 10 days to achieve his breakthrough. To be honest, that duration felt lengthy, yet Eli found solace in the absence of comparison with others around him. This led him to a curious realization. During his 2 months in the library, he had not encountered any information regarding wizards, as if he were truly in a realm of knights. Clearly, the owner of that book was no ordinary individual. Eli contemplated the author of the notes, Salim Metatlin, pondering who he might be. Yet, he dismissed such thoughts for the moment, resolving to focus on mastering the rapid memorization spell model. After much deliberation without resolution, Eli ultimately decided to abandon the quest for answers, recognizing that they bore little relevance to his current circumstances. His foremost objective remained to learn rapid memorization. According to the notes on the intricacies of spellcasting, Eli focused his mental energy, meticulously crafting a model of rapid memory within his consciousness. As it was his inaugural attempt, he proceeded with utmost caution. However, his lack of familiarity ultimately led to a failure in constructing the overall rune. Fortunately, this endeavor did not deplete much of his mental fortitude. After a brief period of reflection and rest lasting 10 minutes, he endeavored to delineate the model once more. Following 3 unsuccessful attempts, he finally succeeded in intricately inscribing the rune that embodied rapid memory. The art of rapid memory had been mastered. Chapter 6. The night on the following day, as dawn broke, Eli made his way to the library. Along the journey, he was acutely aware of the transformation that accompanied his ascension to the rank of a first-level wizard apprentice. The breakthrough in his mental prowess rendered his surroundings vivid and clear. His cognitive faculties operated with astonishing speed. Within a certain proximity, he could discern every subtle movement and sound. He observed hurried passers-by, their faces etched with anxiety, smiling young ladies, and a few dubious characters who seemed intent on mingling among the crowd, their eyes darting with ill intent, even through the throng. His perceptions remained unclouded. This was the essence of a wizard's awareness. In terms of perception and memory, wizards comprehensively outclassed knights. Eli felt that, at this moment, even a senior knight would struggle to rival his acute senses. As Eli continued to walk, immersed in his newfound awareness, he suddenly sensed a powerful, vibrant life force approaching from behind, reminiscent of a formidable beast. Accompanied by the rhythmic clatter of hooves, he turned to look. A few meters away, a robust man was astride a strong steed, blocking the path. The man was tall and imposing, his ordinary attire straining against his muscular frame, while a massive sword hung from the horse's side, glinting with a sharp, menacing light. It was evident that he was a knight. Both his weaponry and the knights accompanying him underscored his distinguished status. Knights were categorized into various ranks: low-level knights, mid-level knights, high-level knights, great knights, and celestial knights. Low-level knights possessed the ability to unleash a surge of vitality, surpassing human limits. Mid-level knights were even more formidable, with greater vitality and sustained strength. High-level knights were capable of amplifying their power and controlling every muscle in their bodies, making them nearly invulnerable to dozens of opponents. Eli, however, was unaware of the specifics regarding great knights and celestial knights. In this world, knights constituted the backbone of extraordinary power and typically enjoyed substantial privileges within the empire, most of them being nobles or belonging to esteemed bloodlines, holding high societal positions. Nevertheless, according to the notes he had studied, with adequate preparation, a first-level wizard apprentice could potentially defeat a high-level knight. Thus, Salim Metatlin's writings were rife with disdain for knights. Yet, despite such scorn, it was evident that the empire was under the dominion of knights. They represented the mainstream, while Salim Metatlin's wizarding system seemed like an anomaly that had emerged from obscurity. At this moment, facing the knight was another warrior, a golden-haired knight whose eyes, sharp as a hawk's, were fixated intently on the imposing figure before him. Ivis, are you looking for trouble? The robust knight cast a sidelong glance at the golden-haired knight and declared, "Then let us duel." The challenge hung in the air, a customary method for knights to resolve their disputes. Eli, amidst the crowd, grasped the unfolding situation. It was the knight named Eve who obstructed the path of a burly man, inadvertently igniting this conflict. Absurd, wouldn't you agree? Yet for Eli, who had been in this realm for over 2 months, it seemed entirely commonplace. Such is the nature of this world, not merely a blockade. Even a solitary jar of honey could provoke a fierce battle between 2 knights. The reasons for such altercations are manifold, limited only by one's imagination. Consider that even 2 counts might engage in combat over trivial matters, such as the ownership of a peasant or a magnificent warhorse. Within the empire, skirmishes erupt incessantly. In times of war, knights serve as the primary combatants, displaying unparalleled valor, rendering ordinary folk, unless clad in heavy armor, vulnerable to swift demise. Thus, a world where only commoners suffer injuries has come into existence. Faced with the provocation of the knights, Eve merely nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, amidst the watchful eyes of the commoners, the two knights swaggered away, with no one daring to impede their passage. All hastily vacated the area. Each knight sat astride their steed, exuding an air of entitlement, their gaze unwavering as they surveyed the surrounding populace. Their eyes only igniting with sparks when they briefly regarded one another. A few dozen meters away, Eli observed this spectacle as the knights approached, hastily stepping aside to avoid trouble. Indeed, what a harsh world it is. Once the knights had passed, Eli muttered to himself, reflecting on the imperious demeanor he had witnessed in their eyes, an attitude reminiscent of how humans regard their beloved pets. They may appreciate you, engage in casual conversation, and even shield you from danger, yet fundamentally, they harbor a disdain that transcends mere discrimination. It is an utter indifference. Such is the essence of knighthood. In their eyes, the status of commoners is even more abject than Eli had imagined. At that moment, a child a few meters away gazed at Eli, exhibiting a glimmer of excitement. After casting a furtive glance around, he rubbed his hands together and approached. With one hand reaching toward Eli's coin pouch, he carefully observed Eli's movements. Excellent. Eli's gaze remained fixed ahead, seemingly oblivious to the impending theft. The child suppressed his delight, for he had yet to make his first score of the day. Just as he was about to grasp the pouch, a firm hand seized his wrist. The child turned in astonishment to see Eli, his expression a mixture of disbelief as he glanced between the coin pouch and Eli, as if he had encountered a specter. Do you have eyes in the back of your head? I hadn't even touched it yet. How on earth did you notice? He thought, incredulous. Eli merely regarded the boy, clad in tattered linen, slight of build, and shook his head before releasing his grip and moving on. Such children are abundant in this world, typically belonging to gangs, who exploit them as tools for profit, rendering their plight pitiable. Eli felt no need to complicate their existence further. It is indeed a considerable inconvenience. Even if he were to hand the child over to the sheriff, the latter would soon release him, for after all, he is merely a child, making it quite difficult to impose any substantial punishment. The freed child displayed a look of gratitude before swiftly darting into the crowd, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Such is the state of the world, Eli mused as he patted his empty pockets. Earlier, he had relied on the extraordinary perceptiveness of a wizard to sense the child's mischief, yet in truth, even if he had taken no action, the outcome would have remained unchanged. He simply had no money. As long as I possess no wealth, you cannot steal from me. Damn it. I'm going to be late. Suddenly realizing the time, Eli disregarded his earlier reflections and sprinted towards the library. Chapter 7. Suggestions. The timing was impeccable. Eli, panting heavily, arrived at the library's changing room. The inherent frailty of the body was an unavoidable flaw in the early stages of a wizard's journey. Although the advancement ceremony during the apprentice phase did enhance corporeal strength, the increase was relatively modest, leaving a significant gap compared to knights. In Salim Matatlin's notes, there existed a potion capable of elevating a wizard's physicality to that of a high-ranking knight, yet the majority of its requisite materials were unfamiliar to Eli, rendering the concoction unattainable. In fact, he did not even possess the most fundamental of wizarding tools, a crystal ball. One could almost deem him the poorest wizard in history. When wealth finally graces me, the first endeavor shall be to craft a splendid crystal ball, Eli mused. However, for now, such thoughts remained mere fantasies, as the price of crystal was anything but trivial. Eli, you almost arrived late. At that moment, he found himself not alone in the changing room. Roland, a 16-year-old dashing young man with black hair and blue eyes, stood there. He had recently become Eli's acquaintance and was the nephew of a baron, with his father being a modest merchant. I was delayed a bit, Eli replied with a smile. Roland had only joined the library last month, and thus, there was no competitive tension between them. Given Eli's amiable nature, their camaraderie blossomed effortlessly. That's a relief. I was worried something might have gone awry, Roland remarked, visibly relaxing. He leaned in, inquiring, how prepared are you for the upcoming assessment? The evaluations occurred biannually, and Roland too would soon face one, hence his interest in the matter. Not too bad. I feel quite confident, Eli responded, determining to devote the next fortnight to studying, reducing his meditation time accordingly. Best of luck then, Roland encouraged before stepping out. While he found Eli to be a decent companion, he could not help but perceive a lack of depth in Eli's knowledge, foreseeing a considerable chance of him facing elimination, a pity indeed. Catching the complex emotions flickering in Roland's eyes, Eli understood their implications. There was little to be done. His prior knowledge was indeed scant. In just half a month, I aspire to reach the Imperial Library. Eli thought to himself, a smile gracing his lips. Half a month was ample time. Dressed in a red waistcoat and black trousers, Eli stood before the mirror. The reflection revealed a handsome youth. His dark hair framing a face where deep-set eyes mirrored the depths of night. Though his features might not be deemed striking, they exuded a certain comfort. After a brief grooming, Eli stepped out with a smile. Today, he was not tasked with greeting visitors, but simply with organizing the bookshelves. The work at the library was not arduous, yet it required a certain decorum. Otherwise, the gentlemen and ladies would deem the establishment beneath their standards and refrain from visiting. Time passed swiftly in the course of work, and before long, afternoon had arrived. The crimson sunset streamed through the glass dome, casting a warm glow throughout the library, suffusing it with a rich red hue. The sculptures and murals adorning the surrounding walls rendered the scene akin to a masterful painting, which is one of the distinctive features of the Imperial Library. Eli stretched his limbs, gazing at the meticulously organized bookshelves before him, a smile gracing his lips. The official librarians typically worked only half a day, whereas temporary staff like them were required to remain the entire day. However, in light of the impending examination, Scholar Raymond permitted them to stay in the library to read until closing time. What should he read? Eli pondered, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. The Imperial Library, the largest in the Bane Empire, housed not merely thousands but potentially tens of thousands of volumes, a vast expanse akin to a starry sky. Its collection spanned a multitude of subjects, ranging from music to mathematics, from oceanography to astronomy, and from history to anatomy, easily categorizing into hundreds of distinct fields. Eli's understanding of the examination content was quite limited. His focus had been singularly on advancing to the rank of apprentice wizard, leaving him little time to delve into the library's extensive resources. Finding suitable materials among the hundreds of thousands of tomes seemed quite a daunting task. At that moment, a man clad in a black robe emerged from a nearby room, Scholar Raymond. Eli's eyes lit up. Was this not the ideal person to consult? He quickly approached, and upon noticing him, Scholar Raymond halted, curiosity evident in his expression. "What can I do for you?" he inquired. The library operated with a degree of independence within the empire, and Scholar Raymond had ascended through the ranks purely on the merit of his knowledge. Eschewing the haughty demeanor often associated with nobility, "Scholar, I wish to inquire about the subjects that would be most beneficial for the examination," Eli stated directly, avoiding any circumlocution. "Oh." Scholar Raymond regarded Eli with a peculiar expression. Although he had not publicly declared it, he was one of the question setters, making Eli's inquiry akin to asking an examiner for answers, hence the oddity in his demeanor. "What is your name?" he asked, intrigued. The examination content was generally well known, not a closely guarded secret, so he did not adopt a severe tone. "Scholar, my name is Eli Lucifer." Eli introduced himself, the full name belonging to his original self. A commendable name, Scholar Raymond acknowledged with a nod, though he still bore a bemused expression, chuckling softly. "Thank you, Scholar," Eli responded with a nod of gratitude. "Not at all. Best of luck," Scholar Raymond encouraged before swiftly departing. Unable to contain himself, Eli felt an urge to laugh. It was the first time in many years that someone had directly posed a question to him. In a heightened state of mental acuity, Eli observed the slight tremor of the scholar's shoulders and the barely perceptible uplift of his lips, still grappling with the absurdity of the situation. Perhaps he had recalled something amusing. Yet, such details were of little consequence. Knowing what to study was a significant first step. The ensuing fortnight would be devoted to mastering this challenging material. Soon enough, Eli located the pertinent texts, and after registering them, he carried the 4 volumes into a small reading room within the library. In the reading room, Eli ignited a candle and adorned it with a lampshade, then commenced his reading. The candle was provided by the library, a resource too valuable to overlook. Beneath the flickering glow of the flame, Eli took a deep breath, swiftly conjuring a mental model of the zero-ring sorcery, an embodiment of rapid reading. Moments later, a glimmer of insight flickered in his eyes. He lowered his gaze, opened the tome, and began to immerse himself in its contents. Chapter 8. Learning what is the swiftest way to comprehend the world? Eli believes it to be history. History is not merely a simplistic account of past events. It encapsulates the myriad traces of this world's yesteryears, as well as the subtle shifts in thought and appearance. As Eli perused the complete history of the empire, his understanding of the world deepened significantly, particularly regarding the Bane Empire. The Bane Empire, situated south of the Dark Mountains and north of the Endless Sea, comprises 4 duchies: the Frostwolf Duchy, the Angry Lion Duchy, the Elk Duchy, and the Giant Whale Duchy. Each duchy, governed by its respective duke, occupies a cardinal position in the empire. with the capital city serving as the nucleus that manages the vast territories and coordinates the various counts, barons, viscounts, and other powers. Each noble manages their respective domains with a degree of autonomy, prompting a peculiar state wherein, despite the empire's semblance of unity, conflicts persist relentlessly. It is often jested that every noble has waged war against the king, while a mere quip, it subtly reflects the empire's current state. The complete history of the empire chronicles all occurrences from the empire's inception to its subsequent evolution, detailing each war and significant event. Curiously, the name of the first king to establish the kingdom is conspicuously absent from its pages, which puzzled Eli, though he chose not to dwell on it. Seated in his chair, Eli leafed through the tome, skimming each page with remarkable speed. To an observer, it might appear as though he was merely flipping through the book haphazardly, devoid of any intent to memorize its contents. Yet, Eli was acutely aware that he was indeed retaining the information. What a thrilling sensation it was! He had never before experienced such a profound sense of comprehension. It felt as though he could read 10 lines at once and remember every word. Had he possessed such memory in his previous life, he would have been the one delegating overtime work to others, rather than enduring it himself. As for the king, it was said he belonged to the Violet family, a lineage representing unparalleled honor. This, of course, was merely the rhetoric of the nobility. Eli did not place much stock in it, yet he resolved to remember it, for his position dictated the necessity of such knowledge. In another nation, he might have ignored it altogether. But given that he would be residing here for an extended period and faced with an impending examination, it became imperative that Eli master this information. 3 days should suffice. Eli glanced down at the 4 books he had acquired. These volumes were not independent of one another, but rather intertwined with the subjects discussed by Master Raymond. He remained uncertain about the difficulty of the upcoming test. Yet he was determined to give his utmost effort. Time slipped away gradually as Eli immersed himself in the texts, completely losing track of the hours. Is there anyone else here? Master Raymond frowned, wondering if some careless lad had forgotten to extinguish the lights. He set aside the neatly organized books and proceeded towards the reading room, where he spotted Eli, who was still engrossed in his reading. That boy from earlier in the day. Noticing some unfamiliar figures within, Scholar Raymond recalled something. Wasn't this the lad who had inquired about his examination? What was he doing? Reading. Indeed, he had mentioned allowing them to remain and read, but was this truly reading? A twitch of annoyance crossed Raymond's lips as he observed Eli rapidly flipping through the pages. The speed was utterly preposterous. Eli, what on earth are you doing? As a seasoned scholar, Raymond could no longer tolerate Eli's apparent desecration of knowledge and voiced his indignation. Upon hearing the voice, Eli looked up, encountering the furious visage of Scholar Raymond. Is there a problem with reading? Eli queried, somewhat perplexed, yet uncertain in his tone as he regarded the approaching scholar. Reading? You dare call that reading? Raymond's lip twitched. 1 page per second? That is not reading. That is merely skimming. Oh, Eli had not anticipated such a turn of events. And he promptly responded, Scholar Raymond, I was indeed memorizing. I had already perused those pages, which is why I was flipping through them so swiftly. He could hardly confess that he was genuinely trying to memorize. So you have memorized everything prior? Raymond, realizing his own emotions had escalated, continued to challenge. I cannot believe you could retain so much. Retain it? The flame of determination reignited within Raymond as he fixed his gaze upon Eli. Very well, let me test you. If you cannot answer, you need not participate in the examination. He posed what he deemed a cunning question, for who would bother memorizing the count of baronies? 2,221, Eli replied without hesitation. Raymond. That quickly? Upon checking, it indeed was 2,221. What a coincidence. It must be mere chance. 10 minutes later, Raymond stood in a daze, utterly flabbergasted. Chapter 9. Noble character Bachelor Layman departed, his expression one of bewilderment. This was absurd. As he walked away from the reading room, Layman felt somewhat disoriented. His earlier irritation had led him to challenge Eli, but even if Eli had faltered, it would have been of little consequence. He would have simply educated him, and then let him off the hook. After all, who among us has not erred? For a full 10 minutes, he had tried to perplex Eli, yet the young man had seemingly recalled everything, as if he had memorized the entire material. Even the pages Eli had perused must have numbered nearly 100, and it seemed implausible that he could have committed all of it to memory. Layman considered his own knowledge, which he deemed substantial, yet he too could not possibly retain such clarity, given the vastness of his studies. Sighing, Layman pondered the length of time Eli must have devoted to his learning. Such a feat of memory could not be accomplished in a mere few days. It required months, perhaps even a year of diligent effort. What a strenuous endeavor it must have been. Layman envisioned a scene of a shabby wooden cabin. A young boy illuminated by a dim light, enduring the acrid scents while laboriously reciting his lessons. What a diligent child. In that moment, Layman felt a twinge of shame for nearly misjudging such a hard-working youth. However, the assessments were comprehensive, while Eli excelled in history. His performance in other subjects might be mediocre, making it unlikely for him to succeed overall. Layman shook his head. The tests were holistic, and the advantages enjoyed by affluent families over the common folk were stark, with the impoverished often scarcely represented, if at all. In this era, one's background largely dictated the extent of knowledge one could access. What a pity! With a resigned sigh, Layman ascended to the second floor, where he had unfinished work awaiting him. It seemed the efficacy of quick memorization was indeed remarkable. In the reading room, Eli gazed after Layman's retreating figure, musing quietly. His attention had been entirely absorbed by the books, which was why he had failed to notice Layman standing outside the room, an oversight that could be attributed to his recent advancement and lack of proficiency in the matter. However, during the earlier test, Eli had indeed confirmed the impressive power of rapid memorization. What would take a typical individual months to fully memorize, he had managed to grasp in merely half an hour. One could only conclude that wizards were exceedingly formidable. Memory, soul, these were realms in which wizards excelled, and their prowess likely surpassed that of knights. The notes indicated that once one ascended to the rank of a formal wizard, even a celestial knight would be akin to a mere large ant, easily dealt with by a wizard. Yet, reflecting on his own talents, Eli smacked his lips. Fortunately, I am an immortal. A slight smile graced his lips. Nevertheless, Eli felt no anxiety. He remained remarkably composed. Perhaps his aptitude was slightly lacking, but at least it was present. If his meditation progress was slow, so be it. At least he was still making improvements. In his past life, such thoughts would have been akin to a defeatist mentality. At this moment, Eli felt that this was indeed the path he was meant to choose. Engaging in violence was not suitable for him. As an immortal being, should he truly risk his life against a mortal? When one dies, it is merely a loss of a few decades. Yet if he perishes, the loss is monumental. An eternity lost, effectively the equivalent of an entire world. Such a fate would be excessively unfair, a stark imbalance. To contend against heaven and humanity alike? Apologies, but I would rather extinguish both simultaneously. What? You have acquired a treasure? That is of little consequence. I shall simply find a residence near your abode and wait for your demise to claim it. What? You believe my innate talent to be lacking, rendering mastery impossible? Forgive me, but allow me a century to learn. If that is insufficient, then perhaps a millennium. Nevertheless, such matters are for another time. As for Eli in the present, he remained too feeble, so vulnerable that even a slight mishap could lead to his demise. Therefore, Eli resolved to join the library, seeking a sanctuary where he could quietly cultivate the powers of a wizard. Next, he awaited the examination that would occur in 15 days, or was it merely 14? After much contemplation, Eli sat down and continued his reading. The test was not yet upon him, and he needed to persist in his efforts. As night fell, Roland entered to remind him that it was time to leave. Only then did Eli stretch his body and close his book. It was already midnight, and the library was about to close for the night. At the library entrance, Roland cheerfully inquired, Eli, are you heading to Willow Street? Not at all, Eli replied firmly. Willow Street, located in the lower district of King's Landing, was a thoroughfare imbued with a rosy ambience, one of the favorite entertainment spots for the citizens of King's Landing. Not only ordinary folk frequented it. Even some upscale venues occasionally saw the presence of nobility. What a pity! Roland shook his head and departed swiftly. As a nephew of nobility, his circumstances were relatively comfortable, and he often visited. Sighing, Eli gazed at the silvery moon outside, felt the emptiness of his pockets, and exhaled deeply. Willow Street. One day, when I have wealth. At that moment, Scholar Raymond completed his work and prepared to leave the library. Upon descending the stairs, he spotted Eli at the entrance, and a glimmer of recognition crossed his eyes. Ah, it is already past midnight. Everyone else has left, yet Eli remains dedicated to his studies until this hour. Truly a diligent youth, Raymond thought, offering a kind smile under the moonlight. It seemed he had previously misunderstood Eli, and he felt a pang of guilt. In the following days, within a mere span of weeks, Eli's knowledge underwent a profound transformation. If he had previously been at a kindergarten level, he now approached that of a high school student, with certain subjects even reaching a collegiate level. Throughout this period, Roland occasionally invited him to visit Willow Street. But Eli consistently and earnestly declined, earning Roland's profound admiration for his character. Amidst this backdrop, the test that Eli had awaited for over 3 months finally arrived. On this day, the Imperial Library remains open as usual, albeit closing slightly earlier than usual. Initially, some were puzzled by this change, but upon being informed of the reason, they nodded in agreement and departed. The cause, it turns out, is the impending examinations. The Imperial Library is not merely an institution of books, it is also one of the several esteemed establishments in the capital dedicated to nurturing talent, producing a number of distinguished scholars each year. While the output may not rival that of the Imperial Knight Academy or the Imperial Monastery, it is undeniable that many eminent figures in the Empire have emerged from its halls. Every June and December, selections for the position of librarian are conducted. Librarians represent the foundational level of the library system, ascending to scholars, bachelors, and ultimately, the university scholars. The library director is a university scholar, a high-ranking knight, and even serves as an advisor to the king, thus holding considerable status within the empire. Despite the knight's disdain for commoners, they harbor a unique respect for scholars. It is only logical that a cadre of combat professionals would feel a sense of reverence toward knowledge they do not fully comprehend. This context reveals that the original owner of this body has indeed left a significant legacy for Eli. Were it not for Salim Matatlan's morbid sense of humor, he might have one day risen to become a pivotal figure in the empire. Alas, all of this has fallen to Eli, the newcomer. It has been quite some time, Eli. At the library entrance, Eli encountered Kate, an old acquaintance he had not seen in ages. Today, Kate donned a pair of black trousers and a matching top, adorned with somewhat inferior golden epaulets on the cuffs, indicating he had made an effort to present himself well. "How are you? Are you prepared?" Kate inquired with genuine concern, nearly broadcasting his well-preparedness across his face. Eli, observing Kate's eager demeanor, felt a pang of annoyance. With so many people, why do you fixate on me incessantly? He thought. Is it simply because the original owner was academically challenged? Does that render me devoid of rights? Faced with Kate's inquiry, Eli could only muster a smile and replied, "I am managing." With that, he cast a sidelong glance at Kate, fabricated an excuse, and swiftly slipped into the library. As Eli departed, Kate's earlier concern gradually faded, his posture straightened, and a confident smile emerged upon his lips. He patted the golden epaulette on his sleeve and strode boldly into the library. Kate's encounter was but a minor interlude. Upon Eli's arrival in the library hall, he observed a gathering of 20 to 30 temporary librarians, standing in small clusters, seemingly awaiting further instructions. Among them, Eli recognized few faces, so he simply chose a random spot to stand. He wondered if it would suffice. Surveying the room, he noted that each individual present was a competitor. He could not help but question whether the 50 books he had memorized would be sufficient for the task ahead. For the past 13 days, after each day's toil, Eli devoted his time to the world of books, managing to read 3 to 4 volumes daily until midnight, amidst other responsibilities, culminating in an approximate total of 50 books. After a brief wait, the number of temporary administrators gradually swelled to 30. Kate strode in confidently, head held high, as if victory was already assured. Eli, however, paid him no mind as someone else approached the entrance. In walked the familiar figure of Scholar Layman, draped in a black robe, this time accompanied by 2 young individuals clad in the same library attire. "Find a place to sit, but do not congregate," Scholar Layman remarked casually. The library tables themselves were excellent venues for examinations. Eli chose a random seat and settled down. Scholar Layman produced a stack of examination papers from beneath his robe and distributed them to the 2 young assistants, who then handed them out to everyone present. An examination from another world began. "Open your papers. I hope they are not too challenging or overly complex." Eli inhaled deeply and solemnly unveiled his exam. A few seconds later, he was taken aback, not due to the difficulty, but rather the simplicity. "How easy," Eli mused. This was not what he had anticipated. He had expected something far more daunting. His anxious heart found it difficult to settle. Flipping through the pages, Eli grasped his quill and began to write swiftly. If he couldn't finish this paper in 20 minutes, it would be a testament to his inadequacy. Meanwhile, Kate scrutinized the examination paper before him, his throat twitching slightly. This paper presented a modicum more challenge than previous ones. It was several times more difficult than those he had purchased earlier. He picked up his pen, and as he began to write, he found himself frowning, pausing intermittently, clearly struggling to answer the questions. "It's quite challenging, yet if I find it difficult, the others must be suffering immensely," he thought with a confident sigh, lifting his gaze to assess his peers. Indeed, many around him wore grim expressions, utterly at a loss. I wonder how that one called. Eli is faring, Kate pondered, taking a moment to recall Eli's name. Though he occasionally engaged Eli in conversation, it was always with an ulterior motive of showing off. He had never truly committed the name to memory. Deep down, he looked down upon Eli and the other administrators who fell short of his standards, convinced of his own superiority. As Kate's eyes fell upon Eli, he witnessed a remarkable scene. Sunlight illuminated Eli, his quill dancing gracefully across the paper, and with a smooth flourish, Eli abruptly tossed the pen into the holder. Has he surrendered? Kate's face broke into a satisfied smile. Evidently, he knows nothing and is utterly at a loss. A gleeful grin spread across Kate's face. Chapter 11. Conclusion. Eli and his companions were seated in a designated area of the library, while Scholar Raymond patrolled the surroundings. The two young men accompanying him stood to either side, appearing to serve as invigilators, with 30 individuals present and 3 supervisors overseeing the examination. It underscored the significance they placed on the test. Consequently, Eli's cessation of writing was particularly conspicuous, and Scholar Raymond was the first to take note of it. Has he given up? Scholar Raymond shared the same sentiment as Kevin. After all, only 20 minutes had elapsed, with most candidates having barely completed a quarter of the questions, and the speediest among them managing only a third. Yet, Eli had set down his pen, prompting Raymond to suspect that he had indeed surrendered. What a pity! Raymond recalled the diligent youth. He shook his head, seemingly taken aback by Eli's decision. Over the past fortnight, he had observed Eli persist until the very end each day, which had earned the scholar's admiration for the young man before him. However, he had not anticipated Eli's voluntary abandonment, leaving Raymond with a sense of regret. As he passed by Eli, he instinctively glanced at Eli's examination paper. Oh, it was filled with writing, surprisingly comprehensive. In the next moment, Scholar Raymond's pupil seemed to undergo a seismic shift. He stood discreetly behind Eli, scrutinizing the paper. The first question was answered correctly. The first section, entirely correct. The second section, also entirely correct. Scholar Raymond would stake his head on the assertion that the contents of these examination papers were strictly confidential. Even he had only seen the specific details that very morning, and the level of difficulty was immense. Not even scholars could guarantee a perfect score, and by scholars, one refers to those possessing a relatively broad knowledge base along with a deeper understanding of one or two specific fields. Even in the library, individuals of such caliber were scarce. If he were to attempt this examination, he would not dare claim that he could accurately articulate every point, given that much of the material had faded from his memory. Yet, Eli had managed to answer everything correctly. Was it truly so outrageous? How long must one commit to memory to achieve such proficiency? Raymond pressed his lips together, silently continuing his rounds while contemplating other matters. The examination concluded. As the 2 hours drew to a close, Raymond disregarded the lamentations of the majority of the temporary administrators, collected the papers, and departed with the 2 youths. With only around 30 examination papers to evaluate, the results would be available in an hour, determining who would remain and who would be dismissed. Alas, this was disastrous. The difficulty was unprecedented. Indeed, this year's examination was on an entirely different level compared to previous years. Once Raymond left, a chorus of groans erupted from the candidates, lamenting the test's formidable nature. Was it truly that difficult? Were these not merely historical matters? Eli blinked, realizing at that moment the terrifying potential of rapid memorization. While this was merely a fundamental sorcerer's skill, for an ordinary person, it could be described as a devilish ability, one that knights utterly lacked. Eli, how did you fare? This was exceptionally challenging. I am certain I will be eliminated. A familiar voice echoed, leaving Eli somewhat speechless. Are you truly so idle? Eli glanced at Kate's worried expression, his lips twitching. This fellow is rather exasperating. At that moment, a man nearby, noticing Kate's arrival, inquired, Kate, how do you solve the last question? I feel utterly lost. Indeed, it's quite challenging. I couldn't solve it either, Kate replied, shaking his head in resignation. However, after a moment's hesitation, he added, I just jotted down some thoughts. First, then, finally. I have no idea if it's correct. Oh, I see. The man appeared enlightened. Incorrect. Suddenly, an untimely voice interrupted. Kate immediately turned to see that it was Eli who had spoken. Incorrect? That can't be. It must be the right answer. This time, Kate was not boastful. Instead, he looked somewhat flustered as he exclaimed, staring at Eli in astonishment. Incorrect. Eli offered no explanation and simply walked away. This was the desired effect. It was time for this guy to feel a bit uncomfortable. Moreover, Eli was not mistaken. Kate's solution to the last question was indeed wrong. Eli felt pleased, while Kate, distressed, began to obsess over the final question. His earlier confidence wavered, and he sensed that something was amiss, which only deepened his unease. Meanwhile, in his office, Raymond was joined by Hermann and Kurt. The two had been students of Raymond for many years and were now assisting him in completing this test. Kurt, please retrieve the exam paper of a certain Eli Lucifer, Raymond stated as he settled into his chair. Oh, what issue does this individual have? Kurt inquired, curiosity piqued. Raymond's remark had ignited their intrigue. It had been a long time since they had witnessed such a reaction from their teacher. They began sifting through the exam papers, eager to discover what Eli Lucifer had done. There were only 30 papers in total, and they quickly found the one they sought. After reviewing it, both fell silent. Teacher, this individual's level of knowledge is likely on par with mine. Which scholar is he a disciple of? Or is he a member of some noble family? Kurt remarked, taking a deep breath. Having studied under the teacher for nearly a decade, he had become a competent scholar. He is merely a commoner. Raymond lifted his gaze to the two, stating, you should comprehend what I mean. The effort he has exerted to achieve such a level is remarkable. A commoner? Kurt looked bewildered, seemingly unable to believe it. Hermann beside him also appeared incredulous. Humph, you ought to learn from him. Achieving this level requires years of diligent memorization. And it must be consistent. How long has it been since you both put in such effort? Raymond took the opportunity to educate the two, sharing how Eli studied until midnight each day. Hermann and Kurt were momentarily taken aback, feeling a wave of shame wash over them. Though they worked hard, they recognized that their efforts were still far from sufficient to reach such heights. What does the teacher intend to do with him? Kurt inquired with curiosity. Raymond smiled faintly and replied, I wish to take him under my wing as a student. The candle flickered slowly in the enveloping darkness, wisps of smoke swirling through the air. Everyone awaited in the library, restlessly shifting from side to side, eager for the final verdict. For some, the library represented a rare opportunity, one that, if lost, would be irretrievable, thus they cherished it greatly. Eli sat in a corner, also waiting, contemplating various matters. Of course, not concerning the library, he felt confident about the examination. While he might not achieve a perfect score, a 99 was certainly within reach, as it merely required reiteration, which, even if intricate, remained rather simple. Upon becoming an apprentice, his sensitivity to elemental forces was not the only aspect that had been enhanced. His cognitive abilities had also experienced a notable uplift. What truly occupied his thoughts was that after the test, he ought to become an official librarian, necessitating a move, and then pondering what lay ahead. That would be meditation and the study of zero-ring sorcery. Now that a stable environment had been established, it was indeed time to embark on his extraordinary education. Particularly in the realm of sorcery, he had long been envious. Currently, he had only learned a technique for rapid memorization, yet he had already felt a profound transformation within himself. However, Eli found it insufficiently intriguing. After all, rapid memorization seemed rather commonplace, lacking that genuine, extraordinary sensation. It was akin to the visions he beheld within the beam of light that coursed through him. That was what he yearned for. As a wizard, surely, one must be able to conjure a fireball, at the very least. Having provoked Eli, Kate remained seated on the opposite side, also awaiting the outcome. While he appeared calm on the surface, his heart raced with anxiety. In contrast to Eli's laid-back attitude, his aspirations were to restore the former glory of nobility, although the path to achievement seemed relatively straightforward. Lacking the innate talent of a knight made it arduous to accomplish anything significant. Thus, he resolved to pursue a scholarly route. However, as other academies had nurtured their talents from a young age, that was evidently unattainable, which led him to the library, hoping to leverage its resources for a breakthrough. Becoming a librarian here was merely the first step. As he eagerly gazed towards the entrance of the corridor, 3 familiar figures gradually appeared. The sound of footsteps on the carpet drew everyone's attention, signaling that the moment of truth had finally arrived. Raymond emerged, surveying the crowd before stating directly, Lias and Eli remain behind. The rest may proceed to the finance department to collect a silver thaler. You need not return tomorrow. Eli beamed with a smile, at long last. His efforts over the past fortnight had not been in vain. Yet, who was this Lias? Eli glanced towards the distance and spotted a young girl amidst the throng. She had long, chestnut hair and violet eyes. Her appearance was somewhat ordinary, yet she exuded a certain comfort. In Eli's memories, there exists a figure whose identity remains shrouded in mystery. It is said that she is anything but ordinary. Yet her unassuming demeanor has rendered her largely unnoticed by those around her. To Eli's astonishment, she demonstrated remarkable prowess during the test, surpassing Kate with ease. In stark contrast, the others appeared deflated, their expressions heavy with disappointment. A few, aware of their slim chances, made their way towards the finance department to claim their silver talent rewards, followed by others in tow. The crowd gradually dispersed. Yet, one individual remained rooted in place, his confident smile fading as the light in his eyes dimmed. His mouth agape. He seemed unable to comprehend the unfolding reality. It was, indeed, Kate. Chapter 12. The student of Limon. How is this possible? Kate stood frozen in disbelief. The confidence he had just moments ago had transformed into utter shock. He even thought there might be an issue with his hearing and gave his ears a light tap. Everything seemed normal, which meant that what he had just heard was indeed true. Eli and Lias had passed the test, while he had not. He had failed the test? How could this be? He was Kate, always the top student. How could he possibly have failed? He could overlook Lias, whom he scarcely knew. But Eli, how could that wretch from the slums have succeeded? This was inconceivable. Kate's body trembled, unable to accept this outcome. He glared at Eli, a few meters away. And a surge of fury ignited within him. Eli must have cheated. Otherwise, how could he have passed? And how could he, Kate, have failed? This was absolutely impossible. I have always been the best. There must be some mistake. Kate's voice echoed throughout the library as he shouted, drawing the attention of those preparing to leave. Bachelor Limon turned towards him, furrowing his brow and stating, "This test was conducted fairly and justly, under the watchful eyes of the three of us. We would never partake in any violation of the rules." Kate's expression was one of skepticism, unable to accept such a reality. This scene made his past seem like a mere joke, a dream he had woven for himself, from which he was unwilling to awaken. If you wish to see the exam papers, we can review them at any time. Please remain calm. This is a library, Bachelor Limon spoke softly, attempting to soothe Kate. Yet, Kate seemed completely incapable of grasping the truth. His eyes were bloodshot as he muttered, "Impossible, impossible. Eli must have bribed you. Otherwise, how could he have passed? He is a lowly commoner. This cannot be, absolutely cannot be." Kate's voice grew louder, and his emotions spiraled out of control. Bachelor Limon frowned. While there had been previous instances of doubt during tests, never had anyone dared to be so brazen. The onlookers shook their heads, uncertain of the situation. But recognizing that insulting a scholar, regardless of Eli's actual performance, would never grant him admission to the library. The library would not admit members who lacked respect for others. "Court, Herman, throw this fellow out," Bachelor Limon commanded with a glance at the two students flanking him. They approached, ready to escort Kate away. Throughout the process, Kate resisted, shouting, "I demand to see Eli's exam paper, or I will spread word of your unjust actions." Even now, he could not accept that he had failed the test. After all, he had always been the best. "Show it to me." Bachelor Limon's face bore a hint of anger as well. Kate snatched the exam paper and quickly skimmed through it. He observed the fully written responses, each one well-reasoned. Many of the answers contained concepts he had forgotten or never even knew, now vividly etched into his mind, especially concerning the final question. It turns out he was indeed mistaken, and Eli was correct. How could this be possible? After reading the results, Kate collapsed onto the ground. Furthermore, there were two additional points. First, you ranked fourth in this test. Even without Eli, you still would not have passed. Second, Eli achieved first place, far surpassing your score. At this moment, Bachelor Raymond delivered another blow to Kate, nearly causing him to faint. The collapse of a person's belief often occurs in an instant. And this was Kate's predicament. His gaze became vacant. Was his previously held belief of being first merely a product of his own arrogance? Were these individuals so desperate? Ultimately, he was dragged away from the library by a few people. Throughout this process, Eli stood aside as an observer, refraining from intervening. His assessment of Kate was that he could only see himself and was oblivious to others. After dispatching Kate, the others departed, leaving only Eli and Lias. "Carter, take Lias to handle the onboarding process. Eli, come with me." Bachelor Raymond gestured to Carter. Carter scoffed, feeling like a mere guard instead of a distinguished scholar. Truly, what a fickle old man. Lias was taken away by Carter, casting a curious glance back at Eli before leaving, seemingly surprised that a commoner could outperform her. "Bachelor, is there an issue?" With Carter gone, only he, Het, and Eli remained. The first words spoken by Bachelor Raymond left Eli momentarily stunned. "Would you like to be my student?" "Student?" Eli was somewhat astonished. Bachelor Raymond was a venerable figure in the library for decades, possessing considerable influence in both the library and the entire city of King's Landing, knowing many individuals and even serving as an advisor to some nobles. Although not of noble birth himself, Bachelor Raymond wielded significant authority in this city, stemming from his knowledge and scholarly reputation. Becoming his student would undoubtedly be a remarkable opportunity, one that many aspired to, not to mention the potential benefits he could provide. Thank you, Bachelor Raymond. I would be honored to be your student. Haha. Excellent. Bachelor Raymond laughed heartily. Yet, only he was aware of his lingering regret that he had not cultivated a sufficiently exceptional student to inherit his philosophies and propagate them further. Today, upon seeing Eli, he felt that Eli might just be capable of achieving this. While there are many geniuses, few exhibit the same level of diligence as Eli. In the pursuit of knowledge, effort is sometimes crucial, perhaps even more so, which inspired him to consider taking on a student. Indeed, effort is a powerful sword, enabling you to gaze down upon all that lies before you, Bachelor Raymond encouraged, looking at Eli with kindness. Eli blinked, pondering the nature of the misunderstanding that Bachelor Raymond had about him. Studying merely a few hours each night after work for half a month hardly seemed like true diligence. Eli believed there must be some misunderstanding, yet he had no intention of unveiling it. If it were indeed a misunderstanding, then let this beautiful misconception continue unabated. How biased. How detestable. Beside him, Herman's lips twitched. When he first became a teacher's apprentice, he was rather carefree, lacking such fervor. Indeed, does love truly transform? Do you have any further requests? Perhaps I could assist you in some way, Eli inquired. Upon his agreement, a smile remained affixed to the face of Scholar Raymond. Well, there is indeed something. Oh, what is it? Could you possibly advance me a few months' salary? Ultimately, Eli did not receive an advance on his wages from Scholar Raymond. Instead, the generous scholar gifted him 15 silver thalers, encouraging Eli to secure accommodation and purchase some new garments. This time, he not only passed the examination but also became a student of Scholar Raymond, marking a significant transformation in both his identity and status. Impossible, impossible. I hope he can pull himself together, Eli mused, shaking his head. Moreover, he found himself lacking the leisure to concern himself with others, for he had other matters at hand. Eli recalled the sarin notes, a greedy smile gracing his lips. He had been anticipating the arcane arts for quite some time. Chapter 13. Relocation and sorcery. The following day, Eli pushed open the grand door and stepped outside. The streets were already bustling with pedestrians, most of whom were clad in garments made of coarse linen. The air was fresh yet tinged with an unpleasant odor, and one could occasionally spot excrement along the pathway. It must be said that the environment in this world was far from idyllic. Fortunately, conditions in the urban area were considerably better, and Eli was determined to address this issue today. Scholar Limon had granted him a 3-day respite, allowing him to tend to his personal matters, and Eli had arranged to meet someone in search of a new dwelling. Sir, what do you think of this place? A man respectfully inquired before a secluded house. Quite suitable, Eli replied, nodding in satisfaction as he surveyed the property. This residence was located in the northern part of King's Landing, relatively remote and approximately 3,000 meters away from the library. Its architecture adhered to the prevalent imperial style, constructed from ordinary bluestone bricks that exuded a sense of history, with an abundance of verdant foliage clinging to its exterior. It was remarkable that such a young man would be treated with such deference, a testament to Scholar Limon's influence. When Eli had discussed housing with Limon the previous day, the scholar had offered his assistance and instructed Eli to meet this man, having made the necessary arrangements. Please, come inside and have a look, the man smiled. Eli nodded and followed him into the house. Although the exterior appeared somewhat dilapidated, the interior was surprisingly clean and devoid of any unpleasant odors, with a spacious layout. The house was independent, consisting of a single story and a small courtyard. It boasted 4 rooms, a sizable sitting room, a washing area, and even a spacious basement. The interior was well furnished with basic essentials, allowing Eli to move in with his belongings immediately. After surveying the premises, Eli felt quite content with the environment, although he was uncertain about the rental price. As if sensing Eli's apprehension, the man smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, Scholar Limon has taken care of everything. The owner of this house belongs to the Vitali family, and Scholar Limon serves as their advisor. Thus, you can rent it for merely 2 silver coins a month. Notably, upon becoming a full-time employee, his salary had elevated to 5 silver thalers, an extraordinary increase that afforded him ample means to select a residence. Initially, he had considered viewing a larger villa, but upon learning of its exorbitant price, he was promptly dissuaded, as it was beyond his current means. Moreover, residing in a villa would necessitate hiring staff such as maids and coachmen, which would incur additional expenses. With a salary of merely 5 silver thalers, sustaining such a lifestyle would be impossible. 2. Eli inquired, slightly taken aback, as this was more affordable than he had anticipated. Then this shall be the place. Eli confirmed with a nod. The surroundings here are tranquil, devoid of bustling streets, distanced from the city's core, and there exists a basement suitable for conducting various arcane studies. As for the testing of spells, the basement could suffice for minor enchantments. However, for more potent ones, why experiment at home? It would be far more prudent to venture outside the city, perhaps to the sewers or other secluded locations. Furthermore, high-powered magic could undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Although the Empire appears largely oblivious to the existence of sorcerers, Eli is convinced that should he be exposed, it would lead to considerable trouble. A predicament he wishes to avoid. Have you brought the contract? Eli inquired. Indeed, the man replied enthusiastically, producing the document. After verifying the contract's validity, Eli took the feather quill the man carried and inscribed his name, then handed over 12 silver thalers, which constituted half a year's rent, as payments are made biannually here. During their earlier conversation, Eli had mentioned that he resided alone. Very well, Eli nodded. If you require assistance in cleaning the premises or any other services, do not hesitate to contact me. Rest assured, we are professionals, the man smiled, beginning to promote their additional offerings. No need for that, Eli replied, his mind already conjuring a few cleaning spells. Very well then, the man said, somewhat disappointed, yet quickly regained his enthusiasm. After a brief exchange, he handed Eli the key and departed. That evening, Eli arrived with his only possessions, several linen garments, and his notes. After a brief tidying, he lit a candle in the empty study and began to read. The accumulation of questions relied solely on his independent thought and careful consideration, a task made easier by the thoroughness of his notes, which documented various challenges faced during his apprenticeship, as if the author had foreseen this scenario. After pondering for a while, Eli skimmed past the notes and turned directly to the final section, which detailed spells. A plethora of zero-circle spells, Sorcerer's Hand, Venom Splash, Mental Awareness, Light, Switch, Daze, Touch of Fatigue, Rapid Immunity, Calm Animals, Thorn Shield, Shadow Stealth filled the pages, all suitable for an apprentice. Indeed, the notes appeared to be precisely as Saren Metatlin had described, a comprehensive guide for apprentices. Eli's current aim was to select appropriate spells from this compendium for study. There are 6 primary categories of magic: enchantment, divination, manipulation, transmutation, necromancy, and transformation. According to the customary practices of sorcerers during their apprenticeships, one typically chooses to focus on 1 or 2 categories due to the limited capacity for concentration and time. Specialization is deemed the wisest course. Overextending oneself only disperses energy too thinly, detracting from meditation time and preventing thorough mastery, an approach frowned upon by sorcerers. Yet Eli, on the contrary, felt he could master them all, taking his time to absorb each one. Choosing is for children, he desired to encompass them all. Chapter 14. The Hand of the Wizard. Though Eli's ambition is to master all forms of sorcery, he acknowledges that this is a long-term endeavor. For the time being, he aims to learn several commendable spells, gradually progressing to more complex ones. Thus, he selects 3 spells to focus on: Self-Detection, Wizard's Hand, and Windwall Shield. Self-detection serves the purpose of assessing his physical condition, providing detailed insights into his bodily attributes, various data, as well as his mental state and specific mental potency. It is one of the foundational spells for wizards. The Wizard's Hand is more easily understood. It involves utilizing a sorcery model and infusing it with a plethora of elemental energies to create a hand capable of manipulating the elements. The wizard can control its combat abilities and perform various tasks. This spell's construction process is quite classical, with considerable power, making it accessible to apprentices from the 1st to the 3rd level, and even having an advanced version for those who have ascended to full wizardry. Notably, the effects of this spell vary depending on the elements infused, for instance, the explosive force of fire elements or the gentleness of water elements, with the proportions entirely determined by the wizard, demanding a high level of elemental control. Hence, the Wizard's Hand is regarded as one of the quintessential spells for apprentices. Eli is drawn to this spell due to its balanced nature. The 3rd spell, Windwall Shield, is a defensive spell that conjures wind elements to create a wall of wind, effectively obstructing physical attacks such as blades and firearms. Its advantage lies in its excellent resistance to physical assaults and its relatively low learning difficulty, while its drawback is its mediocre defense against elemental attacks. Consequently, few apprentices choose to learn this spell. However, Eli's situation is unique. Being in the Empire of Bane, where extraordinary powers are predominantly reliant on physical attacks, this spell, often deemed unsuitable for apprentices, is particularly advantageous here. These three are the spells Eli has meticulously selected. Most importantly, none of these spells require any casting materials, which significantly simplifies Eli's quest for components. After all, many materials are simply unattainable. For instance, a spell that manipulates thorns necessitates finding seeds with extraordinary properties, posing a considerable challenge. Thus, studying wizardry in the Knight's Kingdom presents its own difficulties, particularly regarding the scarcity of materials. Eli decides to commence with the self-detection spell. He makes a few adjustments, takes a deep breath, and begins to manifest his mental energy into runes in his mind, constructing the model for self-detection. As it is his first attempt at building such a model, he proceeds with caution. Yet, due to a momentary lapse in focus, the fluctuation of his soul becomes unstable, leading to the model's sudden collapse and resulting in failure during his initial endeavor. As he illuminates the model, a flash of light glimmers in Eli's eyes, accompanied by an invisible surge of mental energy. The mental force emanates from the brain, akin to a web that begins to scan the body, traversing from the skin to the internal organs, from the crown of the head to the soles of the feet. Everything transforms into tangible data accepted by Eli. Though not particularly precise, it allows Eli to grasp his condition. His physical state is stronger than that of an ordinary individual. If we take an average person's physical quality as 1, then his current physique should be around 1, 2, while his mental force stands at 4, 5. These enhancements stem from his previous advancement. Is this high? Not particularly. According to the notes of Salim, a person with innate wizardly talent typically possesses a mental force exceeding 3, even without engaging in meditation, with advancements generally yielding an increase of 1 to 2 points, merely indicative of a standard level. For a second-tier apprentice, a mental force of 10 points is required. For a third-tier apprentice, 20 points, and for a formal wizard, 30 points, levels that Eli is far from achieving. The brutal truth is that in the past half-month, Eli's mental force has increased by a mere 0.25 points. In other words, if he wishes to ascend to a second-tier apprentice, it may take him over a decade. Truly, a dismal talent. Eli scoffed quietly. The golden age for advancing to wizardhood is before the age of 50. After that, mental force begins to wane, making advancement exceedingly difficult. At his current rate of improvement, reaching a mental force of 30 points may require another 50 years. As for why 50 years? It is because the enhancement of a wizard's mental force is not linear. A first-tier apprentice undoubtedly progresses faster than a third-tier apprentice. Perhaps Salim never anticipated that his legacy would fall into the hands of such a talentless apprentice. Eli self-deprecatingly mused, yet his tone held little sorrow. A century is merely a century. He possesses ample time and remarkable patience. He couldn't help but wonder if the Empire would still exist by then. Pushing such thoughts aside, he resolved to continue his studies in sorcery. Banishing these notions from his mind, Eli decided to embark on learning the spell wizard's hand. However, this endeavor did not proceed as smoothly as before. The difficulty of wizard's hand was not on par with self-assessment. Eli spent an entire afternoon in futile attempts, yielding no success. 2 days later, in a grove outside the city of Junlin, Eli inhaled deeply, his mental force runes whirring rapidly in his mind. The mental force flowed like threads, swiftly constructing the wizard model for wizard's hand. Within moments, the spell model took shape. Eli's eyes brightened as a multitude of elements gathered rapidly, forming an elemental hand before him. Finally, success. Eli smiled after 2 long days. He had succeeded for the first time. The difficulty of this spell was indeed significantly higher than that of rapid memorization and self-assessment. The next step was to test the effects. With a mere thought, the wizard's hand reached towards a small tree. With a sharp crack, the tree, as thick as a barrel, was severed in 2, while the elemental hand remained unchanged. Aside from a slight drain on his mental force, everything else appeared flawless. After manipulating it for a while, Eli rubbed his aching temples. The efficacy of this sorcery is rather commendable, though it does exert a considerable toll on one's mental fortitude. An assault of the kind witnessed earlier can be sustained for no more than 5 or 6 instances at most before one finds it increasingly arduous. With the 3-day respite now concluded, it is time to return to work. Chapter 15. The road. The following day, Eli ventured to the library as usual, and once again encountered Roland in the dressing room. Eli, as I suspected, I knew you would pass the test. I have a keen eye for people, Roland remarked with a smile, a testament to his father's early teachings in the art of conversation. Thank you, Eli replied, noticing a bite mark on Roland's neck. Ah, this is a mark left by a beautiful lady, Roland boasted, noticing Eli's gaze. All right, I acknowledge your prowess, Eli retorted with a smirk. In this world, the awakening of sexual awareness occurred far earlier than in his previous life. Even those of Eli's age had already borne several children. Haha, if you were to join me, I believe you would be even more popular than I. Roland jested, then, as if struck by a thought, leaned closer to Eli. I heard that you have become a student of Master Laimon. Is that true? Yes, Eli responded without hesitation, seeing no reason to conceal it. Unbelievable, Roland exclaimed, having only heard of this development that very morning. Initially, he had thought it merely a fabrication, but now he was astonished to learn it was indeed true. Oh, it seems you are about to embark on a wonderful new chapter in life, Roland mused, recognizing the profound transformation that being Laimon's student would bring to Eli's existence. Let us hope so. Time is of the essence. I must return to work, Eli nodded, offering a gentle reminder. All right then, Roland replied, having changed into his attire. And together they made their way outside. As they neared the entrance to the library, Roland suddenly inquired, Oh, by the way, it seems that Willow Street has seen an influx of beautiful ladies. Are you planning to visit this evening? What a pity it would be to miss out. I've heard they have many new attractions. Count me in for tonight. The new attractions don't matter much. I simply wish to witness it all, Eli said. At noon, Eli placed a book back on the shelf, concluding his day's work. The official librarians were required to work only half a day, allowing them the freedom to manage the remaining hours as they pleased. This was one of the reasons for the library's ample staff. However, before Eli could depart, someone approached him to inform him that Master Laimon sought his presence. With curiosity piqued, Eli ascended to the second floor of the library, where he found Master Laimon organizing documents in a room. Eli, how are you? I trust everything has been settled? Master Laimon inquired gently. Yes, Master, everything is in order. And I must thank you for your assistance, Eli replied, acknowledging the help with finding accommodation and clothing. That's good to hear, Laimon nodded, gesturing for Eli to take a seat on the opposite bench. As Eli settled in, Laimon began, Now that you have established yourself, there are certain matters we must discuss regarding your future. My future? Eli asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Indeed, Laimon nodded and said, Since you have become my student, I must take responsibility for you. You need to establish your own research direction. After all, human time is limited. Just look at the vast library. It is impossible for you to master everything. Al nodded in agreement, but silently thought to himself, Actually, I can. Observing Il's demeanor, Laimon nodded again and continued, Therefore, you should select a few primary research directions to delve into. However, there is no rush. You may take your time. I hope that within 4 years, you can emerge as a scholar. Yes, teacher, I understand, Al replied with a nod. The term scholar refers to one possessing extensive knowledge and a deeper understanding of one or two areas, which he found to be quite manageable. After all, memory and comprehension were skills that wizards excelled in. Your confidence is reassuring. Do you have any thoughts? Feel free to share with me. Perhaps I can provide some advice. Laimon said, increasingly satisfied with Al. Leaning back in his chair, he added, However, there is an abundance of content in this area, and the work of memorization can be quite extensive and complex. You must be prepared. I will be. Then let us proceed. Continue your work in the library while accumulating knowledge. After all, your time for study is still quite short, Laimon suggested thoughtfully. All right. Thank you, teacher, Al replied respectfully. Now, press on. It is the year 306 of the Bayan calendar, and I hope to see you become a true scholar by 310. He selected several books and began to read. Indeed, although his aim was merely to linger in the library, he needed to acquire genuine knowledge. Otherwise, being expelled would be quite embarrassing. He decided to keep a journal, wishing to document everything during his long life, despite being unsure of what the future held. In the year 306 of the Bayan calendar, he had unexpectedly traversed worlds. Al wrote his diary in square characters to avoid being recognized by anyone. The beginning was promising, at least far better than most characters in novels. He had a status and a method of meditation, and aside from being somewhat impoverished, everything else was satisfactory. Unexpectedly, This world turned out to be an extraordinary realm, possessing a force known as knights. Moreover, he had gained a mysterious wizard's inheritance. However, that old man, Salim Matatlin, really could have left clearer notes instead of being so vague. Damn it, I muttered, lamenting Salim Matatlin. Could he not provide me with some information about wizards? It leaves me utterly confounded as to the true nature of this world, where knights abound. It's incredibly frustrating. This had been Isle's persistent confusion in a knightly empire. Why were there records of wizardly meditation methods in the library? He had previously examined the area where the books were retrieved and found nothing else. Nor had he heard of anyone named Salim Matatlin. The closest reference was to the royal family, missing two characters, known as the Merlin family. There is yet another matter that piqued Eli's curiosity. What exactly was the object referenced by Salim Matatlin in the front page of the notebook? However, he dismissed the thought. Realizing it was futile to dwell on such matters, he would take things one step at a time. Eli jotted down a few notes, then sighed deeply. He set aside his pen and resolved to establish a goal for himself, to first become a second-tier apprentice. Chapter 16. 3 years later, another month has passed. Eli sits at his desk, chronicling the events of the past month in his diary. This month has been uneventful. He has mastered all the spells he prepared, and his proficiency with the wizard's hand has notably improved. The wind wall shield has also been thoroughly learned and tested, exhibiting remarkable defensive capabilities, according to his notes. It can withstand the attacks of mid-level knights. In comparison to knights, the advantages of wizards in various aspects are starkly evident. It is worth mentioning that Willow Lane is indeed a splendid place. 5 more months have elapsed. Winter has arrived. A sudden snow blankets the ground, accompanied by a flurry of snowflakes, marking Eli's first year in this world. The situation within the Empire begins to shift, although Eli does not fully grasp the complexities. The atmosphere in King's Landing has become quite grave. It is said that numerous tribes from the northern wastelands have united, waging war to invade the heart of the Empire in a bid to plunder food supplies, but they were thwarted by the Frost Wolf Duke. Nonetheless, some tribes managed to penetrate deep into the Empire, stealing vast quantities of grain, resulting in a spike in food prices and causing many to starve. The populace expresses their discontent towards the king, who, in turn, is filled with fury. However, these matters hold little relevance for Eli. To him, as long as true conflict does not encroach upon his life, all is well. He remains an ordinary librarian, content to organize his books. Thus, the year 306 of the Bane calendar quietly passed by. In the second year, corresponding to the 307th year of the Bane calendar, as the snow began to melt, the king commanded the Frostwolf Duke to wage war, demanding retribution from the tribes of the northern wastelands. However, the results were lackluster. The scattered tribes rendered the empire incapable of effectively amassing its forces. Not only did they fail to deliver a substantial blow to the enemy, but they also squandered considerable resources, leading to significant depletion for the Duchy of Frostwolf. Subsequently, another year of tranquility passed. Eli continued his methodical progress in learning. In the realm of sorcery, Eli made substantial gains, mastering an increasing number of wizarding models, and his mental prowess reached 5 points, bringing him closer to the rank of a second-tier apprentice, thereby slightly enhancing the power of his spells. This year marked Eli's 18th birthday. He realized that the characteristics of his physique had become immutable. Time could no longer etch a wrinkle upon his visage, which extinguished any thoughts of marriage. After all, witnessing the gradual aging of a beloved while remaining unchanged would undoubtedly be a harrowing ordeal. The maidens of Luiying Street, however, remained eternally youthful and vibrantly alive. As the year drew to a close, an unexpected event transpired. The alliance of tribes returned, plundering with impunity before departing. The king's fury erupted once more. Yet it bore no fruit. Rumors began circulating among the populace that the Frostwolf Duke was the mastermind behind these incursions, seeking to usurp power, exacerbating the situation further. Ultimately, however, nothing of consequence transpired. In the 309th year of the Bayan calendar, within a vast valley just outside the city, surrounded by towering cliffs, Eli stood at the center, where a few grand trees dotted the landscape. This hidden valley, which he had stumbled upon the previous year, possessed ample space and excellent concealment, serving as a frequent site for Eli's hazardous sorcerous experiments. At that moment, he was engaged in a magical experiment. Windwall shield. Eli stood firm, his mental focus intensifying, his eyes shining ever brighter. As he activated the model, a plethora of wind elements began to converge around him, swiftly coalescing into a circular shield akin to a wall of wind, enveloping him in protection. Leaves cascaded down, shredded to fragments by the ferocious wind elements. Eli remained composed. Observing the spectacle, his 18-year-old frame now towered at an impressive height of nearly 6 feet, his features largely unchanged, save for his eyes, which sparkled like stars, captivating all who beheld them. At that moment, Eli concentrated on the windshield, and suddenly, with a flick of his wrist, the wind wall began to transform, undulating like flowing water until it morphed into a blade of wind, shooting forth several meters away, with a resounding roar. The sound of tearing filled the air as a nearby tree was cleaved in two. Quite impressive. Observing the windshield transfigure into a wind blade, Eli nodded in satisfaction. This transformation of the windshield model had been Eli's recent focus, a pursuit that had consumed a full 6 months, deepening his understanding of elemental metamorphosis. It is indeed rare for a wizard's apprentice to engage in such activities, as they are deemed an utter waste of time. Yet, Eli finds joy in this endeavor. He relishes the sensation of meticulous research, particularly when unburdened by the urgency of time. Having meticulously recorded the data from this experiment, Eli proceeds to undertake further trials. He visits this place approximately once every few weeks, and with each visit, he compiles a list of experiments that cannot be conducted within the city, executing them one by one here. The recent trial was merely one of them. The second experiment involves a derivative spell of the fireball technique known as the barrage fireball. Glancing at the list, Eli refocuses his attention. Moments later, the valley reverberates once more with thunderous booms. By the time all experiments conclude, night has fallen. The moon now hangs high in the sky, its silvery light cascading down like a delicate veil. At the city gate, he greets the guards with practiced ease before entering. Over the span of 3 years, Eli has become acquainted with many individuals. While the changes over the past 3 years are not drastic, the fences surrounding the houses are now adorned with peculiar vines. These are his cultivated magical plants, capable of unleashing formidable attacks should a stranger trespass. He opens the gate and steps into the yard. Though it appears ordinary, the yard is intricately woven with concealed magical formations. For Eli, all of this has become second nature. He merely casts a fleeting glance at a few small birds ensnared by the vines before making his way into the house. After a long day, he intends to retire early. Tomorrow brings the obligation of work. Chapter 17, The Banquet Invitation. The following day, as the sun ascended, Eli stepped out of his abode. Standing before the entrance, he gazed at the familiar street, orienting himself before hastening away. Along the way, Eli periodically surveyed his surroundings and noted the conspicuous increase in the number of vagrants. Many individuals leaned against the walls of the narrow, filthy alleyways, their eyes devoid of life. It was rumored that this year's harvest had been exceptionally poor, and it appeared that many would succumb to starvation once again. Eli hurried past, choosing not to dwell on their plight. Every era possesses its own limitations, and this place was no exception. Some matters were simply beyond his capacity to alter. Before long, Eli entered the commoner district, and a few minutes later, he arrived at the library. After exchanging greetings with the gatekeeper, Eli made his way inside. As his teacher was present that day, Eli opted to ascend to the second floor, halting in a room near the corridor. "Hermann, look at what you've done. You can't even manage such a simple task." Even before entering, Eli recognized the familiar voice of Raymond, likely reprimanding Hermann. Hermann was one of the 2 invigilators from before, a student of Professor Raymond, born as the 6th son to a baron and sent to the library for his studies. Eli gently rapped on the door. "Come in," called the voice of Bachelor Raymond. Eli pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon entry, he beheld Bachelor Raymond seated at the desk, his hair significantly grayer than 3 years prior, with numerous wrinkles that rendered him noticeably older. Hermann stood before the desk, his short brown hair and common blue eyes cast downward, seemingly enduring a lecture from his instructor. "It's Eli." Upon noticing Eli's presence, Bachelor Raymond's previously furrowed brow relaxed, and a smile graced his lips. Eli was undoubtedly one of his most exceptional students in recent years. He not only grasped concepts swiftly, but also possessed a delightful demeanor, always courteous to others, which endeared him to the professor. This sentiment intensified upon seeing Hermann, prompting Raymond to cast a sharp glance in Hermann's direction. Hermann remarked, "I know I struggle with my studies, but there is no need for such severity. Do you require something from me?" Recalling something, Bachelor Raymond turned to Eli and inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" "Nothing of great importance. I have completed the materials you assigned me last time," Eli replied as he produced a document from his pocket, extending it towards his teacher. Bachelor Raymond frequently assigned tasks to assess their capabilities. Upon receiving the document, He immediately began to peruse it, and as he read, the gleam in his eyes grew brighter, and the curve of his smile widened, revealing his satisfaction. This document is of such a caliber that even I would find it challenging to achieve. Eli, your progress is truly remarkable. Setting the materials down. Bachelor Raymond stroked his impressive beard. It is due to your excellent instruction, dear teacher, Eli humbly acknowledged. Ha. The Bachelor of Limon erupted into laughter, as if the earlier unpleasantness had evaporated into thin air. He then cast a disdainful glance towards Herman. The corners of Herman's mouth twitched, and he looked at Eli with a face full of grievances. Is there anything else? The Bachelor of Limon inquired again after reviewing the materials. Nothing more, came the reply. If there is nothing, then you should return to your duties. The Bachelor of Limon nodded, glanced at Herman, and waved him off. You may leave as well. Hey, what does that disdainful gesture mean? Though he was internally grumbling, Herman lacked the courage to voice his thoughts and could only exit the room alongside Eli. The moment they stepped outside, Herman perked up. Can you believe it, Eli? You have no idea how the Master Limon has been lately. He seems to be nitpicking on me at every turn. My life here is becoming increasingly difficult. I almost regret coming. Herman shook his head, lamenting. Well, you are free to leave the library anytime. The restrictions aren't that stringent. Eli teased as they strolled down the corridor. Haha, just kidding. How could I possibly leave? Herman chuckled. Although his father was a baron, with 6 sons, the matters of title and inheritance had little to do with him. Gaining entry to the library was already the greatest assistance his father could provide. Then focus on your studies and avoid angering Master Limon, Eli advised with a nod. You are right, Herman sighed, expressing his resignation. His spirited nature made prolonged study a considerable challenge for him. Eli, as they turned a corner, a young girl suddenly came into view. With shoulder-length brown hair, a purple dress that revealed a portion of her calves, and a fair complexion that radiated youthful charm. Her violet eyes made Herman's heart race. It was Lias Jamonri, the girl who had passed the test alongside Eli 3 years prior. Good morning. Eli greeted her. 3 years ago, she had seemed quite ordinary, yet now she had transformed into such a beautiful young lady, which genuinely took Eli by surprise. Speaking of Lias, he had encountered some events with her. 2 years ago, she often sought his advice, seemingly developing a fondness for him. Eli had noticed this and had decisively declined, believing that women would only hinder the pace of his mental fortitude's awakening. After that, Lias did not pursue him further, and they now maintained a friendship. You look lovely today, Herman complimented the girl before him. Thank you, Lias replied politely, nodding towards him before turning her gaze to Eli. Eli, this weekend I have invited many friends to my family's estate for a hunting expedition. Do you have time? Her violet eyes gazed at Eli as she asked. Hunting? Eli raised an eyebrow. It is worth mentioning that Lias Jamonri belongs to the esteemed Jamonri family, a lineage of true earls and genuine nobility. Initially, it was perplexing why she chose to frequent the library, yet it gradually became apparent that, although the library operates in quiet obscurity, its influence rivals that of the highest aristocracy. And then there is Herman. Would you be inclined to join us? Lias added. Certainly. Herman nodded vigorously. Being associated with an earl's family would be a tremendous boon for him. However, he was acutely aware that this opportunity was courtesy of Eli. So he gazed at Eli with anticipation, awaiting his decision. You turned me down last time. You cannot refuse me again, Lias said, her gaze fixed on Eli. Very well. Eli replied with a resigned nod. He had previously declined Lias's invitations several times, primarily due to the inconvenience. But it would be ill-mannered to refuse her yet again after multiple invitations. It is settled then. Upon hearing Eli's agreement, a smile graced Lias's lips. Complimented by her violet dress, reminiscent of a blooming violet, Lias had come solely to extend her invitation to Eli. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, she departed. Eli, watching Lias's retreating figure, then turned to leave with Herman. A hunting expedition should pose no significant threat. Nevertheless, he felt confident in his ability to handle any unforeseen circumstances that might arise. Chapter 18. The Deep Blue Elixir Hunting. How exhilarating that must be. Herman exclaimed excitedly after Lias departed. While hunting itself was a minor affair, the prospect of mingling at a count's banquet was what truly ignited his enthusiasm. For it would surely earn him his father's esteem. Herman, our teacher has instructed us that we must maintain our composure, regardless of the circumstances, Eli gently reminded. Observing Herman's flushed countenance, nobles, particularly those of lesser standing like the Herman family, often yearned for a glimpse of the higher aristocracy. Even the slightest opportunity was immensely precious to them. Power and prestige? Eli mused inwardly. In his eyes, fame and authority were but lofty towers constructed from clouds. A gust of time's wind would render them ephemeral, devoid of any meaningful pursuit. Yet, it was apparent that Herman would not heed such sentiments. And Eli could only await his return to equilibrium. My apologies for my earlier exuberance, Herman eventually acknowledged, having recognized the impropriety of his behavior. No harm done, Eli replied, shaking his head as they continued onward, parting ways in a corridor to attend to their respective duties. On the ground floor of the library, Eli cast aside thoughts of hunting as he donned his work attire, organizing books while pondering more pressing matters, such as the meditation of mental fortitude, the study of sorcery, and the extraordinary experiments that awaited him. 3 years had wrought significant changes in Eli. His mental acuity had reached a remarkable 6.0, while his physical prowess stood at 1.3. Compared to 3 years prior, his mental capacity had enhanced by 1.5, averaging an annual increase of 0.5. However, it was notable that during those initial months, the growth had been merely 0.05 per month, resulting in a total of 0.5 instead of the anticipated 0.6. This was not due to a lack of effort on Eli's part. Rather, as his overall mental capacity increased, the rate of growth naturally diminished. Otherwise, he would have been around 6.3 by now. The improvement in his physical condition bore no relation to meditations. It was simply a result of consistent exercise over the past 3 years. Eli reflected on the slow pace of his mental development. Although he was not overly concerned with time, living in an extraordinary world necessitated a degree of strength. Regarding the enhancement of mental acuity, Salim's notes contained a wealth of information. 2 primary methods were outlined. The first was meditation, a conventional approach, and the second involved the use of potions. Meditation required no elaboration, while the potions referred to those capable of stimulating mental enhancement. Salim's notes included a formula for a mental potency elixir. The sole dilemma was that Eli could not procure the necessary materials. Indeed, the ingredients for those potions were akin to local specialties from another realm. In the capital city, Eli had encountered scarcely a few, only managing to gather some inconsequential components. Perhaps I should seek alternative materials to substitute for the rare ones? Eli hesitated. His desire for the complete potion's effects palpable, yet he found himself in a place where many essential components eluded him. The prospect of substituting some materials seemed a viable alternative. Even if the new potion yielded only a fraction of the original's efficacy, it would significantly accelerate the growth of Eli's mental prowess. However, this was merely one facet of the issue. The enhancement of one's strength did not solely hinge on the elevation of mental power. Weaponry played a crucial role as well. Should Eli succeed in crafting a magical artifact, it too could augment his capabilities. Alas, he faced a parallel predicament. Finding suitable materials remained an insurmountable challenge. Indeed, financial constraints were a critical barrier to the enhancement of strength. This dilemma invariably circled back to the matter of funds. Although the librarian's salary was decent, fulfilling the myriad needs of a wizard proved quite arduous. Most of his earnings were consumed by his experiments, leaving him with a meager sum of merely several silver thalers. Would this be sufficient? Eli pressed his lips together, resolved to investigate after work. By the time Eli completed all his tasks, it was already noon. After a brief tidy-up, he departed, traversing several streets. Eli arrived at the marketplace and entered a shop specializing in herbs. He estimated that acquiring the desired materials would cost around 3 gold thalers. What? Such exorbitance! After a brief negotiation, Eli learned that the prices for the materials he envisioned were far beyond his current means. Sir, I must also inform you that some of these herbs are quite rare. Without connections, they are exceedingly difficult to procure, the shopkeeper, a middle-aged man, cautioned. Is that so? Eli had not considered this aspect. It seemed evident that he would not be able to obtain the materials he sought this time. Money was one issue, while access was another. While the financial conundrum proved daunting, Eli pondered a potential solution for the access issue. He could seek out Roland. As previously mentioned, Roland had taken over his father's trading company, which, coincidentally, dealt in perfumes and also engaged in the herb trade. Eli lacked the necessary connections, but Roland undoubtedly possessed them. He could only wait until he had amassed sufficient funds to approach Roland. 3 gold thalers would take Eli years to gather. It appeared that his plans for potion crafting would be delayed once more. Nevertheless, having visited the herb shop, it would be illogical to leave empty-handed. Thus, Eli purchased some materials for his experiments before taking his leave. Upon entering his subterranean laboratory and organizing the materials, Eli commenced a new day of experimentation. The entire afternoon was consumed by his endeavors in the lab, which constituted the essence of Eli's daily routine. His life revolved primarily around studying sorcery, conducting experiments, fulfilling his work obligations, indulging in leisure, and, eventually, engaging with the subjects that Master Raymond urged him to explore. Although Master Raymond believed Eli dedicated extensive hours to relevant studies, the truth was that he only glanced at them occasionally. Nevertheless, in matters of knowledge, Eli had surpassed even Master Raymond. Such is the life of a wizard. In certain respects, wizards truly embody a divine essence, especially when compared to ordinary individuals and knights. Soon, the span of 7 days elapsed. Eli received an invitation to the Moor estate to partake in a hunt. Chapter 19. The Moor's Manor nestled to the west of the city of Junlin. The expansive Moor's Manor belongs to the esteemed Jamangri family. This grand estate serves as a venue for family banquets, hunting excursions, and the cultivation of rare crops, a gift bestowed upon the family by the king. Today marks a festive occasion, as the Jamangri family hosts a lavish banquet. Eli and Herman, aboard a hired carriage, swiftly made their way to the manor. The carriage sped along, and before long, they arrived at their destination. "What a magnificent estate!" Herman exclaimed, stepping down from the carriage and gazing in awe at the manor before him. Eli alighted as well, his eyes drawn to the castle-like structure built from dark stone bricks, flanked by 2 smaller turrets entwined with deep green vines. The pathway leading up to the manor was paved with smooth, clean stones, providing an inviting atmosphere. Eli remained composed, having witnessed grand edifices stretching hundreds of meters in his previous life. Although the castle before him was impressive, it did not evoke a profound reaction. Herman, after expressing his astonishment, glanced at Eli, noting his tranquil demeanor. A sense of shame washed over him. He felt he was outdone by a mere commoner. "Eli," a voice called from a distance, drawing their attention to Lias, who approached gracefully. Eli's eyes lit up. He had an appreciation for beauty. Herman, taken aback, gaped in surprise at Lias's stunning appearance. "Lias, you look absolutely radiant today," he praised without reservation as she drew closer. "Thank you," Lias replied with a nod, though her gaze shifted towards Eli. "Lias, you are even more enchanting today than ever before," Eli remarked. "Am I not beautiful in the past?" Lias teased, a mischievous smile playing on her lips as she looked at Eli. "Hee, I'm just teasing you. Come on, the banquet is about to begin," Lias laughed, leading the two towards the castle. "A banquet? Isn't there hunting?" Eli inquired, puzzled. Noticing Eli's confusion, Lias smiled and explained, "The hunting will take place after the banquet. Everyone needs a moment to refresh first." "Ah," Eli nodded, falling silent. This was his first experience attending a noble banquet, and Herman, usually exuberant, now walked closely beside him with a subdued demeanor. Lias guided them into the castle, leading them to the banquet hall. Upon entry, a cacophony of voices enveloped Eli's ears. Although a few minor nobles and a handful of commoners were present, the gathering was predominantly aristocratic. As Lias entered, many eyes turned their way, surprised to see her accompanied by 2 commoners. Given the relative obscurity of the Herman family, most attendees did not recognize him and assumed he too was a commoner. In a corner of the banquet hall, 2 men and a woman regarded them with furrowed brows. The 3 individuals appeared to have been engaged in conversation, adorned in splendid attire that suggested their elevated status, causing few around them to dare approach. Indeed, this was the case. Alex hailed from the hereditary marquisate of Elena, Elise from the earldom of Sophia, and Klein from the earldom of Alexander. When Clias spotted Eli, he raised an eyebrow, questioning the presence of a commoner. "Lias has invited a commoner? Do any of you know him?" he inquired. The others shook their heads, indicating their unfamiliarity. "However, I recall that Lias has joined the library. Perhaps she met him there, likely a student of a teacher," Elise speculated. "Is that so?" Alex nodded, holding the highest status among the trio. "It should be, but it's surprising that Lias would invite a commoner without informing us. Had I known, I would have refrained from attending," Klein remarked with a frown, his displeasure evident. Appearing youthful, around 20, Klein cast a disdainful glance at Eli. "As not all nobles can accept sharing space with commoners. Let us approach and see," Alex suggested, seemingly unfazed by Klein's words, making his way toward Lias. "All right, brother Alex," Elise responded with a smile. Though Klein remained somewhat discontented, he followed suit. "Lias, you grow more beautiful by the day," Alex exclaimed as he strode over. "Brother Alex, it has been quite some time," Lias replied with a smile upon recognizing him. Eli trailed behind Leah's, observing the gathering with a calm demeanor. Master Layman? Upon hearing the introduction, Alex regarded Eli with renewed interest. He was familiar with Master Layman, having consulted for their family on numerous occasions, and his father also knew him. A modest figure, yet one of considerable standing in the library. So, you are a student of Master Layman? I have long admired the scholar. Alex smiled at Eli and Herman. Herman, taken aback, quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Eli remained composed, nodding in acknowledgement, aware that Alex's kindness was directed more toward his esteemed teacher than himself. Ah, a scholar indeed. Elise understood as well. Although the library was populated by commoners, it occupied a slightly higher echelon than the average populace. He is merely a student of a scholar, Klein remarked dismissively, not bothering to regard Eli with even a glance. This is Alex, Elise, and Klein. Leah's introduced the three to Eli. Following the introductions, the group dispersed once more. I apologize for Klein. He is rather like that. Leah said to Eli as they departed, noting Klein's disdain for him. It's quite all right. Not everyone possesses the same warmth in their interactions as you do, Leah's. Eli replied with a smile. A Klein is hardly sufficient to sway him. A noble who cannot even conceal his emotions can only be deemed rather mediocre. Smooth talking. Leah stifled a laugh, then composed herself and said, You may explore for a while. I have some matters to attend to. Very well, Eli nodded. Subsequently, Leah's departed, taking charge of the banquet, a skill befitting a noblewoman. As for Eli, he naturally set off to indulge in the culinary delights. Chapter 20, The Ball Eli. What shall we do next? Herman inquired after their companions had departed, leaving just the two of them. Of course, we shall indulge in some food and drink, Eli replied, casting a curious glance at Herman before turning his attention to a nearby table. It was an elongated table, lavishly adorned with an array of delectable dishes. In addition to the rich, crimson wine, it boasted an assortment of culinary delights, grilled sausages, roasted meats, fruit pies, baked prawns, pickled goose, white bread, and an assortment of desserts. All varied and enticing. Herman, momentarily at a loss for words, struggled to formulate a rebuttal. Wasn't attending a noble banquet meant to be an opportunity to mingle with other aristocrats and cultivate connections? Why was it that in this moment, Eli seemed solely focused on the prospect of feasting? Eli's perspective was characteristically singular. If you wish to meet others, by all means, do so. I have an appetite to satisfy, Eli waved dismissively. He understood Herman's intentions. Though unlikely to inherit a title, Herman was determined to make the most of such occasions. Yet, Eli harbored no interest in socializing. To him, it was a frivolous expenditure of time. Very well, Herman replied apologetically, then turned to seek out familiar faces in another direction. Meanwhile, Eli made a beeline for the table, grabbed a plate, and began to load it with food. The banquet's offerings were far superior to his usual fare. Since he was here, he might as well indulge, for such opportunities were rare. Before long, he had filled his plate to the brim, wearing a contented expression. A short distance away, Klein, having caught sight of this spectacle, could not suppress a grimace and muttered under his breath, What a bumpkin, utterly lacking in elegance. Eli, however, paid no heed to the gazes of others. He settled into a corner of the banquet hall, found a table, and began to feast heartily. Initially, there were several guests nearby, but upon noticing Eli, they instinctively distanced themselves. Such a display of gluttony was far from refined. In that moment, the banquet seemed to draw an invisible line. On one side, the elegantly conversing nobles, on the other, Eli, voraciously devouring his meal. Laius, managing the other guests, caught sight of Eli in the corner and could only chuckle in exasperation. This fellow truly seemed unconcerned with the opinions of others. Half an hour later, having let out a contented belch, Eli wiped his mouth and stood up, surveying his surroundings. Herman had successfully integrated into a small group engaged in amiable conversation, appearing quite at ease. After this interval, the banquet finally commenced. Laius, standing on a slightly elevated platform at the center, began her address, expressing her delight at everyone's attendance and sharing various sentiments before ultimately declaring the ball officially open. As for the hunting, that would be the concluding event of the evening. The dance required ample space, and Eli observed numerous maids and footmen entering the hall to clear away the tables laden with food, much of which had gone untouched. It was indeed extravagant. One could only imagine the extent of the waste, as the majority of the provisions would likely be discarded. Outside, countless innocent souls succumbed to hunger. Yet it seems to bear no relation to those within these opulent walls. The value of food consumed at a single banquet could surely sustain hundreds of these impoverished souls through a harsh winter. As the tables were cleared away, a band entered the grand hall and began to play. The enchanting melodies filled Eli's ears. Elevating his spirits, this music was undeniably superior to the cacophony that often echoed through Willow Street. As the notes danced through the air, gentlemen invited ladies to join them on the dance floor. Eli stood at the periphery, silently observing the revelry, when he suddenly noticed a group approaching him. "Who is this?" inquired Herman, leading a curious nobleman towards Eli. "This is my best friend, a student of Bachelor Raymond from the library," Herman introduced, raising his eyebrows at Eli, aware of his aversion to socializing. Yet Herman felt it essential for Eli to meet individuals of a higher caliber, as a true friend. He deemed it necessary to assist Eli in overcoming his social anxiety. "This is David," Herman continued, gesturing to the man beside him. "Hello, I'm David. May I ask which family you belong to?" The blond David flashed a polite smile, but his gaze sharpened as he discerned Eli's status. Was he not of noble lineage? The smile vanished, and his demeanor shifted from equal to condescending. "Forgive me, I have matters to attend to," David stated succinctly before departing, disregarding Herman entirely. He had invested considerable effort to attend the banquet and could not afford to squander time on a commoner. As for Herman, he surmised that befriending the lower class would not elevate his status. Herman was momentarily taken aback by David's abrupt departure, seemingly unprepared for such a turn of events. "Eli, I apologize," he said after a brief pause. "It's of no consequence," Eli replied, shaking his head. "Who would concern themselves with an ant by the roadside? Are you not going to pursue him?" Eli inquired with unexpected curiosity, recalling how long David had conversed with the nobleman. "Please, spare me your jests," Herman replied, somewhat embarrassed. "But it was only because of your influence that I found myself here. I stand with you." "Very well," Eli nodded, his fondness for Herman growing. Just then, another figure approached. Laius, adorned in a purple gown, approached with a radiant smile. "Eli, would you care to dance?" she invited. The dance currently taking place was a refined, noble dance, derived from classical forms, elegant yet challenging. Eli felt he ought not to refuse a lady's invitation. Yet he was unversed in such choreography. "I do not know this dance," Eli politely declined. "Fear not, I can guide you," Laius replied, her smile bright and inviting. She had come seeking vengeance. In the past, when she consulted Eli on various matters, she had often faced his reprimands. For instance, he would remark, "How could you not grasp something so simple? Or have you truly studied this?" And even suggest, "Perhaps you should consider a remedial course, starting with grammar." To her, these comments were akin to a living nightmare. Now, having finally managed to invite Eli to the banquet, she was determined to demonstrate that she, Leah's, a noble lady, excelled in other realms as well. After all, he had once told her that life is about experiences. Seemingly apprehensive of Eli's potential refusal, Leah's cunningly inquired. Eli, with the memory of a wizard, assured her that those words were not his. Nonetheless, he did not decline this time. Instead, he said, "May I take a look and learn a bit?" Of course, Leah's replied with poise, her heart secretly bursting with delight. It was only at the banquet that she could maintain such an elegant facade. Finally, it seemed, the opportunity had fallen into her hands. Eli gazed towards the dance floor, various movements flooding his mind like scattered fragments, enabling him to swiftly master the choreography. Meanwhile, Leah's observed Eli's intense focus on the dance floor, as if he were genuinely absorbing the lesson, and a sly smile crept across her face. Oh, the pretense. 3 minutes later, Eli halted. "Have you learned it?" Leah's feigned curiosity. "Knowing your aptitude for learning, I find it hard to believe that you excel in dance as well. Dancing demands a considerable level of physical prowess." "I have learned it," Eli replied calmly, nodding as he extended his hand and asked, "Might this lovely lady consent to dance with me?" "Surely not. Impossible." Leah shook her head, incredulous at Eli's claim. "All right." She took his hand, and together they advanced towards the dance floor. Herman interjected, "How is it that you both so effortlessly ignore my presence?" Chapter 21. The professional dancer. Before the two individuals stepped onto the dance floor, the most dazzling figure in the hall was none other than Klein, the scion of the noble family who had previously looked down upon Eli. At that moment, he was gracefully holding the hand of a noble lady, dancing elegantly at the center of the floor. His movements were exquisite and professional, adorned with a confident smile, as he and his partner glided through the dance with poise. The enchanting music enhanced the elegance of the scene, capturing the attention of nearly everyone present. Indeed, The knight's physical prowess allowed him to exert remarkable control over his body, imbuing his dance with strength. Amidst the crowd, Alex remarked to Eliza standing beside him. True, though there are slight imperfections, however, only professional dancers could surpass him, Eliza concurred, acknowledging her own inferiority in comparison to Klein's skill. It is said that Klein has trained under the finest dancers in the Empire, which explains his grace, others chimed in, expressing their admiration. Among his peers, Klein's proficiency in noble dance was approaching that of a professional. Suddenly, someone noticed Lias and Eli. Isn't that Lias? As the host of the soiree, Lias's beauty naturally drew many gazes, but now they were astonished to see her entering the dance floor with a commoner. Curiosity sparked among the onlookers, their eyes fixated on the pair. Not far away, David was equally astonished. To see Eli dancing with Lias left him momentarily frozen in disbelief. How could this be? David exclaimed, shocked at the unexpected connection between the commoner and the daughter of the Jamanri family, igniting a wave of inexplicable regret within him. Meanwhile, on the dance floor, Eli held Lias's hand with his right, preparing for their dance. As Lias felt the warmth of Eli's hand and sensed Klein's proximity, she caught the curious gazes around them and contemplated asking him, "Are you nervous?" Eli inquired. Lias, taken aback, thought, "Isn't that my line? Could it be that he truly knows how to dance?" An absurd notion flickered through her mind. Lias's instinct was correct. Eli had never learned to dance and was unfamiliar with noble styles. During the brief 3 minutes prior, he had merely memorized the dance steps through rapid recall, grasping the movements in his mind. However, as dance also involved physical execution, he would now rely on another form of magic, witchcraft, absolute control. Absolute control. An apprentice-level spell enables a sorcerer to completely master their body in a short span, performing movements otherwise impossible. Typically employed in sorceress experiments to mitigate personal errors, it would now be applied to dance. One could only wonder how Salim Mitatlin would react if he were to discover this. With the aid of rapid memory, Eli could indeed master the dance. As the next round of music resounded, the dance commenced anew. Eli took Lias's hand and began to dance in the ballroom. Initially, their movements were slow, as Lias seemed to be struggling to adapt. However, under Eli's guidance, their motions soon became graceful. The enhancement brought by sorcery was astounding. Eli, leveraging his magical abilities, was able to manifest the most exquisite version of the dance that resided in his mind. Could it be that he truly possessed the ability to dance? Lias, who held Eli's hand, was equally astonished, utterly unprepared for the proficiency and elegance with which Eli danced. As if he had performed it countless times, effortlessly guiding her limbs in synchrony. The spectacle of the two, moving like butterflies in the dance floor more accurately. Eli guiding Lias caught the attention of an increasing number of onlookers. What a remarkable display of dancing! Was noble dance truly this enchanting? Many nearby, who had initially been dancing, found themselves captivated by Eli and Lias, halting their own movements to appreciate the artistry before them. As more eyes turned towards the duo, admiration for their graceful actions grew. Yet, some spectators experienced an inexplicable sensation, as though they were dancing themselves, an observation so striking that it was immediately apparent. In the crowd, Clias pondered the performance. As a high-ranking knight with considerable control over his body, he recognized that much of what Eli executed was beyond his own capabilities. As if Eli had achieved complete mastery over his form. Yet, such mastery was typically reserved for grand knights. To Clias, it was evident that Eli was merely an ordinary person, someone who would likely perish with a single serious blow. Clearly, he possessed an extraordinary talent. Alex let out a sigh. Such command over one's body was the aspiration of every knight, yet it was Eli who had achieved it. Unfortunately, being a commoner and of considerable age, Eli's chances of becoming a knight were nearly non-existent. Impressive. In contrast to Alex, Elise found the situation far simpler. She merely felt that Eli's movements were exquisitely beautiful, the dance flowing with an indescribable grace. Clay, meanwhile, was utterly bewildered. His proud nature led him to revel in showcasing himself in front of others, and he danced with abandon, delighting in the attention. However, as he continued, he noticed that the gazes of those around him gradually shifted away from him. What was happening? Confused, Clay halted and turned to see Eli and Lias dancing not far away, all eyes fixated on them. Initially perplexed, he soon fell silent in awe. Their dance was simply too extraordinary, far superior to his own. Eli and Lias glided across the dance floor like two butterflies, light and graceful. Clay had studied dance for 7 or 8 years and considered himself skilled, yet he found himself utterly incomparable to Eli. particularly in terms of bodily control. He, a knight, was outperformed by an ordinary individual. This was utterly unreasonable. Clay's lips twitched in disbelief. It was simply absurd. There exists an absurd sensation, as even the esteemed instructor of the Empire's foremost dancers may not necessarily surpass the prowess of the dancer before him, Eli. It can merely be said that each possesses their own merits. Ultimately, Klein could only muster this singular phrase, so elegant. Chapter 22. Bachelor layman and investment. Eli held Lias's hand as they danced through the final segment of the performance. How's that? Not bad, right? As he lowered his gaze, Eli caught sight of Lias's violet eyes, her cheeks slightly flushed. In a voice meant only for their ears, she replied, "Yes, quite good." The fervent dance quickened Lias's heartbeat. She gazed at Eli, feeling as if she were floating on clouds in a dream. Oh my, I never imagined that Eli, who usually spends his time either at the library or at home, could excel so magnificently in noble dance. Yet, after her astonishment came a tinge of bitterness. It's one thing to excel in academics, but to be so skilled in dance as well? Could you please spare me some dignity? As her thoughts lingered in melancholy, the music finally came to a close. In the next moment, enthusiastic applause erupted throughout the banquet hall, and Alex, Eliza, and others approached. Your movements were graceful and fluid, Eliza praised. The last time I witnessed such elegance was at my father's gala, featuring the Empire's finest dancers. You both performed splendidly, Alex added, showering them with compliments. And then turned to Klein, who stood a few meters away, raising his chin. What do you think, Klein? Not bad, Klein replied, a twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his reluctance, though his gaze towards Eli had softened, losing some of its earlier disdain. Acknowledging excellence is a mark of respect. No regrets, no regrets. Watching Eli stand alongside the illustrious offspring of nobility, including Alex and Lias, David felt a pang of heartache. Yet, he quickly reassured himself, it's fine, it's fine. They are merely a handful of noble scions, not true inheritors of titles. After this self-soothing mantra, David's heartache morphed into a deeper pain. Oh, how it hurt. The dance had seemingly bridged the gap between Eli and the noble circle. As they engaged in lively conversation, Eli noted that their demeanor towards acquaintances was quite amiable, shattering his preconceived notions of the aristocratic elite. He also took the opportunity to introduce Herman to the group, which pleased Herman secretly. Time flew by. The orchestra gradually departed, and the guests were ushered to their rooms to change attire in preparation for the hunt. Eli, dressed in casual attire suited for the occasion, had not brought any additional clothing. After changing, they followed Lias to the rear of the castle. There lay a vast expanse of grass, leading into a large forest, all part of the Jimmery family's estate. To facilitate the hunt, the Jimmery family had released numerous wild beasts in this area. However, upon their arrival, Eli was met with an unexpected sight. Teacher, Eli blinked in surprise. Not far away, a student named Kurt, clad in gray, followed Bachelor Layman, who was in turn trailing behind a man dressed in resplendent attire, accompanied by several others. Father. On the other side, a figure hastened by Lias. Eli recognized the man at the forefront. It was undoubtedly Count Jamonry. The Count strode ahead, adorned in sumptuous silk garments, his eyes gleaming and his physique robust, radiating an aura of formidable vitality. Beyond his title as Count, Jamonry also held the esteemed rank of a Grand Knight. As you may know, I had intended to donate a sum of money, though I remain uncertain as to whom it will ultimately benefit. As Count Jamonry walked, he engaged in lively conversation with 6 individuals from the Imperial Library, the Imperial Monastery, and the Imperial Knight Academy. Last winter, he had prudently stockpiled a considerable amount of food, selling it off to amass substantial funds, with plans to fortify his external connections through a generous donation. Initially, he intended to contribute to the library, given that his daughter is currently there. However, news had evidently reached the monastery and the Knight Academy, prompting them to seek his support, placing him in a dilemma, as his other son studies at the monastery and he shares significant ties with the Knight Academy. Please, my Lord Count, consider donating to us. The Knight Academy produces countless exceptional soldiers each year and is in dire need of funds. If you entrust us with this money, we might very well train additional knights today, and as a graduate of the Academy, you surely understand the importance of this. The voice belonged to an elder from the Imperial Knight Academy, accompanied by a young man with fiery red hair. Do not heed his words, my Lord Count. Your son is excelling in our academy, and, should all go well, he may even become a pupil of the headmaster. The spokesperson for the monastery was an elderly woman, flanked by a gentleman who exuded an air of refinement. The Knight Academy began to appeal to emotions, while the monastery sought to leverage the Count's paternal ties. Count Jamonri found himself in a quandary, pondering their motives, and then turned his gaze to the still-silent bachelor Laimon. The weight of the Count's gaze made Laimon inwardly lament. Each of the three had some connection to the Count, and he had been dispatched for public relations. Yet, as a researcher who spent most of his time in study and hailing from the library, he possessed neither influence nor authority to promise anything. Nevertheless, he understood the critical importance of this donation to the library. The library had long suffered from poor performance, relying heavily on imperial subsidies. And this year's harsh winter left the empire financially strained, nearly rendering the library incapable of dispersing funds. They dared not disclose this to their subordinates, which was the very reason for his presence. After several moments of contemplation, he spoke hesitantly. "My Lord Count, I could endeavor to request an honorary scholar title from the director." This was folly. Behind Laimon, Kotek covered his head in dismay. "Professor, you are addressing a count, and one whose prospects are flourishing at that. Does he truly need an honorary title? And what do you mean by endeavor? Do not be so modest. Where is the fervor you displayed when berating Hermann?" Count Jamonri, however, displayed no visible change in countenance. To him, the title of an honor scholar holds little significance. In truth, among the three conditions, the monastery is rather commendable, while the other two are quite mediocre. However, he hails from the Knight Academy. Thus the library must take a back seat. Alas, what a bother. The Count is somewhat troubled as well. As they proceed, the elder and the woman incessantly urge the Count, while the earnest bachelor layman lags behind, wishing to speak but feeling somewhat reticent. Court wears an expression of utter despair. Chapter 23. Horse Taming My Esteemed Father. As the crowd ambled along, a voice suddenly pierced the air. They looked up to find a throng of young people approaching. Among them a girl with raven hair and amethyst eyes, clad in a form-fitting black leather jacket, sprinting towards them. It was my Laius Jamonri, the Count's daughter. Upon seeing her, the Count enveloped Laius in a warm embrace, then turned to the group trailing behind her, curiosity evident in his gaze. "My dear daughter, what brings you here, and who are these individuals?" "Father, did I not mention last month my intention to host a gathering for the youth? How could you possibly forget?" Laius pouted, clinging to her father's arm with a playful huff. "Oh, I see. It has come back to me now," the Count replied with an awkward smile, scratching his head. Indeed, Laius had proposed a soiree, but he had been preoccupied and entrusted the arrangements to the butler, neglecting to follow up, and now felt somewhat caught off guard. At that moment, Eli and the others approached. "Good day, Count. I am Alex, from the Elena family." Alex stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, my lord. I am Klein, hailing from the Alexander family." Klein followed suit. One by one, the group introduced themselves, and Eli and Herman also took their turns. "My lord, I am Eli, a student of Scholar Limon." "Ah, you are a student of Limon?" The Count's surprise was palpable. It was uncommon for him to engage with those lacking noble titles, yet he was taken aback to learn that Eli's esteemed instructor stood just behind him. "Scholar Limon. Is this your pupil?" he inquired, turning to the scholar. "Both of them are my students," he replied, gesturing towards Eli's companion, Herman. Herman quipped, "Am I not worthy of a name?" Of course, this was merely a light-hearted exchange. The Count then turned to Laius and asked, "So, are you all preparing for a hunt?" "Indeed, we are heading to the stables," Laius confirmed with a nod. "The stables? The stables?" The Count's eyes suddenly gleamed with inspiration. As if a brilliant idea had struck him, he turned to the gathered scholars, mentors, and instructors, stating, "I have a splendid notion that could determine who among you shall receive a particular donation." "Oh." The elderly knight from the Knight Academy displayed a curious expression, while the others also turned their attention to the Count. "One of the steeds possesses a lineage tied to magical beasts, which my knights have yet to tame. If any of you can successfully tame it, I shall bestow this investment upon you," Count Jamonri elucidated. Although the empire seemed devoid of sorcerers and other supernatural forces, magical beasts did exist, albeit in scarce numbers. Horse taming? Investment? Eli found himself somewhat bewildered, unsure of the purpose of Scholar Lamon's presence. Horse taming. What an excellent proposition. On the other side, the Academy elder's eyes lit up at the prospect. Though the student he brought today is merely a lowly knight, his strength and coordination surpass those of ordinary individuals. Moreover, horse training is inherently one of the courses offered at their academy. How could such an experience fail to bring him joy? Horse training, indeed. Meanwhile, the woman from the monastery nodded in agreement. Although the student he presented may not possess horse training skills, he excelled at preparing suitable herbs and had a fair grasp of taming wild horses, having also studied various techniques for domesticating animals. At this moment, Court wore a grim expression. Horse training? He is merely a scholar. How could he be expected to train a horse? While he could articulate the nuances of equine anatomy or the postpartum care of mares, the actual training of horses was beyond his expertise. It was akin to sending a scholar into battle. However, the other party had already consented, and the Count appeared quite pleased with this arrangement. Ignoring Court's discontent, Scholar Layman regarded Takeo with encouragement and nodded toward the Count. My student should have no issues, he stated. Very well, then it is settled. Let us proceed to the stables. The Count's face radiated with satisfaction upon receiving their agreement. At this juncture, Laius inquired with the Count, enlightening Eli and the others about the unfolding events, which prompted them to prepare for the spectacle, leaving the hunt for another day. It seemed to have no bearing on him. Eli felt a sense of relief. He had initially assumed something of greater significance was afoot. If it was merely a donation, it held no relevance for him. He would simply enjoy the show. It was rather unfortunate for Senior Court, a distinguished scholar, to be tasked with horse training. How amusing. Before long, they arrived at the stables. At the Count's behest, a horse was led out. This magnificent creature stood tall, its coat a lustrous chestnut hue, while its mane was a deeper shade, and its legs bore 4 white markings, akin to treading upon clouds. Even without a keen understanding of horses, Eli recognized its quality. However, at that moment, the horse appeared rather displeased, emitting snorts and showing resistance as it was led, its eyes reflecting untamed wildness. The horse was tethered by a rope, devoid of any saddlery, exuding an extraordinary presence. At this point, Eli and Herman trailed behind Scholar Layman, observing the horse. Its eyes shone brightly, as if ignited by an inner flame, emanating a sense of raw power. From the horse, Eli sensed a subtle elemental essence, though it was not a magical beast. It indeed bore the aura of one, most likely a hybrid of sorts. Hissus. As the horse was brought forth, it was secured to an iron rod, releasing a series of whinnies. Who shall go first? The Count inquired, and curious glances were exchanged among the others. Let my student take the lead, the woman from the monastery suggested, prompting the man behind her to step forward. Senior, try to relax a bit. Eli turned around, suddenly noticing that Takeo's muscles were tense, seemingly anxious. If it doesn't work out, we can simply forego the donation. It's no great matter, he said with a smile. Upon hearing the consolation, Takeo turned his gaze towards Eli, his peculiar expression reflecting the gravity of the situation. I forgot to mention, he said, that this sum of money will likely constitute your salary. Without it, I fear the library may be unable to disburse salaries for the next 6 months. Eli blinked in surprise, the smile on his face gradually fading. He fixed his gaze on Kota, enunciating each word with deliberate care. Senior, are you implying that without this donation, we would go without pay for half a year? Indeed, Takeo replied. Then, Senior, do you have confidence in this outcome? I have never even ridden a horse. Smack. This time, it was Eli who covered his face in disbelief. Chapter 24. The pharmacist and the night court's words struck Eli like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily dazed. He had not anticipated that this donation would be tethered to his salary. Did that imply that if Court were to fail or someone else were to succeed, he would be deprived of his wages for half a year? His expression gradually turned grave. He had diligently toiled at his job. How could his salary possibly be diminished? He glanced toward the red-haired man in the distance, as well as the man who had already emerged, both displaying serious expressions, regardless of what his senior might say. He could not allow the two to succeed. Gulp. Beside him, Herman's throat moved as he looked at Eli, surprised to witness such a solemn demeanor from him. At that moment, the seemingly genteel man had stepped out. With brown hair and a perpetual smile gracing his face, he carried a bag slung over his shoulder, almost invisible until he emerged. The Empire's monastery, if placed in modern context, would be akin to a comprehensive university, primarily focused on the training of physicians and specialized pharmacists. It was evident that the man with the dark hair was indeed a pharmacist, as Eli detected the scent of herbs emanating from him. Horse training? How inventive. Hiss. The horses whinnied at the approach of the stranger, their hooves stamping the ground, exhaling warm breaths. Eli stood nearby, eager to observe how this individual intended to tame the horses. The man retrieved a vial of deep purple liquid from his pocket and tossed it onto the grass before the horse. The vial shattered, releasing a purple liquid that, while non-toxic, emitted a horrendous and terrifying odor, causing many nobles to regret their proximity seemingly reluctant to let the stench invade their nostrils. Could this truly tame a horse? Doubts flickered across many faces. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Upon catching the scent, the horses exhibited expressions of fascination, lowering their necks. They sniffed the noxious aroma as if it were a treasure, their eyes gradually becoming glazed, their bodies appearing to relax. How simple. The dark-haired man revealed a confident smile and approached the horse's side. His hand gently caressed the wild horse's coat, the motions tender, suggesting he possessed some understanding of animal training. Eli, standing at a distance, quietly observed the man's actions. The simple potion resembled a hallucinogen. With a cursory analysis, he had discerned the potion's effects and even identified some of its components. Although the legacy of potion-making bestowed by the wizards was scant, it was sufficient to surpass the Empire's knowledge. Yet, he felt it was not enough. After a brief moment of stroking the wild horse, witnessing it still entranced by the potion, the man seized the horse's mane and, astonishingly, mounted its back. The horse remained utterly still. Was this truly a success? This was the first time I had witnessed such a method of horse training. It seemed utterly absurd. The onlookers appeared as if they had seen a ghost. The women from the monastery wore expressions of triumph. The men from the Knight Academy frowned, and the Count observed the scene with keen interest. It seemed that the demonstration was nearing its conclusion. Eli gazed calmly at the wild horses in the distance. Were they ordinary steeds, perhaps there would be no issue, however. These were horses of extraordinary lineage. Such a mundane hallucinogen would likely only induce a fleeting stupor. Indeed, it seemed that the presence of a rider spurred the wild horse into a state of heightened awareness, as a flicker of crimson ignited in its eyes, signaling the gradual waning of the drug's effects. The wild horse emitted a sharp neigh, sensing the man upon its back, and began to buck violently. Its hooves pounded the earth, sending clouds of dust into the air, while the rider's face contorted in panic. Grasping the mane with one hand, he swayed precariously. And within moments, he was unceremoniously flung from the horse's back. With a thud, the man crashed to the ground, a pained cry escaping his lips. His hand appearing somewhat misshapen, likely fractured. No one had anticipated such an unexpected turn of events, and the unfortunate rider was swiftly taken to seek medical attention, leaving the onlookers in a state of stunned silence. Who will be next? The Count inquired loudly after dismissing the others. The red-haired man appeared conflicted as he regarded the wild horse, pursing his lips thoughtfully. As for Kurt, Eli could not bear to look. Kurt's face was pale, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Ultimately, it was the red-haired gentleman who stepped forward, his gaze resolute as he approached the wild horse, while the elder behind him wore a smile of encouragement. The gathered nobles watched with keen interest, eager to witness how this knight would tame the wild creature. At that moment, the horse's eyes still glowed with a fierce red, yet the red-haired man appeared undeterred, leaping onto the horse's back with determination. He secured his grip on either side, leaving the horse momentarily bewildered. Yet, remnants of its earlier frenzy lingered, and it began to thrash violently, each hoof striking the ground with enough force to create small craters, while the knight struggled to maintain his balance atop the beast. For a novice knight, achieving this feat was commendable, and the Count nodded in approval. I knew he would manage, the elder from the Knight Academy remarked with pride. Alex, Klein, and others observed with intrigue. Being scions of affluent noble families, they had swiftly ascended to the ranks of intermediate and advanced knights. And this spectacle served merely as amusement for them. The noble circle was peculiar. While they were the primary bearers of knightly power, they often seemed to undervalue their strength, directing their interests toward competitions beyond mere martial prowess, such as dance, scholarship, and commerce. Under normal circumstances, one would expect the knight to successfully tame the wild horse. Yet, an unforeseen spectacle unfolded. The wild horse, its eyes already speckled with red, suddenly let out a piercing neigh as if provoked, its gaze intensifying to a deep crimson. And a searing aura began to emanate from it. Flames flickered upon its chestnut back, and the knight widened his eyes in disbelief, wondering how it had ignited. The flames were not large, yet they radiated an intense heat. Were this a battle, he believed he could overcome such flames, but he was engaged in taming a horse. It was absurd that the fire had already singed the edges of his garments. Now he found himself faced with two choices, either dismount or allow the flames to consume his garments. Should he choose the latter, it was likely that before he could tame the steed, his attire would be reduced to ashes. The man's decision was to abandon the horse. He leaped down from the saddle with remarkable suddenness, leaving onlookers in a state of astonishment, particularly the elderly instructor from the Knights Academy. As he observed the wild horse ablaze, a twitch of disbelief crossed his lips, and he turned to the count beside him, saying, "My lord, I have finally come to understand why none from your knightly order has managed to tame this beast. Prior to the Grand Knight, all were merely mortal, and it seemed inconceivable that one could endure the flames. Below the rank of Grand Knight, only mid-level knights might stand a chance against the wild horse. Yet none could withstand the fire. Only those of Grand Knight status or higher could hope to tame such a creature. Aside from you, my lord, no one here possesses the capability to tame this horse." The red-haired man appeared somewhat agitated, remarking, "It is truly formidable that this infernal steed can emit flames." Meanwhile, a woman from the monastery gazed down at the scorched expanse of grass and felt a twinge of relief that her student had not provoked the horse too severely moments ago. The count, equally taken aback, surveyed the group and remarked, "This horse did not exhibit such traits previously. Perhaps something has changed." If that were indeed the case, he would not have proposed taming it as a condition. There was something undeniably peculiar about this matter, warranting further investigation thereafter. The monastery and the Knights' Academy exchanged troubled glances, clearly unconvinced of the Count's assertions, and some suspected it was a deliberate attempt to complicate matters for them. In contrast, Bachelor Raymond seemed to accept the Count's words, believing an accident had occurred. The Count refrained from elaborating further and turned to Bachelor Raymond, inquiring, "Does your student wish to give it a try?" As the words fell, all eyes turned to Kurt, standing behind the scholar. Gulp. Kurt's throat constricted as he glanced at the wild horse in the distance, a sense of despair washing over him. To refrain from attempting would appear insincere, and he feared inciting the Count's displeasure, thus forfeiting any opportunity. Yet, given his physique, it seemed impossible for him to tame the wild steed. However, for the sake of the library, after a moment's hesitation, Kurt forced a strained smile, moistening his parched lips, and declared, I shall attempt it." A sudden voice broke the tension. Chapter 25. Taming Eli. Everyone gazed in astonishment at Eli, who had raised his hand, with Lias calling out his name in surprise. "As a student of the esteemed Baron Layman, I believe it would pose no difficulty for me to tame the horse on behalf of my instructor, my Lord Count." Eli stepped forward from the crowd, addressing the Count with earnest intent. "All for the sake of my wages." "Odd, of course, that should be quite acceptable." The Count, taken aback by Eli's boldness, turned to the representatives of the other two factions and inquired, "Do you agree?" The elderly gentleman and the woman exchanged glances with Eli before nodding in tacit approval. The three students of Layman were mere commoners. It mattered not who stepped forward, for even the red-haired youth, on the verge of becoming a mid-tier knight, had failed. What could this student possibly accomplish? Was he to charm the wild stallion through mere reasoning? Such a notion was laughable. "How audacious," remarked Alex, raising an eyebrow as he began to reassess Eli. This young man, of the same age, not only excelled in dance but appeared to possess a courage that far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. "Humph. There is no way he can succeed. If he manages to tame it, I shall pay him my deepest respects right here and now." Klein, with an air of arrogance, had begrudgingly elevated Eli's status in his eyes due to the recent ball, yet he remained unconvinced that Eli could tame the horse. One must possess true strength to seek the spotlight. Otherwise, one risks embarrassment. Among the crowd, the one most averse to Eli's success was none other than David, the source of one side's disdain. Eli, on the other hand, Layman was utterly astonished. Presently, he had three students, Kot, Herman, and Eli. Among them, Eli had commenced his studies last, yet he demonstrated exceptional diligence. However, it was Kot, his eldest disciple, who had always held a special place in his heart, which was why he had brought Kot along this time. Yet, as he observed the trembling Kot and the idle Herman nearby, a change began to stir within him. "Be cautious. That horse may have been provoked. Should any trouble arise, I shall come to your aid." Count Jamonli regarded Eli with a smile. Eli, sensing the gravity of the situation, appeared to have come to an understanding, contemplating Layman's intentions to dissuade him. "It's quite all right," he replied, shaking his head. "Everything for the sake of my wages, and this task poses no challenge for me." Kot remained rooted in place, lost in thought. Eli approached the wild stallion, and an invisible force of mental energy coalesced, pressing down upon the creature. The mental suppression was palpable. Even a low-level magical beast would at least rival a mid-tier knight. And while this horse was merely a hybrid, it was no more than a low-tier knight at best. Though Eli was but a first-level apprentice, he could easily exert control. Buzz. The stallion's eyes initially reflected confusion, but it soon sensed an overwhelming pressure that rendered it immobile, lowering its head in distress. This was the first step, utilizing mental force to calm the horse. The next phase was crucial, as Eli cautiously approached the steed, invoking another magical model. The zero-ring spell, animal friendship. A minor sorcery is performed by repeatedly simulating the spiritual fluctuations of animals, thereby adjusting one's own energy to closely resemble that of the creature. This establishes a psychic connection, causing the animal to instinctively feel drawn to the spellcaster. By the time Eli approached the wild horse, the incantation had already been completed, and he had released his mental suppression. The horse, initially with its head bowed, raised it, bewildered by the inexplicable sense of familiarity it felt towards the human before it, akin to the affection one might feel towards a father. The psychic bond compelled the wild stallion to gradually approach Eli, remaining unresponsive even as he stroked its head. It then felt Eli grasp its mane, effortlessly allowing him to mount its back. The horse exhibited an extraordinary compliance, neither resisting nor displaying any signs of agitation. It was tamed with remarkable ease. Everyone around was taken aback, oblivious to Eli's use of sorcery. They merely witnessed Eli advancing, the horse lowering its head, and then Eli leaping onto its back without any resistance, successfully completing the taming. What on earth is happening? Leah, standing beside the count, widened her eyes in disbelief. By the king. The onlookers were astonished, while Klein remained silent. The count stood still, seemingly attempting to discern the truth, but perceiving nothing unusual. How can this be? The red-haired knight wore a look of utter incredulity. Where was the struggle, the fire? Could it be that I had already subdued it? The knight found it unacceptable to be bested by a scholar in such a manner. He hastily approached, seeking to draw nearer to the wild horse, only to be met with a fierce glare from the creature, which permitted no one but Eli to come close. The members of the monastery, however, said nothing, merely gathering their belongings in preparation to depart. Kurt stood in a daze, astonished that the endeavor had truly succeeded, while Scholar Raymond displayed a look of both shock and satisfaction. How did you manage to tame this horse? After a few moments, Count Jamonri approached, clearly perplexed. My lord, I have always had a natural affinity for animals. This is likely why I was able to tame the horse so effortlessly. Eli offered a somewhat unscientific explanation. Upon hearing this, the count's mouth twitched, yet suddenly he seemed to recall something, his eyes lighting up as he inquired, is it equally simple to tame other horses? Ordinary horses should be even easier, correct? Eli did not refute this notion. A glimmer of hope crossed the count's eyes. He had recently established a knightly order, encountering significant difficulties from the outset, as the wild horses from the Shimi Plateau appeared to possess a vestige of beastly blood, making them troublesome to tame. Even for seasoned horse tamers, the process was excruciatingly slow, which had been a source of great vexation for him. Are you jesting? The count's demeanor turned serious. Of course not, but what of the investment? Eli hinted subtly. Ha ha ha, naturally, it shall be yours. The count laughed heartily. Eli smiled back. While taming horses was inconsequential, he could not allow his wages to be delayed, for he was in dire need of funds. How about this? The banquet surely lacked substantial fare. Instead, let us retire to my parlor for some tea and a few confections, the count suddenly proposed to Eli and Raymond. He wished to extend this invitation to Eli, hoping he might assist in resolving the knightly order's equine predicament. However, Eli silently mused that he had already partaken of ample sustenance. Yet, it was prudent not to decline a count's request. Of course, he replied. Raymond, standing nearby, concurred. Then let us proceed. Count Jimmery seemed quite pleased as he prepared to depart. Father, but we still have the hunt to attend to, Lias reminded him. The hunt? Surely. You children may partake in that, while we adults have matters of import to discuss, Count Jimmery remarked, furrowing his brow. Lias felt a pang of indignation, after all. Were they not of the same generation as Eli? Nevertheless, the count was not in the mood to entertain their protests and promptly led Eli and the others away. The women of the convent, the elderly figures from the Knight Academy, and the still dumbfounded red-haired man trailed behind, unable to comprehend why flames seemed to appear only when he was present. Lias, helpless as she watched Eli being taken away, clenched her teeth and began to organize the others for the hunt. Alex chuckled at Eli's retreating figure, then turned to Klein with a smile, asking, What was it you just said? Klein blushed deeply. Meanwhile, Corday had wandered off to await elsewhere. Only one individual remained, staring blankly at the sight of Eli walking alongside the count, tears welling in his eyes. It's all right. It's all right. It's merely a matter of him knowing a count. It's nothing to fret over, nothing to grieve. David clasped his chest, feeling a troubling discomfort as he joined the hunting party. He realized that his earlier decision to leave was perhaps the most foolish act he had committed this year. Chapter 26 Departure. You have an exemplary student. In the expansive reception room, Count Jimmery sat facing Scholar Layman, while Eli stood nearby. The count held a glass of crimson wine, gazing at Eli with admiration. Indeed, Eli was a diligent student, though the Count had not anticipated his unique expertise in horse taming. Scholar Layman, too, smiled, looking at Eli with a sense of pride. With Eli's assistance, he had successfully secured the Count's donation for the library, thereby addressing the wage issues of several library staff members. This was not only beneficial for the library, but also advantageous for him. Eli, please take a seat. Seeing Eli still standing, the Count gestured for him to sit. No, my lord, I prefer to remain standing, Eli replied with a smile, politely declining. Besides courtesy, standing at a distance allowed him to observe the Count more attentively. Upon closer inspection of Eli's eyes, one could discern the mysterious magic at work within them, as his invisible mental energy gathered data on the Count. This marked Eli's first observation of a Grand Knight. He had previously studied lower, intermediate, and advanced knights, discovering no fundamental differences among them, merely an increase in vitality and physical prowess. However, the Count before him, a Grand Knight, appeared subtly distinct. Although he too did not exhibit the use of mental energy, Eli noted through his magic that the Count's body had undoubtedly undergone elemental infusion. Flecks of elemental essence permeated his flesh and tissues, enabling him to unleash power surpassing that of an advanced knight. If Eli's intuition served him correctly, Grand Knights possessed the ability to wield elemental power, perhaps rudimentary, yet functional. This might explain why Saren Matatlin elevated knights to the realm of the extraordinary. What a polite child. The Count nodded, recalling his own unfortunate offspring. Unbeknownst to him, the courteous child he spoke of was nearly unraveling his trousers. After exchanging pleasantries for a considerable time, the Count finally returned to business, smiling as he addressed Eli. I have a batch of wild horses from the Shimi Academy, untrained. I would like your assistance in taming them, if you would be so kind. Eli hesitated for a moment. 10 silver talents per horse, approximately 50 horses in total. The Count continued with a smile. 10 silver for each, totaling 500 silver talents, which converted to 5 gold talents, equivalent to nearly 8 years of Eli's wages. Ample for conducting several experiments. My lord, I accept, Eli replied readily. The prospect of earning money while forging a connection with a Count left him with no reason to decline. As the sun began its descent, casting a golden hue over the landscape, the Count and Eli agreed on a time before Eli departed with Layman. Turning a corner, they happened upon Laius and her companions, who had just returned from a hunting expedition. Their appearances were disheveled, with remnants of blood and mud clinging to their bodies, making them look quite untidy. In that moment, Eli felt a surge of relief at having been summoned by the Count. Hunting? Is that thing more comfortable than drinking tea? Lias inquired curiously as she approached. Children ought to refrain from prying into adult matters. This remark sent Lias into a frenzy. Humph, if you won't tell me, I shall simply ask myself later. With a huff, she departed. I look forward to our next encounter, Eli, remarked Alex, the Count's son, as he passed by with a smile, though the dirt on his face diminished his elegance. Indeed, Eli nodded in response. Many other nobles greeted Eli, their demeanor markedly different from their earlier attitude in the banquet hall, including Klein, the aristocrat who had previously looked down upon Eli. It appears you have quite the social standing, smiled Scholar Raymond as the crowd dispersed. Perhaps it is my good looks, Eli replied, touching his face modestly. Not far away, Kurt awaited them in the carriage. Scholar Raymond and Eli ascended into the vehicle and departed from Moor Manor. As they traveled, Eli gazed out at the scenery, reflecting on the events and gains from their visit. He had garnered goodwill from numerous noble youths at the ball, thwarted a red-haired man's attempt to tame a wild horse, successfully secured an investment, and, most importantly, obtained an order from the Count, allowing him to commence his work on the psychic potions formulation. What a splendid day! Eli mused with a smile. Why do I feel as though I have forgotten something? Kurt suddenly spoke up from beside Eli. Eli glanced at his senior and, after a brief moment of contemplation, grasped his meaning. Ah, how could I have left that behind? Meanwhile, within Moor Manor, Herman, newly attired, wept sorrowfully as he faced the setting sun. In the Imperial Knights Academy, within the principal's office, a middle-aged man with graying hair and simple attire sat on an opulent sofa, a pen in hand, addressing an elder and a red-haired youth standing before him. What transpired? He asked. The two recounted the events they had witnessed. What? You lost to a scholar in horse taming? No, he is not even a scholar. Do you deem yourselves fit to represent the Imperial Knights Academy? And you, on the brink of becoming a mid-level knight, cannot even tame a hybrid horse. The principal berated them furiously. Principal, You are aware that such low-level hybrid beasts typically do not wield elemental powers, the red-haired youth retorted, somewhat aggrieved, clenching his teeth. Enough. Enough. Do not deny your mistakes. Though this situation does seem rather unconventional, the principal replied, furrowing his brow, unable to conceive the reason behind it. From the red-haired student's account, it was clear he had successfully tamed the horse, only for it to suddenly go wild, which raised suspicions. Could someone have influenced the wild horse? But how could that be? Even a great knight could only affect it internally or externally. The red-haired man was lost in contemplation, reminiscing about the effortlessly skilled Eli, who tamed wild horses with ease. However, he soon shook his head, pondering how a mere scholar from the library could wield such influence over a hybrid steed. As for the matter of timing, it would naturally occur during their leisure hours. Young individuals should be encouraged to practice diligently, with ample time for rest. The principal resolved to seize this opportunity to reform the school's ethos. A similar initiative unfolded at the monastery, where they enriched their curriculum with a deeper understanding of potions. Chapter 27. The experiment begins. Teacher, you are being excessive. How could you abandon me there? In the library, Hermann incessantly lamented about yesterday's events. However, he ceased his complaints when Bachelor Limon cast a tranquil glance in his direction. His reverence for the teacher had almost become habitual. Just don't provoke the teacher. Hermann muttered softly, glancing towards the nearby Eli, seeking assistance. It's best to avoid troubling the teacher, Eli replied with a smile, as if Hermann were perpetually the aggrieved party. Today marked the second day following the banquet, and they followed their customary routine of visiting their teacher. Limon sat comfortably in his chair, as if it were the source of his vitality. He glanced at the underperforming Hermann and then at Eli, before retrieving a small pouch from the table, stating, Eli, this is a reward from the library for you. Curiosity piqued, Eli accepted the pouch, discovering within it 3 gleaming gold thalers. What is this? He inquired, though he had already surmised its contents. This is a reward for the contributions you made in securing the Count's donation from the Knight Academy and the monastery. It is not a large sum. But as you know, the library is currently facing difficulties, Baron Limon explained, regarding Eli with a serious demeanor. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, director. Thank you, library. Eli expressed gratefully, fully appreciating the unexpected fortune. This windfall would allow him to commence his potion simplification work ahead of schedule. Furthermore, regarding the Baron, if possible, strive to maintain amicable relations and familiarize yourself with influential figures. It will always prove advantageous, Limon added, observing Eli as he grasped the thalers. What is this? Bachelor Limon appeared somewhat perplexed. This cannot be. He shook his head, asserting his position as a scholar and questioning how he could accept gold coins from a student. Teacher, it is not much. You accepted me as your student, and I remember that. Otherwise, I would merely be an ordinary librarian now, Eli reiterated, demonstrating his gratitude. Very well. This time, Bachelor Limon did not refuse, his gaze towards Eli softening with warmth. A month swiftly passed. During this time, Eli visited the Moor estate thrice, assisting the Baron with horse training. He successfully tamed approximately 20 horses, and the process proceeded smoothly without incident, earning him 2 gold thalers in the process. The Baroness' wild horses were not transported to the estate all at once, but rather in batches. After all, the estate was limited in size. And given that some horses were already housed there, it was impractical to accommodate nearly 100 more all at once. They could only be brought in for training in stages before being relocated. Eli had no objections, as the estate was not far from the city, allowing him to conveniently visit his secret base along the way. It simply meant he would be making a few extra trips, which was hardly a burden. It was time to seek out Roland. With 4 gold thalers in hand, he had sufficient funds for his initial experiment. It had also been quite some time since he last saw Roland. 3 days later, at the Rose Trading Company, in a simple yet unpretentious room on the 2nd floor, Eli reclined on the sofa, facing his longtime friend, Roland. In contrast to over 3 years ago, Roland appeared more mature now. His dark hair had thickened, and his blue eyes had lost some of their previous brilliance, replaced instead by a shrewd glimmer. He smiled and said, Eli, I have gathered all the materials you requested. Thank you, Eli nodded. 2 days prior, he had shared his needs with Roland, who promptly utilized the resources of the Merchant Guild to procure the materials. Remarkably, within just 2 days, everything was assembled. It was evident that Roland's experience in the perfume and herbal business made him exceptionally efficient. Had Eli attempted to gather them himself, it could have taken months. This situation underscored the significance of connections. By the way, what do you need all these materials for? Roland inquired. A hint of curiosity in his tone. I have recently been delving into some aspects of herbalism. I find it quite fascinating, Eli offered as an excuse. Is that so? Roland nodded. Having taken over the family business, he had met an increasing number of individuals, yet true friends had become increasingly rare. Eli was a particularly special one among them. What made him special? It seemed as though Eli viewed the world from a higher vantage point, indifferent to many mundane matters. This paradox puzzled Roland. How could an ordinary person evoke such feelings? He could only attribute it to his respect for scholarly figures like Eli. However, friends or not. Roland declared, I cannot give you these materials for free. I must at least cover my costs. He had developed a businessman's mindset. Of course, Eli chuckled. Retrieving 4 gold thalers from his pocket, his entire fortune at that moment. He knew that the experiment involving potion transformation would be an extensive endeavor, and he wondered how long this amount would sustain him. Well, I didn't expect you to be quite the affluent one, Roland laughed heartily upon seeing the gold thalers. Before putting them away, I will arrange for someone to deliver the materials to your home. As Roland stood to leave, he added, Oh, by the way, I heard that a high-end establishment has opened on Willow Street, and it even features some fallen noble women. Would you care to join me? Eli shot Roland a bemused glance. Am I really the kind of person who would go there? Absolutely. Just let me know when, Roland responded. You've changed remarkably, Roland remarked. You haven't changed at all. Eli's experiment commenced. With the funds secured in advance, he began the simplification of the herbs earlier than anticipated. However, this task proved far more challenging and intricate than he had envisioned. Yet for Eli, this was not a concern. He recognized that he could learn a great deal from the process. As for when the potion would be successfully concocted, that was entirely a matter of fate. And he was not particularly anxious about it, not due to success, but rather due to the lack of funds. The rigorous experiments consumed materials at an astonishing rate. Within just 3 months, he had exhausted all the supplies he had purchased. However, for reasons unknown, the horses from the Count had not arrived during this period, resulting in no new thalers coming in to support his experiments. The library certainly offers a salary, yet for a mere student who is not even a scholar, the remuneration is scant, a mere drop in the bucket. Surely, resorting to theft or robbery is out of the question. On this particular day, Eli had just finished organizing books in the library and decided to pay a visit to his teacher. Upon pushing open the door, he found Bachelor Raymond in a fit of rage, gesticulating wildly, while in the corner stood Herman, looking dejected and with his head bowed. What had transpired? Chapter 28. The deceived Herman. Could you not be so naive? Those individuals are clearly in cahoots with the casino. Professor Layman, exasperated, puffed his cheeks and glared, his right hand incessantly tapping Herman's head, which had turned red from the reprimands. Teacher, Herman thought, his eyes welling with tears, appearing quite pitiful. Yet before he could voice his thoughts, he was interrupted. If you possessed even half the prudence of Eli, I would feel reassured, Layman exclaimed, speaking so rapidly that his lips became parched. He seized a cup from the table and gulped down a few mouthfuls of water, having quenched his thirst. Professor Lyman's vigor surged, and he resumed his relentless lecture on Herman's folly, entirely oblivious to Eli's entrance. However, upon noticing Eli, Herman's eyes widened, and he cast a desperate glance as if he had spotted a savior. Ahem, teacher, Eli nodded, clearing his throat. Eli, when did you arrive? Professor Layman finally acknowledged him. Astonished. I've been here for a few minutes. You were too engrossed, Eli thought to himself, though he refrained from voicing such sentiments. He glanced at his teacher, then turned to Herman, inquiring what transpired. Did Herman mess up the data again? Let him explain for himself. This fool has made quite a blunder, Eli remarked, looking over. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Herman muttered, Actually, I too was a victim. He then recounted his tale. It transpired that he had met a few new acquaintances at a recent banquet, and days later, one of these friends had invited him to the Mocha Casino. Despite his initial reluctance to visit such a place, he eventually succumbed to their persuasion. Initially cautious, given that it was his first time, Herman was surprised to find that the games were far simpler than he had imagined, leading him to win a considerable amount. His confidence swelled, and soon he gambled away all his money and even borrowed a significant sum. Upon hearing this, Eli fell silent. Wasn't this a classic case of being lured into a trap? You've made some dubious friends. How much did you lose in total? Eli inquired, curious about what could have incited Professor Lyman's ire. I lost 2 quintals and still owe the casino 1 quintal. With a sound, Eli covered his face. 3 quintals equated to 5 years' worth of their salaries, which explained Professor Lyman's fury. You certainly deserve the scolding this time, Eli asserted, shaking his head. I was deceived as well. How could I have known they were all in on it? Hermann lamented. Be quiet. There will be no next time, Professor Lyman retorted. Still irate. And what about the money you owe? Eli pressed. The teacher helped me pay it off, Hermann admitted, unable to meet his teacher's gaze. Very well, Eli nodded. In critical moments, sometimes one could rely on a teacher as a father figure. I shall never return there again, Hermann vowed, assuring his teacher, who ultimately forgave him. Professor Lyman was indeed a tough exterior with a tender heart. Indeed, gambling is best approached with caution, throughout both past and present. Countless lives have been shattered by the perils of wagering. It suffices for Hermann to heed this lesson. Upon concluding his visit, Eli exited the chamber. As he traversed the corridor, the sounds of Bachelor Raymond once again imparting wisdom to Hermann echoed behind him, imploring him to refrain from future forays into the casino. The very thought of casinos stirred Eli to a sudden halt within the dimly lit passageway. A spark of inspiration flickered in his eyes, as he pondered a solution to his financial predicament concerning the experiment. Sir, your rum. The bartender presented Eli with a glass of rum, the wooden chalice bearing the marks of age, yet the liquid within appeared crisp and refreshing. Ignoring the cup's imperfections, Eli downed the drink in one swift motion. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noted an assembly of mercenaries and inebriates, some gathered around tables, guzzling their drinks while regaling tales of noble women. Others lay inebriated beneath the tables. This establishment was but a modest tavern on the illustrious Moon Street, renowned alongside King's Landing and Nightingale Alley. Moon Street itself was a tapestry of bars, casinos, and even venues for the trade of slaves. Eli had come to acquaint himself with the geography and layout of Moon Street. After settling his tab with the bartender, he proceeded towards the exit. Clad in simple attire that rendered him rather unassuming, Eli's slender frame drew the attention of three dubious-looking individuals who trailed him as he stepped outside. The cacophony of the street immediately enveloped him, prompting a glance around. Before him stretched a lengthy thoroughfare, its surface grimy and uneven, bustling with horse-drawn carriages and impoverished citizens in tattered garments, while vagrants lay strewn along the alleyways, a scene of utter disarray. The tavern stood at the street's edge, directly opposite a resplendent casino adorned with black stone and gilded facades, frequented by the affluent. This street juxtaposed poverty and wealth, illustrating a reality where the destitution of the many sustains the opulence of the few. Casting but a fleeting glance at the casino, Eli merged with the crowd, navigating through the tumultuous scene. The chaos of the street rendered the pursuit of the petty thieves insignificant. Eli swiftly familiarized himself with the street's architecture and layout, committing every alleyway to memory. Such vigilance was necessary, for the venture he contemplated bore its share of peril. He intended to amass funds for his experiments by exploiting the very casinos he had once shunned. An idea had blossomed in his mind since that morning's revelation, utilizing the unique traits of a wizard to extract a substantial profit from these establishments, which were hardly bastions of integrity, justifying his actions as a form of redistributing wealth from the affluent to the needy. As for the distinction between the rich and the poor, it was evident that he would be the impoverished one preying upon the wealthy casinos. He had already pinpointed his target, the Mocha Casino, the very establishment that had deceived Hermann out of 3 gold thalers. Coincidentally, the resplendent casino across the street from where Eli had just emerged was none other than the Mocha Casino. How dare you deceive my senior? Eli smiled. For Hermann had become a student of Lehman University before him, thus earning the title of senior. Where else could one find such an excellent junior like me? After his observations, Eli strode purposefully down the street. Today was merely for reconnaissance. Tomorrow would be the day of action. Chapter 29. The big fish on the hook. The moonlight entwined with the night, illuminating the vibrant lantern alley. The evening's festivities had only just commenced. Sir, would you care to indulge in a game or two? At the entrance of the Mocha Casino, Evans, clad in a black servant's attire and adorned with a hint of fragrance, smiled as he beckoned to passers-by. As a casino attendant, he was tasked with enticing wandering guests or attending to familiar patrons. However, it appeared his performance today was lacking. Several hours had passed without sight of affluent gentlemen. Only the stench-ridden vagabonds drifted by. Among them were former guests he had once served, now long stripped of their fortunes by the casino, their presence barely acknowledged. Should they regain their wealth one day, perhaps they would once again extend their courtesies. Begone, begone. This is no place for you. He waved dismissively at a few of the homeless, sighing deeply. The casino had its quotas, and it was evident he had yet to meet his this month. Welcome. He greeted a modestly dressed patron as they entered, returning to his post, where only those of apparent nobility warranted his unwavering attention. Suddenly, the rhythmic clatter of hooves echoed in the air. A carriage, seemingly regal, approached from the distance. Its exterior, crafted from fine mahogany and cloaked in a deep purple hue, was drawn by robust, gleaming steeds. Most striking were the window drapes, fashioned from luxurious red rose fabric. Certainly a display of wealth, Evans thought, envy glimmering in his eyes. The carriage alone could represent decades of his savings, and its occupants must surely be affluent. How fortunate it would be if they were his patrons. As if the heavens had heard his silent wish, the carriage indeed came to a halt before the casino. The curtains parted, revealing a gentleman dressed in an opulent black suit, adorned with a matching hat and golden spectacles. He leaned upon a lavish-looking cane, his neatly trimmed mustache giving him an air of sophistication as he strode toward the casino. Evans, taken aback by the unfolding scene, hastened forward to greet him. "Esteemed sir, welcome to the Mocha Casino." He placed his right hand over his heart, bowing slightly. The gentleman, seemingly indifferent, furrowed his brow and waved his hand dismissively, as if to disperse the unpleasant odors lingering in the air, before proceeding inside. Observing the exchange, Evans felt a surge of delight rather than indignation. This gentleman appeared to be a rare visitor. He quickly positioned himself beside the man and inquired, "Is this your first visit, sir?" The gentleman in question was none other than Eli, albeit in disguise. In pursuit of profit, he had donned this guise to avoid any potential troubles that might arise later, which would certainly prove burdensome. Thus, upon departing from the previous location, Eli had sought out a carriage service, renting a luxurious carriage and several extravagant outfits, while also masking his features for this venture to the casino. The necessity for such opulence stemmed from Evans's demeanor. "Oh, esteemed guest, is this your first visit to such an establishment?" Evans inquired, his curiosity piqued. "The Chamber of Commerce. Indeed, your inaugural experience." The significance of these two phrases ignited a spark in Evans's eyes. Here was a prime opportunity. Establishing a Chamber of Commerce requires an immense fortune, far beyond what the average individual could fathom, especially when it pertains to those expansive enterprises that transcend regional and national boundaries. "Dear guest, if it pleases you, allow me to escort you through our delightful offerings," Evans said with a beaming smile, making every effort to mask his inner elation. "I certainly require someone to elucidate the rules of the games," Eli replied with a smile, discreetly revealing a substantial amount of gold tars within his purse, before tossing a few silver tars to Evans as a gratuity. "Thank you, sir." Evans, mesmerized by the glimmer of gold, estimated the bounty to be at least several dozen gold tars. His throat tightened as he sensed that fortune was indeed smiling upon him. In reality, the coins were counterfeit. Only one gold tar and a few silver tars were genuine, while the rest were mere imitations. "Very well, please follow me," Evans said with an ingratiating expression. Leading Eli deeper into the establishment, he began to fantasize about the potential success of his endeavors this year. As Evans walked ahead, Eli sauntered leisurely behind. They passed through the grand entrance and entered the casino, where opulence and cacophony enveloped them. Eli's first impression of the venue was one of sheer extravagance. The floor was adorned with lavish carpets, and various tables occupied the expansive space, where patrons engaged in a multitude of games, with silver and gold tars strewn about. Glamorous women in revealing attire served exquisite libations, their outfits daringly scant, and Eli, had he not been aware of his surroundings, might have mistakenly believed he had wandered into a den of ill repute. "Sir, since it is your first visit, perhaps you should start with something simple," Evans suggested. "Indeed?" Eli nodded, his face betraying a hint of confusion as he pondered where to begin. "Very well, then, follow me," Evans smiled. At that moment, a man staggered out from a doorway nearby, spitting blood. Within seconds, two individuals seized him and dragged him back inside, leaving behind a stain of blood on the floor. "He owes a considerable amount to the casino, but rest assured, sir, we maintain strict adherence to our rules," Evans explained, noticing Eli's gaze. "Strict adherence to the rules?" Eli chuckled softly, choosing not to respond further as he continued to follow Evans. Make way," Evans soon declared as they approached a gambling table, swiftly parting the crowd to clear a seat in the center. "Sir, here you are." Evans beckoned eagerly. Eli felt a tinge of embarrassment as he glanced at the onlookers who parted for him, but he was guided by Evans to take a seat. "Sir, you are entirely deserving of this position," Evans proclaimed. The other patrons exchanged peculiar glances but remained silent. Seasoned gamblers could easily discern that Eli was a novice in this realm. As Eli settled into his seat, Evans positioned himself behind him, subtly signaling to the attendant at the center of the table, who immediately understood the cue. Casting a glance at the seemingly harmless Eli, a smile graced her lips. The big fish had taken the bait. Chapter 30, all about luck. Esteemed guest, this is the simplest game we offer, perfectly suited for beginners. Eli sat beside the gaming table, the chair behind him luxuriously upholstered in velvet, invitingly soft and comfortable. Before him lay a table adorned with dice and a dice cup, while Evans stood nearby, elucidating the game's rules. Dice? Upon encountering this familiar sight, they were taken aback to discover that even in this otherworldly realm, such recognizable objects existed. It seems that in the boundless universe, coincidences abound. The rules are quite straightforward. It's a matter of comparing points. There are 6 dice, and the lower score prevails. It's that simple, Evans explained to Eli. Oh, who will compete with me? Eli inquired curiously. I shall. At that moment, a man stepped forth from the crowd. He was clad in garments intricately woven with golden threads, his gaze deep-set and penetrating, with a prominent hawkish nose and an elongated visage. Merely standing by the gaming table exuded an aura of intimidation, yet his face bore a subtle smile. Shall we engage in a few rounds? The man said as he took a seat directly opposite Eli. Certainly. Eli nodded enthusiastically, then turned to Evans beside him and asked, What should I do next? His voice was barely above a whisper, yet every ear in the vicinity caught his words. The server smiled, and the man cast a glance at him, while Evans remained ever helpful, retrieving the dice for Eli and explaining, Sir, you may roll the dice first, then place a wager. Should your opponent match your bet, you may continue. If not, you reveal the scores. You can increase your wager by 1 gold tarl at most. Is that so? Eli exclaimed, a look of realization crossing his face. He promptly produced a gold tarl, declaring, I match. Sir, you must roll the dice first, Evans remarked, a mix of amusement and exasperation in his tone. Then let us proceed, Eli proclaimed, raising his chin defiantly toward his opponent. The man nodded, and both began to shake the dice simultaneously. After a cacophony of rattling, Eli spoke up, I wager 1 gold tarl. Sir, he is the banker. He rolls first. Evans reminded him kindly as usual. 10 silver tarls. The man displayed a smirk, his eyes glinting with amusement. Then I will stick with 1 gold tarl. I haven't brought many silver tarls, Eli replied, displaying his earnestness. I fold. The man appeared caught off guard by Eli's unwavering choice to match a single gold tarl, perhaps believing they had stumbled upon an unsuspecting prey. No, this might very well be a plump lamb. Shall we reveal the scores? Eli inquired, a puzzled expression directed toward the server. All set. The server confirmed with a nod. With 2 dice cups in hand, Eli revealed a score of 20, while the man displayed 26, resulting in Eli's victory. Sir, you have triumphed, Evans exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he raised his voice in celebration. Let us play another round. The man said, his tone now tinged with irritation. Very well. The sound of dice rattling filled the air once more. This time, Eli boldly wagered 2 gold tarls. The outcome revealed yet another victory for Eli. He has 26, while the man across has 35, yet he succumbs to Eli. Oh, dear sir. You must be a prodigy in this line of work. My goodness. Beside him, Evans unabashedly expressed his admiration for Eli, while a few captivating women in the crowd gazed at him with longing eyes. How infuriating. The man across, once composed, now pounded the table in frustration. At this moment, Eli held 4 golden tars in his hand, a testament to his astonishing speed in amassing wealth. Once more. This time, I shall wager everything. The man's eyes were tinged with red, a sign that the losses were weighing heavily upon him. Meanwhile, Eli maintained his serene smile, acutely aware, through his mental acuity, that the man had likely dripped something into his eyes while leaning over the table moments ago. Observing Evans, now a fervent admirer of Eli, he pursed his lips, noting how the average person in this relatively simple society would likely be deceived. However, Eli, having experienced the information explosion of his past life, understood that these antics were deliberate. It seemed he was destined to lose soon, but losing was not in his cards. All right, let us go again. Eli laughed heartily, seemingly delighted. The two once more shook the dice. The sound of the dice clinking together echoed, reminiscent of golden tars colliding. I have a total of 3 golden tars. Will you match my bet? The man glared at Eli with a menacing expression. Eli felt uncertain if this round was meant for him to win. Thus he activated his mental perception. With invisible mental force, the 6 dice within the cup vividly appeared before his eyes. The man rolled 4 1s and 2 2s. summing to 8 points, while Eli's casual shake yielded 3 twos, 2 fours, and 1 6, totaling 20 points. Clearly, by conventional standards, Eli was destined to lose. Consequently, his mental energy surged into the dice cup, and under his control, the dice began to transform, ultimately revealing 6 ones. All right, I shall match, Eli declared with his characteristic generosity. Heh. Let us see. In an instant, the once smug expression on the man's face froze. He beheld Eli's dice, astonished to find 6 ones. 6 ones. Everyone around gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom Eli's extraordinary luck. Even the man with 4 ones fell short against him. Such fortune was unprecedented. The seasoned gamblers had anticipated a spectacle of Eli's misfortune, yet they were utterly taken aback by his 6 ones, leaving them in stunned silence. How was this possible? The man seemed to realize he had unwittingly dug his own grave. Gulp, as he watched the golden tars slip into Eli's possession once more. Beads of sweat trickled down his face, a genuine reaction this time, prompting him to glance at the nearby attendant and nod knowingly. The attendant understood the unspoken message. Ah, sir, your luck today is truly remarkable. Evans couldn't help but marvel at Eli's fortune, expressing his astonishment followed by congratulations. When luck strikes, it cannot be hindered. Eli unabashedly reveled in his joy, collecting the gold coins. Let us go again. At that moment, the man's face flushed crimson as he glared menacingly at Eli. Next time, he would directly manipulate Eli's dice, ensuring his inevitable defeat. Again, the man bellowed once more. However, to his astonishment, Eli abruptly stood up, casting him a dismissive glance and declared, I'm done. This is tedious. Let's change the game. The man was left momentarily speechless. How could he possibly refuse to play? He hadn't even begun to execute his scheme. Sir, are you truly not playing anymore? Evans was equally taken aback, feeling a surge of anxiety. If Eli walked away now, the consequences for him would be dire. No, I see there are cards over there. Let us play cards instead, Eli replied, shaking his head, seemingly finding the dice game far too monotonous. Just a stroke of good fortune, he mused. As Evans contemplated this, he guided Eli towards another area, leaving the man standing there, dazed and foolish. Luck, it was all merely luck. Chapter 31, The Fat Sheep? The Hungry Wolf. Soon, Evans arrived at another gaming table. This was a game of Bane, akin to poker from a previous life, yet the quantity and rules varied significantly. Nevertheless, being a card game, the essence remained largely unchanged. As before, upon Eli's arrival, he was promptly ushered to the center of the table. Unlike the previous one-on-one game, this was a gathering of many players. Sir, allow me to elucidate the rules, Evans announced, mirroring his earlier introduction, with the sole difference being that he greeted the dealer this time, implying that they were to play fiercely. Throughout this process, Eli observed the gaming table with keen interest. He will surely be weeping soon, Evans maliciously mused. The game commenced swiftly. In the first round, Eli won a silver tar. Evans cast a puzzled glance at the dealer, who indicated that Eli was merely fortunate. In the second round, Eli lost 10 silver tars. Evans exhaled a sigh of relief, envisioning a scene an hour later where Eli would exit in tears. However, as the third round began, the situation shifted dramatically. In the third round, Eli won a gold tar. In the fourth round, he secured 50 silver tars. In the fifth round, he gained 10 silver tars. 10 minutes passed, and Eli had not lost a single round, as if his earlier defeat had merely been a fluke. How could this be? Evans began to perspire, sensing that something was amiss. He glanced at the dealer, who bore an expression of utter disbelief. They possessed a unique means of discerning the exact cards, allowing them to play with confidence. Yet, this man before them seemed not only to know the cards, but also to calculate everyone as potential moves, winning step by step. But how could this be? Could someone truly compute all this in such a brief span? Was he even human? Even the most skilled croupier in the casino could not achieve such a feat. The dealer took a deep breath and dealt the cards again. This time, the stakes were higher, and Eli directly won 2 gold tars from the house. Another victory. Ha! Eli exclaimed joyfully. As Eli continued to win, others began to bid alongside him, also experiencing some fortune, their faces lighting up with glee. At this point, the dealer appeared increasingly hesitant to deal. Deal the cards, Eli urged the dealer. Very well. The dealer hesitantly dealt again. Eli won another 50 silver tars. Deal the cards, Eli repeated, as usual. The dealer, now visibly unsteady, regarded Eli as if he were a ravenous wolf, ready to devour its prey. This is disastrous. Evans, drenched in sweat, realized that in just a matter of minutes, Eli had amassed a fortune of over 10 gold tars. This was beyond his imagination. It entirely upended his previous notion. This was no mere fat sheep, but a terrifying, formidable wolf. He realized that he could not continue in this manner. Raising his head, he gestured to the attendant to proceed, then turned to Eli and said, "Sir, you may play first. I shall visit the restroom." Off he went. At that moment, Eli appeared to be thoroughly enjoying himself, casually dismissing him. Evans immediately stepped away from the crowd, but his destination was not the restroom. Rather, he headed towards the rear of the casino. Eli, as usual, shouted boisterously, his eyes betraying a semblance of amusement. "Playing cards with a wizard. I know where all the cards are, even how you will play your next move. Can you defeat me?" Bang, bang, bang. Evans rapped on a door. "Come in." A gruff voice responded. Evans opened the door and entered a vast room, thick with smoke. A man with a scarred face was embracing a naked woman, his hands roaming. Upon noticing Evans' arrival, he seemed somewhat displeased but paused, recognizing that something must have occurred to warrant this visit. "What has happened?" The scar-faced man leaned back on the sofa and inquired. "Boss, it's like this." Evans swiftly relayed Eli's situation. "How much has he won?" The scar-faced man asked directly. 20 gold thalers, Evans answered, throat constricting as he provided the exact figure. "What?" Upon hearing the number, the man shoved the woman aside, his eyes widening in disbelief, evidently taken aback by the sum. Although the casino was large, their daily profits were possibly only a handful of thalers, and that included other expenses. In essence, if Eli walked away with that amount, they would have labored in vain for many days. What was more alarming was that Eli was still playing. "Very well. Send someone to keep an eye on him. He is still traveling by carriage, correct? Ensure you keep a close watch on that carriage," the scar-faced man instructed sternly. Then summon 2 men, saying, "David and Jones, you are knights. When he exits, you understand what you must do, right?" The men who entered were robust, both nodding in acknowledgement. Soon after, they would become vagabonds, unexpectedly seizing Eli's money. "All right." Evans nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the attendant was nearly unsteady on his feet, gazing at Eli as if he had encountered a demon. As expected, Eli won once more. By this point, a throng had gathered around Eli, their eyes filled with fervor, as they had already profited significantly from each wager placed alongside him. Consequently, with each round played, the casino faced considerable losses. "I need to visit the restroom." This time, Eli did not demand the cards be dealt as was customary. Instead, he stood up, casually collecting some gold thalers. He turned to Evans and asked, "Where's the restroom?" Evans, somewhat perplexed, pointed in the direction of the casino's facilities, and Eli strode confidently towards the restroom. Evans felt uncertain whether Eli genuinely intended to relieve himself. However, the restroom, although equipped with windows, was secured with iron bars, making escape impossible for an ordinary person, and even a mid-level knight would struggle to remove the bars discreetly. Moreover, Eli had 7 or 8 gold thalers and chips at the gaming table. Consequently, Evans merely followed suit, waiting outside the restroom. 10 minutes elapsed. Yet Eli still had not emerged. Something felt amiss. A sense of unease washed over Evans. He promptly summoned assistance and dashed into the restroom. However, upon their entry, they were met with a shocking sight. The window, once sealed with iron bars and metal sheets, now bore a gaping hole. The iron bars twisted grotesquely. As for Eli, he had vanished without a trace. "This is disastrous." Evans collapsed to the ground, then shouted urgently over his shoulder, "Quick, pursue." Chapter 32. Can't find him. Quick pursuit. Evans' piercing voice echoed through the air, causing David and Jones, who had been standing nearby, to momentarily freeze before springing into action. One dashed towards the main entrance, while the other attempted to squeeze through a hole in the restroom, but his robust physique rendered him unable to pass. He quickly withdrew and joined the pursuit towards the entrance. "You head that way, I'll go this way." As they burst through the door, David gestured towards one side of the casino before darting in the opposite direction. The casino's restroom was situated on the right side of the establishment, adjacent to the casino itself, with the rear reserved for the carriages. Both sides were under constant surveillance, ensuring that Eli was undoubtedly within this perimeter. By splitting their efforts, they were certain to locate him. Fortunately, the boss had deployed personnel just moments ago. David, with his golden hair and clad in leather attire that showcased his rock-solid physique, was a mid-level knight and one of the casino owner's most formidable enforcers. His speed was remarkable as he swiftly entered the dimly lit alley. The alley was shrouded in darkness and comprised numerous interconnected passages, compelling him to examine each nook with utmost scrutiny, leaving no stone unturned. On the other side, Jones, A lower-ranking knight utilized his keen eyesight to navigate the alley. Not even a mosquito can escape my sight. He chuckled menacingly, dismissing any merchant who might venture in from the outside. Moreover, anyone capable of stealthily unlocking the iron bars of the restroom was certainly not a benign traitor. Indeed, Jones suspected that Eli had conspired with an accomplice to facilitate his escape by surreptitiously opening the bars, though he could not fathom the reason for their current state. Eli, where on earth are you? Both men remained vigilant as they searched, and soon, additional personnel from the casino joined the fray. Yet, after a mere 10 minutes, David had scoured half of the area, while Jones completed his search of the other half. At the intersection, David and Jones exchanged glances, their silence heavy with unspoken dread. Behind them, 7 or 8 other casino staff wore expressions of grim determination. We found nothing. They had meticulously examined every corner, but there was no trace of Eli. This is a disaster. One individual collapsed onto the ground, utterly defeated, while Evans felt a surge of despair wash over him. At this juncture, he realized Eli was not the easy target he had presumed, but rather a ravenous wolf masquerading in sheep's clothing, specifically preying upon them. The most disheartening realization was that he had willingly led him into their midst. Evans could scarcely envision what would transpire next. Oh, wait. The carriage. Suddenly, a spark of recognition lit up his eyes. Yes, David and Jones also felt a wave of frustration wash over them, realizing they had been outmaneuvered. And they swiftly made their way towards the carriage area. However, upon arrival, they encountered the driver, who appeared perplexed. That guest rented my carriage. I am not his driver. Do you know his name? David demanded, seizing the driver and fixing him with a fierce stare. Sir, cough, cough. The cab driver was lifted by one hand, struggling to catch his breath. David, let go. Jones interjected, unable to bear the sight any longer. You're making it impossible for him to even speak. Realizing his behavior was inappropriate, David released his grip, causing the cab driver to tumble to the ground. After a few moments of fear, he managed to rise, saying, I remember when I rented the horse, I gave the name Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Upon hearing this name, both David and Jones couldn't help but repeat it, committing it to memory. What? You didn't catch him? In the room, the boss, visibly enraged, slammed his hand on the table, the sturdy surface producing a loud thud. Boss. It could be a gang operation. Jones whispered at that moment. Oh. The boss lifted his head. Look, the rented cab driver, the iron bars that were opened beforehand. And the swift disappearance. This is certainly not the work of a single individual. There must be a team involved. Jones reasoned. Although he did not possess David's strength, his intellect allowed him to hold his own. That is indeed possible. The boss nodded in agreement, closing his eyes. After several seconds, he reopened them and asked, How much did the casino lose this time? That requires some inquiry, Jones replied, as they had been present and were unaware of the specifics. They quickly summoned the person in charge from outside. Boss, we suffered a total loss of approximately 80 gold dollars. That individual named Harry Potter accounted for nearly a third of that, winning 35 dollars, leaving 7 behind and taking 28. Such a large sum? The boss's eyes widened in shock at the figure. He had expected a loss of only 30 or 40 at most. How could it be so much? And where did the remaining 2/3 go? He rubbed his head, feeling a slight ache. That guy usually bets at least $1, often wagering the full amount. Which explains the total. The rest were losses from others who followed his lead. The person in charge spoke hesitantly. $80. They could only swallow this bitter pill. Investigate. I want you to find this Harry Potter. I must apprehend him, the boss declared, standing up with a fierce gaze. Yes, boss. Jones nodded and promptly exited. These matters were beyond their capabilities and required the expertise of professionals. Also, do not let today's events leak out. The boss instructed the others. It would be utterly embarrassing. If word got out, it would tarnish the reputation of his casino. You may leave. After dismissing everyone, the boss sat alone in his chair, his once robust figure now appearing diminished. Harry Potter. Meanwhile, at the previous meeting spot of David and Jones, in a dark corner, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows, donning a hat and striding toward the alleyway. Sorcery, dark concealment. After evading a few individuals, the person departed from Moon Alley. Chapter 33. The Greedy Demon. Harry Potter returning home. Eli hung his black attire on a hanger, removed his hat, and approached the liquor cabinet to pour himself a glass of wine. This operation had unfolded far more smoothly than Eli had anticipated. Firstly, the cooperation from Evans facilitated his contact with significant clients, and the lax security at the casino allowed him to depart with ease. Lastly, the aid of dark magic concealed him from scrutiny, enabling him to evade detection. The art of shadowy concealment, a zero-ring enchantment, permitted wizards to blend seamlessly into the darkness, achieving an almost imperceptible effect in the night. Of course, he had an alternative option, eliminating David and Jones and then departing without a trace. But such an act would be excessively brutal, and Eli was keen to avoid unnecessary complications. After all, he was a law-abiding citizen of King's Landing. How could he possibly engage in acts of violence? Eli set down his wine glass and retrieved his pouch of coins to assess his gains. Counting meticulously, he found a total of 29 gold tars, one of which was his own, with the remainder won from the casino. He also counted 465 silver tars, 400 of which were winnings, while the rest belonged to him. Thus, his total earnings amounted to 32 gold tars. After deducting the costs for clothing rental, collateral, and carriage expenses, he was left with a profit nearing 31 gold tars. He had struck it rich. For the first time, Eli experienced the terrifying velocity at which knowledge could be transformed into wealth. In a single evening, or rather, in the span of a little over half an hour, he had earned 31 gold tars, a sum that would typically take him decades to amass. This would sustain his experiments for quite some time. Eli approached the window, his spirits lifted. However, he soon realized that the expenses for the experiments were likely greater than he had anticipated. Perhaps this money would not suffice. Suddenly, recalling his earlier experiments, a frown creased his brow. He was uncertain how long the experiments would need to be sustained, but if they continued at this rate, he feared that these 30 gold tars would not last long. Moreover, he was not solely reliant on this experiment for funds. The study of magic and various research experiments consumed resources at an alarming rate. Knowledge is eternally the cornerstone of a wizard. Yet acquiring certain knowledge is nearly impossible without financial means. As he pondered this, Eli directed his gaze outside. Despite the night, two areas remained brilliantly illuminated, Lark Street and Moonlight Alley. Yet, his attention lingered not on Lark Street, but rather on Moonlight Alley. Moonlight Alley housed more than just the Mocha Casino. Given that he had already profited, why not seize an even more significant opportunity and then rest for several years before attempting again? Would that not be preferable? Furthermore, the Mocha Casino would undoubtedly remain tight-lipped about the events of the day. The outside world would only know that someone had won a substantial sum at the casino. Based on Eli's understanding of casinos, they would never disclose such information. Thus, the forthcoming 3 days, or even a week, perhaps a month, should be a period of safety. With this realization, Eli's eyes began to gleam with excitement. Apologies, but the gambling king, Harry Potter, is set to make his return over the next fortnight. The casinos of Moonlight Alley will endure the most terrifying heists since their inception, with each establishment, regardless of size, falling victim to a figure known as Harry Potter. Every casino harbors an intense loathing for this individual, particularly the proprietors, for each utterance of his name signifies substantial losses of gold dollars. Yet capturing him remains an elusive endeavor. Even when dispatching elite knights, it appears futile, as if he were a specter. Initially, these owners instructed their staff to keep this secret, but at a gathering, someone inadvertently mentioned his name, leading to a revelation that many were equally afflicted by theft. Consequently, within the underworld, a bounty emerged, spearheaded by several prominent casinos, 500 gold dollars for the head of Harry Potter. Even providing information would earn a bounty of 10 gold dollars, inciting a frenzy among the vagabonds and gangs of King's Landing. However, when the search commenced, it became apparent that none of the casinos could provide a description of his appearance. A few employees offered sketches, yet each was dissimilar, and it was evident that Harry Potter had undergone significant disguise, rendering him nearly impossible to identify. This fervor persisted for a full month before finally subsiding. Naturally, while some loathed him, others adored him. The elite despised him, while the lower classes revered him. Should you encounter Harry Potter, be assured of his divinity. As long as he chooses not to lose, defeat is inconceivable. Those fortunate enough to meet him, by steadfastly betting alongside him, could certainly reap substantial rewards, and with audacity, even attain financial freedom. Though these fortunate few are in the minority, the tales spun by the masses of the lower class are plentiful, with many claiming to have met Harry Potter and profited handsomely. Through their fervent tales, Harry Potter's renown flourished. Some referred to him as the Devil's Hand, the king of gamblers. Others dubbed him the Magic Hand, the bane of casinos, but the title that gained the most traction was that of the gold-devouring demon. In no time, the gold-devouring demon, Harry Potter, became a household name. idolized by countless gamblers who yearned for the day they could traverse the casinos with the same audacity and then depart with grace. The gold-devouring demon. Eli chuckled as he perused the newspaper, astonished that this incident had been documented and disseminated. It had been over half a month since he last left the casino. Thanks to the casino's desire to save face, he had acted with impunity, sweeping through numerous establishments and absconding with a considerable fortune. His current gold tally had swelled to 300 gold thalers. What began as a mere endeavor to fund experimental materials now seemed to secure him for many years. It felt as though he had unearthed a new world, leaving Eli filled with reflection. He set down the newspaper, donned his usual work attire, and prepared to head to work. Having organized his thoughts, Eli opened the door and stepped outside. He made his way towards the library, blending into the crowd like an ordinary individual. Chapter 34. The first phase completed. Eli soon arrived at the library, coincidentally meeting Herman, who wore an unmistakable smile, as if he had just experienced a delightful event. The two ascended to the second floor together. Eli refrained from inquiring, knowing that Herman would inevitably divulge the reason for his elation. Indeed, mere moments later, noticing Eli's silence, Herman leaned in closer and exclaimed, "Eli, I am absolutely thrilled today." Eli merely nodded, continuing on his way. Seeing that Eli remained unresponsive, Herman felt a twinge of discomfort, akin to a bout of constipation. Yet, after a few moments, he could not contain himself and leaned in again, saying, "Eli, do you remember when I told you I was deceived?" "Of course. Did you gamble again? Aren't you afraid the teacher will be furious?" Eli turned to Herman, his expression tinged with curiosity. With Herman's intellect, one could hardly predict his actions. "Not at all. I previously mentioned that I was dragged into it by someone else," Herman quickly refuted, then leaned closer to Eli's ear and whispered, "That person is dead." Eli appeared puzzled. "Yes, apparently he was killed by some thugs from the casino. It's truly unfortunate, but I cannot help but feel elated." Herman sighed, then added, "He swindled me out of my money, yet he lost his life. I can't say I've suffered a loss." Such a peculiar form of self-consolation. His name was Evans. As they walked, Herman suddenly remarked, "Evans." At the mention of this familiar name, Eli paused, recalling the young man who had led him into deception. "Oh, right. And that casino has been struggling lately. It even closed down a few days ago. The Mocha Casino has also shut its doors." Eli acknowledged that he had indeed garnered some profit there and had visited a few times, albeit only for modest gains. He had overestimated the resilience of such establishments. However, it was also possible that other casinos sought to absorb it. After all, the Mocha Casino was merely a mid-sized operation. I heard it was done by an outsider. What a pity he isn't here. Otherwise, I would have given him a piece of my mind. Herman mused, chuckling. Eli smiled, but remained silent. Before long, after visiting Bachelor Limon, they commenced their work. Following the casino incident, Eli's life resumed its monotonous rhythm, oscillating between home and the library, with occasional visits to a base located in a valley outside the city for experiments. During this time, there was no news from Count Jamandri, which allowed Eli to enjoy a leisurely existence. With ample funds at his disposal, Eli procured an abundance of materials from Roland for his experiments. In the eyes of the public, he was merely a scholar, devoid of any combat prowess. This allowed him to elevate his status and expand his social circle without fear of exposure. The former would lead others to regard him as a distinguished scholar of the empire, garnering the indifference of the higher-ups, which, paradoxically, ensured his safety. The latter, however, might incite fear in some individuals. Moreover, only by enhancing his social circle could he acquire more resources. Survival was for growth, certainly not for mere existence. The 136th experiment ended in failure. A month had passed, and each attempt had met with disappointment. No need for haste. Eli withdrew a new set of materials from the side and resumed his experiments. In that moment, the bright basement once again fell into silence, interrupted only by the sound of Eli manipulating the instruments. The 137th experiment failed. The 138th experiment failed. The 200th experiment failed. Yet, the 301st experiment succeeded. Eli gazed at the concoction before him, which faintly emanated a wave reminiscent of mental energy, and felt a surge of excitement. He had finally identified the experimental material that could replace the original formulation. The next step was to adjust the ratios of these materials and ultimately concoct the potion. Once accomplished, his mental power would surge rapidly, perhaps requiring less time than anticipated. Eli felt a flicker of joy. His mental strength was currently around 6.3, increasing at a rate of approximately 0.5 per year. necessitating 4 to 8 years for advancement. However, if he could successfully create the potion, that time frame would be significantly shortened. While he was not overly concerned about time, this advancement would alleviate many of his worries. Upon reaching the rank of a second-tier apprentice, his combat abilities would see a substantial increase. While he was uncertain about the Grand Knight, he was confident that, below that level, he could easily dominate others, enhancing his survival capabilities. Even if he were to be exposed, he would not need to worry excessively. He could simply flee. Eli took a deep breath, preparing to continue his experiments. However, when he went to retrieve materials, he discovered, to his dismay, that the experimental supplies had been completely exhausted. With not a single item remaining, it seemed he would need to seek Roland once more. With no materials left, Eli could only attend to other tasks. As for continuing the experiments, he would have to wait for the new batch of supplies to arrive. The purple iris was out of stock. In the familiar room, Eli wore a puzzled expression. Indeed, Roland nodded, a look of helplessness on his face, and said, "I have gathered the other materials you requested. But the purple iris is simply unavailable at the moment." Why? Eli was still somewhat bewildered. He had come to Roland today to order materials, only to be informed that the item known as purple iris was impossible to procure. Yet, the purple iris was the most crucial component of the potion, irreplaceable. If it truly was unavailable, his potion experiment would be doomed to failure. The thing is, the purple iris is only found at the Loch Manor outside the city, and it appears to be a unique plant from this region, transplanted from a distant place. A few days ago, Loch Manor abruptly ceased sales, seemingly not intending to continue. Roland explained. This. Eli gasped in horror. Was his experiment truly at an impasse? I find myself in quite the predicament. By the way, that estate belongs to the noble house of Elena. Do you not know Count Jamonry? He seems to have a close acquaintance with the Elena family. Perhaps you could seek his assistance, Roland suggested. The house of Elena. Upon hearing this, Eli recalled the grand ball held over 6 months ago, where the gentleman Alex was indeed affiliated with the Elena family. Unfortunately, he had no means to establish contact, and their familiarity was quite limited. However, Count Jamonry might be more approachable, and perhaps he could indeed offer some aid. I apologize for not being of more help, Roland expressed with regret. No worries. I am already quite pleased that you could assist me in finding others, Eli replied with a smile, feeling no inclination to blame Roland. I shall take my leave then. With no resources at hand, Eli decided not to linger any longer, bidding farewell to Roland as he departed. On his way home, Eli was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. The prospect of his meticulously prepared experiment facing the risk of failure was undeniably disheartening. He would have to reach out through Count Jamonry's connections. As he entered the courtyard, he noticed that the mailbox at the entrance contained a letter. Upon opening it, he discovered it was indeed from Count Jamonry. The letter informed him that the remaining horses had arrived at the stable and expressed a desire for him to pay a visit. Chapter 35. The purple iris. The horses have arrived, and I now seize the opportunity to pay a visit to Count Jamonry. Eli carefully tucked away the letter. In this world, communication with others hinges upon either direct appeal or the written word. The Count frequents Moor Manor for several days each month, and if Eli's memory serves him correctly, the Count is indeed residing at the manor tomorrow. Thus, Eli's visit is timely, and he is likely to encounter the Count. One might say that the arrival of the horses is most fortuitous. I hope the Count can offer me assistance. Eli shook his head and entered the room. Should reliance on the Count prove futile, he may have to resort to alternative avenues, which would undoubtedly be fraught with complications and potential unknown risks he would prefer to avoid. It is far better to concede defeat than to traverse such perilous paths. The worst outcome would merely involve the passage of time, patiently endured. The following day, Eli, having rented a carriage, set forth towards Moor Manor. However, he decided to first complete the training of the horses. The Count was present at the manor that day, allowing Eli to take his time, intending to meet the Count only after concluding his tasks. Soon enough, he arrived at the stables, where it appeared that all remaining horses had been brought, totaling a substantial 30. The staff at the stables led these horses out in batches for Eli to train. Throughout this process, the horse trainers observed Eli's every movement with rapt attention, eager to learn, yet regrettably, they found themselves unable to comprehend Eli's methods. A natural horse trainer. As one horse after another was tamed, the trainers were once again awestruck by Eli's prowess. Eli had arrived around 8 in the morning, and by 10 o'clock, his task was complete. Despite the large number of horses, Eli's efficiency was remarkable. Each horse took little time to train, and he had deliberately extended this process, as he could have otherwise tamed them in a much more sweeping manner, which would have been rather astonishing. Here are 3 gold thalers. As per usual. The maid handed the coins to Eli, preparing to see him off. However, this time she was called back, saying, I wish to meet the Count. Does Mr. Eli wish to see the Count? At that moment, the Count was indeed at the manor. But I must first report to the steward and then convey your request to the Count. Is that agreeable? The maid seemed somewhat surprised at Eli's request and hesitated momentarily before speaking. Of course, Eli nodded in agreement. The maid then led Eli towards the castle, where she left him outside while she went in to make her report. Shortly, she emerged and informed Eli, the Count is upstairs. However, he may not be able to see you. The steward is present, and you may speak with him. Not able to see him? Has something occurred? Eli inquired, nodding thoughtfully as he followed the maid into the castle. In the reception room, Eli encountered the steward, an elderly man with silver-streaked black hair, numerous wrinkles adorning his face. Yet his eyes shone brightly, and his posture remained upright. Mr. Eli, I apologize, but the Count is rather troubled today and may not be able to meet with you, the steward said, approaching Eli with an expression of regret. Steward Helen, has something happened? Perhaps I could be of assistance, Eli politely inquired, recognizing the Count's steward. Indeed, there are matters at hand, but you may not be of much help, the steward sighed, shaking his head slightly. You haven't even explained. How can you be sure I cannot assist? Eli replied with a smile. Very well, since you wish to know, I shall share, but this must remain confidential. The steward, having become somewhat familiar with Eli, began to divulge the Count's troubles. It turned out that external influences had impacted matters. Count Jamonri, a distinguished knight who had ascended to nobility through merit, had subsequently invested in commerce to augment his wealth. As his business flourished, the need for a more substantial backing became apparent. Behind the Jimmery family lies the Elena family. However, a few days ago, the Marquis Elena suddenly fell into a coma due to poisoning, plunging the entire Marquisate into chaos. Naturally, the Jimmery family, which relies on the Marquis, was significantly affected, and Count Jimmery found himself quite distressed. Poisoned? The Marquis? Eli seemed to grasp much in an instant. No wonder Loch Manor had ceased the sale of purple irises. For the Marquis had been poisoned. It was only to be expected. Should the Marquis pass away, the ascension of a new Marquis would likely see the resumption of iris sales. Eli felt a sense of relief. As for whether the Marquis lived or died, it mattered little to him. However, the steward's subsequent remarks reignited Eli's emotions. He lamented, I heard the Marquis was poisoned while inspecting Loch Manor. Who knows what lurks within? It seems Loch Manor has ceased operations. What a pity for the crops inside. Eli's eyes widened. Such connections could indeed be drawn. If operations truly ceased, would the purple irises vanish entirely? Contemplating this, Eli sensed he could take some action. The steward, equally troubled, recognized the close ties between the Count and himself. If the Jimmery family's interests suffered, he too would be impacted, yet what could he possibly do? Perhaps I could offer some assistance. The steward raised his head and looked at Eli before him. Alas! In the study, Count Jimmery sat in a chair, surrounded by various issues the family had recently encountered. Ever since the Marquis was poisoned, the family's business had been gradually affected. He was quite distressed but felt powerless. Countless renowned physicians from the Empire and members of the monastery had gathered at the Marquis's residence, all attempting to counteract the poison, yet there had been little progress, merely managing to contain the spread of the lethal toxin. Initially, he had sought assistance in finding a remedy. Success in this endeavor would elevate his standing before the Marquis. However, after searching extensively, he found no viable options. The finest doctors in the Empire were either in the monastery or the royal palace. Perhaps I should consider relinquishing a portion of my business, Jimmery contemplated. If the Marquis were to perish, he would need to consider the future. The Marquis's eldest son, Alex, might not possess the capability to oversee such a vast family, and it was possible that the Marquis's wife would step in to manage affairs. Though he was not well acquainted with her, it might be prudent to contract his business for now, thought Count Jimmery. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Come in. The Count responded, perplexed, for he had instructed the steward to keep others at bay. The door swung open, and the steward entered, addressing the Count. My lord, someone wishes to see you. Count Jimmery turned his gaze, and at that moment, Eli entered, looking at the Count with a smile. My lord, I have heard you are facing some troubles. Perhaps I could offer some assistance. Chapter 36. The basic detoxifying potion. Can you offer assistance? Count Jamonri inquired, gazing at Eli from across the study. Yes, if the Marquis is indeed poisoned. I believe I can be of some help, Eli replied, nodding as he reclined on the sofa. Moments ago, the butler had delivered his report and exited, leaving only Eli and the Count in the room. How do you intend to help? Count Jamonri scrutinized Eli. His understanding of Eli was limited to his prowess in horse training. However, he had never heard of scholarly Moan being proficient in pharmacology, as his primary focus was historical studies. My lord, last year, while passing through a market, I chanced upon an elderly man clad in a black robe, who was selling an assortment of peculiar items, including detoxifying potions. At that time, I was delving into botany and purchased 2 vials, Eli elucidated. I initially did not think much of the potions, but once, while out with my senior, Herman, he was bitten by a venomous snake, and I was quite flustered. Yet, inexplicably, I had the presence of mind to administer that potion to him, and he soon regained consciousness and recovered without any lingering effects. Eli began to weave an elaborate tale, disregarding whether anyone would question the authenticity of Herman's snake bite. Oh, so you were suggesting that your potion could cure the Marquis' poisoning? The Count, not lacking in wit, grasped Eli's implication. Indeed, Eli affirmed with a nod. While the Count believed that Eli meant well, he found it hard to accept that a single potion could be so miraculous. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to dampen Eli's enthusiasm, and he waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Very well, I shall send someone to retrieve the potion from you this afternoon for examination." Excellent. Eli responded eagerly. Pray tell, what is your motivation for this? Count Jamonri queried suddenly, his curiosity piqued. He found it hard to believe that Eli would engage in such endeavors without a substantial reason. The young man appeared quite discerning. My lord, I have recently been studying pharmacology and require a considerable quantity of purple iris flowers, but due to the Marquis' poisoning, I have heard that Locke Manor has ceased operations, Eli disclosed candidly. I see, the Count nodded, finding Eli's reasoning much more palatable. Well then, I shall not keep you any longer. Eli placed his right hand over his chest and turned to depart. Oh, by the way, my lord, if the potion proves effective, please do not disclose that it was I who provided it. Seemingly recalling something, Eli paused and turned back. Rest assured, I promise you, Count Jamonri replied with a smile. Although he was aware that the potion was likely ineffective, he appreciated Eli's earnest desire to assist. If an opportunity arose, he might even consider inviting Eli to become his scholarly advisor. Of course, that would depend on Eli's future academic pursuits. With the Count's affirmation, Eli departed without hesitation. On his return journey, Eli sat in the carriage, reflecting on the events that had transpired. He certainly cannot participate directly, as no one truly knows whether the poisoning of the Marquis involves other parties. It may well have been orchestrated by other formidable forces. Should he become embroiled in this affair, he might attract unwarranted complications. If he were to aid the Marquis through the Earl's intervention, it would effectively shift the conflict elsewhere. Moreover, as long as the Marquis remains silent, it is unlikely that anyone would suspect Eli. For he is merely an ordinary scholar. Who would ever think he was the one to offer assistance? Furthermore, should his aid prove successful, given his knowledge of the Earl, he is confident that the Earl would undoubtedly address his own needs in return, a matter he need not even ponder. He need only provide the antidote. As for Eli's confidence, it is well-founded. From Roland, he has learned that the Marquis is not a knight but an ordinary individual who has been poisoned and unconscious for 3 days yet remains alive. This indicates that the toxin is not exceptionally potent, certainly below the extraordinary threshold. Coincidentally, within Saren's notes exists a potion known as the basic antidote. By extracting certain extraordinary elements and combining them with various materials, one can create a solution capable of completely neutralizing non-extraordinary toxins and alleviating ordinary extraordinary toxins. This is the source of Eli's assurance regarding the potion. The principle behind this potion is the expulsion of foreign substances from the body. Thus, regardless of the type of poison, as long as it has entered the body and is below the extraordinary level, it can certainly be eliminated. No matter the toxin, be it a mixture, as long as it is not extraordinary, it cannot withstand the potion's efficacy. As for Eli, he merely needs to observe the unfolding events from the sidelines. In the afternoon, Jimmery sent someone as promised to collect the potion, while Eli continued with his experiments. Recently, he has developed an interest in alchemy, embarking on the study of this unfamiliar discipline, primarily due to his newfound financial abundance allowing him to conduct the experiments he desires. As for the situation with the Earl, Eli remains unaware, given that his work with horses has concluded, and the Earl, being a busy noble, has much on his plate. That evening, within a lavish chamber of a castle in Jimmery's domain, the Earl held a vial of potion in his hand. The vial resembled a test tube, containing a liquid of blue-purple hue, and upon closer inspection, one could discern faint golden specks within. Is this potion truly capable of saving the Marquis's life? The Earl pondered in silence, gazing at the ornate vial. Perhaps it would be best to forego it, he thought, shaking his head and placing the vial upon the table. Time swiftly passed to the following day. Early in the morning, as the Earl rose from slumber, his steward abruptly appeared. "My lord, the situation with Marquis Elena has suddenly become perilous. The Imperial Monastery's personnel are striving to provide aid, yet progress remains elusive. Should we not pay a visit?" "Let us go," the Earl replied, shaking his head. "Oh, and be sure to consult the physician I sought previously." In the past few days, he had indeed been busy, having sought out several renowned doctors. "Prepare the carriage. We shall depart shortly. This matter pertains to his patron, and Count Jamonry cannot afford to delay." "Very well, my lord." The steward swiftly exited. 20 minutes later, a carriage awaited outside the castle, accompanied by 2 physicians who had evidently been present, ready to embark at a moment's notice. The count emerged from the castle, adorned in resplendent attire, striding purposefully towards the carriage, while the steward stood by, prepared to bid him farewell. Count Jamonry advanced with alacrity, the great knight moving swiftly, reaching the carriage in the blink of an eye, ready to ascend. Yet, just as he was about to enter, a sudden recollection of Elena's confident words from the previous day flashed in his mind. Hesitating, he turned to the steward and said, "Helen, please fetch the vial of elixir from my desk." "Of course, my lord." The steward promptly retrieved the potion, and the count glanced at it before stowing it in his pocket. Though it was likely of little use, one could never be certain. What if it truly proved beneficial? Chapter 37. Despair of Alex. As the count entered the carriage, the coachman flicked the whip, and the carriage began to move. Soon, it traversed the area and entered the city. Upon seeing the count's carriage, the citizens swiftly made way, and the carriage continued at a brisk pace towards its destination. Inside, Count Jamoni sat at the forefront, flanked by 2 physicians. The atmosphere within the carriage was hushed, not a sound to be heard. Suddenly, the count coughed and turned to his side, inquiring, "Gentlemen, do you believe a mere elixir can counteract the Marquis's poison?" It seemed the nature of the poison afflicting the Marquis remained unclear, though it likely was a mixture. The likelihood of a single potion resolving such an issue appeared slim. Indeed, if it were that simple, the Marquis would not still be in a state of unconsciousness. Another physician nodded in agreement. "Is that so?" The count mused, not uttering another word. His right hand slipped into his garment, feeling the hard, cold touch of the vial. King's Landing is neither vast nor insubstantial. The Elena family's estate lies to the west of King's Landing, approximately a few kilometers away. In just 20 minutes, the carriage had traversed the city, exited the walls, and arrived at its destination. Upon arrival, Count Jamoni disembarked, greeted by a middle-aged man clad in black who approached with a bow. "It has been a while, my lord." He glanced at the count and then at the 2 physicians behind him, a look of realization dawning on his face. "My lord, are you also here to assist the Marquis?" "Also?" Count Jamoni questioned, intrigued. "Are there many others?" It did not take long for him to confirm his suspicions. The man remained silent, leading Count Jamoni inside, quickly arriving at a vast reception hall. The hall was filled to capacity, with Count Jamoni estimating at least several dozen individuals present. Among them were numerous barons and viscounts, and even several counts, though the majority were various physicians, some brought by nobles, others from the Imperial Monastery. The nobles stood on one side, while the monks gathered on the other, led by a woman in a white robe whom Count Jamoni recognized. She was the same woman who had previously approached him seeking investment with Scholar Lyman. The cultured student followed closely behind her. "What is the situation?" The butler departed immediately after ushering in the count. Count Jamoni approached a familiar viscount. "My lord," the viscount exclaimed upon recognizing him, promptly offering his respect and beginning to outline the current circumstances. Since the Marquis fell into unconsciousness due to poisoning, the Marquis's family first sought assistance from their own physicians, but to no avail. Consequently, they turned to the monastery for help, which successfully stabilized the Marquis's condition. However, that is all there is to it. They yearn for a remedy, yet they remain powerless. Then, yesterday, the situation of the Marquis took a sudden turn for the worse, prompting a flood of nobles eager to introduce themselves. The Elena family did not hinder this influx, hoping to unite their efforts to save the Marquis. "Ah, is that not Count Jamonry?" As Count Jamonry listened to the report from the Viscount, a voice suddenly interrupted. He turned his head to see a man clad in opulent black attire approaching him, accompanied by an elderly gentleman with a white beard. Count Monkey. Count Jamonry furrowed his brow. Both he and Count Monkey were subordinates of the Marquis, yet they were at odds, each vying for the Marquis's favor, maintaining a delicate balance of power. Hey, it seems you have come to lend a hand as well, Count Monkey remarked, eyeing the two individuals behind Count Jamonry with a chuckle. Humph, that is none of your concern, Count Jamonry replied curtly, casting a glance in his direction. Heh. It appears you are destined to lose this time, Count Monkey laughed, then introduced the elderly gentleman. This is Dr. Robert. You may not be familiar with his name, but he was the chief physician in the royal palace, and many doctors today are his disciples. I see your two physicians are rather youthful. They may not be equipped to handle this. This was mere boasting. The corners of Count Jamonry's mouth twitched. His line of work was far removed from this. Finding these two had taken him several days of effort. Master, an unexpected turn of events occurred as Dr. Robert stepped forward, and the two physicians behind him unexpectedly approached the elder and bowed. Both were former students of Robert. Ha ha ha. Even Count Monkey was taken aback by this scene, bursting into laughter. The Marquis's affliction is quite intricate, beyond your capabilities to address, Dr. Robert asserted confidently, despite his advanced age. Master, we are here at Count Jamonry's invitation. The two physicians exclaimed, surprised to encounter their former mentor, yet they stood firmly by the Count's side. Indeed, Dr. Robert nodded, saying nothing further. He had numerous students. These two were merely among the more competent. Well, Count Jamonry, it appears you stand no chance this time. Count Monkey patted Count Jamonry on the shoulder before departing. Count Jamonry took several deep breaths, reminding himself that he was within the Marquis's household and must refrain from violence. Damn it, how infuriating. He had no retort. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Meanwhile, the door connecting to the reception hall suddenly swung open, and several physicians emerged. Count Jamonry glanced over, and through the door, he could see a room beyond, featuring a large bed where Marquis Elena lay, surrounded by close relatives. This won't do. The physicians approached a count nearby, shaking their heads. They had come at the Count's behest to assist, but it appeared there had been little progress. Is there anyone else who can help? Just then, more individuals emerged from within the door. Alex gazed upon the assembly of nobles and monks before him, letting out a sigh. So many had arrived. Yet how many could truly be of assistance? Perhaps we should make another attempt? At that moment, the elderly woman leading the monks stepped forward, flanked by several others. Very well. Alex was aware that the monks had been conducting research for several days, and he hoped they might provide some aid. The monks entered the room, and Alex commanded that the door be shut. The others waited with bated breath. Half an hour later, the monks emerged once more, their expressions heavy with disappointment. Is there anyone else willing to try? Alex's tone had grown more somber. I shall give it a go. Count Monkey raised his hand. This is the former chief physician of the royal palace, Dr. Robert. He introduced Robert to Alex. Greetings, Dr. Robert. Alex's eyes brightened as he ushered both the physician and the Count inside, sealing the door once more. An hour passed. The door swung open, and Dr. Robert stepped out, his brow furrowed, closely followed by Monkey, who remained silent, evidently having found no solution. It is utterly hopeless. The poison within the Marquis's body is a lethal concoction of at least 10 different toxins, having penetrated deeply into his organs, Robert lamented, shaking his head. Oh, even Dr. Robert cannot resolve this? Robert was a highly esteemed figure within the medical community, known to many physicians. I cannot. Robert did not deny the impossibility. He simply stated his limitations. Yet, upon hearing this, the other physicians were struck as if by a thunderbolt. If even the former chief physician of the royal palace admits defeat, it seems the Marquis is truly beyond salvation. A chorus of lamentations filled the room. Is there anyone else willing to try? At this moment, Alex felt a swell of despair. The man lying within was his own father. Oh, by the way, Count Jamonry, do you wish to attempt it? At that moment, Count Monkey, not far off, suddenly spoke, seemingly seeking to vent his feelings of failure. Ahem, forget it. So many have already failed, and the Marquis has been given a death sentence by Robert. Count Jamonry was prepared to concede defeat as well. Let us try? Suddenly, Alex's gaze filled with sorrow as he spoke. For him, trying offered a glimmer of hope. He clung to it like a drowning man grasping at seaweed. Count Jamonry, observing the despondent Alex, recalled the potion that Eli had provided him. After a moment of hesitation, he acquiesced. Very well. I shall give it a try. After all, I am not the only one who has failed. Chapter 38. The Awakening of the Marquis. Let us proceed. At this moment, Alex cast aside the formalities customary among the nobility and turned to enter the room. Count Jaimin glanced at the two physicians behind him, and together, the three of them stepped into the chamber, the door closing behind them once more. Cough, cough, cough. Upon entering, they were immediately greeted by a pungent aroma of herbs emanating from the bed where Marquis Elena lay. The Marquis rested with his eyes shut, his chestnut hair contrasting with the deep lines etched upon his face by the passage of time. Despite his condition, a faint air of dignity still surrounded him. However, at present, the Marquis appeared gravely ill. His arms were marked by bulging veins of a bluish-purple hue, and even his lips bore a darkened shade. Surrounding the bed were various family members of the Marquis. Some wept sorrowfully at the foot of the bed, while others stood silently, observing the scene. And a few bore expressions of barely concealed excitement, prompting Jaimin to ponder whether they would react similarly upon his own demise. Meanwhile, the two doctors accompanying Count Jaimin had approached the Marquis to examine him. They gently lifted the Marquis's eyelids, revealing lifeless eyes. After a brief discussion, they commenced their attempts at treatment. Half an hour passed as Count Jaimin observed the two physicians busily attending to the Marquis, even employing a sample of the Count's blood for experimentation, yet to no avail. Alex, witnessing the entire scene, closed his eyes. He had witnessed this same futile procedure countless times before, and it had proven ineffective. Suddenly, he felt it was time to cease this torment. Rather than prolong the Marquis's suffering, it would be more dignified to allow him to pass gracefully. Enough. In the hushed room, Alex spoke, and the two physicians halted, exchanging resigned glances. Their examinations revealed that the poison within the Marquis was remarkably tenacious and utterly insurmountable. If he were a knight, it might have been different, but alas, he was merely an ordinary man. I am truly sorry, my lord. The two doctors approached Count Jaimin, heads bowed in deference. I shall escort you out, Alex replied, his voice heavy with despair. Count Jaimin hesitated, his hand reaching into his pocket, torn between retrieving a vial of potion, uncertain of its efficacy. I possess another vial of potion, which I acquired by chance last year. It may hold the antidote. Count Jaimin ultimately produced the elixir. Alex gazed at the vial in the Count's hand, filled with a bluish-purple liquid, and remained silent. The others also regarded the concoction with expressions of skepticism, questioning how this potion could possibly serve as an antidote. Let us try. Count Jaimin, aware of the absurdity of the situation, found himself compelled to utter those words. Very well, let us try. Alex acquiesced after a moment's hesitation, nodding in agreement. This shall be the final attempt, the last time. The two physicians procured a blood sample, which now appeared abnormally dark. The Count uncorked the vial and allowed a few drops to fall. Drip. Just a single drop. The bluish-purple elixir mingled with the pitch-black blood, and an astonishing transformation commenced. The blood began to turn red, a layer of dark substance rising to the surface. My God! Alex's eyes widened in disbelief, mirrored by the astonished expressions of others around him. He stepped forward, taking the vial of blood, which glimmered with a vibrant, healthy red hue, sending a shiver through his entire being. Quick, administer it to my father. However, the process could not be rushed. The potion underwent rigorous testing to ensure it was harmless to humans before it was finally administered to the Marquis. All eyes were fixed upon the Marquis, as if anticipating a transformation. Suddenly, a stream of dark crimson blood trickled from the Marquis's lips, and his body began to tremble, starting from his fingers and spreading to his limbs. Miraculously, as the blood flowed out, the Marquis gradually opened his eyes. Witnessing this, everyone stood in stunned silence. When the Marquis finally spoke, Alex was the first to erupt in cheers. Meanwhile, outside the room, Count Manchi was engaged in conversation with several other counts. I tell you, the Marquis is unlikely to pull through. We must prepare ourselves, he asserted. Indeed, the monastery and physician Rob had seemingly exhausted all options, indicating that hope was lost. One count nodded in agreement. Master, it is time for us to depart, remarked an elegant young man standing behind the woman from the monastery. The leading lady from the monastery acquiesced with a nod. With their failure, they had completely relinquished any hope of saving the Marquis, and after a brief discussion, they resolved to leave. Yet, just as they were about to exit, a commotion erupted from behind them. The door to the Marquis's chamber swung open, and a figure burst forth, exclaiming, "The Marquis is awake! The Marquis is awake!" Everyone froze in shock. The once boisterous conference room fell into a profound silence. A few moments later, normalcy began to resume. Count Manchi stood rooted in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the improbable reality. How could this be possible? How could Count Jamongli have resolved such a dreadful poison? Meanwhile, The previously confident Rob furrowed his brow, pondering, are my two students truly that remarkable? The members of the monastery also halted, eager to glean specific information. Such a complex toxin, and yet it had been cured? They were perplexed by how the intricate relationships between the various toxins were managed. In that moment, the entire room, every count and every physician, was engulfed in their own thoughts and questions. No one knew whether the Marquis had truly recovered, or how such a remarkable feat had been accomplished. The following day, Eli received the news that Marquis Elena had fully recovered. It appeared that the elusive purple iris was within reach. Eli smiled softly and resumed his experiments. In the ensuing half-month, the winds of change swept through the realm. The news of the Marquis' awakening had a far greater impact than Eli had anticipated. Such a potent poison could not have been the result of mere happenstance. Through the Marquis' formidable investigation, it was revealed that a Count's family had clandestinely laced the Marquis' food with deadly toxins. The ramifications of this incident were profound. Not only was a noble family stripped of its title, but the audacity of a Count to dare poison a Marquis raised unsettling questions. Furthermore, considering that the Elena family controlled crucial iron mines within the empire, the truth lurking behind this treachery was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Eli felt increasingly grateful for his decision to remain uninvolved in these treacherous affairs, for he was merely an ordinary librarian. As time swiftly passed, a month had elapsed. Count Jamonri indeed sought Eli out, but he did not bring the coveted purple iris. Instead, he bore another piece of news. Marquis Elena wished to meet with him. Chapter 39 Conversation. Seated in the carriage en route to the Elena family estate, Eli cast a sorrowful glance at Count Jamonri. The Count, feeling somewhat awkward, recalled their prior agreement and thus offered an apology. This situation is indeed my fault. However, you need not fret. I only informed the Marquis, and given his inquiries, I had no choice but to respond. He spread his hands in reassurance. Rest assured, you are quite safe. Thanks to your bravery in rescuing the Marquis and apprehending that Count, the latter's family has been eradicated following my report to the king. I have heard that this incident has broader implications, leading to the arrest of countless individuals. A mere vial of potion has resulted in untold deaths and thwarted innumerable plans. Fear not. To protect you, this meeting with the Marquis remains confidential. The advantages will undoubtedly be plentiful, so you may set your mind at ease. Eli nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The events had already transpired, and it was clear that the benefits outweighed the drawbacks, the sole disadvantage being his exposure. Nevertheless, this served as a reminder for Eli to acquire some curses or mental magic in the future, ensuring his identity remained concealed. Throughout the journey, Count Jamonri's conversation flowed freely, revealing his evident delight. Upon inquiry, Eli learned that the potion incident had catapulted Count Jamonri into the Marquis' inner circle, earning him substantial support and bolstering his family's influence. Meanwhile, Count Machi had been temporarily sidelined, likely unaware that despite his extensive preparations, he had been unexpectedly outmaneuvered by Count Jamonri. The situation was further compounded as Count Jamonri publicly claimed that the Marquis' recovery was due to the efforts of two apothecaries, leaving the venerable Lord Robert in a state of deep despondency, announcing his withdrawal from public affairs. It was rumored that the monastery had introduced numerous poison-related courses, leaving the students in tears. Poor medical students indeed. The carriage sped along a different route than before, entering through the rear entrance. Eli and his companions were guided until Eli finally found himself in a room facing the Marquis, who appeared significantly improved, though the silvery strands in her hair had increased. Thankfully, she looked vibrant and her eyes sparkled with life. It was hard to believe that merely a month prior, this Marquis had nearly succumbed to poisoning. Marquis, I have brought the individual you requested. I shall take my leave now. After escorting Eli, Count Jamonri turned to exit the room, granting the two a private space. Eli felt no apprehension. After all, he was only a few meters away from the Marquis. Should any peril arise, that distance would suffice for him to either harm or abduct her. However, such a scenario was less than 1 in 1,000. No one would risk losing a Marquis for his sake. He was merely an ordinary librarian. The Marquis regarded Eli with a warm smile, perhaps unaware that in those fleeting seconds, Eli had already contemplated how to escape should the need arise. Ahem, the Marquis began. I have summoned Count Jamonri for 2 specific matters. One pertains to the potion I consumed, and the other concerns your reward. Indeed, it is about the potion? Eli felt a sense of helplessness. It appeared that the Marquis was quite intrigued by the potion. May I inquire if you remember the individual from whom you acquired the potion? Could you describe them for me? Countess Elena gazed at Eli with fervent intensity. Why inquire about a person rather than the potion itself? This was peculiar, for that individual was merely a figment of his imagination. Ah, that person was clad in a black robe, with bright eyes, appearing quite aged, and their face was lined with numerous wrinkles. Ely began to fabricate earnestly. MHM. The Marquis listened attentively, nodding repeatedly. Ely found it perplexing that the Marquis held such an interest in an individual. May I ask, Your Excellency, why you were so captivated by that person? After describing an ordinary visage, Ely inquired with a puzzled expression. Countess Elena shook her head, hesitating momentarily before responding. I suspect that the vial of potion you purchased is no ordinary concoction. This is a genuine secret. However, since you saved me, I shall share it with you. Do you know when the Empire was established? Certainly, the Empire was founded approximately 3 centuries ago. Ely nodded, well aware of such historical facts. And do you know the name of the Empire's first king? Countess Elena pressed on. The name of the first king, Merlin I, suddenly eluded Ely. He realized he had no recollection of this monarch's name, and indeed, it was never recorded in any texts he had encountered. Humph, you do not know, do you? Countess Elena chuckled, seemingly delighted to have stumped the scholar. Ely nodded, sensing that what was to follow could unveil a significant secret. Then do you know? He countered. The Marquis faltered, stroking his beard, and awkwardly smiled. I do not know either. Well then, what a riddle you've posed. The Marquis seemed to share in the awkwardness before continuing. However, I am certain of one thing. This king hailed from elsewhere, and his origins are quite remarkable. In a mere decade, he established such a vast kingdom, and as far as I know, every one of his subordinates is unwaveringly loyal, which is simply extraordinary. Having perhaps said too much, the Countess took a sip of water, while Ely sat quietly across from her, eager to discern what the Marquis truly wished to convey. An unsettling feeling lingered within him, hinting that he might be entwined in this narrative. Moreover, after founding the kingdom, the king did not seek to expand further. Rather, he halted his endeavors, failing to develop it, instead continually dispatching individuals across various regions, as if in search of something. What is he searching for? Ely's eyes widened. Recalling the final sentence on the title page of Salim Matatlan's notes, I wonder if I have truly found it? Furthermore, if one were to remove 2 characters from Salim Matatlan's surname, it would yield Merlin, and in conjunction with the tale of this king, it was difficult not to draw connections. Certainly, this is not the main subject at hand. My fascination with that individual stems from your vial of elixir, which I encountered in my youth, bestowed upon me by the king at that time, who was none other than Merlin I. This curiosity about that person lingers in my mind. Elena spoke calmly, as if reminiscing about the past. Yet unbeknownst to her, a tempest was brewing within Ely's heart. The basic antidote was, in fact, a truly extraordinary potion, attainable only through the wielding of magic. Did this not imply that Merlin I was indeed a sorcerer? Or could it be that Salim Matatlan was, in truth, Merlin I, establishing a kingdom merely to seek out a singular object? Ely felt as though he had stumbled upon a monumental revelation. However, another question gnawed at Ely's mind. If Salim Matatlan were indeed Merlin I, from whence did he originate? Should there not be a pathway leading to the domain of sorcerers? These queries tormented Ely. Yet he resolved to gather information at a leisurely pace. He shook his head. Even if he were to uncover the truth, what significance would it hold? Patience was imperative. These were merely conjectures. It is truly remarkable. I have always sensed that apart from knights, there must exist other forces, perhaps beyond this realm, across the endless sea, and outside the neighboring nations, mused Marquise Elena, shaking her head in contemplation. I have encountered certain magical beasts whose might eclipses that of even the most valiant knights. I pondered whether there are even more formidable powers at play. Perhaps that figure in the black cloak embodies such strength. Alas, I shall never witness them in my lifetime. The Marquise sighed deeply, engulfed in melancholy, while Ely concluded that she was indeed unaware of the existence of sorcerers, suggesting that, at present, the kingdom was devoid of them. Nevertheless, let us discuss the reward for saving your life, Marquise Elena stated earnestly after several moments of reflection. Ely straightened his posture. Rather than fretting over uncertain matters, he would do well to focus on the recompense the Marquise intended to bestow upon him. Chapter 40. The rewards speak your desires, whatever I can fulfill. I shall certainly accommodate, declared Marquise Elena, her gaze fixed upon Ely. For a family that oversees numerous iron mines within the empire, the financial prowess of the Elena lineage is no trifling matter. They rank among the foremost of the marquises, representing the true elite of the empire. The Marquise's intention was straightforward. Eli had saved her life, and thus she was determined to meet his needs to the best of her ability. As is the custom among nobility, while she merely expended some inconsequential wealth, Eli had sacrificed a vial of precious elixir. She was curious to see what conditions this young man might propose. Would it be a noble title, a substantial sum of gold, or perhaps a grand estate? Yet, merely a purple iris? The Marquise raised an eyebrow, her expression one of surprise. She had stated that Eli could name his terms, yet he only requested a purple iris. She was aware of Eli's desires from Count Jiminy, but she had not anticipated that he would ask for something so modest after she had offered such lavish possibilities. For a moment, she was taken aback. Are you certain you desire only the purple iris? Wealth, estates, these are all within my power to provide, even a title of nobility. I can find a way, the Marquise inquired, her uncertainty evident. Indeed, merely the purple iris. Eli affirmed with a nod. As long as I have sufficient funds. I can always retrieve more from the gaming houses if needed. I have no need for estates or villas for in a few decades, or even a century. I shall certainly change my identity and residence. Purchasing would be somewhat wasteful. I prefer to rent. Moreover, a larger estate would require servants, which might hinder my experiments. Even a title would bring forth more social obligations and troubles, which I find rather tedious. Very well, the Marquise conceded with a resigned nod. This was the first time she had wished to bestow a gift, but found herself unable to do so. However, this experience only heightened her regard for the young man before her. I have taken a liking to you, she remarked, admiring Eli. Yet, a single purple iris is insufficient. Here is what I propose. I shall allow you to choose 3 items from my warehouse, anything you desire. Seemingly feeling that Eli's request was too minimal, the Marquise added. Before Eli could respond, the Marquise extended her hand, stating, You cannot refuse this. It is a gift from a Marquise. Very well, thank you, my lady. Eli acknowledged with a nod. In this world, a warehouse is far more than mere storage. Nobility often keeps their most treasured possessions within these confines. Naturally, a Marquise's warehouse would house even more exquisite and valuable items, and Eli might discover something remarkable within. This was an opportunity he could not decline. Not only might he find something useful, but it also represented the friendship of a noble family. He could not simply refuse such an offer. That would be too disrespectful to the Marquise. After clearing her throat, she tugged on a cord nearby. A chorus of bells chimed from outside. A small door on the other side of the room swung open moments later, and several physicians entered to attend to the Marquis. Concurrently, a middle-aged gentleman clad in black approached. The Marquis gestured for him to come closer and seemed to exchange a few words with him. Subsequently, the man addressed Eli, stating, Mr. Eli, allow me to escort you to the warehouse. Eli nodded in agreement and rose to his feet, casting a glance at the Marquis surrounded by the physicians before turning to follow the man. Before long, the middle-aged gentleman guided Eli through a series of twists and turns, leading them to the warehouse. This structure was built against the mountainside, its thick iron doors creating a barrier between the interior and the exterior. Outside stood 2 knights, ever vigilant, ready to respond at a moment's notice, for the warehouse was in close proximity to the castle, ensuring swift assistance in case of an emergency. This is warehouse number 1, a prize collection of the Marquis, the gentleman announced as they approached. Is there another warehouse? Eli inquired from behind the man. Indeed. The Earl possesses a total of 3 warehouses here, each with diminishing value. Typically, the Marquis bestows gifts from warehouse number 3, though I am uncertain of your actions. It is clear that the Marquis holds you in high regard, the middle-aged man, who was actually the Marquis' steward, replied with a smile. I see. Eli nodded. Understanding the situation, the Marquis was indeed quite generous. Clearing his throat, the steward opened the grand door, and a cloud of dust billowed forth. Eli peered inside, revealing a spacious area, predominantly rectangular in shape, flanked by shelves adorned with various items. Though he merely glanced, Eli discerned numerous valuable artifacts within. The warehouse is quite expansive. You may take your time to select, the steward said, patting Eli on the shoulder and gesturing for him to enter. Eli nodded appreciatively and stepped inside. Upon entering the warehouse, Eli began to explore its contents. It was undeniable that this was a collection worthy of a Marquis, filled with numerous high-value items. For instance, Eli spotted a sapphire of exquisite purity and appearance, likely worth 100 gold thalers. He surmised that this must be one of the more valuable treasures in the warehouse. He wondered what treasures warehouse number 3 might hold. As Eli's hand brushed past a piece of armor of considerable worth, he felt a pang of nostalgia. This is the tail feather of a sunbird, a mineral of rare production from the Empire? Oh, And this is a piece of sentient wood? The warehouse was vast. And Eli, as if seeing the world for the first time, marveled at each item. While most were mundane, he indeed discovered several useful treasures. As he continued to wander, Eli suddenly halted, standing before a shelf that bore a peculiar black object resembling a sphere. Could this be a remnant of a shapeshifter? Eli's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The remnant of a shapeshifter. The Saline notes document an entity known as the chameleon beast, a creature whose naturally shed remains possess extraordinary characteristics. Although this magical beast is not particularly formidable, it proves elusive due to its remarkable abilities of concealment and transformation. Its discarded remnants exhibit the same extraordinary traits, which may be precisely what Eli requires. Since learning from Salim Matatlan that the first king might have been a sorcerer, Eli has felt the urgent need to enhance his hidden capabilities, as he is keen to avoid any accidental exposure of his sorceress identity. This object seems to resonate with him. Having determined his first acquisition, he continued deeper into the warehouse, meticulously selecting from the Marquis's collection, ignoring the soulless items. Eli's discerning gaze searched for objects of potential value. However, his ultimate findings left him somewhat disheartened. Apart from the discarded remnants, there was little else to catch his interest. This was to be expected, as the Bane Empire is merely a knightly kingdom, where sorcerous artifacts are indeed scarce. He managed to select 2 items that were, at best, passable. Ultimately, Eli emerged from the warehouse with 3 items: the chameleon beast remnants, a material compatible with the remnants, and the initially observed enchanted wood. He intended to combine the first 2 to create a stealthy sorceress artifact, while the third would be fashioned into a staff. Upon his exit, Eli informed the steward of his acquisitions, to which the steward simply acknowledged without further comment, as these items were not his to claim. "Ah, Count Jamonri is waiting for you over there. Allow me to escort you to him," the steward politely stated. "Very well." Eli nodded, following the steward. After a short distance, he spotted a carriage in the distance, the very one that Count Jamonri had previously brought him in. The Count stood beside it, accompanied by another individual Eli had not seen in quite some time. "Ah, Eli? What brings you here?" Alex, who was engaged in conversation with Count Jamonri, turned upon seeing the steward leading Eli and displayed a look of surprise. "I came with the Count," Eli replied. "Indeed, he is the one I brought along." Count Jamonri chuckled. Alex was immediately perplexed. He had happened upon the family estate that day, and while walking, he encountered Count Jamonri, the very man who had saved his father's life. Naturally, he could not ignore him and approached to express his gratitude. However, when he inquired about the Count's purpose, Jamonri merely laughed and mentioned he was seeking the Marquis, leaving Alex none the wiser. Now, encountering Eli added to his confusion. In his memory, Eli was a student of Bachelor Limon, highly skilled in dance and seemingly adept at horse training. He held a favorable impression of Eli. Yet he could not fathom why he would be present on their family grounds. "Well, since Eli has arrived, we shall take our leave," Count Jamonri said to the still baffled Alex, stepping onto the carriage. "Farewell." Eli exchanged a smile with Alex before stepping into the carriage. The driver cracked the whip, and the carriage departed along the road. Meanwhile, Alex remained rooted in place, seemingly pondering the implications of the situation. "Butler, do you know what the Count of Gimmerly and Eli are discussing?" Alex inquired. "Young master, I am unaware. If you wish to know, I suggest you consult your father." The butler replied with his signature politeness. "Ask father?" Alex mused, sensing it might not be of great significance, yet if he didn't clarify, he would surely lose sleep over it that night. Thus, he turned and made his way toward the castle. Before long, he arrived at the castle, the very spot where Eli had conversed with the Marquis. "Father," Alex greeted as he entered the room, where he found his father. "What brings you here?" Marquis Elena asked, appearing considerably improved after his recent treatment. "Father, I have something to inquire," Alex stated candidly, voicing the confusion that had been troubling him. "Son, as the future head of the family, I ought not to divulge certain matters. However, I believe you should cultivate your own capacity for independent thought," Marquis Elena remarked, gazing meaningfully at Alex. Furrowing his brow, Alex appeared somewhat perplexed. "To inform you, I was conversing with Eli, not the Count of Gimmerly," Marquis Elena sighed before continuing. This revelation genuinely astonished Alex, and he instinctively prepared to ask for clarification, but the Marquis gestured for him to leave. "I have said enough. Think for yourself," he urged. With no other option, Alex departed. As he walked through the castle corridors, Alex furrowed his brow in contemplation of his father's words. Was it a deliberate meeting with Eli? And why seek the Count of Gimmerly at this particular time? Suddenly, a light flickered in Alex's eyes, and his mouth fell agape as he began to grasp the reason behind the meeting with Eli, though it struck him as rather shocking. Absurd. Alex inhaled deeply several times, gradually regaining his composure. How ironic that he had expressed gratitude towards the Count of Gimmerly, only to realize that it was Eli who had played the role of savior all along. My foolish son. On the other side, Marquis Elena gazed out the window, watching the carriage carrying Eli and the others fade into the distance, and let out a deep sigh. His son was undoubtedly exceptional in many respects. Yet he lacked a certain edge, remaining balanced but unremarkable, and he struggled with independent thought. Poor Alex, unaware that his single question had inadvertently entangled him in a web of responsibilities. Meanwhile, after delivering Eli, the carriage departed with the Count of Gimmerly. Eli stood before his home, overwhelmed with a myriad of emotions, reflecting on the immense gains he had acquired from this journey. Not merely those few items, but more significantly, the information gleaned from the Marquise Elena regarding Salim Matatlin, this sorcerer who might very well be the first king of the Bayan Empire. For a sorcerer of Salim Matatlin's caliber, being at least a third-tier apprentice, if not a full-fledged wizard, one would presume that power holds little value. Yet, he was the architect of this nation. What was he seeking? Eli found himself somewhat intrigued by the object he mentioned. However, with no further information or leads, Eli decided to set this matter aside for the time being, intending to revisit it once he ascended to the rank of second-tier apprentice. Furthermore, the issue regarding the purple iris had been resolved, allowing him to resume his potion-making. He also needed to refine the items acquired from the Count into magical artifacts. A flurry of tasks awaited him, yet fortunately they all pertained to his own endeavors. Shaking his head, Eli stepped into the dwelling. Chapter 42, The Faceless One's Mask and Staff. A month later, in the laboratory, Eli's gaze remained fixed upon the experimental table before him. On the table, a container as wide as a water bucket floated, a black orb, its surface pockmarked and riddled with numerous small holes, the remnants of the shapeshifter. Next to it lay the grinding solution infused with the tailless flower. Eli observed the container with calm composure, retrieving another vial containing a peculiar blue-purple liquid, which he promptly poured into the container. The liquid gurgled as it flowed in, not dispersing in the water, but rather enveloping the orb, gradually merging with it. Like the first snow melting, the purple hue slowly cloaked the black orb, which began to crack, ultimately succumbing to a slow dissolution. Half an hour later, only a layer of black substance floated atop the liquid. This was the liquid remnants. With a wave of his right hand, Eli summoned a translucent elemental hand that delicately extracted the layer of liquid. The materials were now prepared. The next step was to commence the alchemical process. As the elemental hand carried the materials, Eli glanced to the side, where he had already inscribed a miniature alchemical array upon the ground, layered intricately, exuding a sense of complexity and elegance. He placed the materials into the alchemical array and activated his mental energy. Eli's eyes remained fixated on the array, and under the influence of his mental power, a rudimentary black mask began to take shape. Simultaneously, he added the other materials one by one, merging them with the mask. A crucial step to fuse and activate the extraordinary properties. After half an hour, the alchemical array vanished, revealing a black and white mask. Its left side was black, while the right was white, oval in shape, with an exquisitely smooth surface, save for 2 eye holes. Only the final inscriptions of runes remained. Gazing at the mask, Eli's face broke into a satisfied smile. He took the mask and began to etch various runes upon its surface. 2 hours later, as he completed the intricate carvings, Eli exhaled a sigh of relief. The crafting of the magical artifact had been a resounding success. He decided to name it the Faceless One's Mask. Feeling the silky texture of the mask, Eli bestowed a name upon his first magical item, one that had been tailored specifically for him. Its effects were twofold: concealment and transformation. Upon donning the mask, he could effortlessly alter his appearance and obscure his soul's resonance and mental force. The former would aid Eli in adapting to the changes that come with aging, while the latter would facilitate his ability to remain hidden. With newfound convenience, Eli took the mask and pressed it to his face. Instantly, the black and white mask seemed to dissolve, and as he envisioned the visage of Herman in his mind, mere seconds later, his facial features had entirely transformed into Herman's likeness. It was an exact replica. Even Herman himself would likely exclaim, "God!" before fainting. Perhaps a place to experiment is needed. A smile flickered in Eli's eyes as he resolved to test the efficacy of his newfound transformative ability. That evening, beneath the cloak of night, the casinos once again welcomed the enigmatic presence of Harry Potter. In light of prior events involving Harry, The casinos had fortified their operations with upgraded security measures, all in a bid to thwart his return. However, this time, Harry appeared even more elusive, akin to a specter, leaving no trace behind. In an instant, some casinos began to question whether Harry was even human, as a chilling urban legend began to take shape. Amidst the casino's heightened fears, Eli validated the prowess of his transformation ability throughout the night. It proved to be remarkably effective. Not only could he alter his visage, but with a mere thought, he could also modify his physical form. Coupled with his wizarding skills, he amassed a considerable fortune. Yet, for Eli, the allure of wealth had diminished over time. As the days passed, he pondered the diminishing significance of money. Furthermore, with the completion of his magical artifact, he could alter his appearance at will, eliminating any concerns about revealing vulnerabilities. Next on his agenda was the creation of a wand, alongside experiments with mental potions. Just yesterday, the latest batch of purple irises from Rock Manor had ripened, and the Marquis had dispatched someone to deliver them, instructing Eli to inform him when he required them. A month later, within the same laboratory, Eli withdrew his mental energy, gazing contentedly at the wand before him. Crafted from ethereal wood, the wand resembled a gentleman's cane. Entirely black, exuding an air of sophistication, Eli had inscribed robust magical arrays upon it, enhancing its strength to rival that of steel, allowing it to serve as a melee weapon in critical moments. However, its primary purpose was to facilitate swifter spell casting while augmenting the potency of his magic. This was a low-tier wand of the Zero Ring, capable of amplifying Zero Ring spells by approximately 20%, a notable enhancement indeed. With yet another task completed, the most crucial undertaking ahead was the experimentation with potions. Eli sighed with a sense of accomplishment. Throughout the past month, he had diligently engaged in potion experiments. Yet misfortune plagued him. Due to issues with proportions, he frequently encountered various setbacks, including mental strain, physical distortions, and hallucinations. In short, failure had been a constant companion. However, with the wand's success, Eli finally found the time to immerse himself fully in potion crafting. Yet today was not to be. He had to attend to work. After tidying up the laboratory, Eli stepped outside. He donned his attire, grasped the wand, and made a brief adjustment in front of the mirror, admiring his unchanged yet handsome visage before exiting the house. As he stepped outside, a brisk chill enveloped him. Snap! A flurry of snowflakes cascaded down. Eli looked up to see the sky shrouded in dark clouds, with delicate snowflakes gently falling. Winter had arrived. Eli shook his head, contemplating that this winter would likely claim the lives of many. Moreover, if Eli's memories served him correctly, the scholar certification, which occurs once every 4 years, would commence after winter's end, an endeavor previously mentioned by Bachelor Raymond 4 years ago. Nevertheless, that was a trivial concern. He could simply glance over it when the time came. Attaining the status of a scholar had never posed a challenge for Eli. Chapter 43. War. The winter of the Empire is exceedingly frigid. This year, it seems to be even colder than usual, likely due to the biting cold wave. However, for Eli, it makes little difference. He simply continues his routine between the Imperial Library and his home. The experiments persist, yet they remain fraught with failure. Nevertheless, Eli does not abandon his meditations, for they are the foundation of his existence. He diligently pursues his studies in sorcery, never neglecting to learn new spells. In his leisure time after work, he occasionally visits the casino for a bit of amusement, though he refrains from the excessive indulgence of the past, striving to play fairly. Yet, due to the nature of wizards, his winnings tend to surpass his losses. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed. Eli receives news of moderate significance. The scholar assessments have been postponed. In the office of Scholar Raymond, Eli expresses his surprise. Yes, it is likely due to the harsh winter. Scholars from other regions find it difficult to arrive, hence the decision to defer until summer. You need not be overly anxious. Take it easy, Scholar Raymond reassures him. Eli nods in acknowledgement. Becoming a scholar is merely a fraction of his overarching plan, and the delay holds no grave consequence for him. Previously, he coveted the prospect of a lucrative salary, but now he has long since deemed the library's remuneration inadequate. Here, he seeks only stability. Well, a 6-month extension will provide you with greater assurance. Prepare diligently, Scholar Raymond observes Eli with admiration. He is aged and finds it challenging to ascend further. However, his students possess a promising future. After the recent incident involving the Count, his appreciation for Eli has only deepened, especially since Eli has never been tardy or left early. Such self-discipline is indeed a commendable quality. Yes, Master, I will prepare thoroughly. Eli affirms, nodding before exiting the room. As he descends the stairs, he gazes out at the frost-laden windows, an inexplicable sense stirring within him. The scholar assessments may well be postponed until next summer, perhaps even longer. Yet, this time, reality does not unfold as Eli anticipates. The scholar assessments are not postponed, but may indeed be cancelled, for war has arrived. In the year 310 of the Empire, as winter nears its end, a momentous event transpires. The Duke of Frostwolf in the north has rebelled, allying with the northern plains, preparing to secede from the Empire and establish a new nation. Everything seems to be unfolding just as the rumors of previous winters had foretold, one by one becoming reality. The Empire is engulfed in turmoil. Though there has been no word from the king, all are aware that the storm has begun to brew. Indeed, 2 days later, the king, Bane VI, issues a call to arms, summoning his lords to prepare for war against the Duke of Frostwolf, and he intends to lead the charge himself. This revelation astonishes everyone. Another fortnight passes, and Eli encounters the highest authority of the Empire for the first time, Bane VI, on the grand avenue leading out of the city. In the presence of an aging monarch clad in resplendent silver armor, he stood resolutely before his chariot, his beard flecked with white, yet emanating an aura of unparalleled power that Eli had ever witnessed. He was firmly convinced that this was the pinnacle of knighthood. Flanking the king were knights mounted on steeds, each a minimum of high rank, followed by a lengthy procession of infantry clad in black, resembling a serpentine dragon. Could this indeed be a descendant of Saren Meditharan? Eli gazed at the elder, regretting the absence of Saren Meditharan's portrait, for it might have enabled him to confirm his lineage. As the drums of war began to echo, Eli pondered whether he would dine on mashed potatoes or duck breast that evening. Standing amidst the crowd, he observed for a while before departing. After all, the conflict held no direct relevance to him unless it reached the capital. The only disappointment was the potential cancellation of this year's scholars' examination. Time, fleeting as it is, passed swiftly, and within a month, the king's forces advanced at a pace far exceeding Eli's expectations. In merely 2 weeks, they had reached the territory of the Frostwolf Duke, accompanied by a multitude of other lords. Their adversaries were the Frostwolf Duke and the coalition of the plains. Thus, war commenced. A month later, it concluded, far more swiftly than Eli had anticipated. Initially, he presumed that since the Frostwolf Duke dared to assassinate the king, even to rebel, he must have been well prepared. However, the outcome of the battle was a staggering defeat. Yet, one could not solely blame the Frostwolf Duke. It was said that the king, exhibiting extraordinary valor, led his troops directly into Frostwolf Castle, dragging the Duke from his bed, a turn of events unforeseen by all, especially considering the king's advanced age of 70. The war commenced hastily and concluded with even greater haste. On the day of the king's triumphant return, Eli made a point to witness the spectacle. He mingled within the throngs, once again beholding the monarch. The king rode a jet-black steed imbued with the blood of magical beasts. Though his appearance remained largely unchanged, Eli perceived that the king's mental fortitude had waned, perhaps akin to a flame burning low. It was likely he had but a few years left. In the span of merely 3 to 4 months, so much transpired, significantly impacting many. With the death of a duke, vast territories were left vacant, and nobles began to circle like wolves, eager to claim their share. Yet, the king refrained from granting these lands to them, instead bestowing them upon his second son, the prince, who was similarly elevated to duke. As for the first prince, whom Eli had only heard of but never met, Eli surmised he was already preparing for his eventual claim to the throne. Given the king's previous condition, it seemed he might have lived another 30 or 40 years, but now it appeared he might last no more than 7 or 8, much to the surprise of the soon-to-be 40-year-old first prince. Of course, these developments might ripple through the higher echelons and affect Eli indirectly. Yet their impact upon him would be minimal. After all, the library was not only independent of the empire, but he was merely a humble librarian. If even he could be significantly affected, he believed that this nation was on the brink of collapse. As for the scholar's examination, there was no need to mention it. It was simply cancelled, with the next one scheduled to take place 4 years hence. In light of this matter, Bachelor Layman took it upon himself to have a heart-to-heart conversation with Eli, seemingly urging him not to be overly anxious and to continue his diligent efforts. Eli, however, was rather unconcerned. After all, what was merely 4 years? He had ample time at his disposal. Furthermore, his spirits were exceptionally buoyant lately. As time progressed, Eli's potion experiments grew increasingly refined. and he could sense that the day of concocting a lower-tier potion was drawing ever closer. Everything was looking up. Chapter 44. The arrival of winter, the detrimental potion of life. The war has concluded, yet its ramifications continue to fester. The first to be affected were the nobles of the empire, as a result of the recent events. King Bayan VI initiated the establishment of a dedicated institution to investigate numerous aristocrats. Among them, a select few indeed harbored treachery, including spies from neighboring nations. The fates of these nobles, as one might expect, were grim. Those impacted privately speculated that the king must be mad. But only Eli comprehended that the king was merely making final preparations for the prince's ascension to the throne. Transformation demands time, and Eli estimated that several years would be necessary. Throughout this process, Eli remained largely unaffected. Rather, it was those around him who experienced significant consequences. Due to the economic reforms, Roland's merchant guild unexpectedly flourished, buoyed by the winds emanating from the palace. The guild's influence began to expand, and its operations broadened, reflecting a burgeoning prosperity. Herman's father appeared to have become embroiled in the turmoil, imprisoned, and subsequently, the eldest son inherited the noble title. While the other siblings divided the family estate, leaving Herman with a solitary house on the outskirts of King's Landing. This sudden turn of events extinguished Herman's hopes of inheriting the title, yet it delighted scholar Raymond, who believed it would allow Herman to focus on his studies. However, reality reminded Raymond that one's character is difficult to alter. "Herman, you have erred again," Raymond exclaimed. "Fortunately, the scholar assessment was cancelled. Had you inadvertently passed, it would have severely diminished the overall standard of scholars. Must you not take this seriously?" In the study, Raymond's voice echoed with indignation as Eli assisted in analyzing materials, while Herman stood nearby, absorbing Raymond's concern. At that moment, Herman merely stood quietly, his head bowed. "I am sorry." A voice, trembling and barely audible, broke the silence. Raymond, caught in the throes of his reprimand, was momentarily taken aback. Is everything all right?" he inquired, recognizing Herman's disposition indicated something amiss. "This morning, I received news that my father has died in prison," Herman lamented, tears cascading to the floor. Raymond fell silent, and Eli glanced over, realizing why Herman had seemed so distracted all day. "It's all right. In fact, what you produced today was commendable," Raymond responded after a brief pause. "Eli, take him out for a while. Let him rest," he instructed Eli. "Of course," Eli replied, rising to escort Herman outside. "Eli, do you think I am foolish? Why can I never manage even the simplest tasks?" Herman lamented as they descended the corridor, his face streaked with tears. "Not at all. Scholar Raymond chastises you because he sees potential for improvement. If he truly disregarded you, that would signify your failure," Eli reassured him. Although Herman was his senior, their ages were comparable, both being 20 this year. "Perhaps," Herman replied, shaking his head. "My father has also passed away, and I have since moved into that house." Determined to strive forward. Suddenly, Herman lifted his head, wiped away his tears, and smiled, saying, "This is quite good." Eli chuckled and replied, "Today is a rare day of leisure. How about this? I shall take you out for some fun. Oh, let us visit Moon Lane and Nightingale Lane." "Have I not been there?" "Have you? How could I have been?" "Today, I willingly accompany a knight, had it not been to bring you some joy." "I would never venture to such places," Eli shook his head and remarked. "Thank you." Herman beamed with gratitude. Time spent in entertainment always passes swiftly. Herman could only recall being taken by Eli, indulging in a delightful array of food and merriment, which left him feeling as though he had ascended to the clouds. It was indeed the happiest day of his life. Why did it seem that all the young ladies in Nightingale Lane were familiar with Eli? Herman was recovering remarkably well, and by the following day he had become even more diligent, making fewer mistakes. This brought great joy to Bachelor Raymond, though he felt somewhat stifled by the absence of reprimands lately. Eli was also drawing ever closer to successfully concocting his potion. It seemed he would achieve success within a year. However, 3 months later, during an experiment, he encountered a minor setback. 3 months later, the 1111th experiment, utilizing purple iris flowers and ghost mushrooms in a specific ratio of 6:1 before the experiment table. Eli meticulously recorded the data from this trial before grasping the completed potion. He walked toward a large transparent box placed in the corner of the laboratory, which housed an array of lively little white mice, seemingly bursting with energy. Live experiments. He casually selected one of the mice and transferred it to another enclosure, then administered a few milliliters of the prepared solution. The mouse drank the liquid and scurried away several meters without any immediate change. Eli patiently awaited the potion's effects, knowing it required time to manifest. Another minute passed. The mouse finally began to transform. Its fur rapidly dried out, its body appeared to weaken, its nails gradually fell away, and its teeth loosened, seemingly on the brink of death. Yet, to Eli's astonishment, the mouse's black eyes grew increasingly bright, like a beacon of light, signifying an enhancement of mental strength. It was a failure. Eli shook his head. Undoubtedly, this attempt had once again ended in failure. He extracted the little mouse and cast it aside, where several deceased ones already lay. He would conduct a thorough cleaning after the experiment. This was not good. It appeared that the physical body had been sacrificed in pursuit of spiritual enhancement. Eli shook his head, preparing for the next experiment. Wait a moment. While the body was indeed burned, fundamentally, it was the life force that was consumed, representing a sacrifice of life to elevate spiritual power. Suddenly, in the laboratory, Eli's movements froze. The experiment had failed, yet it seemed not entirely so. Chapter 45. Advancing to second-class apprentice, igniting vitality, enhancing mental strength. As if struck by a bolt of lightning, a surge of clarity flooded Eli's mind. Could it be? He turned his gaze toward the nearby corner, where a seemingly withered mouse lay among a pile of its kind. As he approached the potion, he sensed a subtle transformation occurring. Being an immortal, Eli had conducted numerous experiments over the years, and the most lucid realization he had gleaned was that his vitality remained inexhaustible. If this potion truly operated by merely consuming vitality to augment mental strength, then he could confidently declare the experiment a resounding success. With a deep breath, Eli immediately set about reconfiguring the potion, aware that tonight might usher in a sleepless vigil. 3 days later, in the laboratory, it was indeed a triumph. Eli held aloft a vial of his newly concocted solution, his countenance alight with exhilaration. Through relentless experimentation, he had successfully validated the potion's efficacy. It genuinely consumed vitality to enhance mental acuity. He discerned that the most crucial ingredient was the purple iris flower. The more he incorporated, the greater the potential for mental enhancement. Eli even quantified a specific amount that could elevate the potion to a level comparable to the original. "I am truly a genius." A smile graced Eli's lips. Perhaps he had fortuitously stumbled upon this path. He had never envisioned such an outcome. Yet today, he had inexplicably crafted a potion so perfectly suited to his needs. This marked the beginning of his rightful journey. Eli pressed his lips together, sensing that a peculiar avenue had unveiled itself before him. Next came the experimentation, should it succeed. He would commence the pursuit of augmenting his mental prowess. 3 months later, at home, it was nearly time. After 3 months of rigorous validation, Eli was now certain that the potion, aside from consuming vitality, bore no other shortcomings. Today was the day he would partake. His current mental strength stood at 6. 3. Having meticulously recorded his data, Eli retrieved the potion and consumed it without hesitation. In that instant, he felt something akin to his very essence ebbing away, while his mental acuity began to incrementally rise, a phenomenon that unfolded both swiftly and languidly. Had anyone been observing Eli at that moment, they would have noted his peculiar state. His hair gradually turned white, and lines creased his face, but these changes were fleeting, as his hair returned to its original hue and the wrinkles vanished. It was not until half an hour had passed that these transformations finally subsided. Eli conducted another assessment. His mental strength had surged to 6. 5, an increase of 0. 2. While this was modest, he had opted for the standard version of the potion for safety, refraining from using the more extravagant variant that drastically consumed vitality. If this rate continued, it seemed he could ascend to the rank of second-class apprentice within a year and a half. However, considering the issue of tolerance and the time required for potion preparation, this timeline would likely extend to approximately 2 years. Eli fell into contemplation. For the next 2 years, please refrain from seeking his assistance in any matters. The passage of time for Eli has always been both swift and sluggish. When he experienced this sensation once more, he realized that 2 whole years had elapsed. He was finally on the verge of becoming a second-tier apprentice. On this day, Eli took a leave of absence. In the basement, he assessed his condition. His mental strength was at 999, and beside him stood a freshly concocted vial of the life-draining potion number 1, a name he had bestowed upon it. Although it was derived from the deep blue potion, it bore no resemblance to it in the end. And due to its life-consuming properties, he had named it the life-draining potion number 1. Advancement. Eli uncorked the potion and consumed it in one swift motion. The familiar sensation washed over him, both invigorating and bittersweet, yet the enhancement of his mental strength filled him with joy. Soon, his mental prowess surged past the 10-point mark, ultimately settling at 10. 1. There were no unforeseen complications or barriers. It would be absurd if there were any hurdles to advancing to the second-tier apprentice. Eli's talent would then be aptly described as a mere refuse, verging on the status of a landfill. Feeling splendid, Eli absorbed the effects of the potion and sensed the changes within him. With his ascension to the second-tier apprentice, the elements he could perceive had significantly increased, and his ability to commune with these elements had been greatly enhanced. This was merely the principal transformation. The influx of elements would render Eli's physique more resilient, albeit this would require some time to fully manifest. Nevertheless, he could already distinctly feel his newfound strength. The extent of this strength would only be revealed through testing. Promptly, after a brief tidying up, Eli made his way to the clandestine valley beyond the arena. In the valley, Eli concentrated his mental strength and began inscribing mental runes. In an instant, a colossal fireball materialized before him. This fireball was twice the size of that he could conjure as a first-tier apprentice, and its searing heat was palpable, imbued with a far greater force. Release. The fireball hurtled towards a nearby stone wall. Boom. A tremendous roar echoed as the fireball detonated against the wall, flames erupting and spreading instantaneously. The explosion's force carved a deep crater into the stone, with debris flying in all directions like rain. A wall of wind emerged to contain the chaos. Behind this barrier, Eli smiled. This was at least twice as powerful as what he had achieved as a first-tier apprentice, and coupled with his other abilities, his combat prowess had skyrocketed. Oh, and the staff also augmented a portion of his strength. As for my current power, I cannot say for certain regarding the Grand Knight, but I would surmise that anyone below that rank would stand no chance against me. Although I have yet to engage in combat with a knight, Eli trusted his judgment. After testing the fireball spell, he proceeded to evaluate other sorceries, gathering concrete data before departing. On his way out, Eli noticed an unusual number of people in the nearby woods. What could have transpired? He inquired of a man who was walking past him. We just heard a sound from this direction, so we came to investigate. Oh, Eli nodded and departed. There were many individuals heading that way, and Eli even spotted a group of knights from the ruling faction. However, they merely cast a fleeting glance at Eli and paid him no further heed, for he was but an ordinary person. Chapter 46. Herman's love at this moment. The city gate appeared to be on high alert due to the sound of the explosion. The soldiers stationed there lowered the barricades, and entry now required inspection. Eli had no intention of causing any trouble and joined the queue, following the flow of people. Mr. Eli. As Eli approached, a familiar soldier greeted him. Eli nodded in acknowledgement. Having ventured out frequently, some soldiers had come to recognize him, and he might even assist them with minor tasks. After a brief search, Eli passed through the city gate. Once Eli had moved on, another soldier beside the first curiously inquired, "Do you know that gentleman?" "Well, my wife is about to give birth. If I encounter him again, I shall surely ask for his assistance," the other soldier exclaimed with admiration. They were merely the lowest-ranking soldiers in the city of Jinlin, and those of higher status deemed it beneath them to converse, let alone request the aid of a scholar in naming their child. Indeed, it is rare to find gentlemen like Mr. Eli who treat all, regardless of wealth, with equality. The soldier remarked with a proud smile. "Could you hurry up, you bunch of fools?" Suddenly, a man who appeared to be a noble rudely cut in line. Expressing his dissatisfaction, the soldiers immediately suppressed their previous demeanor, adopting a subservient attitude. "My lord, we sincerely apologize," they explained humbly, while the noble gazed down with an air of arrogance, resembling a painting in its stillness. Eli, of course, was oblivious to the scene of the soldiers' apologies. Even if he had seen it, he would have paid no mind, for this was the current state of the empire, an unchangeable reality. Advancing to the rank of a second-tier apprentice seemed to bring no substantial change for Eli. However, he was aware that this perception was misleading, for with his promotion came greater opportunities and increased freedom, as well as significantly enhanced survival skills in the face of danger. He hoped this life would continue for a long time. Calmness, however, is often fleeting. In the blink of an eye, a year and a half had passed. In the year 313 of the Bane calendar, Eli turned 24, having spent nearly 7 years in this world. Over the past year, he had been continually adapting to the differences brought on by his advancement and had learned many new spells, beginning to study types of magic that had previously been beyond his reach. For instance, he delved into soul branding and manipulation spells, some of which he might need in the future. Moreover, with the reforms instituted by King Bane VI. The empire had not only failed to grow stronger, but had also weakened considerably. This was due to the king's removal of numerous superfluous elements, leading to a certain degree of simplification within the empire. While this bodes well for the long-term development of the empire, in the short term, its power had indeed diminished, drawing considerable discontent from many nobles. Nevertheless, as previously mentioned, these matters had little impact on Eli. His life remained perpetually tranquil, devoid of any turbulence. Recently, however, it seemed that Herman's life had begun to stir with some commotion. Since the passing of Herman's father 2 years ago, he has been striving much harder than before to acquire various knowledge. However, as time passes, it is inevitable that he experiences bouts of boredom and even loneliness. Additionally, Herman is now 24 years old. In this world, most individuals at his age are already married, and some even have children. It seems that Herman has become acutely aware of this fact. Eli, we have known each other for almost a month now. What kind of gift should I present to Windsor? He inquired, a hint of concern evident in his voice as he worked alongside Eli in the library. Well, she told me she adores perfumes, and her favorite is the tulip fragrance from the Tulip Society. However, that costs 3 gold thalers a bottle, which is indeed quite expensive. But if she likes it, I shall buy it, Herman declared, as if recalling a sweet thought. In truth, Eli did not wish to dismiss Herman. The young man had been incessantly recounting the joys of his sweet romance for the past fortnight. He had initially found Herman's descriptions of the girl named Windsor, how beautiful and gentle she was, how kind she treated him, somewhat interesting, but after 2 weeks, he found it rather tiresome. Eli, could you lend me some money? Herman suddenly turned and asked. Eli glanced over at him, puzzled. Compared to 3 years prior, Herman appeared markedly more mature, sporting a pair of gold-rimmed glasses that lent him an air of sophistication, a far cry from his once carefree demeanor. Eli, too, had matured. However, his transformation was due to the mask of the faceless man, and in reality, he still bore the visage of his 18-year-old self. Lend you money? Eli furrowed his brow, perplexed. If memory served him right, although Herman's father had passed, he had left behind a portion of wealth, which, while not substantial, should have amounted to 2 or 3 dozen gold thalers. Over the past 3 years, Herman had not indulged in extravagant spending, typically dedicating his time to studying and working in the library. Even when he did seek leisure, he often treated others, suggesting he had not expended much. Indeed, Eli, I know you have money. Please lend me some, and I assure you I will repay you. Herman extended his right hand, pledging earnestly. What of the money your father left you? Is it all gone? Eli retorted. Yes. Herman nodded. Unless you reveal to me the truth, I shall not lend you anything today. Alternatively, you could seek assistance from the teacher, provided you are not afraid of having your legs broken, Eli remarked. Please don't. All right, I will tell you, but you must promise not to share it with anyone. After a moment's hesitation, evidently contemplating the costly perfume, Herman divulged his tale. Eli listened intently, though his expression grew increasingly peculiar as Herman recounted his story. Upon its conclusion, Eli regarded Herman, his lips twitching. What a sweet love story. Chapter 47. She Truly Loves Me. Herman's love story commenced merely a month ago. 1 month prior, after concluding a day of arduous labor, he felt a twinge of restlessness and ventured alone to a bar for a drink. It was there that he encountered his soulmate, Windsor. In Herman's eyes, Windsor was a breathtaking young woman, adorned with flowing chestnut locks, her figure both slender and graceful, often clad in alluring attire, and her gaze perpetually radiated affection for him. Of course, the last sentiment was merely Herman's own impression. The two met at the tavern and instantly connected. That very night, Herman experienced a delightful evening, and they pledged to each other a future filled with promise. Over the course of the next month, Herman and the enchanting girl would meet every few days, with Herman generously treating Windsor to various indulgences. Through this period, he gradually uncovered her background. According to Windsor, she hailed from a neighboring land, forced to flee her homeland due to the strife between lords. By chance, she became separated from her brother and family, and together they wandered to this place. It was here that she encountered Herman, a man she deemed worthy of her trust. Elijah, perhaps this is what love truly is, Herman sweetly remarked, gazing at Elijah. Are you certain she genuinely loves you? Elijah inquired with a bemused expression, sensing an overwhelming sense of cliché in the narrative. A bar encounter leading to true love, a stunning beauty, a heartfelt connection, promises of eternity, and a backdrop of hardship. How predictable. If it weren't for the awkwardness of the situation, Elijah felt he might have applauded. It was an absurdly romantic tale. Over the course of a month, Herman had expended 2 to 3 dozen gold thalers. In terms of purchasing power in this world, it could be said that he had squandered nearly $1 million in just under 10 dates. It was sheer folly. I fear you may have encountered a con artist, Elijah stated bluntly, believing it prudent to alert Herman early. A con artist? Impossible, Herman exclaimed, springing to his feet in protest. We share true love. How could such a beautiful girl deceive me? You cannot fathom it. I am certain this is genuine love, a beautiful love. Elijah, though you are my dearest friend, I will not allow you to malign Windsor. She is a good girl, Herman retorted, his voice filled with indignation. Wait, calm down, Elijah urged, taken aback by Herman's fervent reaction. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. This lad, at the tender age of 24, had never been in love. Humph, Herman huffed, continuing. If she did not truly love me, why would she spend her time enjoying my company? If she did not truly love me, why would she call me darling? If she did not truly love me, why would she accompany me to concerts? Elijah blinked in disbelief. Just because she engages in these activities with you, does that equate to true love? Herman, you are rather naive. Very well, I shall lend you the money. However, I have a request, Eli stated. It seems that no amount of persuasion will suffice, he continued. I am willing to lend you the funds, but since you both intend to share a future together, I believe it is only fitting that, as your junior and mentor, I should meet her at least once. Eli's expression reflected his helplessness. As Herman's junior, Eli felt a responsibility to look out for his senior. Should this prove to be a deceitful scheme, it would be prudent to prepare in advance. Although Herman's finances had dwindled, it was worth noting that his father had bequeathed him a house valued at nearly 100 gold thalers. However, Windsor has expressed her desire not to meet anyone until a certain stage of development is reached. Herman pondered, visibly conflicted. If she is indeed so resolute in her commitment to you, is it not inevitable that she will meet us eventually? What is there to be so conflicted about? I believe the professor would be pleased as well, Eli retorted. Seemingly swayed by Eli's words, Herman nodded and said, Very well, I shall inquire. Good, Eli replied, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a pouch of coins, which he tossed to Herman, 3 gold thalers in total. Thank you, Eli, Herman exclaimed, his smile finally breaking through. Rest assured, I will have a thorough discussion with Windsor regarding this matter, and you need not be so startled. I am quite clever and would not easily fall for a scam, especially with someone as gentle as Windsor. Off you go, then. Focus on your work, Eli remarked, observing Herman's inclination to continue the conversation, and he chose to depart instead. After work that afternoon, Eli did not leave immediately. Instead, he ascended to the second floor, intending to speak with the professor about the unfolding situation. Knock, knock, knock. Eli rapped on the door. Come in. A voice called from within. Eli entered, finding that at this hour, Scholar Raymond was still at work. Eli, what brings you here? It's rare to see you seek me out after hours, the scholar noted. His appearance largely unchanged save for the additional wrinkles on his face and the noticeable graying of his hair. Well, Professor, it is about Herman, Eli stated directly. Upon hearing this, Scholar Raymond set down his pen, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Indeed, something does seem amiss, Eli thought, nodding in agreement, recognizing the wisdom that comes with age and experience. You are correct. This matter does not sit well, the scholar affirmed as he rose to his feet. Professor, you too suspect that Herman is being deceived, Eli remarked, but before he could finish, Raymond interjected, it is indeed troubling. If Windsor were truly as beautiful as described, it seems unlikely she would be interested in Herman. Something is decidedly off, Eli responded. So, this is your line of thought, Professor, Eli exclaimed. What if Windsor is, in fact, a fraud? Fraud? Raymond furrowed his brow, seemingly caught off guard by this notion. Indeed, I have arranged for them to meet. We shall discuss it further then. After all, Herman can be a bit naive, and it would be wise to ascertain the truth, Eli added. It is reasonable. I had been contemplating the very same notion. Layman nodded in agreement. Well then, let us proceed in this manner. We shall meet at the appointed time. All right, esteemed teacher, I shall take my leave now, Eli said and departed directly. For Herman, he had devoted an additional 10 minutes to work. Such an excellent junior. Where else could one find another? Meanwhile, in a private room at the Barrel Bar, Herman, seated at the edge of the bed, held the hand of a woman, with her chestnut hair cascading elegantly. She donned a light, alluring outfit, nestled in Herman's embrace like a delicate little bird. However, upon hearing Herman's words, she paused momentarily, as if pondering, then responded coyly. Of course, as long as it pleases you. I am amenable. Haha, you are the best, Windsor, Herman chuckled, feeling the softness of her form. Seemingly poised to engage in more intimate activities. Please, not like this. I am feeling somewhat unwell today. Windsor gently withdrew her hand from Herman's grasp, voicing her concern. Oh, very well. Herman was taken aback, but nodded in understanding. I wish to rest well today. You should leave now, or it will be too late. Windsor then playfully coaxed him. All right. Oh, by the way, here is the perfume you desired. Herman rose and retrieved the fragrance he had procured in advance. Wow. I adore you. Windsor's eyes sparkled as she embraced Herman tightly upon seeing the gift. Hee, it is but my duty. I shall take my leave now. Herman replied with a grin. After their embrace, Herman exited alone. The moment he left, Windsor's smile evaporated. She approached the wall and knocked on the wooden panel. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a tall, robust man whose muscular build was evident even beneath his long-sleeved attire. Upon his entrance, Windsor immediately approached, wrapping her arms around his. David, this foolish lad has fallen into our trap. Once we procure the deed to his house and sell it, we can depart from here. However, there is one more matter. His teacher wishes to meet with me. That is quite normal. As long as you perform well, there should be no issues. Fear not. Even if an unexpected situation arises, my prowess as a high-ranking knight is sufficient to resolve it, the man named David replied, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Indeed. Windsor, appraising David's physique, coyly remarked, Oh, by the way, you are now my brother. I should not address you by your name. So, dear brother, shall we take good care of little sister? Windsor looked up at David, who effortlessly lifted her into his arms and carried her toward the bed. Outside the tavern, Herman glanced back at the establishment, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he walked away. Windsor truly loved him. Chapter 48. A warning 3 days later. Eli and Bachelor Limon encountered Miss Windsor at a restaurant within the Empire. Greetings, I am Eli, a junior of Herman, and this is my mentor, Bachelor Limon. In an opulent private room, Eli extended his hand towards the lady. Hello, I am Windsor. Miss Windsor gently clasped Eli's hand. Adorned in a delicate pink dress, complemented by her chestnut hair, she possessed a striking beauty that rendered her even more enchanting. I am Herman's teacher, Bachelor Limon. Bachelor Limon nodded towards Windsor, sensing something amiss. Such a stunning girl. Could she truly be interested in Herman? Please, take a seat. Herman chuckled to the side, clearly pleased by the situation. The group settled down as the waiter began to serve the dishes. Bachelor Limon inquired about Windsor's circumstances. Consequently, Eli opted for a more direct approach. As the conversation flowed, Eli's gaze shimmered with the glimmers of stars. In the darkness, his vision began to alter. The air was suffused with various pheromones, akin to a myriad of twinkling stars. This was the eye of information from the zero-ring sorcery, enabling him to perceive elements invisible to the naked eye, predominantly focused on pheromones. He glanced at the three individuals. Herman appeared quite clean, aside from a hint of pink residue and an amalgam of dust and equine scent, a rather ordinary condition. The pink, presumably, derived from Windsor. Bachelor Limon's situation mirrored Herman's. However, when Eli turned his attention to Windsor, he was utterly taken aback. At that moment, Windsor emanated not only her own pheromones but also those of Herman, along with traces from Eli and Bachelor Limon, intermingled with numerous others, an estimated multitude of dozens. Among them, 7 or 8 pheromones lingered within her, which was self-evident in its implications. The pheromones Eli spoke of were not conventional. They pertained to sorcery or similar characteristics, typically persisting within an individual for 3 to 6 months. This indicated that within the past 6 months, Windsor had engaged with at least 7 or 8 individuals. Moreover, based on the latest pheromonal readings, the same essence had been present daily over the past few days. Yet, if Eli recalled correctly, Herman had been residing in the library for the past 3 days. Gulp. Eli's deductions proved accurate. There was no semblance of romance, merely the allure of monetary temptation. Nonetheless, Bachelor Limon's inquiries were predominantly mundane, yielding little insight. Eli resolved it was time to take the initiative. Ahem. Suddenly, Eli cleared his throat twice, drawing the attention of the others. You see, I have always been captivated by exotic cultures. I have researched extensively, and I hear Miss Windsor hails from another country. May I pose a few questions? Eli smiled as he spoke. Limon, when did you become enamored with exotic cultures? I was unaware. Yet, mere minutes later, the smile on Windsor's face began to falter, tiny beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Moments ago, confidence surged through her veins, yet now, panic enveloped her. Initially, Eli posed a series of seemingly foreign inquiries, most of which she could answer. But she could not fathom how the conversation had veered into their circumstances here and what they had been doing. Yet, how could they disclose the truth of their activities in the Empire? Fabrication was their only recourse. Alas, if only Leah's were present. She would undoubtedly empathize deeply with Windsor's predicament. Just as Windsor felt on the verge of collapse, Eli, with a smile, remarked, "That is all I wish to ask." "Thank you, Miss Windsor, for illuminating my uncertainties." "It's no trouble at all." Windsor, taken aback by Eli's abrupt cessation of inquiries, felt a weight lift from her heart. Thank heavens, it was finally over. Herman, observing from the side, found it curious that Eli had posed such seemingly unrelated questions. Yet he presumed it was for his benefit and refrained from intervening. In his heart, aside from his mother, Eli was the person he felt closest to. He wished to believe that she would not act against his interests. However, on this occasion, he sensed that Eli had perhaps erred in her judgment. Following their conversation, Eli and her companions departed first. "Eli, I told you Windsor is a good girl," Herman remarked as they walked. Eli merely cast a calm glance in his direction. "Oh, my foolish senior. How terrifying." Meanwhile, in the now empty private room, Windsor wiped the cold sweat from her brow, gasping for breath. She had encountered similar meetings countless times before, often under comparable circumstances. She and David had traversed various nations and cities, with Windsor leveraging her beauty to captivate the interest of certain individuals before executing her deceptions, while David ensured the process's security. Typically, they avoided engaging with those of genuine status, as it would complicate matters. They preferred individuals with wealth, but lacking power. This time, they had stumbled upon Herman. Initially, they had sought merely a modest profit, but upon discovering that Herman owned a property valued at nearly 100 gold thalers, they promptly decided to pursue this venture. Thus, the events unfolded. Otherwise, they would have departed days ago. After all, they had already accrued over a dozen gold thalers from Herman, which was their usual gain, but this time they desired more. Yet, today's encounter had genuinely frightened her. Eli's every question made her feel as though her true self was being laid bare. Fortunately, it had come to an end. They likely had not discerned any discrepancies. Windsor took a deep breath, preparing to leave. Suddenly, the door to the private room swung open once more, and in walked a person she had hoped to avoid, Eli. "Apologies. I forgot something." Eli entered politely. "Not at all. I remember where I placed it." This time, Eli strode directly to the table and picked up a copper thaler. "Ah, indeed it is here. I nearly lost it," Windsor remarked. "I thought you had forgotten something significant, only to find it was a mere copper thaler." "What?" Windsor inquired, slightly perplexed. "You and Herman are not suited for one another. Please distance yourself from him." Eli lifted his gaze, fixing his eyes upon Windsor. With a dismissive huff, he strode towards the door. As he passed by Windsor, he spoke in a voice barely audible to anyone but the two of them, coldly declaring, "This is not a suggestion, it is a warning. Should anything happen to Herman, my workload will increase significantly, and I shall be most displeased." The chilling tone of his voice sent a shiver down Windsor's spine. Just as she contemplated responding, she realized that Eli had already departed the room. It took her several moments to gather herself before she finally exited the space. Chapter 49. Overwhelming on the other side. Following the recent inquiries and the lingering evidence within his body, he was entirely convinced that Windsor was unequivocally a fraud, a habitual swindler preying upon the unsuspecting. The reason for issuing a warning rather than taking immediate action was twofold. Firstly, the internal environment of Junlin City posed certain complications, and the death of an individual would indeed be excessively cruel towards Herman. Moreover, it was evident that she had accomplices, which could lead to further complications. Secondly, her intent was financial gain. Even if something dire were to occur, Herman would likely remain unscathed in the short term. It all hinged upon her willingness to heed the warning. Eli shook his head. The ideal scenario would be for Windsor to depart on her own accord. Naturally, if she proved unwilling to leave and resorted to irrational actions, Eli would not hesitate to take measures. On the second floor of the library, Eli encountered his instructor but did not see Herman. However, upon observing the exasperated expression of Bachelor Lehman, he understood the situation. Herman had left, and Lehman still believed she had found true love. Lehman expressed his disbelief. Eli nodded in agreement. Eli was already quite certain, yet Lehman must have his own thoughts. For with age comes wisdom. Lehman was nearing 60 and had witnessed many storms. Alas, the Imperial Police Department has already closed for the day. I shall personally seek out the matter tomorrow. As a teacher, Layman could hardly stand by and watch Herman walk into danger. The Imperial Police Department operated similarly to a police station. Well, do not concern yourself with this matter. If something truly is amiss, there is a possibility that Windsor has others backing her. You are not equipped to handle that. Layman added. Understood. Eli nodded. Rest assured, we have not provoked Windsor. They are unlikely to act in haste, and we still have ample time. Layman reassured him. That afternoon, a gasp echoed through Layman's office. What? Herman is missing? The astonished expression on Layman's face revealed his shock as he looked at the library staff before him. It turned out that Layman, still uneasy, had dispatched someone in the afternoon to locate Herman, only to scour the premises without success. She had vanished without a trace. Indeed, the Imperial Police Department has closed for the evening and certainly will not mobilize for someone whose disappearance is uncertain, Layman muttered. The truth was that one could hardly expect the officers of the Imperial Police to venture out at night for such trivial matters. No, I must go find her. Layman seemed to realize something and promptly made his way towards the door. Among those who cared for Herman, Layman was undoubtedly among the foremost. Eli was also present that evening, assisting with work. However, he wore a peculiar expression. A warning at noon followed by action in the afternoon was rather dismissive of him. Such speed could not possibly mean that Herman had willingly walked into danger. Very well, teacher, Eli nonetheless said to Layman. As Layman exited the room, Eli followed suit. Stepping through the door, he closed his eyes to sense Windsor's location. At that moment, it seemed she was inside a house in King's Landing. Eli felt a flicker of irritation at Windsor for completely disregarding his warning. Within the city, to the west, lay a nearly abandoned slum, rumored to be slated for demolition and reconstruction. Consequently, the area was desolate, with dilapidated houses strewn about. In a somewhat intact courtyard, 3 individuals were present, 2 standing while one lay unconscious, bound to a chair. David, is this truly wise? I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Windsor expressed her concern to David, who stood nearby. Just as they prepared to leave, unexpectedly, Herman appeared. Perhaps spurred by a surge of aggression, David suggested they bind Herman. Extract the location of the property deed from him, sell it on the black market, and then depart. Don't hesitate, we've come this far. Once we extract the information, we'll eliminate him and sell the deed. I've already made contact with the black market, David asserted, his resolve evident. But who would want it? Windsor hesitated. Humph, do you even know who is behind the black market? They're the big players, they don't care. David retorted with a scoff. Noticing David's growing displeasure, Windsor fell silent. Rest assured, we've executed this successfully 7 or 8 times without failure. A mere warning has you trembling. Humph, if he were here, I'd dispatch him myself. David seemed to take comfort in Windsor's presence. Windsor nodded, deciding not to dwell further on her unease. Suddenly, a voice pierced the quiet of the courtyard. Who are you planning to dispatch? Both David and Windsor froze. Turning to the source of the sound, from the dilapidated gate, a figure clad in black, holding a cane, entered slowly. Eli. Windsor's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of him. In contrast, David regarded Eli with caution, his gaze darting elsewhere. A fine place, excellent for misdeeds, Eli remarked, seemingly oblivious to their presence. How did you find this place? David, having seized his knightly sword from the side, regarded Eli with a serious demeanor. Are you nervous? There's no need for tension. It's just me. Eli smiled, seemingly aware of David's taut muscles. David's emotions were a tangled mix of confusion and strangeness. Initially, he had felt quite anxious, but upon realizing Eli was indeed alone, his mood lightened slightly. Yet, Eli's calmness struck him as peculiar. A seemingly ordinary individual. What gave him the audacity to come here? David was acutely aware that today, aside from eliminating Eli, he had no alternative. Hence, without a moment's hesitation or any superfluous words, his muscles tensed, and he gripped his longsword with fierce determination. In the next instant, he struck. His feet met the ground with such force that a small crater formed beneath him. He swung his sword, aiming it at Eli. A move that had severed many foes' heads in the past. Today would be no exception. Die. A sinister grin spread across David's face. Yet, in a heartbeat, he was rendered motionless. Just a few meters away from Eli, a wall of wind suddenly materialized, halting his sword in its tracks. He then beheld the man raising his staff and casting a fleeting glance in his direction. In an instant, it felt as though his head had been struck with tremendous force, plunging him into a dizzying state as the wind wall propelled him skyward. suspended high above. He found himself utterly incapacitated, still reeling from disorientation. But when clarity finally returned, he discovered a blade of wind had delicately brushed against his throat. In an instant, blood erupted into the air, and in a daze, David perceived his own body cleave apart. Am I dead? His vision gradually succumbed to encroaching darkness. With a thunderous thud, his two halves collapsed onto the ground. Meanwhile, on the other side, Windsor was paralyzed with shock, staring wide-eyed at the scene before her. Is this the devil? Does such power exist in this world? Is this the might of a great knight? But is this what a great knight truly embodies? Fear enveloped Windsor in an instant, and she crumpled to the ground. Spare me, she pleaded, trembling at the sight of David's abrupt demise. Blood splattered once more. I offered you a chance. But such opportunities are often singular, Eli remarked slowly as he approached, gazing down at the lifeless body with a sigh. Chapter 50, 10 months in the dimly lit courtyard. Eli stood upon the clean ground amidst the pool of blood, his emotions tinged with a peculiar difference. During the act of murder, he had felt nothing. Yet now an extraordinary sensation enveloped him, perhaps aided by the rationality bestowed upon him by the sorcerer. Eli experienced no discomfort, pain, or regret, emotions that could be deemed superfluous. In fact, even the joy of leaving work early today seemed to pale in comparison. Perhaps an excess of rationality is not always a blessing, Eli mused. Before he commenced his search of the bodies, is it not entirely normal to search the corpses after taking a life? Ultimately, Eli discovered over 50 gold thalers and a knight's tome on the two bodies. The acquisition of the knight's tome took him by surprise. While he held no particular aspirations regarding the knightly path, he was pleased at the prospect of gaining a deeper understanding of knighthood through this book. After thoroughly searching the bodies, Eli departed without a second thought. As for Herman, he would simply be left there. Upon awakening, he would surely be met with astonishment. The following afternoon, the personnel from the Imperial Police discovered Herman in the abandoned house. According to Herman, he awoke at noon and witnessed a scene that left him bound. He then wriggled his way out, ultimately leading to his discovery. No one could ascertain Herman's emotional state on that fateful day. However, that evening, he learned from the Imperial Police about Windsor and David being notorious criminals, which plunged him into deep shame. Consequently, on the fourth day back at work, Herman announced that he would shoulder a greater share of responsibilities, much to Eli's pleasant surprise. Herman demonstrated remarkable resilience, swiftly recovering from the ordeal. And it was reported that during his hospital stay, he encountered a nurse with whom he seemed to share a mutual attraction. This time, it was quite ordinary, just a typical girl. They planned to marry a year later, although that was a matter for the future. As for who was responsible for the deaths of Windsor and David, no one seemed to care. Initially, the police intended to investigate, but lacking any leads, they abandoned the inquiry, as the fate of two transient criminals held little significance for anyone. Meanwhile, Professor Raymond sought assistance from a familiar noble on that day, but found no one available. The following day, he turned to the Imperial Police, spending an entire day in pursuit, eventually finding Herman there. As for Eli, the atmosphere in the Empire suddenly became tumultuous. Rumors began circulating regarding the king's deteriorating health, causing a ripple of concern throughout the capital, or rather, the entire kingdom. The common folk held deep affection for their current monarch, who had presided over a prosperous era for the empire, and the uncertainty surrounding the future should he pass was palpable. Naturally, other nations were equally invested in this situation. The most evident change was the influx of foreigners from neighboring countries, their intentions for visiting the capital shrouded in mystery. Eli, on the other hand, maintained his routine, commuting to work as usual. He had thoroughly examined the knightly law discovered on David, realizing that the advancement of a great knight indeed required the integration of elemental forces. However, the specifics of this integration were not documented, suggesting it was a closely guarded secret, and he did not delve into it extensively. Half a year later, Eli received news from his mentor. Perhaps due to diplomatic considerations, the empire had decided to visit neighboring nations to establish deeper ties. A marquis from the empire would lead the delegation, accompanied by knights, musicians, scholars, and others, engaging in cultural exchange while fostering goodwill between the two countries. The identities of those leading the expedition, their companions, and the destinations remained classified information. Yet, Eli understood that this undertaking would not be delayed for long. He suspected it was the king's final endeavor to pave the way for the crown prince before his impending demise. Of course, this matter had little bearing on Eli and his colleagues. Firstly, the delegation would hardly include an ordinary librarian like him, and even if he were to participate, it would likely be as an assistant to his mentor. Given Professor Raymond's typically low profile, the chances of his selection were exceedingly slim. Although this is merely a diplomatic endeavor, it serves as an excellent credential for scholars, and it is anticipated that many distinguished bachelors, even notable academics, will vie for it. Indeed, Eli does not hold the tutor in disdain. If one were to assert that he is merely idling as a librarian, then it could be said that Bachelor Raymond currently embodies the essence of a slacker among scholars, perhaps due to advancing age and the realization of his inability to compete. He has chosen to diligently focus on his own pursuits. It can be said that Raymond is the most unassuming among all the scholars. Even when events occur outside, he seldom participates, attending only when attendance is compulsory. To this, Eli remains indifferent. Such a state of affairs can be quite advantageous. Meanwhile, within the royal palace, King Byn 6, pale of complexion, sits upon the throne, flanked by 2 guards, while a man of similar age to the king stands before him. Marquis Elena, you are aware that although the kingdom is currently in a decent state, upon my demise, both the rats within the empire and the wolves beyond its borders will stir. At this juncture, we require more allies to assist us. I shall send you to the kingdom of Lorraine to forge an alliance with them. Understood. Marquis Elena raises her gaze to meet the king's. This man, once a peak knight, has now become a shadow of his former self, a truly poignant sight. To infiltrate enemy territory and slay Duke Frostwolf is a feat that even a great knight would find nearly impossible, yet he achieved it, which is simply unimaginable. Very well. You may depart. The personnel have been arranged, but if you wish to make changes, it is entirely up to you. The king gestures for Marquis Elena to leave. The two have known each other for many years and are quite familiar with one another. Yes. Marquis Elena speaks no further and exits. After her departure, King Byn 6 signals for the 2 guards to leave as well. Shortly thereafter, another man enters. He is clad in a flowing scholar's robe. With a shock of white hair and dark eyes, his physique robust. Aisha, your time is running short, the man states. I am aware. The king, also known as Aisha, coughs twice, blood spilling forth. The artifacts left by my ancestors can only be utilized by consuming my flesh and blood through the stones they left behind. It is truly terrifying. As a great knight, using them grants me a power far surpassing that of a mere knight. King Byn 6 laments. Oh, if you have not mastered the force known as mental power and yet wish to wield it, such aspirations are futile. Hence, you have paid the price, the man observes, shaking his head. Indeed, King Byn 6 replies with a smile, countering, are you still in search of that power? Of course, since Saren hails from the outside. There must be a place known as the realm of wizards. I have been searching for it, yet have not found it thus far. The man shakes his head in disappointment. Let us hope you do not find it only to meet your demise. King Byn 6 chuckles. If that were to happen, I would accept it, the man replies, shaking his head once more. Moreover, your eldest son has recently expressed a desire to interfere with the library. A circumstance I cannot permit. Very well, I shall issue him a warning. However, after my demise, I fear my admonitions will hold little sway, for he is, after all, the future king. A smile graced the pallid visage of Byn 6. The king's rapport with the librarian is hardly a secret. Well then, I shall take my leave. Do take care of yourself. The man cast a final glance at Byn 6 before departing. In the end, the once bustling palace lay empty, leaving only Byn 6 upon the Iron Throne. Chapter 51. The list of participants on the other side. Father, this is the list provided by the king. At that moment, a figure entered from outside, the matured Alex. Compared to over 3 years ago, he had grown significantly, now at the age of 26. And he was already engaged to the daughter of another marquis. In fact, many of the acquaintances Eli once knew had also become engaged or even married. Court had wed at the tender age of 19, long before Eli's arrival. Hermann and Alex were also on the brink of matrimony, and even Klein, whom Eli had only met once, along with Eliza, had tied the knot, though their wedding had not extended an invitation to Eli. It seemed Klein had invited Eli, but he chose not to attend. By the way, Bachelor Raymond had frequently urged Eli to find a girl to marry, yet Eli appeared to have no such intentions, much to the chagrin of those around him. Is this the list of participants for the expedition? Inquired Marquise Elena. Currently, Alex had assumed many responsibilities within the family business, diligently working to mold himself into an exemplary heir. Consequently, he had been assisting with numerous tasks. Indeed. The king just sent it over, Alex confirmed, handing her a document. The marquise accepted it, opened it, and extracted several sheets of paper detailing the list of attendees. Nobility: Marquise Elena, Count Ivan, Count Jimmery Knights, Sir Hawthorne, Imperial Knight Academy, Sir Leighton, Imperial Royal Knights, Sir Abaddon, Imperial Knight Academy. Other participants: Robert, Imperial Monastery, Physician. Hella, Imperial Library, Bachelor. Upon a cursory glance, the primary members numbered in the dozens, and if these individuals were to bring students in attendance, the count would swell even further. There are far too many people. Marquise Elena shook her head. If it continues like this, the number could reach hundreds. They are embarking on diplomacy, not warfare. Let us eliminate some of these individuals, he suggested, sifting through the names to remove those deemed unnecessary. Father, should we consider replacing some individuals? The head of the Cross Merchant Association wishes to participate in this event and has contributed significantly, Alex proposed. Very well, Marquise Elena nodded, adding one more name to the list. As the future leader, Alex did not mind retaining some authority and convenience in this matter. He understood well that, despite the diplomatic nature of the expedition, the stakes were exceedingly high. Among those he had just removed, countless individuals had likely invested considerable resources to secure their positions. And how many others wished to join? Oh, by the way, what about this? Suddenly recalling something, Marquise Elena picked up her pen and struck Hella, Imperial Library. Bachelor, from the list. Father, Hella is, it seems, the youngest bachelor in the Empire at only 26. Having proposed several constructive suggestions and possessing a wealth of knowledge along with a burgeoning reputation, it would be unwise to remove her, Alex interjected from the side. Upon hearing these words, Marquise Elena cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, "We are embarking on diplomatic endeavors. The circumstances outside are intricate. She is far too young. What we require is a seasoned scholar of substantial experience. Do you comprehend?" Alex, initially poised to respond, suddenly seemed to recollect something, pausing momentarily before articulating, "Understood. Who do you believe is most suitable?" The Marquis inquired again. "In terms of qualifications, I believe Scholar Layman is exceptionally apt for this role," Alex asserted decisively this time. "Indeed, your reasoning is sound." Marquise Elena feigned contemplation before concurring. With just a few exchanged words, the two effectively replaced a renowned scholar of the Empire with Scholar Layman. The rationale behind this decision was, of course, unnecessary to elaborate. They were merely pursuing their own interests, so what? The king had already conferred power upon him. How he chose to wield it was entirely his affair. As for Hella, who was he to them? Merely a scholar who did not quite meet their requirements. Naturally, Eli was oblivious to the conversation between Marquise Elena and Alex. He continued his routine, preparing for the impending scholarly examination. For years, yet again for years, this time, I shall undoubtedly become a scholar, Eli mused as he walked along the path. It was not that he genuinely aspired to be a scholar, but achieving that status would afford him an additional 5 days of vacation each month, a reduction in workload by half, and a raise in salary. How could he possibly refuse such an opportunity? The examination was, for Eli, almost a certainty. He anticipated passing it with ease. As there was hardly any difficulty, if he were to struggle, it would signify a lack of skill on his part. Conversely, Hermann's prospects appeared somewhat precarious this time. Eli shook his head. Hermann had been studying under their teacher for just a year longer than Eli, and now both were nearly 30 years old. The average age for becoming a scholar was around 30, which made Hella's achievement at 26 all the more noteworthy. Eli recalled that Scholar Layman had once expressed a desire to become a scholar within 4 years. Later, he realized that this sentiment had been voiced to both Hermann and Takeo as well. It was merely a platitude, a tranquil life. Eli sighed. In truth, his existence was rather mundane, primarily revolving around work and experiments. The news of the finalized list of candidates swiftly circulated. As the names were submitted, some individuals had already become aware of its contents, and many were left disheartened upon discovering that despite their financial contributions, they had not been included. Meanwhile, within a villa, a woman gazed at the letter in her hand, her eyes filled with astonishment. She appeared to be around 25 or 26, possessing an attractive visage. Clad in a flowing black scholar's robe that, while ample, did little to conceal her curvaceous figure, she sat in a living room brimming with an array of books, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a sea of literature, where her presence exuded a captivating blend of intellect and sensuality. Yet, at that moment, the beauty furrowed her brow in concern. The recent letter informed her that she had been displaced from the voyage, replaced by an obscure bachelor. It is worth noting that the Imperial Library encompasses more than just a singular institution. those who are affiliated with the library may not necessarily be employed within its confines. They could reside at home, serving as vassals of the nobility, or even in the royal palace. Is there truly a bachelor by the name of Lamon? The newly renowned scholar of the empire, Hella, furrowed her brow, expressing her incredulity. Chapter 52. Misunderstandings. It was imperative that she took action. Although Hella was not particularly concerned about the coveted spot, she had essentially considered it hers, only to have it snatched away by an obscure bachelor. This was a bitter pill to swallow. The more she pondered, the more her frustration simmered, her full bosom rising and falling with her breaths. No. I must go tomorrow morning. Hella glanced outside. A luminous full moon hung high in the sky, and at this hour, even the library should be nearly deserted. Her ire intensified. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to discover what abilities this Raymond truly possessed. As the moon gradually descended and the sun ascended, golden rays caressed the earth, and a refreshing morning breeze swept through every street of the city, stirring it to life. Eli walked along the streets, heading towards the library as he did each day. The homeless on either side were no longer the same as before, and many of the shops had changed. People hurried by, some strolling leisurely, while others appeared troubled, searching for work that eluded them. The efficacy of life-draining potion number 1 was diminishing. I need to reassess my plans. Unfortunately, the materials left to me by Saren Metatlin regarding potion making were scarce, and I lacked access to other mental fortitude elixirs. It seemed I would have to rely on time to gradually refine my skills. As Eli walked, he pondered this matter nonchalantly. Indeed, it was challenging for Eli to concoct a complete potion. But if his requirements were simplified, such as creating a potion that permanently enhanced mental acuity at the cost of vitality, it might not be as difficult. However, the only drawback was that while Roland's merchant guild had expanded significantly, its operations were still largely confined to the empire, and the materials available were primarily those found within its borders. Eli had conducted some research on these materials, but none met his needs. Regrettably, he had no channels to procure resources from other nations. Well, I shall take it one step at a time. If worst comes to worst, I can rely on time to gradually refine my craft. Eli felt quite at ease. In truth, mental fortitude elixirs were not essential for him. While the rapid enhancement of mental acuity was exhilarating, he valued the journey of discovery even more. For a wizard, mental prowess could indeed manifest as tangible power, but ultimately, knowledge was the true wellspring of a wizard's strength. Yet, knowledge does not materialize from thin air, and given the limited inheritance he had received, he could only build upon the foundations laid out in his notes. The simplest approach was to continually conduct various experiments and explorations. For instance, the experiment with life-draining potion number 1, aside from the serendipitous success of the potion, provided Eli with a direct experience of the evolving field of potion making, which he deemed even more significant than the potion's success itself. Thus, to attain a vast expanse of knowledge, one must never cease learning, nor allow experiments to languish for extended periods. Lost in thought, Eli soon arrived at the library. Upon entering, he discovered that something unusual had transpired that day. It was then that he encountered a girl. Her appearance was unremarkable, yet she exuded a comfortable aura. Eli observed her closely. She was a notably clean girl. In the blink of an eye, the exuberant Herman is to be wed, a testament to the swift passage of time. Thus, today shall be a day of leisure. With both the teacher and senior absent, Eli resolves to indulge in a day of idleness. He ascends to the second floor and swings open the door to the teacher's office, whereupon he reclines on a nearby chaise longue, contemplating the challenges he has encountered in his recent experiments. Meanwhile, a finely crafted carriage comes to a halt before the library. A woman emerges, adorned in a delicate white gown that accentuates her slender form, striding gracefully toward the library, instantly captivating the gaze of onlookers. The only disappointment among them is the black lace hat that obscures her features. Surely, she must be a vision of beauty. The crowd gasps in admiration. Hella, however, is already accustomed to such attention and makes her way to the library. Beautiful lady, please enter. The guard stationed at the entrance greets Hella warmly upon her arrival. Do you know where Bachelor Raymond is? Hella, having not visited the library in quite some time, is unaware of Raymond's current situation. The guard, elated by her inquiry, stammers. Beautiful lady, Bachelor Raymond's office is on the second floor, the one closest to the right side of the corridor. Thank you, Hella replies politely, then strides confidently into the library, perhaps due to her striking beauty. No one dares to impede her progress as she ascends to the second floor and arrives at the room indicated by the guard. Knock, knock, knock. Hella gently raps on the door. Hearing the sound, Eli, who had been reclining, swiftly rises. His mental faculties extend outward, and the image of Hela materializes in his consciousness. A woman, indeed beautiful, yet unfamiliar to him. "Come in," Eli calls out, though he remains unaware of her identity. Hela, hearing his voice, gently pushes the door open and enters with poise. "What a stunning woman!" Eli exclaims, momentarily taken aback by her beauty, which is a rare sight even in the Empire. "Is this Bachelor Raymond?" Hela observes Eli, whose features suggest a maturity that belies his youthful appearance, estimating him to be in the range of 23 to 28 years old. Lacking prior knowledge of Raymond, she has no way of discerning his true age. However, seeing him so youthful conjures various thoughts in her mind. The foremost being that he is a scion of gilded nobility. Indeed, within the library, the monastery, and even the Knight Academy, one encounters individuals of a similar ilk. They come with the intent of cloaking themselves in prestige, yet the titles conferred upon them differ. Generally, their bachelor status equates to that of an ordinary scholar. Reflecting on her own situation, she realizes that only a highborn noble could have orchestrated her placement, for ordinary scholars seldom gain access to such elevated circles. At that moment, Hela was indeed quite irate. Had her position been bestowed upon an elderly scholar, perhaps her displeasure would have been somewhat mitigated. However, the current situation had genuinely incensed her. Nevertheless, she resolved to first inquire of Bachelor Limon, to ascertain just how lacking his academic prowess truly was, given that he had supplanted her own rank. Moreover, from Limon's expression, it was evident that he did not recognize her. "Is there something you require?" Eli inquired, his face betraying a hint of perplexity. This woman had entered without uttering a word. Was there something amiss? "Actually, I am new to the library," Hela replied. "I have been studying diligently and find myself beset with numerous queries. I have heard of your extensive knowledge and would like to pose a few questions. If that is permissible?" Eli thought to himself, relieved that it was merely a request for guidance. Occasionally, he encountered patrons in the library seeking assistance, much like Leah's, and he generally did not deter them. After all, the inquiries were often quite straightforward. It was a pleasure to lend a helping hand. "Thank you ever so much." Hela expressed her gratitude, as a flurry of questions began to form in her mind. Chapter 53. The bewildered Hela departed, her gaze vacant. In the carriage, she could hardly recall how she had opened the door, descended from the second floor of the library, or entered the vehicle. Sitting there, she took several deep breaths. Clutching her chest, it was not anger that stirred within her, but a sense of profound confusion. How had it come to this? She removed her veil and pinched her exquisite face, questioning the very essence of her existence. For the first time in her life, she felt a sense of defeat in her scholarly pursuits. This ignited her competitive spirit. Gradually, the two of them transitioned from questioning to discussion, from debate to an eventual silence. The silence stemmed from Hela posing numerous queries she understood, as well as many that perplexed her. In their rebuttals, she discovered that Eli was invariably correct. Thus, she fell into silence. Thankfully, the situation did not escalate. It was her impulsiveness that had led them to this point. Hela shook her head in self-deprecation, having always believed she would be among the foremost in her scholarly endeavors. Yet today, her confidence lay utterly shattered. Moreover, Raymond remained so unassuming, she had scarcely heard any news of him. Yet, this seemingly obscure scholar seemed to possess knowledge on par with that of the most distinguished academicians. It was astounding. This prompted her to recall a lesson imparted by her teacher. A true scholar must perpetually uphold humility and a thirst for knowledge. Once, she had struggled to comprehend this notion, but now it resonated deeply within her. Raymond epitomized that very principle. As for herself, titles such as the youngest scholar, the most beautiful scholar, or the potential first female academician of the empire now seemed but fleeting illusions. It became clear to her that she needed to immerse herself in self-reflection. Hela clenched her right fist and gazed out at the receding library as thoughts of Raymond filled her mind. "Raymond, I shall surpass you," she vowed to the rising sun. At last, she departed. Inside the library, Eli stretched his limbs and expertly retrieved Raymond's cup, pouring himself a cup of tea. How could such a beautiful lady be so tedious? One question followed another, yet they became somewhat cumbersome. Whoever wed her would surely find themselves in a predicament, Eli mused. He had initially anticipated only a few inquiries, but this woman had persistently questioned him for nearly half an hour. Her face flushed with debate before she shyly lowered her gaze. As for the questions posed, Eli felt unfazed. He was well equipped to handle them. However, she was indeed quite lovely, albeit somewhat naïve, often taking time to ponder certain questions. One could only wonder how the Empire's renowned genius, the intelligent and beautiful scholar, would react to Eli's assessment. Is that Hela? What brings her to the library? Just as the carriage departed, a modest yet ancient vehicle came to a gentle halt at the library's entrance. The Bachelor of Raymond, brimming with joy, descended from the carriage and caught sight of Hela, who had just departed, leaving him somewhat perplexed. He recognized Hela, yet she was likely unaware of his presence. He had encountered the renowned new female scholar of the Empire at a gathering hosted by a high-ranking official, and her allure was undeniable. He felt somewhat inferior in certain respects. However, what brought the scholar to the library? Was she in search of materials? His curiosity lingered only briefly before being overshadowed by another matter. He hastened towards the library and entered without hesitation. Had the enchanting lady missed her chance? Would she return? The guard, upon seeing Raymond, speculated that Hela must have failed to locate him and pondered whether he would have the opportunity to encounter the beautiful lady again. Yet, given that she had not found him, it was curious that Hela remained inside for over half an hour, emerging seemingly disoriented, which puzzled the guard slightly. Raymond proceeded to the second floor of the library, swiftly making his way to his office, disregarding whether anyone was present, and pushed the door open. Inside, he found Eli sipping tea from his cup. Normally, he might have exchanged a few pleasantries, but today, he lacked the inclination. Eli, holding the teacher's cup and relishing the fine tea, was momentarily taken aback by the news. Packing things. To the kingdom of Lorraine? What is going on? Teacher, what happened? He inquired, setting down the cup. Humph, you have no idea, but I am actually on the list for this trip. Ah. It seems my diligent efforts over the years have finally been recognized. I heard even the renowned female scholar of the Empire, Hela, was not selected. Clearly, my teacher holds some prestige, Raymond replied, his pride evident, as if he had not felt such joy in a long time. Eli raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had indeed been chosen. When had reality become so surreal? Who is the Marquis leading this expedition? He asked after a moment's contemplation. It is Marquis Elena, Raymond replied. Ah, it makes sense now. Teacher, you truly deserve this recognition from the Empire. Eli thought but refrained from expressing his admiration too openly, opting instead for flattery. Of course. Naturally, Raymond responded, his spirits lifted by the compliment. Today, I grant you a day off. Go prepare your things, but don't pack too much. Understood. Eli nodded eagerly. Initially concerned about the lack of foreign materials, he realized this was a splendid opportunity. Accompanying the Empire's caravan, safety was assured, and he would have the chance to experience foreign customs and broaden his horizons, all at the Empire's expense. Such a wonderful opportunity was impossible to decline. Experiences as a wizard were indeed paramount, and he felt it was high time he ventured beyond the confines of the city. For over 8 years, he had not ventured even a few kilometers from the capital. It was time for an excursion. Immortality was one thing, but to remain cooped up in the capital for centuries would be exceedingly dull. Chapter 54 Departure. Kingdom of Lorraine, only 3 days remain. Thus, Eli has ample time to prepare. After finishing his tea, he departed directly from the library and headed to the marketplace. After all, embarking on a journey necessitates the acquisition of various items. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly inconvenient. He procured an array of essentials, from simple toiletries to materials he might require. However, for certain materials, Eli intended to seek out Roland, as some were indeed challenging to obtain without the right channels. Given that Roland's Rose Guild was situated on a street adjacent to the marketplace, Eli opted to walk. Coincidentally, he had arranged to meet Roland a week prior. On this very day, yet, upon arriving at the Rose Guild, he was met with a throng of people blocking the entrance. We demand Roland. He must provide us with assurances. We will not leave until we see him. The scene at the Rose Guild was chaotic, with a multitude of elegantly dressed merchants crowding the entrance, attempting to push their way inside, only to be firmly thwarted by the guild's guards. What is happening? Eli pondered, his mind racing. 3 months earlier, he had visited Roland, who had been brimming with confidence, buoyed by the king's influence that had propelled the Rose Guild into receiving numerous substantial contracts, elevating its standing above many established guilds. However, the atmosphere today suggested a stark shift in circumstances. Eli, my good sir, a voice called from behind, snapping him from his thoughts. Turning around, he recognized a man who appeared to be an associate of Roland's. Ah, Clay, what is going on here? Has something happened to Roland? Eli inquired. Indeed, something has transpired. Clay responded, touched that Eli remembered his name. However, he quickly furrowed his brow and said, it is quite complicated. beyond my capacity to explain. You should speak with the boss directly. He is concerned about your presence here today and instructed me to keep watch for you. Please, follow me. This implied that Roland was not present. Illy sensed that something significant had gone awry. Otherwise, Roland would not have hesitated to appear at his own guild. After speaking, Clay led the way down a nearby street, with Ely in tow. Soon enough, Ely found himself in a private room of a tavern where he encountered Roland. However, Roland appeared somewhat inebriated, reclining on the sofa, a bottle of rum clutched in one hand, his face flushed. Ely, my friend, you have arrived. Roland swayed, raising the bottle with his right hand. What has transpired? Ely asked. After Clay took his leave, the two were left alone. Burp. Roland belched before replying. Ely, my guild may be on the brink of collapse. I may no longer be able to supply you with materials. What exactly has happened? Has the guild faced a financial crisis? If you need assistance, I am here to help. While materials were indeed paramount, Ely was equally concerned about the well-being of this rare friend. Thank you. I knew you were affluent, but this time, wealth alone cannot resolve the situation. Roland shook his head, poured himself a glass of wine, and downed it in one gulp. You are aware that, as the scale of the Commerce Guild expands, I have encountered numerous competitors, the most formidable being the Cross-Commerce Guild. They have resorted to underhanded tactics, severing my domestic suppliers. However, due to previously signed contracts, I still possess a substantial quantity of medicinal herbs that require delivery in large batches, rendering me in a precarious position. How much longer can you endure? Ely recognized that there was little he could do to assist at this moment. At most, 6 months. After that, an overwhelming number of orders will inevitably crush me. You went to the guild, didn't you? You must have seen the throng of merchants. Roland smiled wryly, filled with self-deprecation. I have already sent your materials. Roland rose and continued. You need not worry about me. Perhaps within 6 months, a turning point may yet emerge. Do not underestimate me. I have dispatched individuals to seek collaborations with major commerce guilds in neighboring countries. There may yet be hope, Roland said, regaining a semblance of optimism. If you need anything, feel free to reach out to me. Ely spoke without unnecessary elaboration. True friends do not require an abundance of words. Indeed, you are the most enigmatic person I know. You are merely 2 years my junior, yet you exude an air of mystery. Roland nodded, accepting the sentiment graciously. I shall not linger any longer. You likely require some personal space now. Also, you ought to drink less. It's detrimental to your health, and Anna would be displeased. Observing the situation, Ely understood that Roland needed solitude, thus he prepared to depart. A note. Anna is currently Roland's wife. They were wed a year ago. Get lost. Roland jested, laughingly chiding. You should hurry too. At 25, you are still unmarried. I am not in a rush. Ely chuckled as he exited the room. He truly was not anxious. Ely could not assist with Roland's predicament. Indeed, he was barely managing his own affairs. Ely gazed at the materials before him, shaking his head, his emotions somewhat conflicted. He was mentally preparing to see what could be accomplished during his visit to the Kingdom of Lorraine. 3 days later, the weather was splendid. A grand caravan had gathered at a manor on the outskirts, and by mere estimation, there were over 100 individuals. Numerous horse-drawn carriages were parked in an orderly yet casual manner, belonging to various factions. Not far off, a multitude of carriages bore unknown cargo, in significant quantity. Knights and great knights rode their steeds, exuding formidable presence, while a contingent of soldiers stood ready, poised for departure. Leading the procession were the carriages of the Alina family. The Count, adorned in lavish noble attire, stood at the forefront of the assembly, engaged in conversation with an aide. Are all present? My lord Marquis, everyone has arrived. Then let us depart. The Marquis nodded and promptly boarded his carriage. Upon receiving the Marquis's command, the moment we departed, someone began to take charge. Within mere minutes, a lengthy convoy commenced its movement, transforming into a serpentine dragon as it made its way toward the main road. Let us set forth. Chapter 55. On the road upon receiving the command, the coachman deftly guided the horses forward, causing a slight jolt within the carriage. Ely. This journey is not merely a tour, it also serves as an exchange. Once we arrive in the Kingdom of Lorraine, bear in mind that we represent the library, remarked Raymond, seated on one side of the carriage, addressing his companion across from him. The carriage was modest in size, accommodating only the two of them, as the limited number of passengers was intentional, allowing for a more comfortable journey. Understood. Ely nodded, unable to resist glancing at Raymond. At that moment, Raymond was impeccably dressed. Having donned a new scholar's robe, and his beard was meticulously groomed, presenting him in splendid form. Goodness, I have never seen you so formally attired. Eli teased with a smile. What do you know? This is the Empire's recognition of my status. Naturally, I must present myself with a degree of seriousness, Raymond retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Eli. Eli nodded, choosing not to unveil the truth behind Raymond's formality. As they had just embarked on their journey, the two engaged in light conversation. By the way, the day before yesterday, I spotted Scholar Hella at the library. Do you know what brought her there? Raymond suddenly inquired, as if recalling a thought. Hella? I have no idea. Eli shook his head. On that day, he had only noticed a rather foolishly charming woman, but had not encountered anyone named Hella. Raymond had merely asked out of curiosity, and without an answer, the two fell into silence once more. Eli was not one to seek conversation for its own sake, and instead directed his gaze out of the carriage window. The small window framed the city of Junlin, which grew smaller in Eli's view, signifying their increasing distance from it, evoking a complex array of emotions within him. 8 years had passed. Perhaps some novels had already traversed several maps during this time. While he remained ensconced in a single city, this was his first departure from it. Nevertheless, the ecological beauty of the world was indeed remarkable. His moment of nostalgia was fleeting as Eli redirected his attention to other aspects. As the carriage progressed, the trees on either side began to thicken, and amidst the verdancy, Eli even caught glimpses of beasts lurking in the underbrush. Were it not for the soldiers and knights flanking the caravan, he would have seriously suspected that wild animals might charge forth. Traveling long distances was never a simple endeavor, especially when crossing national borders. In truth, for most individuals within the Empire, one's place of birth largely dictated where one would live and ultimately pass away. Few chose to venture beyond familiar confines. Thus, the fact that the original inhabitant of this body managed to journey to Junlin from elsewhere was no small feat. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago on the road. As the caravan continued its journey into the night, it finally came to a halt in a vast meadow. The coachman allowed the horses to graze on the fresh grass beneath them. Eli and his mentor disembarked from the carriage to stretch their limbs. "Ah, how refreshing!" Eli exclaimed, extending his arms and stretching vigorously. Although it was possible to lie down and sleep within the carriage, he found the allure of nature far more appealing. Surveying the surrounding jungle, Eli resolved to explore nearby, testing his understanding of this world. "Eli, the chef in the convoy is preparing a meal. If you feel hungry, you may go and eat something." "I am off to visit Scholar Cult," Raymond informed Eli. "Oh, and do not stray far from the convoy. The outside is perilous." Aside from Raymond, there were others in the library, with Scholar Cult being the highest authority among them. "Understood." Eli nodded in acknowledgement. However, upon noticing Raymond heading in another direction, he promptly ventured into the jungle. "Do not wander far from the convoy. The jungle is fraught with danger." Nearby, Eli encountered a patrol of knights, one of whom offered a warning. "I won't go too far," Eli replied, nodding in acceptance of their goodwill. "Ah, you are Eli?" One of the 3 knights in the patrol suddenly spoke. "And you are?" Eli inquired, glancing at the knight who had spoken. His helmet obscured his features. The knight swiftly removed his helmet, revealing a man with a mane of red hair and a resolute countenance. Eli blinked, recalling that this was the man he had encountered 5 years ago during the horse training. What was his name again? It had completely slipped his mind. "I'm Andre." Over the span of more than 5 years, the man had evidently matured, exuding the aura of a mid-level knight. "Ah, Andre, I remember you." Eli greeted him with a smile. "Indeed, you are Eli." At this moment, the 2 knights beside Andre expressed their curiosity. Eli was puzzled. Had he really acquainted himself with so many knights? "Haha, Eli, you are quite renowned at the Knight Academy. 5 years ago, due to you, we had to add numerous equestrian courses, in exchange for which we sacrificed a day of rest each week. This certainly made you well known among the students," Andre chuckled. "Indeed. He has probably left a lasting impression," Eli mused. A week of additional equestrian classes had likely prompted many to curse him in secret. "Yes, I remember being in class while grumbling about Eli and Andre. Fortunately, we were just a year away from graduation, so it wasn't too bad. Those who had been in school for 2 or 3 years truly suffered." One of the knights laughed, reflecting that in comparison, even pain could turn into joy. "Hiki." Eli could only chuckle in agreement, genuinely unaware of this backstory. Poor Knight Academy. Yet, the one who bore the brunt was Andre, who had undoubtedly faced considerable ridicule. "Sure. Don't let this get out," Andre exclaimed sharply, his eyes widening, as this was his dark secret. Thinking it over, it made sense. As the central figure who had lost to Eli, Andre must have endured an unforgettable year at the academy. Well, let us talk more next time. We still have to patrol. Andre quickly urged his companions to leave, not wishing for his past to be further discussed. Eli gazed at the retreating figures, contemplating that in the future, when he encountered students from the Night Academy, he would mention Hermon's name. Revealing his own name carried the risk of confrontation. Ah, is that a seven-leaf flower? After Andre and the others departed, Eli continued his journey towards the woods. Suddenly, he noticed a pale yellow flower swaying gently in the breeze amidst the grass. The seven-leaf flower, a rare ingredient for magical potions, was notoriously difficult to find within the Empire, as it was regarded as a largely useless plant. Eli had only a small amount, yet today he unexpectedly stumbled upon one. No, seven-leaf flowers typically grow in clusters. There must be more in the vicinity. A thought sparked in his mind, and his eyes brightened as he traversed the thicket and entered the forest. Not far ahead, in a clearing, a cluster of creamy white flowers was flourishing. Splendid! Eli's spirits soared. With these seven-leaf flowers, his outing would not be in vain. Encountering good fortune upon venturing forth might even herald a smooth sailing for this expedition. Chapter 56. Arrival after a night of restful slumber, the journey towards the kingdom of Lorraine recommenced. For reasons of safety, the group predominantly traversed the main roads, although they occasionally passed through the territories of local nobility, who graciously provided escorts and supplementary resources for the caravan. Each such encounter permitted a day of respite. As a long journey necessitates moments of rest, not everyone possesses the stamina of a knight. For Eli, this voyage proved to be an intriguing adventure. Along the way, he encountered numerous fascinating sights and occasionally collected items not found in King's Landing, significantly expanding his knowledge. 10 days later, the caravan arrived at the border. Following negotiations, they smoothly crossed the boundary into the realm of Lorraine. The kingdom of Lorraine dispatched a contingent to greet them, guiding the caravan onward. Perhaps it was indeed a harbinger of good fortune, as Eli had felt upon seeing the seven-leaf flower that day. The journey proceeded without hindrance, which was to be expected. After all, they represented the Bayan Empire, and any incident could incite considerable discord, a scenario the kingdom of Lorraine would certainly wish to avoid. Thus, they ensured the safety of the travelers within their borders. Eli, meanwhile, remained observant. In truth, the Bayan Empire and the kingdom of Lorraine occupy similar geographical positions, predominantly flat terrains. However, with the progress of the carriage, Eli discerned the differences between the two nations. Firstly, the quality of the land, likely due to geographical variances. Lorraine's soil was notably superior to that of the Bayan Empire, resulting in an annual surplus of grain. This not only sufficed for local consumption but also allowed for substantial exports to the Bayan Empire. Eli surmised that this might be a pivotal reason behind the king's decision to forge an alliance with Lorraine. Secondly, the populace. Eli clearly observed that the population here was less dense than that of the Bayan Empire, and the inhabitants bore certain distinctions. Most notably, they were generally taller, with strikingly large blue eyes, exuding an exotic charm. Of course, these were merely Eli's cursory observations. A more profound understanding of the differences between the two nations would require meticulous scrutiny, yet he lacked the interest for such an endeavor. He was here on a funded excursion, not to delve into the local customs and cultures. Thus, Eli continued to relish the scenic vistas along the route until they reached their destination, the capital of the Kingdom of Lorraine, Turin. This city boasted a grandeur that rivaled King's Landing, perhaps even surpassing it in liveliness, bolstered by the flourishing grain trade. While Lorraine's military might may not have equaled that of the Bayan Empire, its affluence was undeniably comparable, if not superior. This was evident from the imposing fortifications of Turin, with siege engines positioned every few meters along the walls and soldiers clad in armor that glimmered in the sunlight, vividly illustrating the wealth of this nation. At the city gates, they underwent the customary inspections. Following the checks, the caravan entered Turin. So this is Turin? Seated within the carriage, Eli gazed outwards. The vehicle traversed a broad thoroughfare, its surface paved with cobblestones, sufficiently wide to accommodate 10 carriages racing alongside each other. Flanking the road were numerous shops, most of which rose above 3 stories, a sight rarely seen in King's Landing, where buildings typically stood only 2 stories high. Such distinctions were merely a matter of custom. Perhaps due to the afternoon hour, the streets bustled with people. The men predominantly donned gray garments, while the women adorned themselves in shades of purple and red, revealing their arms and calves, embellished with jewelry and even gemstones, exuding an air of allure. This spectacle captivated the attention of several casual soldiers, for in King's Landing, It was uncommon for women to dress so provocatively. Revealing too much flesh could result in apprehension by the guards. However, the situation was markedly different in Dorne, where women's status held considerably greater esteem. This was not without justification, as the current sovereign of the Kingdom of Lorraine, Queen Cynthia, was indeed a woman. Eli observed the world outside, cognizant that others were also scrutinizing the procession. "Is that the emblem of the Ban Empire?" a man inquired of an elderly gentleman nearby. "It must be. The emblem of the Ban Empire is the Black Dragon. Look at the foremost carriage. It bears the Black Dragon insignia," the old man replied, gesturing toward the lead carriage. "TSK, TSK, I wonder what they seek in our land," the man mused. "Who knows? Such matters pertain to the nobility and the queen. They hold little relevance for us," the elder replied nonchalantly. After observing the convoy for a moment longer, the man turned and departed. Meanwhile, under the guidance of designated personnel from the Kingdom of Lorraine, the caravan arrived at its destination, a lodge tailored for accommodating foreign guests. Yet, one should not underestimate the establishment merely because it was termed a lodge. Quite the opposite was true. Upon entering, Eli was struck by the tightly laid ceramic tiles adorning the floor, the grand chandeliers worth dozens of gold talents suspended from the ceiling, and the portraits gracing the walls. It became apparent to him that the Kingdom of Lorraine was indeed affluent. "Eli, let us proceed to our room," Bachelor Layman said, patting Eli on the shoulder, indicating for him to follow. The two accompanied a prearranged attendant, swiftly arriving at their quarters. The room was equally opulent, featuring a goose-down mattress, smooth bedding, and mahogany furnishings. While Eli took it in stride, Layman appeared somewhat taken aback. "Master," Eli gently tapped Layman's shoulder. "Ah," Layman recovered, contemplatively stating, "It seems this alliance may not be as straightforward as it appears." Eli furrowed his brow, pondering the connection between the lodge and their impending alliance. "Master, is there an issue? If something is unclear, do not hesitate to ask. That is my principle," Eli remarked. Layman turned to him, then thoughtfully replied, "I have visited Dorne before, and it was also at this lodge, though that was 30 years ago, accompanying my own mentor. However, at that time, the king was not the current Queen Cynthia, but King Harriman. The place was quite rudimentary, furnished only with a bed and simple, albeit rough, furniture. Yet, look at it now. Even the inn exudes such opulence. What do you think this signifies?" As he uttered the final words, Scholar Layman cast a sorrowful glance at Eli and remarked, "To develop a nation so splendidly in such a short span, it seems that Queen Cynthia is no ordinary individual. Could she truly consent to an alliance so readily? Is it merely this?" Eli had expected something of greater significance to occur. Yet, he questioned, "But, teacher, what relevance does this hold for us? Surely, the negotiations do not pertain to us." Eli's expression was one of perplexity. Scholar Layman replied, "He is weary. Let it all be laid to waste." Chapter 57. The City of Fragrance. The expedition was merely a facade. However, the primary objective of the Bane Empire was to seek an alliance. If all goes as anticipated, Hermon should ascend to the ranks of scholars, and Laius is likely to follow suit. Although she is resolved to inherit a portion of her family's wealth, the scholarly identity is an opportunity she would not willingly relinquish, as it undoubtedly adds considerable merit. Alas, the unfortunate Eli remains just an ordinary librarian. Thus, he resolved to indulge in some well-deserved relaxation before venturing out to explore potential sources for medicinal herbs, ensuring that his journey would not be in vain. However, this plan was thwarted from the outset by the treachery of Countess Elena. For reasons of safety, aside from a select few, the remainder were required to stay at the inn for 3 days until the tumult subsided. Consequently, Eli found himself sharing a room with Scholar Raymond for the duration. Do not misconstrue. Each room was equipped with 2 bedrooms. Eli spent his days pondering various matters within the confines of their quarters, while Scholar Raymond, though also confined indoors, mingled with other scholars, extending invitations to Eli, which were politely declined. At last, after Eli's anxious wait, the 3 days elapsed. On this particular day, as the sun began to rise, Eli sprang from his bed with exuberance. Not only he, but Scholar Raymond had also risen early, even before him. "Eli, are you planning to venture out?" Scholar Raymond inquired while adjusting the suit he had specially purchased for the occasion. "Indeed," Eli replied, "but do exercise caution. The mercenaries in Turin are plentiful. Stay safe, and should danger arise, retreat to crowded areas," Raymond advised. "Understood," Eli nodded. He then observed as Raymond finished dressing, retrieving a bottle of perfume from his pocket and spritzing himself with it. Eli jested, "Ah, teacher, Are you off to meet some enchanting lady? Pray, do not be absurd. Scholar Raymond retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Ely. Are you not aware that Turin is also known as the city of fragrance? In this city, perfume holds significant importance. Of course, I know. I was merely jesting, Ely chuckled, pulling out his own prepared perfume and applying a modest amount. Interestingly, Turin's designation as the city of fragrance is a relatively recent phenomenon, having emerged merely 2 decades ago, primarily due to the current Queen Cynthia's fondness for perfumes. In an effort to curry favor with her, an increasing number of new fragrances were developed, leading to Turin's eventual reputation. Thus, one can find an abundance of perfume shops throughout the city. Indeed, it is said that while other stores may be sparse, a perfume shop is never far away. This nation, from top to bottom, harbors a unique affection for perfume, and it has become customary to apply a touch before departing, an adherence to local tradition. So, where do you intend to go today? Illy inquired, seeking to lighten the mood with his jest. I plan to visit some old friends. You are welcome to join. Though I suspect you will decline, which is why I did not mention it, Scholar Raymond remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him. After more than 8 years of companionship, Ely was well acquainted with Raymond and vice versa. Let us go together. The two individuals nearly finished their tasks simultaneously and then made their way outside together. Along the way, Raymond and Eli engaged in a light conversation. Upon reaching the hall, they encountered a throng of people approaching from the opposite direction. Leading the group was the Marchioness Elena, accompanied by several earls and professional diplomats. At that moment, the nobles were all dressed in splendid attire, and it was evident that they were heading to the royal palace for their inaugural discussions. Upon recognizing the Marchioness and her entourage, Scholar Raymond instinctively took Eli's arm, preparing to step aside, as they were not well acquainted. However, to his astonishment, the Marchioness greeted him first. Good morning, Scholar Raymond. He was momentarily taken aback, never expecting such a cordial salutation from her. Good morning, Your Grace, Eli replied respectfully. Yes, we have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. The Marchioness said casually, nodding as she proceeded onward. The earls trailing behind cast curious glances at Scholar Raymond, intrigued by the exchange. Though it was merely a simple greeting, it was evident to all that the Marchioness must have some connection with Raymond. Otherwise, she would not have paused to offer her morning wishes. The scholar's significance was thus silently noted by several of the nobles as they followed the Marchioness away. Eli, did you see that? This is the weight of academic prestige, Raymond remarked, still somewhat bewildered, but smiling as he turned to Eli after the nobles departed. Indeed, it appears your reputation has spread to the upper echelons. Eli replied with a grin, casting a glance at the departing Marchioness. It was clear that the goodwill emanated from her towards Eli, for it was only fitting that she acknowledge his teacher in attendance, adhering to the decorum of nobility. Furthermore, it would be rather peculiar for her to greet Eli directly, especially since the details of Eli's assistance to her remained confidential. Thus, her greeting was reserved for Scholar Raymond. Haha, your flattery brings me joy, Raymond chuckled, retrieving his coin pouch and offering Eli several silver thalers. Take this and spend it. I am in a generous mood today. Thank you, teacher. Eli beamed as he accepted the thalers from Raymond's hand. Free money is never to be rejected, and one could consider it a payment for his teacher's delight. After securing the thalers, Eli and Scholar Raymond parted ways at the inn's entrance. Raymond proceeded in one direction, while Eli made his way towards a nearby carriage rental he had previously spotted. Sir, would you like to rent a carriage? A man bent slightly at the carriage rental inquired of Eli. Yes, I require a carriage that is as comfortable as possible. I intend to rent it for a week. How much will that cost? Eli articulated his request. The ensuing negotiations were of no concern to him, as he planned to hire a carriage to explore Turin. Upon hearing his requirements, the man swiftly located a carriage that met Eli's specifications. A fine chestnut horse pulling an elegantly crafted carriage, perfectly aligning with Eli's expectations. This one will suffice, Eli said, quite pleased with the choice. There are a total of 5 silver thalers, the man said with a smile. Very well, Eli nodded, without haggling, and promptly produced the 5 silver thalers. After the payment was made, the man quickly summoned a coachman, an elderly-looking middle-aged man. Eli climbed aboard the carriage without hesitation. Sir, where shall we go? The coachman's voice was rather dull. To the most entertaining place, please, Eli replied. Then let us head to Camellia Lane. There you will find the most beautiful women of Turin, the coachman mused before responding directly. The carriage began to move slowly. Camellia Lane? At that moment, Eli blinked in surprise. Was that truly the implication? However, as the carriage was already in motion, turning back would undoubtedly be cumbersome. so he decided not to trouble the coachman. He was far too kind-hearted. Chapter 58. Abducted? Afternoon. Eli emerged contentedly from a broad street. Glancing back, he observed a spacious thoroughfare flanked by three-story buildings adorned with vibrant red and purple silks, each entrance graced by alluring ladies. Indeed, there was a distinct charm here. Different from Bane, each with its unique character. Eli stretched lazily. It was still before noon when he entered, yet now the afternoon had settled in. Truly a testament to his nature. Sir, you have emerged. At that moment, the coachman, who had been waiting outside the alley, hurried over upon recognizing Eli. Your stamina is impressive, sir, a whole half-day, he remarked. Where to next, sir? The coachman inquired. Very well, sir, please board. He promptly ushered Eli to the previously arranged carriage, lifting the curtain. Eli ascended with ease. Please take a seat. I will inspect the carriage, and then we shall depart. To avert any unforeseen incidents, the coachman meticulously circled the carriage prior to departure, for it was not uncommon for unscrupulous individuals to pilfer parts for profit. Any mishap could spell trouble. As the coachman inspected the rear, Eli reclined leisurely within the carriage. His keen perception allowed him to sense the surroundings distinctly. A shadow lurked at the corner of a nearby alley, seemingly observing the carriage. Wait, a shadow? Eli furrowed his brow. Perhaps merely a coincidence. Yet the posture, huddled in the corner, clutching their head, suggests they're evading something. Damn it, sir, a small component of the wheel has been stolen. I need to make a repair. The coachman's frustrated voice echoed from the rear. After half a day, he certainly needed a respite. Yet he was taken aback by the audacity of the theft. Such occurrences were rare, as guests typically did not linger long in one place. Who could have anticipated Eli's prolonged stay? Indeed, Eli could only acquiesce, his focus riveted on the figure at the corner. The individual remained motionless yet appeared to be gripped by fear, muscles taut, and judging by the intensity of their life force, they seemed to be a low-ranking knight. Eli surmised they were fleeing from someone. Find him. We must capture him today. Suddenly, from a street in Camellia Alley, a group of robust men burst forth. Scouring the area, Eli could distinctly sense the heightened aura of fear emanating from the man. Was this a shakedown, or perhaps an act of vengeance? Eli was uncertain and had no desire to involve himself. He merely hoped the man would not drag him into the fray. There were approximately 7 or 8 burly men, each at least intermediate knights, advancing down the street, and if all went as expected, they would soon scour this area. Crash. The coachman diligently worked on the repairs when, with newfound resolve, the man seemed to seize his moment. As most of the knights ventured into another alley, obscuring their line of sight, he charged directly towards Eli. The distance was a mere 7 or 8 meters, merely a matter of seconds. Even after the purchase of the carriage, the driver remained oblivious as the man swiftly slipped into Eli's compartment. A glint of cold steel suddenly emerged. Take me away. A sharp dagger was aimed at Eli, its shadow flickering under the candlelight within the carriage. Very well, Eli nodded. It was at this moment that he discerned the man. No. Perhaps boy would be a more fitting description, who appeared to be around 19 years of age, his youth evident. With chestnut hair and dark eyes, he maintained a facade of calm, yet Eli's intuition revealed the truth. This child was engulfed in fear. The rapid beating of his heart, the tautness of his muscles, and the slight tremor of the dagger all spoke volumes of his anxiety. Sir, the carriage is ready. We may depart now. The driver had completed his repairs. Let the driver go, the boy reiterated, still clutching the dagger. Eli smiled and nodded. Although a wizard may lack brute strength, his enhanced physical prowess, a gift of mental fortitude, rendered him not significantly weaker than a lowly knight. At this proximity, his safety was assured. Then let us be off, Eli stated calmly, which seemed to further unsettle the boy. Was he not attempting a robbery? Why was there no trace of panic in the eyes of the man before him? Nevertheless, as the carriage began to move, the boy appeared to relax somewhat. What are you afraid of? Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. The boy turned and realized it was the very Eli he had intended to abduct. Is that really your question? Shouldn't you exhibit some awareness of your predicament? He thought. You are just an ordinary person. How can you be so fearless? Be quiet and stay still. The boy snapped at Eli, a glare piercing through his words. Oh, I see now. You must be the one being hunted. Let me guess. Are those people your enemies or hired assassins? At your age, you are unlikely to be a person of great significance. So you must be the offspring of some noble, or perhaps a merchant of notable standing. To the boy's astonishment, Eli began to analyze the situation. However, you don't quite resemble a noble. You lack the customary elegance of a noble's sword, and your fair complexion suggests you rarely venture outdoors. Instead, you remind me of a friend from my trading guild. Wait, could you be the descendant of a prominent merchant, fleeing for your life? Eli's deductions came with a sense of amusement, peeling back the layers of the boy's circumstance. Yet, these were merely conjectures. Who exactly are you? Eli remained unaware that a tempest was brewing within the boy's mind. Though Eli's observations seemed peculiar, the essence of his deductions was astoundingly accurate, achieved through mere scrutiny. I warn you, refrain from speaking carelessly. The boy felt an unanticipated surge of tension. The dagger in his hand instinctively drew closer to Eli. As if proximity would bring him a sense of security, he extended the blade. In response, the man before him smiled. And an unexpected wave of dizziness washed over the boy, his mind clouded and vision blurred, accompanied by the unsettling sensation that he was losing something vital. This moment did not last long, merely a few seconds. However, when he awoke once more, he discovered that the dagger had shifted from his grasp to rest perilously against his throat. The man before him, known as Eli, was intently fixated on the boy, one hand wielding the blade against his neck while he courteously remarked, "Sir, if you do not elucidate why you so audaciously entered my vehicle, you shall meet your demise." Feeling the chilling edge of the dagger against his throat, coupled with Eli's polite smile, the boy was instantly drenched in sweat. It seemed as though he had just escaped the jaws of a wolf, only to find himself ensnared in the clutches of a tiger. Chapter 59. The Transaction Gulp. The boy's throat quivered, cold sweat trickling down his brow. What had just transpired? In the blink of an eye, before he could even comprehend the situation, the dagger had vanished from his grasp, and he had transformed from captor to captive, as if caught in a dream. Yet, the icy touch of the dagger reminded him that this was no mere illusion, it was stark reality. "Speak, who are you? Why have you taken me?" At that moment, Eli wore a smile, exuding the demeanor of a gentleman. "I merely fled without paying in Camellia Lane, and they sent someone after me," the boy stammered, acutely aware that, at this proximity, even if the man before him were an ordinary person, he could easily end his life. "No, you are lying." Eli shook his head, a glint resembling stars flickering in his eyes as he cast a knowing glance at the boy. "No, aside from your trembling muscles and the unnatural expression on your face. If I am not mistaken, your body is untainted. You are a virgin." With just a glance, the boy felt as though he were laid bare, every secret exposed. The first part of Eli's assertion chilled him to the core, while the latter left him wide-eyed. Even with the sharp dagger pressed against his throat, he gritted his teeth and replied, "All right, I apologize for deceiving you, but I must insist, I am not a virgin." "Ha!" The sound was low yet laced with deep insult. "Now, divulge your circumstances. My patience is limited." Eli spoke as the carriage rolled down the dusky street outside. The boy glanced at Eli, and though he could not fathom why, he sensed the man was truthful. Slowly, he began, "My true name is Arya Kazan. My father is the owner of the Kazan Consortium." The Kazan Consortium? That name rings a bell. Eli furrowed his brow, struggling to recall where he had encountered it before. The Kazan Consortium is the largest trading company in the Kingdom of Lorraine, dominating the herb and perfume businesses throughout the realm, Arya clarified in a hushed tone. "You are the son of the owner of the Kazan Consortium? How is it that you are being pursued? Does your father not know?" Although it seemed peculiar, Arya's expression suggested he spoke the truth. "That is because my father has passed away. My uncle Joseph has surreptitiously seized power, garnering the support of 2/3 of the consortium, thereby usurping it." Arya spoke through gritted teeth. "Then why does he still seek to eliminate you? You possess no power to resist. Why would he wish to kill you?" Eli's curiosity piqued. "Because my father bequeathed the consortium's land deeds to me. That is why he seeks to capture me." Realizing the gravity of his situation, Arya refrained from fabricating any lies. One side was a powerful consortium with vast numbers. The other was merely Arya Kazan, a solitary figure. It appeared utterly implausible. In truth, upon hearing that Arya was the son of the consortium's owner, Eli felt a flicker of excitement. The Kazan Consortium could potentially aid him in achieving his purpose for being here. However, he quickly understood that he was merely confronting a discarded child. This time, Arya fell into silence. Behind every grand merchant guild, there undoubtedly exists a noble patron. It is their support that enables the guild to thrive. However, one must ponder how such illustrious nobles would extend their favor towards you. To them, I surmise, whether you are Elia Kazan or Joseph, it makes little difference. Eli shook his head, observing Elia's Naved, reminiscent of a child. "No, the nobles supporting the Kazan Guild are distinct. They represent the true elite of society. Their interest in the Kazan Guild is not driven by profit. In reality, our guild garners their support solely due to our mastery in the art of perfumery. As we boast the finest fragrances in the empire, she is an aficionado of perfumes, and as long as I can present her with superior scents, her allegiance is assured. Elia hesitated before revealing more. A perfume enthusiast? Eli raised an eyebrow. The absurdity of the world was becoming increasingly apparent. Yet it is quite reasonable. If she truly cares not for who provides her with profit but seeks only exquisite perfumes, then indeed, if Elia Kazan could deliver a superior fragrance, she might very well secure the support of the noble behind her. Eli's gaze towards Elia shifted, imbued with newfound consideration. If this were the case, Elia Kazan harbored significant latent potential. Eli Calucifer found himself contemplating an investment in this venture. Do you possess a better perfume? Eli inquired, his dagger still poised at Elia's throat, concern evident in his voice. No, Elia replied, this time genuinely silent. Eli mused, indeed. I should not have placed my trust in this girl. However, if he could facilitate Elia Kazan's acquisition of the guild, many of Eli's own dilemmas might find resolution, whether they pertain to resources or Roland. While he would not craft a conventional perfume, leveraging the powers of a sorcerer could yield remarkable results. Of course, it is possible. Eli smiled, surprising Elia. Her eyes widened in astonishment, eager to express her gratitude. No need to rush with your thanks. Instead, I propose a business arrangement, Eli suggested, his gaze softening as he regarded Elia. What sort of business? Elia asked, taken aback. Elia was utterly confounded. A better perfume? Were it not for the dagger at her throat, she might have laughed heartily, for the Kazan Guild had risen to prominence through perfumery. And yet this man claimed to possess a superior fragrance. Was he jesting? Indeed, Eli affirmed, nodding in response to her skepticism. Initially inclined to refuse, Elia found herself inexplicably drawn to Eli's gaze, as if subconsciously compelled to acquiesce. With the situation at hand, what was there to refuse? What if it actually succeeded? All right. Elia nodded, her resolve strengthening. What do you wish to gain in return? She inquired, perplexed. I shall return in 3 days, Eli stated, patting Elia on the shoulder before handing her the dagger. I have arrived at my destination. You should take your leave now. At this moment, the carriage had arrived at the casino. Eli gently patted Arya on the shoulder before descending from the vehicle. Arya, gazing at the dagger in his hand, was momentarily taken aback. What does this signify? Regardless, seizing the moment while the coachman was occupied at the rear, he swiftly exited the carriage and darted away in search of a different direction, ultimately deciding to seek out his beloved aunt. However, along the way, he suddenly halted. It seemed he and T mentioned where they would meet 3 days hence, had he? As he continued on his path, Arya blinked, sensing that he had encountered an unusually peculiar individual. Chapter 60. Perfume time always flies swiftly. By the time Eli emerged from the casino, night had already fallen. What a splendid place it was. Stretching his limbs, Eli stepped out into the evening air, with a resplendent 3-story edifice behind him, adorned with a lengthy crimson carpet. Few who traversed this path were devoid of wealth. This was the largest casino in Turin. Indeed, the commercial prowess of Turin far surpassed that of Bane. For within the casino, Eli had encountered numerous novel gaming methods, many of which involved sums far exceeding those found in Bane's establishments. He had also accrued over 30 gold thalers. However, Eli had not resorted to deceit. He had played in good faith, and this amount, while substantial, was not considerable enough to attract undue attention. Sir, you have emerged. The coachman, having grown weary of waiting beside the carriage, approached Eli the moment he spotted him. With a swift motion, Eli tossed a gold thaler into the air. The coachman's eyes widened in astonishment as he deftly caught the coin, relishing the solid weight of the thaler in his palm, feeling as though he were soaring to new heights. Sir, what is this? He inquired, still in disbelief. A gratuity. Eli replied with a smile as he climbed into the carriage. You are the most generous gentleman I have ever encountered. As long as you're in Turin, I am at your service at any moment. The coachman was utterly captivated by Eli's generosity. This was the largest tip he had ever received in his lifetime. He quickly ascended into the carriage and asked, Sir, where shall we go now? At this moment, Eli could have suggested a visit to the palace, and the coachman would have eagerly complied. Very well, please take your seat. The coachman, casting aside any semblance of fatigue, straightened his posture and urged the horses onward. With a soft whinny, the horses began their journey, carrying the two away into the night. The theme of the day had been relaxation, with the encounter with Elia being a mere serendipity. Yet, Eli did not mind making an investment. After all, his cost was minimal, and should he succeed, the rewards could be immense, enough to resolve his financial dilemmas entirely, as well as provide materials for his herbal needs and address Roland's situation. During their conversation, he had even subtly employed some of his mental prowess to facilitate their dialogue, ensuring its smooth progression. Tomorrow, he would devise a strategy to tackle the issues surrounding the perfume. Contemplating the tasks ahead, Eli drifted into slumber. The following day, before Eli had even set out, he received news that the first round of negotiations had failed. It seemed that Queen Cynthia deemed the union futile and outright rejected the requests from the Bayan Empire. This left the representatives of the Bayan Empire feeling somewhat disheartened. However, despite the rocky start, the party led by Marquise Elena did not relent. A second round of negotiations was scheduled for 3 days hence, where perhaps new developments would arise. Naturally, the diplomatic setback did not perturb Eli. On that day, he once again took the carriage from the previous day, but instead of heading elsewhere, he instructed the driver to take him to a different location. "Sir, this is the local perfume workshop. Are you certain this is your destination?" The driver inquired as he guided Eli along a street by the riverside. The area was constructed alongside a river flowing through the city, but nearby, a section had been dyed in a myriad of colors, with houses standing proudly along the street, exuding a variety of fragrances. Indeed, Eli responded, dismounting from the horse. An invisible breeze immediately dispersed the odors that lingered around his nose. It was unavoidable. Being the largest perfume production base in Turin, one would be wise to wear a mask if not accustomed to the environment, as the myriad scents could be overwhelming. His purpose for visiting was, of course, to create perfume. He first needed to secure a space for his experiments. "Sir, all these places are privately owned. It might be quite difficult to rent one," the driver remarked, having been informed of Eli's intentions prior to their arrival. And he bore the itch in his nose with patience. "Is that so?" Eli merely cast him a glance. Half an hour later, before a modest perfume workshop, a middle-aged man bent slightly, offering a servile smile. "Rest assured, sir, this will be yours for the next 3 days. I will take my family and leave immediately. The workers here are at your disposal." Behind him stood a woman clad in simple linen, cradling a small girl of about 7 or 8 years. The little one, seemingly oblivious, could not comprehend why her father hastily gathered their belongings after Eli produced 30 gold thalers. "Very well, sir, we shall take our leave now. You may handle the rest as you see fit." With that, the man swiftly ushered his family away, as if fearing Eli might change his mind. The driver, observing their hurried exit, could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. What did he just say? "Now, please assist me in purchasing some items." Eli instructed the driver as the previous occupants departed. "Of course, sir," the driver readily complied. Eli then handed him a list along with sufficient funds, instructing him to procure the necessary items while he himself stepped into the workshop. Although it was a small establishment, it was equipped with the capability to produce perfume. And being in the perfume capital, even a modest workshop would not lack in quality. Indeed, when the workers in the workshop presented Eli with a freshly crafted perfume, he inhaled its fragrant aroma and nodded approvingly. With such quality as a foundation, combined with his potions, it should suffice. Eli had never intended to create a perfume from scratch. After all, despite his remarkable aptitude for learning, it was utterly improbable to conceive a top-tier fragrance within a mere 3 days. Such an endeavor was both unreasonable and unattainable. His plan was to amalgamate a modest amount of alluring elixir with the existing perfume, thereby producing a concoction that possessed both a unique allure and the original delicate scent. Since victory on the conventional path seemed elusive, he opted to forge a new one. However, this was no trivial task. The challenge lay in achieving the perfect ratio between the potion and the perfume. Nevertheless, this approach was certainly more feasible than starting from nothing. 3 days should be ample time. Half an hour later, the coachman delivered the materials, which took Eli by surprise. He had not anticipated such promptness. "Sir, you have already paid. I merely waited here," the coachman remarked with a smile. "Very well," Eli replied without hesitation, taking the materials into the workshop. 2 days later, within the confines of the studio, Eli beheld the recently formulated perfume resting on the table, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The perfume had been successfully crafted. Chapter 61. The soul's mark chilled and cloaked in darkness. Elia Kazan inhaled deeply, extending his hand to feel a profound sense of helplessness and sorrow. Before him stood a dilapidated cottage, so bare that it featured merely a wooden bed, the sole source of illumination a nearly spent candle. This abode resided within the largest impoverished district of Turin, one of the scant places he deemed safe. He had spent the last 3 days here. Initially, 3 days prior, he had intended to seek out his aunt, for his father had entrusted him with a list of trustworthy individuals, his aunt being among them. However, midway through his journey, he opted to change course and take refuge in this place. While his aunt was indeed a figure of trust, he feared that his uncle might exploit this opportunity to surveil him, laying traps among those he sought. Moreover, his mind lingered on the enigmatic figure he had encountered 3 days ago, the mysterious man with whom he had discussed business. Now that 3 days had passed, would he return? And without an address, how could he possibly locate him? Like a magician, Eliah's mind suddenly conjured the image of the man's elegance and composure, as if he had everything under control. Yet, truthfully, he harbored little hope, for it all felt somewhat dreamlike. As the hours slipped away, he mused that perhaps he had been overly optimistic. Casting a glance through the window, he noted that twilight was approaching, then shifted his gaze to the wooden door nearby, which remained completely still. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the door. Startled, Eliah's eyes widened, and his heart raced inexplicably. His first thought was not that Eli had arrived, but rather that his uncle had found him. Yet that seemed implausible. This place was supposed to be safe. You appear somewhat anxious. However, the voice that reached Eliah's ears was not that of a rugged mercenary, but rather a calm, soothing tone. It's you. Moonlight streamed through the crack of the door, revealing Eli clad in black, a cane in hand. Quite a nice place, though it seems you haven't fared well these past 3 days. Eli surveyed the surroundings before addressing Elia Kazan, adding, were it not for the mental imprint, this place would have been elusive to locate. How did you find me? Elia stammered, struck dumb by the revelation that Eli had indeed tracked him down. Had Eli been surveilling him all along? As per our agreement, I have brought the perfume. Eli, seemingly impatient to hear Elia's words, tossed a vial toward him. Elia? He caught the vial in his hands, noticing the liquid swirling within. For a moment, he was taken aback. Was this the perfume previously mentioned? Unscrewing the cap, an intoxicating scent wafted into his nostrils. As the rightful heir of the Kazan consortium, his ability to discern fragrances was naturally quite refined. The aroma, at best, could be described as mediocre. However, upon inhaling it, he felt an overwhelming urge, a desire to draw closer, a sensation stemming from a collision at the spiritual level. Gulp. Elia, bewildered by the scent, found himself momentarily frozen, unable to fathom the existence of such an extraordinary perfume. Yet, elation soon followed. With such a splendid fragrance, he was certain he could garner the support of the nobles behind the merchant guild. Once he secured their backing, along with the existing supporters within the guild and the wavering factions, he could reclaim control over the guild. His confidence in the power of the nobles was unwavering, for behind the Kazan merchant guild stood none other than Queen Cynthia, the most prominent noble of the Lauren kingdom, who could afford to disregard the profits of a large merchant guild. Elia clutched the perfume tightly, as if it were his final lifeline. Wait, are you forgetting something? Suddenly, a voice interrupted, and Eli whispered from across the table. Oh, right, business. I remember you mentioning this is a business transaction. Elia, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly inquired of Eli, what do you desire? There is a principle in business known as the principle of equivalence. Do you understand? Eli gradually approached Elia and explained. Of course, rest assured, I will provide you with an item of equivalent value for this perfume. Elia stammered. No, that is not how accounts are settled. Eli shook his head. Not like that? Then how? Elia felt a bit lost. You fortuitously boarded my carriage, which can be considered as me saving your life. Therefore, it is only just that your life now belongs to me, Eli remarked, smiling as he analyzed the situation. Elia? He was taken aback, struggling to comprehend Eli's meaning. However, he generally understood that Eli was relinquishing everything to him, his life, and the potential future of the merchant guild. Impossible. You were too greedy. Elia's eyes widened in shock. No, you entered my carriage. The transaction has already commenced, Eli countered, shaking his head. In that instant, the hand of a sorcerer materialized, seizing Elia, who was mere inches away, rendering him incapable of resistance. He could only watch as Eli slowly extended his hand towards him, finally resting it upon his head. Pain. In an instant, Elia felt as though countless needles were piercing his brain, an intangible yet seemingly mystical bond forming between him and the man before him. This process endured for a full 5 minutes before Eli finally ceased. After all, the soul imprint was no trivial sorcery. Sorcery, soul imprint, zero-tier sorcery, serves to inscribe a soul imprint within the target's consciousness, enabling complete comprehension of the target's thoughts and enslavement of the individual. Requirements: at least a second-tier apprentice, a significant disparity in mental strength, no excessive resistance permitted, and a mental energy mark must be left on the target 3 days prior to the implementation. This is the first time that Eli has employed this particular form of sorcery, as its prerequisites are rather cumbersome. Given his current mental fortitude, he can perform it a maximum of 3 times. He has allocated 3 days for this endeavor, and the imprint he left was merely a gentle pat on Elia's shoulder before departing the carriage. What have you implanted in my mind? At this moment, Elia lay crumpled on the ground, gazing up at Eli with eyes full of terror. He felt an overwhelming sensation that Eli could discern his thoughts, perhaps even contemplate his demise. Did you not foresee this? Eli inquired, casting his gaze down upon Elia. His intentions had always been clear. Relying solely on Elia's intrinsic motivation would hardly suffice to satisfy Eli's conditions once Elia secured the merchant guild. In truth, Eli regarded promises as the most unreliable of constructs. Contracts on paper are mere illusions. Those inscribed in the mind hold far greater reliability. Shall we test it? Eli asked, his eyes fixed on Elia. Elia's eyes widened in disbelief. In the next instant, it felt as though his mind were being torn asunder, his soul scorched by flames while countless needles pierced through him. Elia let out a pained howl, a suffering he had never before encountered. The anguish of the soul proved far more harrowing than any physical torment, magnified 100-fold. The torment lasted but 5 seconds, yet Elia felt as though he had endured centuries. Shall we continue? Eli queried once more, but in Elia's eyes, it seemed as if the devil himself were whispering. No more, no more, Elia stammered. In just those 5 seconds, he grasped the gravity of his predicament. He had not merely walked into the jaws of a tiger. He had leapt straight into the depths of hell. From this moment forth, you shall be my slave. All that you are shall belong to me. Do you consent? Eli stated, though there was an alternative he presented. I could release the brand and then end your life. The choice is yours. Eli regarded Elia intently. Did he truly have a choice? Tears welled in Elia's eyes as he realized he was devoid of options. He suddenly recalled a phrase his father once uttered. Every gift has already been marked with a price in the shadows. Previously, he had not comprehended this truth. But now it resonated with painful clarity, albeit too late. I accept. Elia finally nodded in resignation after several moments. He chose to live. Excellent. That was a swift acceptance. Eli's voice was lighthearted. Relax. I'm nearly 30, and you are but 19. Once I am gone, your descendants will inherit their freedom. A glimmer of hope flickered in Elia's eyes as he slowly rose from the ground. Your spirit seems intact, Eli remarked with a smile, crouching down to meet Elia's gaze. Chapter 62. The Seeds Indeed. Behind the Kazan Merchants Guild lies Queen Cynthia. As Eli walked, he contemplated his conversation with Arya. Due to the soul imprint, Arya had become entirely subservient to him, divulging all secrets, including the identity of the most influential noble behind the guild and the cards he currently held. According to Arya, only 1/3 of the guild's members were affiliated with his uncle, another third had opportunistically aligned themselves, while the remaining third were individuals he could trust. Furthermore, his father had provided him with reliable contacts to reach the nobles backing the guild, as well as Queen Cynthia herself. This meant that if Arya were to present the perfume before Queen Cynthia and assert his identity as the legitimate heir, he would have a 90 chance of securing her support. The reason for the 90 probability was Eli's belief that nothing in this world could guarantee a 100 outcome. Attaining 90 was already a considerable likelihood worth betting on. Securing the Queen's support would indirectly place the Kazan Merchants Guild under Eli's control. However, the next steps lay solely with Arya. Eli strolled with a sense of ease, having provided Arya with some gold coins before his departure to facilitate his endeavors. This was Eli's final investment in Arya, after which all depended on Arya Kazan himself. He would not intervene again. If, after all this, Arya failed to succeed, it would merely attest to his lack of capability. Even Eli's assistance would not ensure the guild's prosperity thereafter. This could be perceived as Eli's reluctance to involve himself further, or perhaps as a test of Arya's resolve. Regardless, maintaining his anonymity remained paramount. As it stood, no one could link him to Arya. Their sole connection was at the entrance of Camellia Lane, and it was unlikely anyone would pay it much heed. As for the outcome, should it be successful, Eli would reap substantial rewards. If not, he would simply regard it as a missed opportunity, having spent only 3 days on the matter. There would be countless more opportunities in the future. It was merely a matter of time. Regarding his efforts to assist Roland, he may not be able to offer significant help, but he would at least ensure his safety. That was the baseline, for he truly had few friends. Adjacent to the impoverished district was a large marketplace, prompting Eli to wander about in hopes of finding a hidden treasure. However, it soon became apparent that he had overestimated his chances. After several rounds, he uncovered no remarkable finds, although his experiences had broadened his horizons, rendering the outing not entirely fruitless. Time to leave. After a fruitless meander, Eli decided to depart. Suddenly, as he turned a corner, a stall caught his attention. This particular stall, tucked away in a corner, was manned by a scruffy old man clad in burlap, one leg impaired and his trousers caked in dirt. Before him lay a cloth adorned with an assortment of seeds, seemingly dedicated to the sale of various crops and other seeds. What captivated Eli was not merely the collection before him, but rather a singular, dark green seed at its center, adorned with azure veins that seemed to pulsate with an elemental breath. Although Eli could not discern the nature of this seed, he instinctively recognized its significance. Without hesitation, he approached the stall, determined to procure it regardless of its identity. "Hello, what is this seed?" Eli inquired, pointing at the seed as he faced the elderly vendor. Upon noticing a potential customer, the old man brightened immediately, eager to provide an explanation. "Sir, I found this seed on my way here this morning. I cannot ascertain its type, but I suspect it to be a rare crop. Otherwise, how could it possibly be so large?" Indeed, the seed's size was remarkable, comparable to that of a peach, so much so that it hardly resembled a seed at all. "How much?" Eli, uninterested in idle chatter, directly questioned. "Ah, sir, this is quite valuable." "This seed," Eli interrupted. "How much is it?" "1 silver thaler." "No, 5 silver thalers." The old man hesitated, initially calling out a lofty price. But upon scrutinizing Eli, he opted for an even higher figure. Heaven's mercy, 5 silver thalers was the highest price he could conceive. "Very well." Eli nodded, tossing the coins to the old man. He understood the vendor's intent to inflate the price, yet he was aware that such sums were not exorbitant in this context. 5 silver thalers, while equal to his monthly wage, was merely a fraction of his gambling stakes. "Thank you, sir." The old man was taken aback, astonished that Eli had paid so readily. Goodness, 5 silver thalers. In truth, he had anticipated a price closer to 50 copper thalers. He quickly stood up, his limp almost causing him to stumble, yet he promptly retrieved the seed and handed it over to Eli, fearful that the gentleman might reconsider. Eli accepted the seed, and the transaction was seamlessly concluded. In reality, such a seed would hardly attract attention. No noble scion would venture into such a place, and there were no knights clamoring for it. If one maintained composure, life would not be fraught with conflict. Like Eli, who, despite mingling in noble circles, possessed no enemies nor individuals harboring deep-seated animosity towards him. In fact, many might not even remember his name. This was the norm. "Sir, please take care." The old man's respectful voice echoed as Eli departed. 5 silver thalers might scarcely cover a single experiment for Eli, but it was sufficient for him to secure a place to sleep and acquire some black bread, allowing him to sustain himself for several months. As fate would have it, he fortuitously encountered a returning diplomatic team, led by the glum Marquise Elena, indicative of a likely unsuccessful negotiation. It appeared that this Queen Cynthia was indeed no ordinary figure. Eli shook his head, turning to ascend the stairs. He was merely a traveler in this diplomatic affair, which had little relevance to him. Rather than dwelling on this, it would be more prudent to contemplate the matters concerning Elia Kazan and to ponder what that seed truly represents. Chapter 63, Elia in Action. Eli entered the room directly, his gaze fixated upon the seed. The seed was a deep emerald green, adorned with azure patterns, emanating a subtle vitality that resonated with the surrounding wood elements. Everything about it spoke volumes. It was no ordinary object. In fact, Eli found himself questioning whether it could truly be classified as a seed. After all, he had no knowledge of which tier of seed could unconsciously attract elements and exude a vitality that even he found astonishing. Something was amiss, intriguing even. Though his journey as a wizard had just begun, he had never encountered such a peculiar artifact. He immediately employed his mental probe, vitality detection, eye of information, and elemental composition techniques. To his astonishment, the results confirmed it was indeed a seed, and the analysis suggested that with the right incubation fluid and sufficient time, it could be nurtured into life. However, its true nature remained elusive. It seemed he would need to allocate a space in his garden. Eli shook his head and carefully stored the seed away. Whether it would grow into a tree, grass, or flower would soon be revealed. Meanwhile, in the room of Marquise Elena, 10 individuals sat in a circle, enveloped in silence. Among them were high-ranking officials from this expedition, including nobles, scholars, diplomats, and even a grand knight. Clearing her throat, Marquis Elena, sitting in the main seat, finally broke the silence. She cast a calm glance around the room and spoke. "Are you truly prepared to give up?" "Indeed," Scholar Colt nodded in agreement. "My lady, I believe the king has anticipated this outcome. After years of dealing with the kingdom of Lorraine, does he not understand her?" "Precisely. There is simply no point of entry. Queen Cynthia may be a connoisseur of perfumes, but regrettably, the Empire lacks any top-tier fragrances to capture her attention," another remarked, shaking his head in dismay. "Humph. Give up?" Marquis Elena's irritation was palpable as she slammed her palm on the table. "The king is undoubtedly aware, yet he still sent us here. What does that signify? He needs us to succeed. Consider the consequences of failure." With narrowed eyes, she surveyed the group, instilling an invisible pressure that weighed heavily upon them. Even the Grand Knight found it difficult to breathe. It was not a suppression of vitality, but rather an aura that heightened the tension in the room. "Perhaps we should try again, but this time the Queen seems disinclined to meet with us. Next time, we might not even gain entry," Scholar Colt lamented, his face etched with worry. The group fell into a profound silence. "In 5 days, we shall visit once more." After a brief pause, Marquis Elena decisively proclaimed, and the others could only acquiesce before dispersing one by one. Moments later, the room was left in solitude, with only Marquis Elena remaining, surveying the stillness around her. She let out a sigh. "I hope our next encounter will not be too dismal." In stark contrast to the troubled realm of the Bayan Empire, the other side, embodied by Elia, appears much more vibrant. After acquiring funds from Eli, he first proceeded to the mercenary guild, hiring several elite knights to safeguard his personal security. Subsequently, he began clandestine communications with several supporters within the guild, urging them to prepare in advance. Furthermore, he actively sought to reconnect with the network his father had bequeathed him, establishing a protective web around himself. Indeed, as the son of the former guild owner, Elia is far from a mere dilettante. It was simply the abruptness of the situation that left him so unprepared. According to his original plan, he intended to take such measures, yet he hesitated, believing that even such actions might prove futile. Thus, upon receiving Eli's assurance that day in the carriage, he felt a surge of excitement, opting to remain hidden for 3 days. However, during those 3 days, while he did receive the remedy for victory, he also lost himself. His life no longer belonged to him. He was merely a slave. At least he retained a semblance of freedom, and should he eventually regain the guild, he could enjoy its benefits, albeit by wholly dedicating himself to Eli. As Eli remarked, "Once he passes, will it not be as if none of this ever occurred? Though this may take a considerable time. By the time his son or grandson comes of age, Eli surely will not be alive, and the guild would still belong to the Kazan family, rather than being Eli's personal possession." Once all preparations were in place, Elia resolved to deliver a decisive blow to his uncle, executing the final and most crucial step of his plan, securing the support of Queen Cynthia. 5 days later, Elia chose an exquisite perfume bottle containing the fragrance gifted by Eli as he entered the royal palace. Being a royal palace, he was permitted entry alone. Dressed in a black top and trousers, his appearance and hair meticulously groomed, he understood the importance of presenting himself well before Her Majesty. It was only due to the allure of the elite perfume and the reputation of the elder Kazan that Queen Cynthia consented to meet him. Otherwise, he would not have gained an audience at all. Guided by the guards, Elia navigated through the palace, and it was here that he comprehended the true wealth of the kingdom. The staircases were crafted from white marble, the corridors adorned with reliefs sculpted from gold and silver dust, while gemstones worth dozens of gold thalers sparkled in abundance, epitomizing opulence. No wonder the queen seemed indifferent to the guild. Elia swallowed, feeling an even deeper reverence for her. Soon, after traversing another long corridor, Elia was led to a chamber. "Please wait here. Her Majesty will arrive shortly," the guard stated calmly, taking his position by the door. Elia's gaze drifted into the room. It was merely an ordinary chamber, its lavishness pale in comparison to the grand halls outside. Yet, his mouth fell agape at the sight within, not due to the room, but because another figure occupied the sofa inside. "Uncle," Elia exclaimed, "it's you." 2 voices resonated simultaneously. Before Elia stood her uncle, the very man who had taken control of the merchant guild. Beside him lay a box that, if Elia's instincts served her well, was intended for the storage of perfumes. At that moment, her uncle also noticed Elia and the fragrance she held in her hands, revealing an expression of peculiar intrigue. The 2 exchanged glances, and the room was enveloped in a profound silence. Chapter 64. Queen Cynthia. It has been a long time. Vito. Ultimately, it was Arya who shattered the silence. Her uncle's name was Vito Kazan. Ah, indeed, long time no see. Vito was taken aback for a moment, but soon regained his composure. Casting a sidelong glance at her, he remarked, Arya, you are becoming increasingly impolite. You cannot even bring yourself to call me uncle. My heart is quite wounded. Wounded? You seem rather pleased with yourself lately, Arya retorted coldly as their eyes locked. Those are matters of the past. Why dwell on them? Vito waved a hand dismissively, feigning indifference. He then surveyed Arya from head to toe, his gaze landing on the perfume bottle she held. Raising an eyebrow, he remarked, that perfume bottle resembles the one from Kazan Commerce's best-selling fragrance, Venus, though it has long since been rendered obsolete. Indeed. But the name Venus shall once again echo throughout the kingdom of Lorraine, Arya shot back, her tone unapologetically bold. Huh, how quaint. Vito shook his head, expressing his disdain. Though he did not inquire directly, Arya's intentions were clear. She sought the queen's favor through perfume, a goal he also shared, yet with a mere modest fragrance. How could she possibly hope to rival him? I would find joy in your departure from the commerce, thief, Arya declared through clenched teeth, enunciating each word with precision. Little wretch. Vito's anger flared in response. The term thief in this world was indeed a derogatory insult. He glared at Arya but refrained from taking action. The setting was inappropriate, and worse still, he was merely an ordinary man, lacking the combat prowess of Arya. Should he charge at her, he would likely receive a sound thrashing. At that moment, the sound of heels echoing against the floor grew louder from outside. The two immediately ceased their quarrel, for the queen was approaching. The grand red doors slowly swung open, revealing the queen as she entered gracefully. Her resplendent red gown was embellished with golden threads, and her magnificent crown was adorned with shimmering jewels. Though her face did not conform to the standard oval shape, it exuded an air of nobility. The corners of her eyes lifted slightly, her features were well-defined, and although her figure was concealed by the gown, one could sense the queen's alluring form. Her long neck contributed to an overall slender appearance, and her gaze was piercing, imbued with authority and an intimidating presence. Both Arya and Vito lowered their heads simultaneously. Your Majesty. Behind the queen trailed numerous guards, but Queen Cynthia waved her hand, signaling them to wait outside as she entered the chamber alone. Present it to me. Let me witness your fragrances, Queen Cynthia commanded, glancing at both individuals. Neither dared to utter more than necessary. They stood before the queen, feeling an immense weight of pressure. After all, she was a true queen. For decades, she had led the kingdom of Lorraine to its current flourishing state, achieved not merely through beauty, but through an iron will and decisive action. Your Majesty, this is the new series of perfumes I have brought, titled December, Vito announced as he gradually stood tall, retrieving a box and gently opening it. A cloud of white mist wafted forth, revealing the treasures within. 12 exquisite bottles of perfume lay gracefully arranged within a velvet-lined box, surrounded by ice to temporarily preserve their essence. Your Majesty, this is the latest pinnacle of Kazan's perfumery, began Vito. Each of the 12 bottles corresponds to a month of the year. For instance, this one represents January, often referred to as the month of the first sun. Its characteristics embody a gentle warmth, evoking the sense that winter is on the verge of relinquishing its grasp, much like the beauty of a rising sun. He continued to introduce each bottle, detailing their unique attributes. Queen Cynthia's eyes sparkled with intrigue, her interest piqued. The burden of queenship weighed heavily upon her, and perfume remained one of her few cherished indulgences. Your Majesty, would you care to try? Vito offered the first bottle with utmost reverence. The queen's guards did not intervene. After all, anything presented here had undergone rigorous scrutiny, and Queen Cynthia herself was a formidable knight, with few guards capable of matching her prowess. In her earlier years, she had often marched alongside her armies, earning her reputation through valorous deeds. Cynthia accepted the January bottle, its crescent shape reminiscent of a slender moon, the surface undulating and reflecting light in a mesmerizing manner. She spritzed a delicate mist into the air, and a gentle fragrance enveloped her senses. Inhaling deeply, a satisfied smile graced her lips. Remarkable. This perfume surely deserves a place among the top 30 in my collection. She maintained a cold storage of approximately 3,000 fragrances. Your Majesty, would you like to sample February? Vito inquired, a hint of relief evident on his face as he presented another bottle. Of course. I shall indulge in one after another. In pursuit of experiencing these new fragrances, I have set aside a rather significant negotiation, and Kazan has not disappointed. With each delightful scent she encountered, Cynthia appeared increasingly at ease, her spirits lifted. For the next several minutes, she meticulously explored each fragrance, sharing her impressions like an enthusiastic shopper. Quite splendid indeed. After completing her exploration, a radiant smile illuminated her face. The collection was undeniably exquisite, and she found herself thoroughly enchanted. It is my duty to create the finest perfumes for Her Majesty, Vito thought, silently commending himself, yet he maintained his respectful demeanor. Oh, and Arya, you are the son of the esteemed Kazan, and I harbor certain expectations for your fragrance, the queen remarked, turning towards Arya Kazan, who had been standing quietly at the side. Arya felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Although he had experienced the perfumes earlier, Vito's offerings seemed remarkable too, heightening his nervousness. The sudden call of the queen startled him, and it took a moment for him to regain his composure. The fact that the queen knew his name stirred a sense of warmth within him. Despite his hesitation, he presented his own creation, its bottle resembling a harp, with a colorless perfume flowing gracefully within. This is mine, Arya offered, presenting the fragrance with a hint of trepidation. Queen Cynthia's response remained unspoken, leaving a lingering anticipation in the air. Is that not Venus? Queen Cynthia possesses a remarkable memory. This fragrance was once among her favorites, and it was precisely due to this perfume that old Kazan garnered her support. She is acutely aware of the intentions of Elia and Vito. Yet to assume that the same fragrance could once again win her favor is perhaps a tad presumptuous. Initially, one might have anticipated a pleasant surprise, but it appears to be somewhat disappointing. Your Majesty, the fragrance is different. Only the bottle remains the same, Elia hastily interjected. Is that so? Queen Cynthia nodded, then produced the perfume and gently spritzed it. Instantly, a scent infiltrated her senses. However, she seemed oblivious, as if ensnared in a stupor. Vito, standing nearby, maintained an impassive facade, though internally he reveled in schadenfreude. The silence lingered for several seconds before Queen Cynthia finally spoke, her voice leaving no room for dissent. You may leave. Elia and Vito exchanged surprised glances, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, yet they were swiftly ushered out of the room. Bang! The door slowly closed. At last, Queen Cynthia stirred. Her eyes gently fluttered shut, and tears cascaded from the corners of her eyes. Chapter 65. The bewildered Marquise Elena. Queen Cynthia had long forgotten the last time she shed tears. It seemed that the only occasion was the day her father, the former king, had passed away. Since then, regardless of the invasions from powerful nations or the political strife within the empire, she had never cried again. It was not that she lacked the desire to weep, but rather that she understood the necessity of maintaining her composure. How could the queen of a kingdom allow herself to weep? However, upon using a certain perfume, she found herself enveloped in a fragrance that, while ordinary and unworthy of her collection, evoked a profound sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of her father. In her childhood, he would often cradle her in his arms, regaling her with tales of the kingdom. She would tug at his grand beard, and together they would erupt into laughter. Those were her happiest moments. Ah, Venus, what a delightful perfume. Moments later, Queen Cynthia composed herself, wiping away her tears, and grasped the vial tightly. This fragrance seemed to unveil her deepest desires. A sensation unlike any other perfume had ever offered her, strange yet profoundly cherished. Truly, it was an exquisite scent. The queen felt a joy that had long eluded her. After adjusting her appearance, she summoned a guard to call for Elia. Meanwhile, Elia was in an adjacent room with Vito, waiting. Let us cut to the chase. Don't you feel nauseated? Elia shot him a glance, then ignored him. Anxiety gnawed at him, leaving him puzzled about the unfolding events. Could it be that the perfume's potency was overwhelming? Suddenly, the door creaked open. A guard entered, prompting Elia and Vito to stand at attention. The guard glanced at them before announcing, Elia Kazan, Her Majesty wishes to see you. Vito Kazan, you may leave. Vito, stunned, cast a disbelieving look at Elia. How could this be? Elia finally allowed a smile to break across his face and followed the guard, curious about the queen's disposition. Upon re-encountering the queen, her first words were, I find the name Venus unsatisfactory. From now on, this fragrance shall be known as starlight, the sole glimmer amidst a cosmos of stars. Elia paused momentarily, then beamed with joy. Henceforth, this perfume would be called starlight. Vito departed in a daze, while Elia walked away with a sense of triumph. Queen Cynthia, accustomed to her frigid throne, once again spritzed a hint of perfume and inhaled deeply. In an instant, an unusual allure enveloped her. As for her tears, they had merely been the release of pent-up emotions. Having expressed them, she remained the formidable queen of the empire. At that moment, another figure entered the hall. Your Majesty, Marquise Elena of the Bane Empire requests an audience once more. The visitor was a woman, exuding the aura characteristic of a grand knight. However, she appeared somewhat perplexed as she gazed at the queen, sensing that her Majesty seemed particularly captivating today. Let Lady Elena come in. Cynthia, the queen, nodded in response. Your Majesty, did you not say last time that you would not meet her? The woman inquired, her confusion evident. Having grown up alongside the queen, their bond was the closest, and with only the two of them present, she felt comfortable to ask. Cynthia cast a glance at her and replied. The Empire of Bane possesses greater military might than the Kingdom of Lorraine, yet Lorraine is far wealthier. This is not an advantageous situation. We must assert ourselves to demonstrate strength, only then can we negotiate terms. Otherwise, they will perceive us as weak. But Your Majesty, did you not say just yesterday that it was not feasible? How has it changed today? The woman queried, puzzled. It is nothing. I am simply in a good mood. Cynthia replied, glancing at her before choosing not to elaborate further. Come, let us meet the Marquis of Bane. With that, Cynthia descended from her throne, her demeanor calm. This had always been part of the plan, but her favorable mood today prompted her to expedite the process. Perhaps the reason lay in that small bottle of perfume. In a conference hall, Marquis Elena sat at the forefront, appearing outwardly composed. Behind her, others took their seats, most of whom seemed somewhat anxious, fearing they might soon encounter an unequivocal rejection. I hope this time goes more smoothly, Elena thought to herself, gazing steadily ahead. In truth, the Queen's repeated refusals had begun to unsettle the once confident Marquis, leading her to ponder whether she should lower her demands. This queen proved to be far more formidable than anticipated. As they contemplated, the grand doors suddenly swung open. Cynthia strode in first, followed by a retinue. The Queen's eyes narrowed slightly, radiating an aura of authority. She had ruled the kingdom for nearly 2 decades, and other nations were well aware of her formidable nature. Once everyone was seated, Marquis Elena took a deep breath, preparing to speak. I agree to the alliance. Let us discuss the terms. However, before Elena could utter a word, Cynthia interjected. Pardon? Elena was momentarily taken aback, nearly choking on her own breath. Her mind was flooded with questions. What had transpired? Why had the queen undergone such a profound transformation? The following day, a modest investment was poised to transform into a substantial fortune, potentially granting Eli the prospect of financial independence. However, the news he received in the afternoon left him astonished. The alliance had remarkably succeeded. This unexpected turn of events prompted Eli to regard Countess Elena with newfound respect, as he had not anticipated her ability to swiftly alter the situation. Little did he know, Countess Elena herself was equally perplexed, pondering the reasons behind this phenomenon. Yet, success was merely the beginning. The forthcoming negotiations for the exchange of benefits would be the true battleground, where the Countess would undoubtedly defend the Empire's interests, and Queen Cynthia would reveal her cunning prowess. At this juncture, the various individuals they had brought along, such as physicians and scholars, would finally begin to play their roles, having been assigned to various departments within the Kingdom of Lorraine for learning and collaboration. Eli and Raymond found themselves allocated to a small team of scholars, embarking on a project that was not deemed promising. Chapter 66, The Relics of the Empire. The notion of Empire relics struck Eli as peculiar until he overheard the news from Raymond. It was astonishing that scholars dedicated themselves to the pursuit of such relics. Do not be so astonished. These Empire relics are quite extraordinary, remarked Scholar Raymond, casting a glance at Eli as they journeyed in the carriage towards the research group. Having garnered insights from an old friend, Raymond was aware of certain specifics. The duo had been randomly assigned to a research team focused on the Empire relics, primarily aimed at discovering and verifying their authenticity. The relics in question are not of ancient origins, dating back merely 2 centuries. However, their significance is profound. At the time, the Lorraine Palace was not yet the Kingdom of Lorraine, but was under the dominion of the Orzan Empire. Subsequently, this realm was vanquished by the Bane, and prior to its demise, the king of the Orzan Empire concealed the empire's treasures and most of its possessions. The whereabouts of these concealed items remain a mystery, thus giving rise to the enigma of the relics. The Kingdom of Lorraine was established thereafter and has persisted to this day. This research topic was initiated by an eminent scholar from the Lorraine Empire over a decade ago, capturing the attention of the Queen, leading to widespread participation from scholars, historians, and even cartographers across the nation. The academic community in the kingdom experienced a significant upheaval, with hundreds engaging in the project simultaneously. Supported by substantial annual funding from the Empire. What have they discovered? Eli inquired, curiosity piqued after grasping the essence of the subject. What do you think? Scholar Raymond shot him a sidelong glance. Eli smacked his forehead, realizing he had posed a rather foolish question if they had indeed made significant findings. There would be no need for this research group. Had he been infected with Hermann's folly? By the way, my friend mentioned that this group would certainly surprise us. Raymond added, a hint of intrigue in his tone. Eli, however, sensed an ominous undertone. Here we are, esteemed scholars. At that moment, the carriage came to a halt. Eli and Scholar Raymond exchanged glances, with Raymond stepping out first, followed closely by Eli. As they exited the carriage and surveyed their surroundings, a silence enveloped them. They were no longer within the bustling city, but on a secluded path in the eastern part of Turin, surrounded by lowly structures, none exceeding 2 stories, most of which appeared dilapidated. They found themselves stranded in the middle of this street, and a glance around revealed no sign of any so-called research group. Gazing at the ground, a mixture of gravel and dirt, Raymond voiced a profound question. Where is the research group? Over there. Eli, possessing keen perceptive abilities, had already detected their destination. Between 2 nearby buildings hung a tattered sign, adorned with a piece of linen awaiting to dry. Through the fabric, the 4 prominent characters could be discerned. Empire relics. Raymond and Eli exchanged a knowing glance, understanding what the so-called surprise entailed. Let us take a look. It may be far better within, mused Mr. Lehman, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his self-reassurance. The 2 ventured into the alley, making a concerted effort to disregard the litter strewn about and the scurrying rodents. At the end of the passage, they discovered a portal leading underground. Undoubtedly, this was their intended destination. As a courteous student, Eli gestured for his teacher to proceed first. Mr. Lehman inhaled deeply and strode confidently into the narrow, shadowy entrance. Inside, they found themselves in a modest basement, dimly lit, with a substantial table at its center surrounded by shelves laden with various maps and documents. 3 researchers occupied the space, one buried beneath a pile of maps, another hunched over a mountain of books, and the third, with eyes closed, appeared to be contemplating the meaning of life. Eli exchanged a glance with Mr. Lehman, silently acknowledging their shared understanding. This project seemed, perhaps, to possess a hint of unreliability. Ah, have newcomers finally arrived? Suddenly, a voice broke the silence as the man with closed eyes opened them, his gaze brightening upon seeing Eli and his companion. He quickly rose to his feet. Greetings. I'm the head of the Imperial Relics. Welcome, welcome. The man clasped Mr. Lehman's hand with enthusiasm. We are here from the Bane Empire for an exchange, Mr. Lehman replied, managing a strained smile. Oh, now I recall. The man's expression transformed, as if a light bulb had flickered to life. I apologize. It seems we do not have any spare cups. If you do not mind, you may use mine. He appeared somewhat embarrassed. That is perfectly fine, Eli responded, his lips twitching as he realized that this project team was even more disregarded than they had been in the touring party. You seem to be in rather dire straits, Eli observed, surveying the surroundings, where nearly everything looked antiquated, and the 2 workers remained engrossed in their tasks, oblivious to their presence. Indeed, ever since the kingdom deemed it foolish and erroneous to invest time and energy here, we have not received a single coin. Scholars require funding, after all. Now, we are but 3, the man lamented, shaking his head in sorrow. Ah, by the way, you may call me Ike, a naturalist. This is Arthur, a historian. And she is Vera, a scholar of maps. However, they are quite reclusive and may not be fond of conversation, Ike explained, gesturing towards the other 2. Their reluctance to engage was palpable, even after a considerable time had elapsed since Eli and Mr. Lehman's entrance. The others remained utterly unresponsive. Arthur, Vera, Ike, unable to tolerate the silence any longer, dashed over and roused the 2. Arthur was a somewhat gaunt man, dark circles under his eyes, while Vera bore a sprinkling of freckles on her face. Though unadorned, her features were quite pleasant. Welcome, welcome, they greeted, pulled by Ike towards Eli and Mr. Lehman. I am Eli, and this is my teacher, Mr. Lehman. Eli also remarked that the group had barely acquainted themselves. Welcome aboard. However, Eli and Raymond felt as if they had stepped into a den of iniquity. Chapter 67. Fallacies of thought. Since choice is not an option, acceptance must prevail. Eli and Raymond, with their modest belongings, decided to settle here. The most fortunate aspect was that the bedrooms were relatively decent and clean. On the following morning, I called everyone together to convene a discussion on the forthcoming tasks. Before we begin, I would like to request an introduction of your areas of expertise, Raymond and Eli. To facilitate the allocation of responsibilities, Ike inquired. I possess a profound knowledge of history, botany, and a measure of natural history, replied Raymond. Ah. While botany may not prove particularly beneficial, your historical knowledge will be of some assistance. It is no wonder you were assigned to this location. However, you are likely not well versed in the history of the Kingdom of Lorraine. I must ponder how best to distribute the work, Ike remarked, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a loud snore interrupted the silence. It was Arthur, who had fallen asleep, carelessly drooling on the table, while Vera nodded off beside him. Ike, witnessing this scene, could not help but grimace. I apologize. These two prefer to work at night, which is why they tend to be like this during the day. Ike explained. It's quite all right. Let us proceed, Raymond said, resignedly closing his eyes for a moment before accepting the situation. Now, where was I? Yes, regarding the historical context. The Kingdom of Lorraine was indeed founded upon the legacy of the Orizan Empire, from which we inherited a significant portion of its heritage. Thus, our history is rather intricate. To delve into it, we must begin with Salim Merlin, the first king of the Bayan, Ike expounded, speaking with confidence as he sat at the table. While Eli's eyes widened in disbelief. What did I just hear? The first king of Bayan, Salim Merlin? Salim Metatlan. Eli interjected, his breath quickening. Ike, wait. How do you know the name of the first king of the Bayan Empire? This is scarcely known among the populace, Eli questioned, his excitement palpable. Oh, right. That should be classified information. My apologies for my lapse in memory. Nevertheless, now that you are part of the project group, you will inevitably learn certain matters, Ike replied, tapping his forehead. I should mention that the project group has the direct attention of the Queen, so while we may lack funding, our access remains intact. We can even enter the Empire's second library to examine significant documents. Such opportunities are available. But tell me, were you not aware of your first king's name? Ike asked. Puzzled. I was not, Eli nodded. In a brief moment, he began to comprehend. He had never entered the royal library and remained unaware of certain secrets. Yet here, some information might not be concealed, and it was plausible that the data available was more accurate than that which the kingdom possessed. Many nations tend to alter their narratives. Just as Salim Merlin concealed his true name, along with those surrounding him, however, other nations would not follow suit. Suddenly, Eli felt a surge of breathlessness. If this were indeed true, the project team represented a veritable treasure trove for him. The nature of the treasure was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that it brought him closer to the history of Bane, the genuine history. Furthermore, the name Salim Merlin was conspicuously reminiscent of Salim Metatlan, merely truncated by two characters. Coupled with the preceding information, one could not help but ponder the sheer improbability of such coincidences. It was highly probable that Salim Metatlan was indeed Salim Merlin. On his very first day in the project team, he confirmed a previously held suspicion. This was, without a doubt, a goldmine. Indeed, this information appeared to be of a notably clandestine nature. Ike nodded in agreement. The two were left speechless, bemused by the irony of revealing such high-level secrecy so nonchalantly. Nevertheless, Ike decided to press on. Speaking of Salim Merlin, he actually had a student, a fact known to only a select few. This student served as a liaison between the Orizan Empire and the Bane Empire, responsible for diplomatic affairs. However, it seemed that complications arose, leading to the eventual downfall of the Orizan kingdom. Ike recounted the tale slowly, while Eli sat transfixed, his mind racing. Fortuitously, he was an inconspicuous presence. Otherwise, how could he have been assigned to this remarkable place? The revelation that Salim Metatlan had students, particularly diplomats from two empires, was astonishing. Despite his myriad questions, Eli chose to refrain from inquiring further and decided to delve into the matter independently. Initially, he believed his greatest achievement was merely securing membership in a trading guild, but he quickly realized how limited his perspective had been. His experiences were far too scant. Imperial relics? This was his true treasure. Before long, Ike provided a brief overview of subsequent events, yet it lacked the substance Eli yearned to hear. Before delegating tasks to the two, they were primarily assigned to review historical documents, with the option to request access to higher-level materials, should they desire. He offered to escort them to the Kingdom's second library. Raymond appeared despondent, while Eli's eyes sparkled with excitement. Time passed swiftly, and a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. The Bane Empire and the Lorraine Kingdom were embroiled in discussions regarding mutual benefits, with neither side yielding, resulting in continued negotiations but minimal progress. The urgency of Countess Elena was palpable, as her anxiety rendered her unable to eat. While some were fraught with worry, others found joy. During this month, Eli felt as if he had plunged into a barrel of oil, utterly ravenous for knowledge. He meticulously examined all the documents available to him and persuaded Ike to escort him to the second library, where he perused nearly every accessible material. The rewards of his efforts were substantial. Firstly, he confirmed that Saline Merlin was indeed Saline Metatlin, a significant discovery. Secondly, he uncovered that Saline Merlin had a student named Weiss, who supposedly appeared alongside Saline Merlin, a detail that aligned perfectly with Countess Elena's previous assertions. They were indeed outsiders. Thirdly, through thorough material analysis, he deduced that Weiss perished in the campaigns against the Empire, and his belongings were confiscated by the Orizon Empire, subsequently deposited into the royal treasury. Moreover, the most crucial point is that when the Orizon Empire met its demise, the treasures of its treasury vanished alongside the fall of the Orizon Kingdom. Lost within the ruins, Eli surmised that Vis was likely a sorcerer as well. Thus, it is said that within the remnants of the Empire lies a relic of a sorcerer, specifically that of a student of Saline Metatlin, which stirred a sense of yearning within Eli. Well, perhaps not yearning, but rather an insatiable desire to possess it. The only dilemma remaining is to locate the Imperial ruins. Eli felt it was high time to contribute his efforts to the project team. He deemed his thoughts rather pedestrian. He merely wished to assist this beleaguered group. What fault was it of his? He could only lament his own inherent kindness. Chapter 68. 2 months due to the pressing timeline. Once the negotiations with the Empire concluded, they would depart from this place. Consequently, Eli even ceased his daily meditations and immersed himself in a plethora of literature, allowing himself only 7 hours of rest each day, dedicating the remainder to work. This diligence left the Lamanites astounded. How could his student be so industrious? The thought of Eli's punctuality in regard to work made the layman scholar feel bewildered. Meanwhile, Eli's fervent dedication inspired both Ike and the other two, leading to their acceptance of Eli's partnership. To their astonishment, it seemed that with Eli's involvement, their progress had indeed witnessed a slight advancement. 10 days later, when Eli presented a comprehensive chain of evidence confirming the undeniable existence of the Empire's relics, the entire project team was thrown into a frenzy. Initially, their efforts had merely been focused on verifying the authenticity of the relics, although there had always been a steadfast belief in their existence. The absence of tangible proof had been a significant reason for the Empire's abandonment of the project. My heavens, Eli, you are a genius. I must report this to Her Majesty at once. You are remarkable, Ike exclaimed, holding the complete evidence in his hands, seemingly unable to believe his own eyes. Beside him, Arthur and Vera gazed at Eli in sheer disbelief. As fervent supporters, their passion for this project was beyond what others could fathom. However, witnessing someone who had progressed in 10 days more than they had in years left them momentarily speechless, as if confronted by a specter. I suggest we refrain from reporting to the Queen until we have made further discoveries. Otherwise, if we fail to locate the relics, we might face considerable repercussions, including the potential for the project to be shelved entirely, Eli advised calmly. Indeed, you are right, Ike nodded, with the others in agreement. At this juncture, although Ike remained the nominal leader, Eli had undeniably become the focal point of the initiative. This shift was largely attributed to the genuine desire of the three to uncover the relics, compounded by the project's intimate scale, which allowed them to operate in relative obscurity. Meanwhile, the layman scholar set down his pen, engulfed in contemplation. Were they not merely participants? How had it escalated to this extent? It is worth noting that the layman scholar had also made significant contributions to the project, assisting Eli in analyzing all materials, from which Eli discerned the connections leading to the evidence. It was not that Eli could not accomplish this alone. Rather, the magnitude of the workload was immense, and their time was critically limited, compelling Eli to showcase only a fraction of his capabilities. This endeavor was indeed a race against time. With a shift in leadership, Eli began to delegate tasks among the team, who eagerly complied with his directives. It was hard to fathom that just 10 days prior, he and the layman scholar had been assigned tasks, and in the blink of an eye, their standings had undergone a profound transformation. For the first time, Eli found himself entirely immersed in his work, and it was not until 20 days later, upon learning that Elia had fully taken over the affairs of the guild, that he realized 2 weeks had slipped by in the blink of an eye. It can be said that the current efficiency has led Ike to believe that their productivity surpasses that of the hundreds of workers from years past. On the other side, Queen Cynthia, true to her title, showcased her formidable strength at the negotiation table. The two nations were embroiled in an unyielding dispute over the exchange of interests, with neither party willing to concede. Each step taken would result in substantial losses, and at this juncture, Queen Cynthia would certainly not relent due to fleeting whims inspired by a mere fragrance. This was a matter of genuine state dealings, where only profit could dictate decisions. Everyone was operating with the fervor of a whirlwind, and the atmosphere was palpably tense. The Imperial Ruins project team was undergoing some visible changes. Due to their relentless work, the environment had deteriorated further, cluttered with piles of documents and refuse, while the neglected alleyway at the entrance had become even more disheveled. Ultimately, it was Eli who could no longer bear the chaos and enlisted a professional cleaner. However, upon entering, they were greeted by the disheveled appearances of Clee, Arthur, and Vera, along with a few others who seemed to be in a frenzied state. After the cleaning, they almost fled the premises. It resembled a mental asylum. Another 10 days passed. Had they confirmed the location of the ruins within this expansive area? The project's progress had surged forward once again, as Eli and the others advanced their work by significant strides. After 10 days of deduction, they concluded that the ruins should lie near the northern mountains of the Lorraine Kingdom. However, the area was vast, and further confirmation would require additional time. At this moment, Ike felt utterly bewildered. How could the progress be so rapid? It seemed as though nothing had changed. The transformation appeared to have commenced only after Eli and Raymond joined the team, and Eli's pivotal role was unmistakable, inspiring a sense of admiration in Ike. Arthur and Vera gazed at Eli as if he were a deity, while Raymond felt a sense of solace, recognizing that his student possessed remarkable talent. Time swiftly passed again. Another 10 days gone. A tense atmosphere enveloped the diplomatic corps of both nations. Even now, no one was willing to yield, leaving their progress stagnant since a month ago. Marquis Elena was at her wits' end, feeling utterly powerless. Others had proposed numerous suggestions, but none proved effective. In a moment of desperation, she thought of Eli, the young man who had once saved her life, wondering if he might have a solution. Yet, she could not locate him, only to learn that Eli had been ensconced in the second library for 5 days without emerging, rendering them unable to see him. With a sigh, Marquis Elena relinquished her hopes, realizing that her frantic search was futile. It was unlikely that Eli would possess any answers. "I have found it." A single phrase instantly astonished everyone. Ike stood with his mouth agape, unable to close it for a long while Arthur, Vera, and Scholar Raymond looked up, incredulous. "I have located the site where the ruins were once buried, at the southernmost protrusion of the Hortus Mountains. However, it seems that an earthquake occurred there over 50 years ago, resulting in significant changes to the terrain. Our current task is to ascertain its present location," Eli proclaimed in one breath. After an extensive analysis and verification of the vast resources in the library, even he found it challenging to decipher the information. However, thanks to the remnants of previous materials, he finally discovered the location. "All right, let us proceed to seek it out." Vera, as a scholar in cartography, nodded eagerly. The others joined in to assist, while Bachelor Layman observed Eli, sensing that his student had truly matured into a competent scholar, despite not yet being one in title. As he watched the others busily engage in their tasks, a smile graced Eli's face. The remaining work posed no difficulty, and he entrusted it to them. As for him, he intended to retire for the night. After all, spending 5 sleepless days in the library had been exhausting, even for someone with his mental fortitude. The others, glancing at Eli resting on the bed, harbored no objections. They felt it was only fitting. 3 more days passed. On this day, Vera, buried amidst the piles of maps, lifted her head, her face alight with excitement as she exclaimed, "I found it! I found it! The Empire's hidden treasure! We have discovered it!" The following day, the announcement of the discovery of the Imperial ruins ignited an unprecedented fervor throughout Turin. Nobles and scholars alike were left astounded, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. No one truly anticipated that the rumors, which had persisted for over a decade, were indeed grounded in reality. Moreover, the discoverers were identified as the project team. Yet those in the know understood that it was implausible for the original trio to have made such a discovery. It was only later revealed that the events unfolded due to the contributions of 2 individuals named Layman and Eli. Layman and Eli swiftly ascended to prominence, at least within the circles of the Kingdom of Lorraine. Countless scholars and esteemed academics were eager to uncover the secrets of their discovery, particularly the precise location of the ruins. Naturally, skepticism arose. with many questioning the plausibility of uncovering a long-lost site that had eluded discovery for decades in such a short span. They awaited the anticipated ridicule aimed at the diplomatic corps of the Bayan Empire. As for the diplomatic corps, Marquise Elena, who had just concluded a failed negotiation, received the news with shock and resolved to seek out Eli and Layman immediately. However, upon their arrival, they discovered that Eli was not in the library as expected. He had been summoned by the Queen instead. Others, including the esteemed scholar Lord Colt and various knights, were equally engulfed in astonishment, many lamenting their missed opportunities to form connections with the newly celebrated duo. Each harbored their own thoughts and regrets amidst the speculation. As others pondered the implications, Eli and his companions indeed found themselves summoned. A contingent of 5, under protective escort, was led into the royal palace, where they encountered the illustrious Queen Cynthia in the grand hall. There she sat, majestically upon her throne, her gaze surveying the assembly with tranquil authority, flanked by a valiant female knight. "Can you truly confirm your findings?" inquired Queen Cynthia, her voice steady, yet betraying a hint of her own astonishment. It was under her aegis that the project team had been established over a decade prior, a necessity born from the Empire's struggles for financial support. Subsequent developments had alleviated some burdens, allowing her to divert her attention elsewhere. Yet, she could not dismiss the significance of the potential riches contained within those ruins. For the power of the ancient Orizan Empire had once rivaled that of the present-day Bayan Empire. The latter had weakened considerably over the years. "Indeed, Your Majesty," replied Cree with utmost respect, his face alight with excitement. "We meticulously examined historical documents, unraveling the threads of time, and pinpointed the ruins' original location. We then accounted for the geological transformations wrought by the earthquake 50 years ago, which ultimately led us to the current site after considerable effort." Queen Cynthia nodded thoughtfully. "As for the veracity of their claims, that would be verified in due course. I must admit, I am rather curious as to how this sudden discovery came about. Given that your progress has been exceedingly slow for the past decade or so," remarked Queen Cynthia. "Oh," Queen Cynthia expressed mild surprise, glancing at the two individuals beside Clee, an elder and a youth. It was evident that the elder was Bachelor Raymond, while the younger was Eli. "Your Majesty, I am Raymond. And this is my student, Eli." Bachelor Raymond, feeling somewhat bewildered, realized this was his first encounter with someone of such high stature. "Very well, if this is indeed true, I shall not be remiss in rewarding you. You may select any 3 items from the hidden treasury." Queen Cynthia nodded and stated. Upon hearing this promise, everyone was elated. As for the 3 items, they were relics of the Empire, containing an immeasurable wealth of high-value artifacts, some of which could easily be worth several hundred gold thalers. "Now, since Eli is the principal contributor, I would like you to elaborate on your specific discovery process." Queen Cynthia smiled, her previous frustrations regarding the negotiations alleviated, finding Eli quite agreeable. "Your Majesty, the process was as follows. We began by consulting 32 texts, meticulously verifying the authenticity of the ruins and the relics, and subsequently cross-referencing a plethora of documents," Eli succinctly described. "Please, expound further," Queen Cynthia urged once more. "Very well, Your Majesty. It may take a little while," Eli nodded. The knight beside Queen Cynthia scoffed at this, muttering to himself about the insignificance of such documents. However, after Eli continued for 5 minutes, merely listing the names of the materials without concluding, the knight's expression twitched, inwardly lamenting that being a knight was far preferable, requiring little intellectual effort. Meanwhile, Queen Cynthia maintained her composure, though the slight tremor of her eyelashes betrayed her inner unrest. Upon Eli's completion, Queen Cynthia sighed in relief and managed to utter, "You have all worked diligently." Indeed, it was an arduous task, far more demanding than her contemplation of state affairs, particularly in terms of logic, reasoning, and numerical analysis. Were the scholars of Bayan truly this formidable? At that moment, a knight suddenly entered the grand hall. "Your Highness, we have surveyed that area and have confirmed that there seems to be something beneath the ground. We detected a substantial amount of gold. It must be the ruins." The knight knelt on one knee as he spoke. "It appears to be true." Queen Cynthia's eyes gleamed upon hearing this. Simultaneously, Eli and the others exhaled in relief, as they had only unearthed this information from papers, uncertain of the actual circumstances. "Eli, you possess remarkable talent. If you wish, you may come to the Kingdom of Lorraine. I could even grant you a noble title," Queen Cynthia declared with delight. "Your Majesty, I am content to devote myself to scholarly pursuits. I am satisfied with my current situation," Eli graciously declined. In the future, he might consider other realms once his present identity faded away, but for now, it was too soon. All his aspirations were firmly rooted in the present, and he felt no urgency to depart. The gates of the kingdom of Lorraine are always open to you, as is Master Raymond. Queen Cynthia nodded, offering no further words. Having established the proof, and with the location being in close proximity to Turin, let us proceed tomorrow to excavate the ruins. Seemingly intrigued, Queen Cynthia declared. The group exchanged glances. The queen certainly possessed an impulsive spirit. Chapter 70. The ruins unveiled that evening. Eli and his companions found themselves within the royal palace. Scholar Raymond, filled with sentiment, reflected that it was indeed his first encounter with the queen of a nation, while Eli brimming with anticipation for the excavation scheduled for the morrow. It must be noted, the queen was strikingly beautiful, though she was nearing her 30s, her physique, attributed to her knightly lineage, rendered her appearance akin to that of a woman in her 20s, exuding an aura of authority uncommon among mortals. However, Eli's thoughts were less occupied with the queen and more with the student of Salim Matatlin. He fervently hoped that Weiss's legacy remained intact. This was the principal reason for his earnestness, as he wished not to labor in vain. Meanwhile, within the palace, in the grand hall, Queen Cynthia sat alone upon her throne, seemingly engrossed in contemplation. Suddenly, a cloak was draped over her shoulders, the evening air having turned somewhat chilly. The female knight, standing beside Queen Cynthia, gazed at her and spoke softly. Since my elevation to the rank of knight over a decade ago, such cold has ceased to affect me. Queen Cynthia, her eyes fixed ahead, replied calmly, perhaps it is merely a matter of habit. In our teenage years, we were carefree. Our greatest joy was to ascend to the hall's apex at night to gaze upon the stars, cloaked lest we succumb to the chill. The knight chuckled. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Allow yourself to relax, she advised, placing a hand upon the queen's shoulder. Indeed, not at this moment. I have heard that King Bien Vi's time draws near. Unrest brews in many nations, and we require greater strength to uphold the hard-won peace we currently possess. Queen Cynthia remarked as she surveyed the vast emptiness of the hall. Very well, I shall remain by your side. The knight responded, her gaze directed forward. The knight, a general of the empire, was tasked with overseeing the kingdom's military and was an unwavering supporter of Queen Cynthia. Together, they maintained order within the realm. They were the very heart of the nation. Time swiftly passed, and the dawn of the following day arrived. Eli and his companions were led out of the palace early, assigned steeds, and prepared to accompany the soldiers to the site of the buried ruins, tasked with observational duties. Scholar Raymond, however, was not present, primarily due to his advancing age and his inability to ride. Indeed, Scholar Raymond could not ride. To Eli's astonishment, upon their arrival, one awaited them. Queen Cynthia, adorned in shimmering silver armor, a sword at her waist, and a crimson cloak billowing behind her, sat astride a magnificent steed, exhaling plumes of vapor with each breath. Follow me, we shall depart at once. We should arrive within half a day's time, Queen Cynthia declared, her posture regal and her gaze steady upon the assembly. Eli, taken aback, had not anticipated that the queen would take the lead herself, and he promptly fell in line, with the others closely following. Thus, the queen rode at the forefront, Eli and his companions flanking her on either side, while a multitude of cavalry and soldiers surrounded them, their procession hastening towards their destination. Throughout the journey, the queen remained silent, as did those around her. Due to her personal expedition, the path ahead had already been meticulously cleared, revealing numerous felled trees and displaced boulders along the way. After 4 hours, they arrived at their destination, a colossal mountain range, where dark, jagged rocks resembled formidable chasms, and heaps of stones formed small hills. In addition to this, several hundred individuals had been summoned in advance, crowding the area, poised to clear everything before them. Is this the place we sought? Vera exclaimed, gazing at the scene before her. According to records from a century ago, this should have been a small plain. Yet now it appeared as a corner of a minor mountain range. It could only be concluded that the earthquake had altered this landscape far more drastically than Eli had imagined, which explained why it had remained undiscovered for decades. Eli, we have confirmed that something lies beneath us. Do you have any suggestions? At this moment, the queen spoke, tilting her head slightly to regard Eli. Indeed, Cynthia nodded. She had a fondness for this young man, appreciating his self-awareness and good looks. Let us commence. Everyone shall receive their due rewards, Cynthia announced loudly to the knights and soldiers nearby. All for Her Majesty the Queen, resounded the deafening response. All present retrieved the tools that had been previously delivered and began to excavate directly. The sight of several hundred individuals working in unison was breathtaking. Eli observed as the small hill before him diminished in height, with soldiers unearthing soil, while knights shattered any rocks encountered, allowing soldiers to transport the debris a short distance away. How did the soldiers of the Kingdom of Lorraine compare to those of Bane? Cynthia inquired once more. Glancing at Eli, she had posed this question to many. Some spoke of military prowess, others of soldier quality or cohesion, but Eli was the first to mention faith. I investigated you yesterday and realized that Bane has indeed overlooked your talents. You should consider joining the Kingdom of Lorraine. As we are in dire need of individuals like you, Cynthia reiterated her invitation. She genuinely believed Eli possessed remarkable abilities. After sending inquiries the previous day, she was astonished to learn that Eli was not even a scholar, merely a student of Lyman and an ordinary librarian. Initially, she had assumed Eli to be a brilliant scholar of the Bane Empire, but it appeared otherwise. Nevertheless, his talents displayed within the Imperial ruins suggested he was an exceptional individual. This indicated Eli's indifference to fame and fortune, which endeared him to her further, intensifying her desire to have him among her ranks. My apologies, Your Majesty, but I still prefer the tranquility of the library, Eli replied, contemplating his situation. If he were to come here, he would likely attract significant attention, which he would find uncomfortable. Moreover, he had yet to fully investigate King Salim Matatlin of the Bane Empire. How could he possibly leave? Very well, once again. The gates of the Kingdom of Lorraine stand wide open for you. The Queen nodded in acknowledgement. She understood that Eli was not someone she could sway. He was undoubtedly no ordinary young man. Suddenly, at that very moment, the ground nearby caved in, revealing a substantial hole, prompting the soldiers beside it to shout with excitement. Queen Cynthia's eyes sparkled as she rode over. What perfect timing! Eli watched the departing queen, feeling a sense of relief. Had she extended another invitation, he would have found himself at a loss for what to do. However, the ruins had finally been discovered, and the next task was to ascertain whether the legacy of Vis still remained. Chapter 71. The Queen's Concession Founded. Queen Cynthia stood not far away, her gaze drawn to the golden light reflecting from within the cave, which brought her a sense of calm. She immediately commanded her soldiers to commence excavation. The soldiers swiftly expanded the cave, only to uncover a vast cavern beneath, filled with gold and treasures, a veritable ocean of riches piled high. The eyes of all the soldiers sparkled with excitement, yet they dared not move, for all of it belonged to Her Majesty. As the primary force in this excavation of relics, they were loyal confidants of the Queen, having served her faithfully for many years. Move. With a single command from the Queen, a knight leaped into the cave, followed closely by others, as they all began to transport the treasures outside. Eli stood nearby, calmly observing the scene while his eyes searched for any potential remnants of Vis. One by one, artifacts from the ruins were being removed and loaded onto carts in a seemingly endless stream, a task that continued for 3 hours without pause. Yet, Eli seemed to have finally spotted his target. As a pair of soldiers transported a stack of boxes, Eli's attention was suddenly drawn to one particular box, sensing a magical resonance emanating from within. However, Eli feigned indifference, continuing to survey the surroundings casually. Damn, there is something. Suddenly, a soldier's startled cry pierced the air. Accompanied by a chilling scream, 5 or 6 monstrous beasts, each the size of an ox, charged forth from the cave, each possessing 6 eyes and limbs as sharp as blades. One lunged directly at a soldier, impaling him and tearing him asunder. Unknown magical spiders, 1 intermediate level and 5 at the novice level. Eli, not far away, swiftly retreated on horseback, assessing the threat posed by the spiders. He could manage 1 intermediate level beast, but facing them all at once would spell trouble, and this was merely a fraction of what lay within. There could be more lurking in the depths of the cave. This realization filled Eli with relief that he was not alone in this endeavor. Queen Cynthia rode at the forefront, a spider lunging towards her. With a flash of her sword, she cleaved the creature in 2. This was Eli's first glimpse of a great knight in action. Her strength and speed eclipsed that of ordinary knights, representing an entirely different echelon of power. And she had yet to invoke elemental magic. Clearly, Queen Cynthia had not anticipated the presence of magical spiders here. To mitigate the danger, after dispatching one, she quickly retreated, for there were hundreds of soldiers and knights present, including several great knights, rendering her intervention unnecessary. As Queen Cynthia withdrew, the spider was immediately surrounded. At least dozens of high-ranking knights converged, swiftly dispatching the spiders, while the intermediate-level spider let out a furious howl. Hiss! A blade of wind shot forth, sending a mid-level knight flying, and the spider made a break for the opening, seeking escape. However, nature could not escape. For as it dashed towards a grove at the edge of the mountain, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows, wielding a colossal sword. The fierce elemental winds coiled around the blade, descending with a tremendous force, instantly rending the demon spider apart. Is this the renowned knight? Not far away. Eli observed with keen interest. By all accounts, a knight of such stature should represent the pinnacle of the chivalric order, yet upon closer inspection, he appeared no more formidable than a second-rate apprentice, and even a slightly stronger second-rate apprentice could easily vanquish an ordinary knight. Following the incident with the demon spiders, the knights promptly investigated the area, uncovering 7 or 8 more spiders, which were swiftly eradicated and then incinerated without hesitation. As for the treasures, they were gradually transported away, accompanying the army to Turin. Along the journey, Queen Cynthia permitted him to select freely. Eli casually chose a chest along with 2 other high-value items. Queen Cynthia merely smiled, instructing that they be delivered directly to Eli's lodgings in Turin. What lay within was of no concern to her. The entire kingdom of Lorraine belonged to her, and she truly believed there was nothing worthy of her esteem. The scholarly community of the kingdom acknowledged the prowess of both Raymond and Eli. Yet those unaware of the details presumed that Bachelor Raymond deserved the greater share of credit, given his title. Even Countess Elena held this belief, viewing Eli as still too youthful. However, upon personally visiting Bachelor Raymond, he was utterly astonished to discover that Eli was indeed the primary force behind their achievements, with Raymond merely serving as a support, completely reshaping his perception of the young man. Nevertheless, those privy to the truth remained few, thus while Eli's influence persisted, it was largely overshadowed by Raymond's recognition, significantly diminishing the attention directed towards Eli. Many perceived this as merely a case of a teacher guiding a student to accomplish a significant undertaking. Ike, Vera, and Arthur expressed their discontent, believing it unjust. Yet Eli found the situation quite satisfactory. He had acquired what he desired, and the accompanying fame held little value for him. He eagerly anticipated the contents of the chest. However, to Eli's surprise, he never found the time to open it before his departure. Thus, Eli integrated himself into a company composed of esteemed scholars, mighty knights, and noble lords, sharing temporary quarters with them and engaging in various tasks. Most of the time, he had little to do, merely interjecting occasionally. Days later, negotiations resumed, and it was at the negotiating table that Eli encountered a different aspect of Queen Cynthia. Her words were sharp and unwavering. On the battlefield, she was an undefeated knight, while at the negotiation table, she was a monarch who would not relent even a fraction for the sake of her nation's interests. Eli sat in a corner of the table as the discussions commenced, initially fraught with difficulty. However, Queen Cynthia soon broached the topic of the imperial relics, sharing her thoughts on the matter. Originally, I would not have yielded, yet the presence of your representative unexpectedly bestowed upon me a substantial inheritance, an immense fortune. Thus, I am inclined to take a step back in this negotiation, relinquishing certain benefits. All eyes turned towards Eli in the corner, and the Marquis Elena remarked with a sense of awe that indeed, good fortune seemed to follow this young man. It was as if he had ignited a spark. Consequently, Elena also declared her willingness to concede somewhat, and remarkably, the negotiations between the 2 nations swiftly advanced. 10 days later, the discussions concluded with a successful alliance formed between the 2 countries. Eli, who initially sought merely to acquire the inheritance of the student from Saren Metatlin, inadvertently became a catalyst for diplomatic progress between the nations, a truly extraordinary turn of events. Following the success of the alliance. Chapter 72. Return to the Empire. Elia, I am about to depart from here. Let us discuss matters pertaining to the guild. In an opulent chamber, Eli sat in the principal seat while Elia remained on the floor. This was the Kazan Guild, and today Eli had come to bid Elia a final farewell. Very well, my lord, Elia replied with a respectful nod. After enduring a prolonged period of upheaval, the Kazan Guild now lay entirely within his grasp, while Vito had long been eliminated. Banished from Turin, he had shown considerable restraint by not directly ending his uncle's life. Externally, he was the owner of the largest Kazan Guild in the Kingdom of Lorraine, yet only he knew that he was merely a pawn, with everything ultimately belonging to the young scholar named Eli before him. Eli had recently gained considerable notoriety in Turin. Elia had easily gathered abundant information about him. However, the more he learned, the more trepidation he felt, primarily due to his lack of understanding regarding Eli. My lord, the alliance between the 2 nations has been established, and soon there will be significantly more interactions. Our Kazan Guild will also open a branch in King's Landing. You may contact them directly for whatever you require. I shall ensure you obtain it, Elia stated with utmost respect. Very well, Eli responded, nodding in satisfaction. He had assisted Elia precisely for this purpose. Oh, there is one more matter that requires your attention, Eli suddenly interjected, as if recalling something. Please, go on. There is a Rose Guild in King's Landing that has encountered difficulties with their supplies. You understand what needs to be done, correct? Eli cast a sidelong glance at Elia. Understood, my lord. Elia, not being a fool, comprehended the implication. Well, let us conclude our conversation for today. I must take my leave. Eli donned his hat from the table and proceeded towards the door. I shall escort you. Elia immediately rose. There's no need. Also, refrain from any underhanded actions. Should there be a second instance, I will not hesitate to end you, Eli replied, shaking his head in a casual tone. Elia was momentarily taken aback. Very well. My lord, he gasped, lowering his head. Consider this a mild reprimand. Next time, it will not be so lenient. Eli remarked as he pushed open the grand door and stepped outside. In the next moment, a pained howl emanated from the room behind him. Buzz. The black dragon banner unfurled once more as the imperial convoy of the Bayan Empire slowly departed from the city of Turin, passing through the city gates. Eli, seated in the carriage, watched as the splendor of Turin gradually faded from his sight. As the curtain drew down on his first journey, he felt a profound sense of reflection. This initial venture had spanned nearly 3 months, yet it felt as though an eternity had passed, primarily due to its being his first excursion. Nevertheless, the experience had yielded numerous rewards. Foremost among them was the acquisition of control over a significant guild, which would undoubtedly ease his financial burdens in the future and provide him with enhanced and more reliable supply channels. Furthermore, he had acquired the legacy of Weiss, which filled him with anticipation regarding what Saline Metatlin's pupil had left behind. Although he had received the chest a few days prior, he discovered it was locked. To avoid damaging its contents, he had refrained from opening it until now, but he had since carved a key. Oh. And he had also obtained 2 additional items of considerable value from the queen, worth at least 500 gold tars. After all, the only magical item within was this chest. Anything else would have long since been consumed by that swarm of spiders, so he could only select a few valuable items. As night fell, the caravan halted to rest at a designated spot. Eli was summoned to join for a meal, reportedly at the behest of Countess Elena. Of course, the treatment afforded to Scholar Raymond was similarly elevated, reflecting the shift in status. Upon entering a tent alongside the soldiers, Eli found himself amidst a gathering of high-ranking nobles and esteemed scholars. He paid them little mind, finding a spot to sit and eat. Others occasionally glanced his way, admiring him quietly. Eli, come here and join me. Suddenly, Countess Elena, seated at the center of the tent, waved her hand, beckoning him over. Eli nodded and approached her. Eli, you have accomplished great deeds this time. Rest assured, I shall speak to His Majesty about you. Perhaps he may even summon you personally. The Countess regarded Eli with a look of satisfaction. However, if he were to be in King's Landing, the implications would be significantly greater. And Eli hoped not to encounter him there. You remain as humble as ever, Countess Elena remarked, continuing to eat before inquiring, I hear you are still unmarried. Would you like me to introduce you to someone? The Elena family has many lovely young ladies. Thank you, my lady, but that will not be necessary. Oh. By the way, what are your thoughts on the issues concerning the Kingdom of Lorraine? Eli quickly diverted the topic. I am uncertain if His Majesty's alliance is a positive development, yet I know that if their expansion is not curtailed, it will undoubtedly pose a challenge for Bane in the future. Countess Elena expressed her thoughts, intrigued, and began analyzing the situation in detail. Oh, is that so? Meanwhile, Eli hastily consumed his meal. How did we arrive at this topic? Let us return to discussing why you remain unmarried. A few minutes later, Countess Elena abruptly realized the conversation had shifted unexpectedly. My lady, I have finished. At that moment, Eli had completed his meal, bid his farewell, and exited the tent. Countess Elena smiled as she watched his departing figure. What a fine young man. Chapter 73. The Legacy of Weiss. The team arrived at King S Landing in the dead of night. By the time they reached their starting point, only a squad of soldiers and a few noble supporters remained. The shadowy houses loomed in the darkness, and the vines clinging to the railings whispered to Eli that everything was as it should be. Eli instructed the coachman to carefully unload the boxes and then requested his assistance in transporting them inside. Of course, sir. The coachman nodded. casting a wary glance at the house, feeling an unsettling dread in the dark. Yet, he thought, it was merely one gentleman. What could possibly go wrong? He hoisted the box and stepped into the small courtyard. Suddenly, he thought he heard something scuttling, accompanied by a series of scratching sounds. The coachman's heart raced as he glanced around and spotted several small animal carcasses beneath the vines, amplifying his fear. "This will suffice," Eli suddenly called out. The coachman felt as though he had received a reprieve. He promptly dropped the box and nearly fled from the courtyard, leaping onto the carriage and galloping away. "What is the matter?" Eli shook his head in confusion, then looked back at the vines, realization dawning upon him. Having been away from home for 3 months, he had neglected to feed the vines. Yet, this was a trivial concern to be addressed later. Eli could hardly contain his excitement about what lay within the box. He brought the box into the laboratory and closed the door. Eli immediately opened it, and the contents were revealed before him: a crystal ball and 3 books. A tremendous bounty. Undoubtedly, a remarkable treasure. Although the items were few, just the books and the crystal ball, they were enough to elate him. Eli picked up the books, which were titled The Bloodline Sorcerer's Selection, Advanced Potionology, and Advanced Alchemy. By the gods! Upon seeing the titles, Eli's mouth dropped open in astonishment. These were purely knowledge-based texts, precisely what he had been yearning for. He first seized Advanced Potionology and began to leaf through its pages. Instantly, as he gazed upon the familiar yet more advanced knowledge than he had previously learned, Eli trembled with joy, as though he were perusing a sacred scripture. The special techniques and new potions detailed within seemed to unveil a new world to him. Eli voraciously flipped through the pages, engrossed for 2 hours before reluctantly pausing. He nearly forgot his task for the day. He needed to organize this newfound knowledge. He then took up Advanced Alchemy and immersed himself in its contents, equally astonished, for it revealed just how rudimentary his previous methods had been. Every sorcerer possesses an innate pursuit of knowledge, and Eli was no exception. For him, this discovery was far more precious than any trade guild. Oh, there is still one more. Suddenly recalling something, Eli reached for the final book. He felt a genuine curiosity about this one. In fact, there was little documentation on the first ring sorcerers in Saren Metatlan's notes, and he seemed to sense that bloodline sorcery was a component of a sorcerer's education. His understanding of bloodlines was rather limited. He opened the book. Within the pages, various bloodlines are discovered, along with their respective merits and demerits, comparisons, and guidance on selecting the most suitable lineage, as well as the bloodline to integrate upon advancement. Eli's peculiar expression emerged upon reading the line about integrating bloodlines during promotion. What does this mean? Is it not sufficient to merely meet the mental prowess requirements and solidify a first-tier spell within one's consciousness? Why then is there a need to integrate bloodlines? This is not what the notes of Salen Metatlan suggest. Could it be that Salen Metatlan's notes are flawed? Eli's head spun with confusion. He could not fathom why one would directly integrate a bloodline. If so, would that not imply a complete abandonment of the wizard's mental strength and other aspects, focusing solely on bloodline sorcery? Yet, would any wizard truly pursue such a path? This seems to fundamentally contravene the wizarding principles, particularly the primacy of mental prowess. Furthermore, such a notion would undoubtedly narrow the path of wizards, leading Eli to suspect that one might only harness the power of bloodlines, which would significantly weaken, if not cripple, a wizard's potential. Is it not permissible to integrate bloodlines after advancement? How perplexing. Eli gazed at the tome, finding no author present. Odd. Perhaps he should explore what secrets the crystal ball holds instead. With curiosity weighing on his mind, Eli lifted the crystal ball beside him. The surge of magical energy emanated from it. The crystal ball, a vital tool for wizards, is often employed to record such information and experimental data. And it was the aspect Eli anticipated most, believing it might contain clues regarding Salen Metatlan. His mental energy swiftly connected. The contents of the crystal ball unfolded within his consciousness. Ignoring some experimental data, Eli discovered a journal belonging to Weiss, which provided insights into Weiss's background. It turned out that Weiss did not originate from the so-called wizarding regions. He was a student taken by Salen from an eastern locale, subsequently becoming a wizard apprentice and accompanying Salen Metatlan to this place. Upon arrival, he sought a relic but found nothing. Salen Metatlan shockingly enslaved a dozen knights and established the Bane Empire to assist in the search. He was responsible for the region of the Orozen Kingdom and uncovered potential clues here, leading Salen to assassinate the king and some leaders of Orozen Kingdom, obliterating the nation. Yet he found no relic and ultimately met an untimely demise. Is that all? Eli blinked, feeling this was far less than he had anticipated. There was no substantial information to glean. The only certainty was that Salim Matatlin seemed to be in pursuit of a relic. Is that truly it? Eli felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped to uncover more details about Salim Matatlin. However, it seemed reasonable. As Weiss was merely a student casually picked up by Salim Matatlin, merely a second-tier apprentice, and thus could not possess extensive knowledge. It was likely that Salim Matatlin regarded him as little more than a tool. It seems that the quest for Salim Matatlin's artifacts should be approached with patience. Shaking his head, Eli cast aside those thoughts. A few books had already provided him with ample surprises. He felt this was quite sufficient and saw no need to aspire for more. As for the damaged staff, Eli planned to dissolve it and incorporate its essence into his own staff, viewing it as a repurposing of waste. However, the tome titled The Bloodline Sorcerer's Choice of Bloodline continued to evoke profound perplexity in Eli's mind. Why did this book stipulate that advancement required the integration of bloodlines, while Salim Matatlin's notes emphasized the breakthrough of mental prowess? Was there some underlying content that Eli was unaware of? In light of this, Eli remained in a state of cautious contemplation. Chapter 74. Turmoil. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. The initial success of the alliance indeed created a significant stir. However, as time progressed, the attention of others gradually shifted towards the tangible connections being forged between the two nations. Eli, too, remained much the same, engaged in his studies as usual. This left many in a state of astonishment, marveling at the peculiar dynamic between the unconventional teacher and his student. After all, one would expect that a person of ordinary stature, suddenly thrust into the limelight, would revel in their newfound fame and seize the opportunity to amplify their influence. Yet, in their case, it appeared as though they were deliberately shunning such notoriety. Regardless, both individuals experienced a notable enhancement in their reputations. As for the king, he seemed disinclined to summon them. Eli surmised that something must have transpired, but he found solace in the fact that it allowed him to devote his attention to the study and comprehension of several advanced texts. Another fortnight passed in the blink of an eye. Due to the alliance, the bond between the two nations deepened, and the Kazan Trading Company finally inaugurated its first branch in the capital, signifying that Eli would henceforth have a stable supply of materials. Interestingly, it was not Eli, but rather Roland, who was most elated by this development. Having nearly driven himself to madness over previous events and even contemplating the liquidation of his assets, he suddenly received a partnership proposal from the Kazan Trading Company. This revelation left him in a state of both shock and elation. The trading company, once on the brink of despair, had unexpectedly aligned itself with the foremost trading entity of the Lauren Kingdom, not only extricating them from peril but also bestowing upon them newfound strength. As for the reason why such a large trading company would suddenly take an interest in them, Roland could only think of Eli's journey to Lauren, yet he chose to remain silent. That evening, the two shared a drink and ventured to Willow Lane. Another month passed. Yet another unexpected event unfolded for Eli, the sudden demise of a vice director at the Imperial Library. Typically, there are only 3 vice directors, tasked with assisting the director and overseeing every aspect of the library. Given that the director is often absent, it is usually the vice directors who collectively manage all affairs. This time, 3 candidates emerged, and to everyone's astonishment, Scholar Raymond was among them. Additionally, there was the renowned scholar Hella, alongside another erudite scholar. However, upon learning of Hella's candidacy, the other scholar promptly withdrew. Just when everyone assumed Hella would contend for the vice director position, an even more unforeseen turn of events occurred. She too chose to step back, leaving everyone aghast. Her reasoning was that she deemed herself inferior to Raymond, which left many in a state of bewilderment. Ultimately, Scholar Raymond inexplicably ascended to the role of vice director. Eli's perspective on this was one of approval. He could now engage in his leisurely pursuits with a clear conscience. Of course, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. Alas, he was still a mere librarian. The process of Raymond's elevation to vice director unfolded with remarkable tranquility, devoid of any incidents. 3 days later, the director summoned Scholar Raymond. The following day, a carriage, bearing Eli and Scholar Raymond, departed from the library. Inside the carriage, "Teacher, why does the director wish to see me?" Eli inquired. "Rest assured, it is a favorable matter," replied Bachelor Raymond with a knowing smile. The only aspect that puzzled him was why Hella had chosen to withdraw. He could only speculate that she might not have been interested in the position. "Well then, could you tell me about the director?" Eli nodded and asked. "Speaking of which, the director of this library is quite a legendary figure. His name is Severus Mesa. It is said that he was born in the slums of a small city, in a family beset by poverty, with both parents being gamblers who often left him hungry for days on end. Tragically, at the age of 8, his parents were killed due to their debts, leaving him an orphan overnight. The plight of Severus Mesa, without money or food, is self-evident. Yet he possessed an extraordinary gift, an eidetic memory, allowing him to retain almost everything he encountered. With this remarkable ability, he learned to read and soon became a scribe. By the age of 12, he arrived in the capital and entered the library, quickly becoming a scholar by the age of 20. Oh, and at the age of 15, he fortuitously acquired the knight's breathing technique, discovering a remarkable talent for it. The same year he attained the status of scholar. He also ascended to the rank of senior knight. Now, at 50 years of age, he is not only the director of the library but also a grand knight, rumored to share a profound camaraderie with Bane's Six. Interestingly, before turning 40, he was quite the wanderer, yet after that, he seemingly vanished from public view, making it difficult to ascertain what he has been up to. As for the director, my knowledge is limited, but it appears he has been traversing various countries outside of Bane for quite some time. Bachelor Raymond pondered. I informed him of the events that transpired in Lorraine, hence his desire to meet you. Relax, the director is quite affable. Oh, Eli nodded. It seemed this was merely an ordinary meeting, indeed not worth overthinking. As Eli chatted with his teacher, they soon arrived at a grand estate. The manor was extensive, yet sparsely populated, reportedly a gift from Bane's Six. Raymond and Eli disembarked, and a steward promptly approached to attend to them. They were swiftly escorted to a reception room. What more could the two discuss but to wait? Fortunately, the director did not keep them waiting long. After a brief interval of about 10 minutes, the steward returned. Mr. Eli, it is time to go. Eli rose and followed, while Raymond remained, as his presence was only to accompany Eli today and was of little consequence. Following the steward, they quickly ascended to a room on the top floor. Knock, knock, knock. The steward gently rapped on the door. Come in. A robust voice resonated. The steward gently opened the door, gesturing for Eli to enter alone. Eli nodded and stepped inside. He was eager to discover what manner of person this director truly was. Chapter 75, The Death of Bane 6. He pushed open the door to reveal a vast chamber, measuring over 100 square meters. On either side, shelves were adorned with an array of peculiar items, gnarled branches, stones radiating unusual hues, and ancient tomes. Yet, what truly astonished him were the two glass columns positioned at the center of the room, within which floated a monkey and a wolf-like extraordinary creature. The curator seemed to possess an odd aura. How do you find my collection? A sudden voice inquired. Eli turned to see a man standing by a large table nearby. His hands spread in a welcoming gesture, a smile gracing his face. The man appeared to be in his 50s, his hair peppered with gray, his square jaw imbued with a sense of determination. His bright, piercing eyes and robust physique resembled that of a bear. Is this the librarian? Eli mused, convinced he could easily mistake him for a valiant general. These are my treasures, gathered from various kingdoms, a labor of considerable effort. The man approached Eli with a smile. Greetings, I am Severus Mesa, the current curator of this library. Greetings, esteemed curator. I am Eli Lucifer. Your collection is indeed remarkable, Eli replied, bowing slightly while casting a curious glance at the eclectic artifacts surrounding him. Haha, no need to be concerned. Many regard me as eccentric. The curator laughed heartily, though his mirth quickly subdued. Yet, they comprehend nothing, merely a bunch of frogs in a well. One must understand, this world is vast. Eli nodded, acknowledging the curator's peculiar nature. Do you know why I collect these items? The curator asked, fixing his gaze on Eli. I do not know, Eli replied, sensing that today's conversation might extend beyond mere pleasantries. The curator likely harbored ulterior motives. Indeed, it is unfortunate that you remain unaware. This world is exceedingly intricate. You may not realize that another form of power exists, one governed by a force known as psychic energy. I have been in pursuit of them, and these are the discoveries I have made along the way, the curator stated with a smile. Though Eli's expression remained unchanged, a tempest of thoughts raged within him. Was he not referring to wizards? Did the curator possess knowledge of their existence? Isn't the night the only power? Eli inquired, his eyes widening in bewilderment. Certainly not. Let me enlighten you. The very first king wielded this power. I stumbled upon this knowledge by chance and have been in search of it ever since. Regrettably, all I know is that they are referred to as wizards, and beyond that, I possess little understanding, the curator lamented, revealing a surprising depth of knowledge. Oh, it seems you know. yet not entirely. Why share this with me? Eli questioned, seemingly perplexed. Lemon spoke to me about your performance in the kingdom of Lorraine. I believe you and I are kindred spirits. My memory is remarkable, as many are aware, yet few know the anguish it has caused me. I can perceive things that escape the ordinary eye, such as luminous motes of various colors floating in the air, though I remained oblivious to their nature until I ascended to knighthood. The curator exclaimed, motes? Elements? Such heightened mental acuity to sense the elements directly. Or perhaps it is a special gift. This is unmistakably indicative of a wizard's talent. You can discern the connections among so many books in a brief span. You must possess this extraordinary perception as well. The curator gazed at Eli with fervor. Eli finally understood why the curator sought him. He was in search of a kindred spirit. However, Eli had no intention of revealing his true nature, so he furrowed his brow and said, Curator, I don't quite comprehend your words. What motes? My analytical abilities are merely a tad superior to the average person's. Is that so? The curator's expression fell, and he sighed. It seems I have misjudged once again. He shook his head. The pursuit of wizards had always been his goal. Yet he alone understood the immense difficulty of this solitary quest. He yearned to find someone like himself to assist him, but each encounter ended in disappointment. Very well, let us discuss other matters, the curator said, returning to his seat with a sense of despondency. Your performance in the kingdom of Lorraine was commendable, showcasing the capabilities of our library. However, I have heard that your accomplishments caused you to miss the scholar's test. Therefore, the library has decided to bestow upon you the title of honorary scholar. Would you accept? The curator inquired. I accept. Eli nodded. He was aware that an honorary scholar held the same rank as a scholar, but was conferred only for exceptional contributions, akin to an enhanced version of a scholar. Eli saw no reason to decline. Very well, this will be announced publicly, and your scholar's robe, along with your identification, will be sent to you, the curator continued. Though his enthusiasm had clearly waned. That is all I have to say. You may leave now, he stated directly. Then, esteemed curator, I shall take my leave. Eli nodded and exited the room. He was genuinely surprised to discover that the curator was also a seeker of wizards. He must possess considerable knowledge and talent, yet regrettably, he was born in this knightly kingdom, where becoming a wizard is nearly impossible. What a pity. Nonetheless, Eli had no intention of revealing to the curator that he was, in fact, a wizard who knew what consequences might ensue. According to his own words, he traveled to other countries in search of traces of wizards. But it appeared he had found none. Evidently, there were no wizards within a considerable distance, or they were exceedingly concealed. Eli speculated that there was a certain likelihood it lay to the east, as Vis had been brought from that direction. Perhaps when he advanced to the rank of a third-tier apprentice, or even attained the status of a formal wizard, he might feel compelled to embark on a quest for discovery. Yet for now, it seemed prudent to remain discreet and allow time for growth within the kingdom. Eli was also quite curious about what they were truly seeking. Time was abundant. Shaking his head, he decided to take things slowly, without haste. Upon leaving the room, Eli encountered Bachelor Raymond. Without uttering a word, the two prepared to depart. However, as they stepped outside the building, a resounding hum echoed through the air. A colossal bell tolled mournfully, reverberating throughout the entire realm. The sound was deafening, striking 9 times in total. Eli and Bachelor Raymond exchanged glances, each reflecting the astonishment mirrored in the other's eyes. 9 tolls were reserved solely for the death of a king. King Bane VI had passed away. Chapter 76. I plant a seed in the year 315 of the Bane calendar. The 6th emperor of Bane passed away, plunging the entire nation into mourning. Indeed, the time had come. Eli was momentarily taken aback, reflecting upon the condition in which he had previously seen the king. It seemed he had only a few years left to live. Surviving to this point exceeded his expectations, yet it was not entirely surprising. After all, as a member of the royal family, he surely had access to rare medicinal remedies. This likely explained the absence of diplomatic summons, for with death imminent, the monarch's focus would naturally wane. The 6th emperor had ascended to the throne in the year 265, and now, 50 years later, in 315. The Bane Empire had long since lost its former might, existing in one of the weakest periods in its history. During that time, various nations sought to seize a piece of the empire for themselves. However, Bane had regained its strength, and although it may not be the most powerful among neighboring nations now, it was certainly no longer feeble. Yet, with the passing of this emperor, whether the 7th emperor could maintain order remained uncertain, a question only time could answer. At this moment, King's Landing was in turmoil, filled with soldiers wielding weapons, upholding order amidst the chaos. Any attempts to disrupt the peace would be met with stern resistance from these soldiers. A change was imminent. Beside him, Layman kept repeating, "Teacher, do not be overly anxious. At least for the time being, the library will remain unaffected. Just ensure your own safety." Eli responded reassuringly. Indeed, Layman, initially anxious, began to feel a sense of relief as he contemplated Eli's words. "Driver, please stop here. I need to retrieve something." Upon reaching a certain location, Eli called for the carriage to halt. "Sir, perhaps I should take you directly home. It is quite chaotic everywhere." The driver hesitated. They were on a bustling street, usually lively, but at this moment, it felt overwhelmingly disordered. "Exactly, Eli. Why not come to my house and wait until this blows over?" Layman suggested, his brow furrowed. "Not to worry." Eli smiled, stepping down from the carriage. The driver, albeit reluctantly, continued on, leaving Eli behind. After disembarking, Eli disregarded the bustling crowd and walked purposefully down the street. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of a shop and looked up to see the sign, Kazan Merchant Association. This was the branch of Kazan in King's Landing, occupying a central position on the street, with a grand 3-story building adorned with opulent decorations, exuding an air of extravagance. Despite the surrounding chaos, no one dared to enter the establishment for a zero-cost purchase, as 2 high-ranking knights stood guard at the entrance. "Mr. Eli, have you come to collect your items?" Upon Eli's arrival, a jovial figure emerged, a portly man named Zhongli, the person in charge here. "Yes," Eli nodded. He had previously requested a document, and according to the timeline, it was due today. "Very well," Eli affirmed with a nod. "The chaos outside is quite palpable. For an ordinary person, it is indeed inconvenient. Chris, escort Lord Eli out," Zhongli commanded, pointing at one of the guards. This was no jest. Prior to arriving here, Eli had received thorough instructions from Alicia for over half an hour on the importance of serving Eli well, which was his foremost requirement. Even the developers were behind this. Although uncertain of the reasons, Chris deemed it wise to comply. Thus, clutching Eli's box with one hand, he trailed behind Eli, ensuring his safe passage. Along the way, onlookers dared not intervene. Upon retrieving the box, Eli entered the laboratory. The materials prepared today were intended for the concoction of the incubation solution. As he planned to sow the seeds today, the formulation of the incubation solution was, in essence, quite straightforward. It merely aimed to stimulate the seed's vitality. Consequently, Eli completed 6 portions within an hour. That should suffice, he mused, gazing at the ample bucket of incubation solution before him, feeling assured of its adequacy. With the solution in hand, he exited the laboratory and made his way to the backyard, where he found the prearranged flower pots. Initially, Eli intended to plant directly in the ground, but after contemplation, he opted for pots for their mobility. Even if space became limited later, transplantation would be a feasible option. He retrieved the seeds, still the deep green variety. However, the pots were devoid of soil, prompting him to dig into the ground, placing the earth into the pots. He excavated a small hole and buried the seeds within. Grabbing the incubation solution, he poured it in. Remarkably, upon entering the pots, the solution vanished in the blink of an eye. Even after pouring in 3 pots worth, the soil appeared only slightly moistened, without any significant change. "Oh, how intriguing," Eli exclaimed, astonished at the seed's remarkable absorption. He turned to head back indoors, intending to prepare more. At that moment, a hand unexpectedly emerged from beyond the railing, followed by another. And with a swift push, a figure vaulted over. The individual donned coarse linen attire and possessed a robust physique. "Ah, there is someone here." The man, taken aback, had merely aimed to capitalize on the chaos for a quick profit and randomly selected a house, not anticipating any occupants. If he was mistaken, the individual before him was indeed engaged in planting. Flower pots, a small shovel, a watering can. The man was astounded, amidst such disorder. One still had the leisure to cultivate flowers, demonstrating remarkable audacity. "Never mind, I've stumbled upon a fool. Hand over your money, or don't blame me for being uncivil." The man shook his shoulders and addressed Eli menacingly. "Robbery is a crime. According to imperial law, I could kill you without consequence." Eli, cradling the flower pot, wore a perplexed expression. This was the first instance someone had intruded upon him so brazenly. "Humph. Spare me your words and hand over the money." The man completely disregarded Eli's words, merely muttering as he strode forward. Yet it seemed as though he was impeded by some unseen force. "Vines." The man was momentarily perplexed, turning his head back. only to be ensnared by countless vines that surged towards him in an instant. In the year 315 of the Bayan calendar, the sixth king of Bayan passed away. On that very day, Eli planted a seed, inadvertently resulting in the demise of an intruding robber. Chapter 77. Turmoil and Leah's the chaos persisted for 3 consecutive days. Eli remained indoors, dedicating his time to nourishing the seeds with the essential nutrient solution and immersing himself in the study of potion making and alchemy. Although the 2 volumes were not particularly thick, they contained an abundance of knowledge. Eli engaged in a dual approach of studying and conducting experiments, which proved to be highly effective, albeit time-consuming. Typically, no wizard would be foolish enough to test each theory individually. After all, akin to any textbook, mere reading suffices. Yet attempting to derive all the proofs transforms the endeavor into a tedious affair. Nevertheless, Eli found joy in this labor, for he had ample time to indulge in his pursuits at a leisurely pace. How fascinating it was to observe such transformations arising from the fusion of these 2 materials. Upon completing another experiment, Eli's face lit up with satisfaction. With the backing of a premier merchant guild, his research faced little concern regarding the procurement of materials. He simply needed to inform the Kazan Guild, and they would assist in sourcing them. His only apprehension lay in whether these materials were available in his current location. Additionally, the advanced potion studies included numerous new concoctions such as the Fire Blast Potion, the Stun Potion, and the Aztec Shield Potion, which Eli planned to brew for unforeseen circumstances. Regrettably, there was an absence of potions pertaining to mental fortitude. He would have to devise a solution for that on his own. Patience was key. There was no need to rush. On the 10th day following the death of King Bayan VI, the crown prince ascended to the throne, heralding the era of Bayan VII. Age 45. However, the circumstances he faced were far from favorable. In the wake of Bayan VI's passing, neighboring nations began to stir restlessly, frequently harassing the borders of the Bayan Empire to probe its limits and ascertain whether the new monarch possessed the same tenacity as his predecessor. The populace also yearned for their king to deliver a necessary counteraction. Alas, it appeared that Bayan VII did not inherit the resolute nature of VI, opting instead to soften his stance and engage in renewed negotiations with several nations, leaving many astounded. Upon recognizing the temperament of their new king, several nations discarded their facades, igniting the flames of war. In the year 315 of the Bayan calendar, conflict erupted. 3 nations launched simultaneous assaults on the Bayan Empire from 3 distinct directions. During this tumultuous year, Alex ascended to the rank of Grand Knight, leading his forces into battle, where he decisively vanquished a significant local contingent. His valor even eliciting astonishment from the empire. The scion of a noble family demonstrated unwavering loyalty, successfully defending the empire's territory, and the Elena family's reputation soared, earning them a personal audience with the king. However, the other 2 fronts did not fare as well. One direction suffered a calamitous defeat, losing vast tracts of land. The other direction experienced fierce confrontations, with numerous nobles joining the imperial military, including Leah's 2 brothers from the Jimari family. While the war achieved success, the Jimari family was engulfed in sorrow. Lias's 2 brothers were ambushed and killed in the war. It is said that upon receiving the news, Jimari collapsed in his seat, his hair turning white overnight. However, despite being a war, it was merely a minor skirmish. The 3 nations that had tasted victory were unwilling to relinquish their gains. Having discerned the weakness of the 7th Emperor Bayan, more troops gathered at home, preparing to march forth. To their astonishment, the Kingdom of Lorraine publicly expressed its support for Bayan, mobilizing its own forces and arriving at the border, seemingly ready to engage at any moment. The Bayan Empire began to lick its wounds, much like a humiliated wolf. Everything came to a standstill. All wars are waged for profit. Yet the pain that follows such gains is known only to oneself. The conflict persisted for 6 months. 2 months after the war concluded, Eli was invited to a banquet hosted by the newly appointed Countess Jamonri. At the opulent gathering, Eli encountered Count Jamonri, though he was a shadow of his former self. His hair had turned completely white, and his gaze had become somewhat vacant. In that moment, he was merely a father. The banquet continued for an extended period, during which Eli also saw Lias, the young woman with whom he once studied in the library. At 24, Lias was even more captivating than before, still adorned in purple, resembling a beautiful violet, yet her slightly reddened eyes betrayed her sorrow. From this day forth, she was the Countess Jamonri. Eli stood amidst the crowd, witnessing it all unfold. As the banquet drew to a close and Eli prepared to depart, a guard approached him. "Mr. Eli, the Count wishes to see you." "Very well, lead the way." Eli paused, deciding to meet with him. On the balcony of a room, Eli encountered Laius. She had changed into a simple outfit and stood gazing outside, her head bowed. Eli could distinctly sense her sadness. Quietly, he approached the balcony, looking out as well. Eli, this used to be my favorite place. I love standing here to feel the evening breeze, Laius spoke, her tone filled with melancholy. Indeed, the scenery is quite lovely, Eli nodded in agreement. This was the third floor, from which one could directly behold the bustling city below. Eli, it has been a long time. Laius turned to him, her gaze intent. Indeed. It has been quite a while. You remain as beautiful as ever. Eli responded politely. Indeed, many things are beyond explanation. People are so fragile, yet so many surprises await. Eli mused. This was precisely why he had hesitated to leave this place. He knew that to the east lay a camp of sorcerers, yet he refrained from venturing there. Choosing to remain in this location, devoid of any trace of sorcery, merely to avoid the unforeseen perils that could lead to his demise. Without adequate survival skills, he would not depart from here. You have not changed at all, still so calm and rational, Laius remarked, looking at Eli. Truly, you have not changed in the slightest. As cold as ever. As she watched Eli's retreating figure, Laius suddenly let out a small laugh. Do you not know how to comfort her with a few kind words? It truly seems that nothing has changed. Despite the passage of years, she remains just as she was back then. It is as if time has left no trace upon her. Chapter 78. A Decade, Part 1. The war had little impact on the empire itself. Yet it left an indelible mark on those who participated. Some met their demise, while others were rewarded. Families lost fathers. And some were compelled to leave their homes for distant lands. The cruelty of war is unparalleled. This was the first time he felt the proximity of conflict. The ramifications of war were profound for Laius, as well as for the Kazan Trading Company and the Rose Trading Company. Due to the war, ties that once linked certain merchant guilds to various nations were severed in an instant, allowing the Roland Trading Company to flourish rapidly. Naturally, the Kazan Trading Company also expanded its influence, and Eli reaped the benefits. Other consequences emerged as well. For instance, the alleyways of Willow Lane saw a plethora of new faces, several casinos shuttered their doors, and Alex began to rise in prominence. Andre, the red-haired man from the Knights Academy, seemed to have gained a modest advantage, starting to make his mark. Everything was in flux. Eli sighed at this reality. As time progressed, everyone devised their own plans and charted their own paths. Who could predict what the future held? A decade later, in the year 325 of the Bane calendar, the Empire had just witnessed its first significant snowfall, and the sun began to shine again. Brr, it's rather chilly today. The gates of a street swung open. Eli stepped outside, observing the frost-laden landscape before him, inhaling the crisp air, which instantly invigorated him. Truth be told, he preferred summer. Let it be hot, at least he wouldn't have to sweep the yard. Another year had passed. An invisible breeze swept through, dispersing the snow at the entrance. And Eli glanced at the still verdant vines before turning back into the house. This morning, he had no work, merely a habit of rising early to take in the world. His hair and eyes remained black, but compared to a decade ago, his appearance had transformed significantly. His hair was now much longer, exuding a more mature aura, and a layer of dark stubble adorned his chin. His gaze had deepened, imbued with a unique allure. How handsome! Eli couldn't help but smirk, marveling at his own reflection. A decade's passage rendered it impossible to retain the visage of his youth. The present appearance was a result of the transformations brought forth by the faceless mask. Not only his face, but his physique seemed to have grown sturdier. This enhancement stemmed from specialized potions he had concocted 5 years prior, endowing him with a physical prowess comparable to that of a high-ranking knight. His voluminous robes concealed his well-proportioned body, yet no one could overlook the explosive strength concealed beneath, further augmenting Eli's sense of security. However, these were secondary concerns. The true focus lay on the evolution of his mental fortitude. At that moment, his mental strength had reached 14.0. One might say this progress was somewhat sluggish. When compared to prodigious talents, it could seem rather lacking. Yet for Eli, it signified that his capabilities had doubled since a decade ago. This is primarily attributed to a decade-long advancement in potion making and the enhancement of magical prowess derived from mental fortitude. At this juncture, it could be posited that Eli possesses the capability to vanquish a newly ascended knight with relative ease, though he may struggle against a top-tier knight. Yet there remains a considerable chance of escape. One could say that Eli feels fortunate to have been cast into the Night Kingdom rather than the true realm of wizards. For had he found himself in the latter, his existence would likely be far less prosperous than it is now. Time indeed flies. Gazing into the mirror, Eli sighed in reflection. A decade has seemingly passed in the blink of an eye, largely due to the relative tranquility of these 10 years, marked by few significant events, with only minor occurrences to speak of. Firstly, there is Roland. Under his guidance, the Rose Merchant Guild has burgeoned into a renowned commercial enterprise within the empire, achieving notable success across various sectors. On the familial front, this young man has welcomed 2 sons, the eldest now 5 years of age. Consequently, Roland has taken great delight in teasing Eli about this. As for Willow Lane, Eli is currently its sole visitor, as it would be somewhat inappropriate to accompany Roland there. Next is Lias, the Countess of Jamongli, who, with the assistance of the old Count, has propelled her family's development to great heights. Much to the old Count Jamongli's relief, the only lingering concern for him is that his daughter has yet to find a suitable match, which has caused him considerable anxiety. Then there is Hela. Eli later discovered, quite by chance, that she is a distinguished scholar, which surprised him greatly, especially since she seemed to have never visited the library, perpetually mistaking him for Ramon. Last year, she ascended to the esteemed position of Grand Scholar. Andre, from the Knight Academy, has risen to the rank of General. Regrettably, Countess Elena passed away 2 years prior due to illness. Eli attended her final moments and confirmed the severity of her condition, feeling utterly helpless. Subsequently, Alex took up the mantle of the family, becoming the new Count Elena. Oh, and Eli's senior, Kurt, tragically lost his life during an educational expedition due to a beast attack, which was a profound loss. As for Herman, he remains at the library, having matured significantly since their earlier encounters. His daughter, now 9, greets Eli as uncle, which causes him some discomfort. Of course, this only pertains to those in Eli's immediate circle. On another front, the Empire has undergone considerable transformation as well. Compared to his predecessor, King BYN6, King BYN7 appears notably weaker, or rather, he embodies a monarch of mediocrity across all dimensions. Over the past decade, the Empire's strength has neither seen improvement nor even maintained its status. In fact, it has slightly waned, with both economic and military capacities faltering. Political influence, too, has diminished significantly compared to former times. Throughout these years, the interests of the BYN Empire have suffered substantial damage, yet Eli perceives the situation as manageable. At least the domestic and international environments remain relatively stable. However, no one can predict whether such stability can be sustained. Eli attributes the decline in population to this aspect. King BYN6 had a total of 3 offspring, 2 princes and 1 princess. The princess, disinterested in politics, had already ascended to her title and retreated to a city in the southern part of the empire. Meanwhile, the second prince exhibited even more absurdity, preferring leisurely excursions and displaying a complete lack of interest in all matters, which rendered the otherwise unremarkable first prince somewhat more favorable in comparison. If only King BYN6 had lived a little longer, the choices would not have been so limited. Alas, one must now contemplate the next generation, sighed Eli. Remarkably, this incumbent had only been in power for a decade, and Eli was already pondering matters of succession. In the afternoon, Eli casually glanced at the unbloomed flower pot before stepping outside, only to find an unexpected letter in the mailbox at the entrance. It was from Severus Mesa, the director of the library, informing Eli to meet at their usual place. Chapter 79, A Decade, Part 2. Director, it has been quite some time. In a bar, Eli encountered Severus Mesa, the current librarian. Indeed, it had been a long while. Severus filled a large glass with rum and took a hearty gulp, the liquid trickling down his beard as he spoke. Since their last meeting a decade ago, an unexpected bond had formed between them, and they occasionally shared drinks, discussing his quest for the elusive sorcerers. Where have you ventured this time? Eli inquired, observing the director. Compared to 10 years prior, he appeared significantly aged. His features somewhat haggard, yet his eyes still sparkled with vigor. True to his nature, he continued to travel to various countries in search of sorcerers, but he had yet to yield any results. This time, I visited the Kingdom of Home. I had heard tales of a mysterious area where people often vanished without a trace. However, upon my arrival, I found only a perpetual mist and a magical beast dwelling within. Severus lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. He had undeniably aged since their last encounter. Yet the fervor for discovering sorcerers burned fiercely within him, like an unquenchable flame consuming his weary body. Nothing yet, but that is to be expected. No one knows where they might be, Eli replied with a hint of regret, genuinely wishing that the director could assist him in locating the sorcerer's encampment, albeit without success. Director, I am curious. Why are you so fixated on sorcerers? Is life not satisfactory as it is? Eli asked. You do not understand. Severus replied, shaking his head as he regarded Eli. I find you to be a worthy conversational partner, yet it seems you do not fully grasp my sentiments. I have been searching for 2 decades. It has become an obsession, an inescapable part of me. I see. Eli nodded, still somewhat perplexed. Well then, what are your plans next? To venture further afield? He inquired again. Indeed, I shall endeavor onward. Eli encouraged. Perhaps no one had ever engaged Severus in such discussions, for he shared with Eli all that he knew, including the name of the first emperor and the potentiality of his being a sorcerer, as well as the king's forced utilization of a sorcerous artifact leading to his demise. This piqued Eli's interest, revealing much that he was previously unaware of. After all, Severus Mesa had resided within the echelons of the empire for decades, amassing knowledge far beyond Eli's reach. Eli listened with rapt attention while Severus regarded him as a confidant. Yes, indeed, I will be undertaking actions within the empire. This may be my final hope. Where, oh where, could these sorcerers be? Severus declared emphatically, slamming his glass onto the table, causing rum to spill forth. Across from him, Eli merely pursed his lips. Indeed, it is plausible that sorcerers may not exist at all. Eli concurred. No, they certainly exist. They may simply be far removed, Severus countered, dismissing Eli's speculation. Very well. Additionally, I intend to resign from my position as the librarian to devote myself entirely to this pursuit. Suddenly, Severus dropped a bombshell. What? You intend to resign? Eli's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, I have made up my mind. I am 60 years old now, and my time is truly limited. Moreover, my contributions to the library over the years have been rather modest. I believe it is time to pass on the mantle. No need to persuade me otherwise. Severus Mesa asserted firmly. With such a declaration from Severus, Eli found himself at a loss for words. He merely sighed. After all, a nonchalant librarian is a rare find. He hoped the next librarian would not be overly troublesome, though perhaps their mentor could step into the role. It seemed unlikely, however, considering that Bachelor Layman was already 68 years of age. The 7th Bane is quite different from his father. He indeed harbors certain opinions regarding the library's independence. Should I vacate my position voluntarily, he might take action. You might want to remind your mentor of this, Severus added. Understood, Eli nodded in response. This was disheartening news. If the library were to become a vassal of the king, Eli would undoubtedly be displeased, especially since he had dedicated 18 years of his life to this place, forming a deep attachment. Well, that is all. I must take my leave. After finishing his drink, Severus bid farewell to Eli. Goodbye, and I wish you success in your endeavors. Farewell, I shall certainly succeed. Severus strode out of the room, his gaze resolute. The wizard would undoubtedly find them. After Severus departed, Eli indulged in a few more drinks before turning to leave as well. Outside, the atmosphere was lively. The bar was filled with men and women dancing in the throng, and if one looked closely enough, they could slip into the back rooms of the establishment. In other places, such behavior would be deemed unacceptable, but this bar thrived on Lark Street. Indeed, this was where their friendship had blossomed. 9 years ago, after Eli had exited, he encountered Severus, who had just emerged as well, and thus their acquaintance gradually deepened. Mr. Eli, are you leaving? Before Eli could step through the door, a flamboyantly dressed woman called out to him. She was the Nightingale, overseeing the women in this establishment. Yes, Eli nodded. Over the course of a decade, the women here had changed several times. He recognized many of the Nightingales, who had once been larks themselves before retiring to this role. The reason for her warm greeting was simple. If you spent several gold thalers here each year, they would treat you with the same cordiality. Take care. The woman smiled as she ushered Eli out. Stepping outside, he noted that it was already late afternoon. It seemed a bit too late to visit the library, so he decided to take the day off. The following day, rain fell once more, and work remained absent. On the 3rd day, Eli made his way to the library. Upon reaching the entrance, he overheard the guards engaged in conversation. Did you hear? Director Severus has resigned voluntarily, and a vice-director has also departed. Coincidentally, a scion of a noble family has been appointed as the new vice-director. Do you think this indicates the king's intention to seize control of the library? One guard expressed, his face etched with concern. Who knows? Replied another guard, shaking his head, when his peripheral vision caught sight of Eli. Good day, Mr. Eli. The two guards promptly ceased their discussion and greeted him with respect. Being a student of the vice director, Eli was well known to them. Let us not indulge in idle chatter. Eli nodded and proceeded into the building, yet the guard's words lingered in his mind. A noble appointed as vice director so swiftly. Surely, this must be the king's doing. Just one day, and they could not contain themselves? Eli shook his head, preparing to speak with his teacher. Chapter 80. The noble's coercion. Raymond, this is unacceptable. The library is far too lax at present. I believe you must bear at least half of the responsibility. How can the library produce talent for the empire under such circumstances? Before stepping into the teacher's chamber, a sharp and scornful voice pierced through the air. Eli frowned slightly, but proceeded inside nonetheless. Within the room sat two individuals, the venerable Raymond, a scholar of 68 years, who reclined in his chair, squinting, a pen firmly grasped in his hand. Opposite him, at the desk, stood a man of approximately 28, exuding an air of arrogance as he relentlessly berated the scholar. This cannot continue. It is far too chaotic. I have witnessed guards conversing during work hours, a blatant disregard for discipline. Had they belonged to my family, they would have faced severe punishment, the man declared with palpable indignation, his displeasure unmistakable. Ah, yes, Raymond lamented, nodding in despair. Humph, Raymond, as the vice director. I expect a more respectful demeanor from you. The man's lips twitched upon hearing this remark. Enough of this. I shall now inspect the library's other conditions, he said, shaking his head as he strode toward the exit. At that moment, he crossed paths with Eli, who had just entered. Without uttering a word, the man raised his chin haughtily and exited with an air of superiority. Eli regarded the man's retreating figure, puzzled. Who on earth is that? Ah, he is the newly appointed vice director. Raymond, seeing Eli's arrival, responded with resignation. Is that so? He seems rather difficult to get along with. Eli remarked, bemused. Indeed. Not merely difficult. This individual has begun to treat the library as his personal domain, intent on implementing numerous new regulations. Raymond sighed. For instance, your vacation days will be halved, and attendance will be mandated at 7 a.m, he elaborated. Eli's expression shifted to disbelief. Is such a thing truly feasible? Do others not oppose this? Furrowing his brow, Eli pondered how such significant changes could occur in just a single day of his absence. Opposition exists. But it is of little consequence, Raymond stated, placing his pen on the desk and stretching his limbs. He has been sent directly by the king. Undoubtedly with aspirations for the director's position. It appears that with the director's departure, they intend to transform this place into their own fiefdom. Is that so? Eli's brow furrowed even deeper. Should the library become the king's personal domain, it would not bode well for him, as his current freedom would be severely restricted. Thus, prepare yourself to adhere to a punctual schedule, Raymond advised Eli with a smile. At 68 years old, nearing retirement, he felt somewhat insulated from the repercussions. Very well. I shall return to my duties, Eli nodded, opting to wait and observe how events would unfold before taking action. Bidding farewell to his mentor, Eli proceeded to his office, where he began to attend to the paperwork. An hour later, after Eli completed his work, he prepared to leave early. Suddenly, the sound of the door being forcefully pushed open echoed through the room. A man strode in, head held high, exuding arrogance as he approached Eli. It was the same man he had encountered earlier in the teacher's office. Eli felt a surge of anger. Do you not know how to knock? Who are you? He inquired with a forced smile. Humph, I am Othello, the vice director, currently overseeing the various operations of the library. I noticed you were absent from work yesterday. Care to explain? No, never mind. Your salary will be halved this month. I hope you will refrain from unexcused absences in the future, Othello declared, as if pronouncing a decree, leaving Eli no time to respond. With that, he strode away, leaving Eli seated in bewilderment. What a nuisance. While Eli was indifferent to the paltry sum of his salary, it did not justify the arbitrary deduction. The library had regulations permitting 3 days of absence per month. Thus his absence yesterday was entirely reasonable, yet Othello appeared oblivious to this fact, imposing a penalty nonetheless. A typical display of aristocratic arrogance. Sighing, Eli lamented the departure of Severus, realizing now the troubles that had arisen in his absence. He hoped the situation would not escalate further. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. This period had been particularly arduous for the long-standing employees of the library. Guards were prohibited from speaking, not allowed to leave their posts, and even denied the opportunity to use the library restrooms. Moreover, working hours had been drastically extended from 7 to 10 hours daily. However, What troubled Eli the most was not merely the increase in hours, but the fact that he was forced to remain at the library for extended periods, effectively resulting in unpaid overtime, which left him quite dissatisfied. During these days, Eli also learned of Othello's background. He was a direct descendant of a noble family, a viscount, with the family estate situated nearby, primarily engaged in finance and seemingly involved in various other dealings. Othello's ascension to the position of vice-director was attributed to his status as a scholar and the influence of his sister, who appeared to be a favored confidant of the king. This could also be perceived as a test from the monarch. Finally, as 5 more days passed, the time had come for the library to elect a new director. Ordinarily, this would be a positive development. However, it seemed that external influences had altered the method of selection to a voting process, with voters consisting of scholars whose names Eli had never heard before. Upon further inquiry, it became clear that they were all scholars of noble lineage. It was evident that the chances of either Lyman or another vice-director ascending to the position of director were virtually non-existent. In truth, Othello's appointment as vice-director had contravened established norms, as typically, positions above that of vice-director were not held by nobles. Yet this time, it appeared the king had ulterior motives. The speed of the proceedings was striking, coinciding with the absence of many esteemed scholars who had just returned from a discussion conference in another city, leaving the matter unmonitored. This could not stand. Upon contemplating such a scenario, Eli shook his head. The prospect of Othello assuming the role of director was indeed troubling. It would not only result in the emergence of a haughty nobleman who could brazenly intrude upon one's quarters, casually informing one of wage deductions, or even dismissing one outright, while simultaneously berating one's performance, but it might also lead to inexplicable overtime demands. This thought alone was infuriating. Merely envisioning it caused Eli's blood pressure to rise. He knew he had to take action. He could not permit anyone to disrupt the serene atmosphere of the library. Chapter 81. Investigation and Action. Eli, having resided in King's Landing for many years, is not easily deceived and possesses his own network of information. He quickly uncovered specific details regarding the Othello family. Sir, the family to which Othello belongs is the Corsi family, which was granted nobility 3 decades ago due to the merits of Othello's grandfather. They remain steadfast supporters of the crown. In a room, Eli had already transformed his appearance into a different guise, attentively listening to the individual before him, who was an information broker in King's Landing. So, have you discerned their primary industries? Eli inquired. Industries? They possess none, the broker replied, confusion etched on Eli's face. Indeed, they lack any enterprises. The Corsi family initially amassed their first fortune through lending, but over time they gradually abandoned that nefarious trade. Now, they primarily profit through connections with various merchant guilds, engaging in the resale of goods. The broker, with a serious demeanor, continued, in truth, they seldom engage in noble enterprises. Yet the compensation provided by you, sir, is exceedingly generous. Merchant guilds? Eli raised an eyebrow, sensing an opportunity. And what about their connections? He asked again. My lord, their familial ties seem to center around the Seraph family, an ancient noble house, specifically a count. The Corsi family allocates a significant sum annually to them. Understood. Now, please divulge everything else you know. Eli nodded, urging the man to continue. The information regarding the Corsi family was rather limited, primarily concerning their industries, background, connections, and other aspects. Soon, Eli meticulously recorded all the details. To engage in conflict, one must first ascertain the situation and ensure that the opponent is manageable, otherwise, he would not act recklessly. From the man's revelations, Eli also discerned an intriguing aspect, the Corsi family's connection to the Seraph family, which is, in essence, a vassal to the long-standing adversary of the Elena family, the House of Marquis Hermann. This was indeed captivating. I seemed to be formulating a line of thought. Eli paid the broker and turned to leave. That noon, at the Elena family estate, Eli sat opposite Alex. What troubles you? I heard there was some incident at the library. Are you seeking to assist your mentor? Compared to his younger self, Alex, now nearly 40, still exuded strength and vitality, his eyes sparkling with intelligence. He regarded Eli with a smile. At last, I've sought him out, Eli replied directly. I do have a small favor to ask of you. His intention was straightforward. Rather than targeting Othello directly, it would be more effective to strike at his family, targeting the root of the issue. Once the Corsi family faced significant repercussions, Othello's problems would naturally resolve. This is the situation, Eli began to explain. So what do you require of me? Do you wish for me to entangle the Hermann family? Alex questioned, somewhat bewildered after hearing Eli's plan. Yes, Eli affirmed with a nod. And how do you propose to address the issues with the Sarah family and the merchant guilds? Alex inquired, still lost in thought. You need not concern yourself with that. Rest assured, you will receive a share of the profits from the Kelsey family's business. Eli remarked with a smile. Well, to be honest, it matters little. The Hermann family has always been our long-standing adversary, and these are mere trifles. Alex responded nonchalantly. More pressing than these matters, he found himself observing Eli. This scholar, seemingly content in the library, was, in fact, an astute individual, entirely disinterested in fame and fortune, and never appeared to be lacking in wealth, a rather peculiar character. Very well, I shall take my leave now, Eli said after exchanging pleasantries with him before departing. The Rose Consortium. No problem. Roland promptly agreed. Unlike Alex, he had become considerably more polished over the past decade. These are trivial matters, rest assured. The Rose Consortium is no longer the small establishment it once was. These are minor issues. Roland readily concurred with Eli's statement. While outsiders believe that it was his alliance with the Kazan Consortium that helped him weather the storm a decade ago, only he knew who had truly assisted him. Even though Eli had said nothing. Will this have any repercussions for you? Eli inquired. Not at all. It's merely a channel, and if it's severed, new individuals will naturally step forward, Roland replied indifferently. Good. As for the profits when the time comes, I intend to share a portion with an old friend of ours and another noble. Although it may not be substantial, I hope you won't mind. Eli said with a smile. Well, there's nothing I can do about that. Roland laughed heartily. He then began to broach a familiar topic. Eli, when do you plan to get married? This is not sustainable. Eli hurriedly exited the Rose Consortium. Afternoon. Not an issue, Mr. Eli. I will ensure everything is handled impeccably. Zhongli said with a fawning expression. Rest assured, our consortium maintains deep ties with other foreign establishments. You need not worry, and I will keep this matter strictly confidential, revealing it to no one. Zhongli stated earnestly. He was sent by Elia and was his most trusted confidant, and to guarantee Eli's safety. He had even positioned Zhongli's relatives in visible locations, ensuring they would not pose any threat to Eli. This was a mutual understanding between them. Both Eli and Zhongli were well aware of it. Thus, Elia was indeed quite astute. Very well, I shall take my leave. Oh. And I also require some blood from magical beasts. Could you assist me in procuring it? Eli continued after addressing the matter at hand. Certainly. Zhongli nodded. It would be challenging, but they would exert their utmost effort. All right, I shall depart now. Eli nodded and left once again. Nightfall. Jamandri family castle. You must present me with a gift. Lias, dressed in purple, lounged on the sofa, smiling at Eli. She had matured, losing some of her former vivacity but gaining an air of sophistication. Indeed, but I need your assistance with something, Eli replied with a smile. Very well, I shall comply. Lias stated assuredly. Are you not curious as to what it is? Eli asked, a peculiar expression on his face. There is no need for concern. I trust you. Would you harm me? Absolutely not. Well, thank you. Eli then proceeded to share the matter with Lias. Upon hearing this, Lias unhesitatingly agreed. With the discussion concluded, she asked, Shall we go for a drink? Rising to her feet, she extended the invitation. Perhaps not. It is quite late. Eli declined. Late? It is only 11 o'clock. You have come much later on numerous occasions. Come on, let us reminisce a bit, Lias said with a playful smile, covering her mouth. Very well. Let us indulge in some nostalgia. Eli reluctantly acquiesced. Just a little, though. Chapter 82. Multiple actions time swiftly passed, and 2 days had elapsed. Othello forcefully pushed open the door, tossing a document aside with an air of arrogance. You shall complete this document by tonight. I demand it, he declared. I am off duty, Vice Director Othello, Eli replied calmly. Humph, when I say I want it, I mean it. Otherwise, prepare to depart once I ascend to the directorship, along with your ancient mentor. Othello retorted dismissively with a scoff. Very well, if it pleases you, I shall take my leave. Perhaps you should assign this task to someone else, Eli responded, shaking his head and not even glancing at the document as he exited. It is no wonder he was chosen to play this villain. The man is utterly devoid of reason. Othello's eyes widened in disbelief as Eli dared to leave in his presence. His furious voice echoed throughout the room, yet Eli had already departed. What a jest! He had maintained a tradition of never working overtime for 20 years. How could this be disrupted today? In his previous life, he had met his demise through overwork. And such a fate would not befall him again in this lifetime. Just wait until I become the director. Othello seethed. gritting his teeth as he hurled the document to the floor. Only 5 days remained until the election for the directorship. Nightfall. At the banquet, Othello sat to one side, brimming with self-satisfaction, while across from him sat his father, Amir. "How are matters at the library?" Amir inquired, savoring his foie gras. "Everything is quite well, though there are some minor pests that I shall deal with appropriately," Othello replied through clenched teeth, a cold snort escaping him. "That is good to hear. Seize this opportunity. Should you become the director, our family will rival even the Count's household," Amir remarked, a smile gracing his face. He understood he was being used as a pawn, yet he would not forego this opportunity. The rewards were simply too great. "Let us hope no significant mishap occurs," Amir said, casting a glance at Othello. "What could possibly go wrong?" Othello replied with a look of disdain. The following day, Othello and his father were enjoying their breakfast in a serene atmosphere. Suddenly, a panicked voice pierced the tranquility as a man rushed in, stumbling and breathless. "Master, trouble has befallen us. Our business is in jeopardy. Several major trade guilds have united to blockade our channels, and no guild is willing to supply us." The man gasped, his face etched with terror. "What?" Amir stood up abruptly, while Othello appeared equally stunned. It is well known that in their line of business, which thrives on credit, any disruption could lead to catastrophic consequences should one side cease to deliver. The ensuing chain reaction could spell their ruin. "I do not know," the man exclaimed, his voice laced with despair. "It's not just the domestic guilds. Foreign guilds, under the leadership of the Kazan Guild, have also abandoned us. We are left with only 2 or 3 channels operational." Gulping, Amir felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Something was amiss, something he was not privy to. What on earth has transpired? He turned to Othello and asked, "Have you offended anyone recently?" "Who could I have offended?" "Just a bunch of insufferable scholars at the library." "I haven't disturbed anyone of stature. Just yesterday, a deputy librarianess student ignored me and walked away," Othello replied, somewhat flustered. "That should not be the case." Amir shook his head. Othello might be somewhat naive, but he was too foolish enough to provoke certain individuals. "We must seek out Count Sulla immediately." Amir felt his legs weaken, yet he promptly ordered a carriage. Casting a glance at the flustered Othello behind him, he barked, "Stay calm. We still have allies. Everything will be fine." Othello's nerves eased slightly. "Amir, I'm sorry. I truly cannot assist you this time," he lamented. When Amir received this news from Count Saline, panic seized him. "What has happened?" He inquired anxiously. If Count Saline could not aid them, their fate would be sealed. "I am uncertain. Since yesterday, there has been an inexplicable rift between the Jamori family and ours. The Lady Countess is nothing but trouble, devoid of reason. We must protect our interests," Count Sulla revealed, looking equally perplexed. "Then, my lord, if that is the case, we are doomed." Amir's complexion had turned pale. Count Saline was their closest ally. If he would not lend his support, it seemed that a grave crisis had indeed unfolded. "Fear not. With your assurance, I find some solace," Amir replied, clutching at what felt like a lifeline. "Look at you, fretting over trifles. This is merely a minor issue. I will likely be able to assist you by tomorrow." Count Saline murmured. "Indeed," Amir nodded. "A single day might suffice, but should it extend to 2 or 3 days, or even longer, they would face utter disaster. Bankruptcy loomed, and their noble status would plummet. Damn it all, I should have established some tangible assets," Amir lamented, regret gnawing at him. However, the profits he had once garnered from ventures with no investment had already revealed to him the immense benefits therein, which is why he chose this path. What could rival the allure of a no-cost business yielding substantial returns? Moreover, they were engaged in the reselling of bulk goods, profiting from the disparities in information. "Very well, my lord," said Amir, as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and turned to depart. Nightfall descended upon the Corsi family estate. Amir, along with Othello and his brother, sat in the drawing room, enveloped in silence as they awaited news. "Father, do not fret, with the Hermann family involved. There is surely no cause for concern," Othello reassured, his earlier arrogance subdued yet confidence intact. He had not visited the library all day, consumed by pressing matters. It was uncertain who had instituted the regulation against tardiness. Suddenly, a figure entered through the door. Amir recognized him as the butler from the Seraph family. "How did it go?" Amir inquired, rising hastily, while Othello and his brother also stood, a sense of unease settling over them. The butler, without uttering a word, bit his lip and said, "I regret to inform you, my lord, that this time we may not be able to assist. The Hermann family is in trouble as well." This pronouncement struck the trio like a thunderbolt, leaving them momentarily dazed. Amir's vision darkened, and he collapsed to the floor. Othello and his brother, their legs giving way, also fell prostrate. It's over, Othello murmured, lost in confusion. Chapter 83. A hasty departure. The successive strikes from multiple factions left the Corsi family utterly bewildered. Their goods were stranded, preventing them from settling their accounts, and a torrent of orders inundated them, delivering a significant blow to the family. Amir awakened only the next day. Upon regaining consciousness, his first utterance was, "How fares our business?" "It is all ruined," his eldest son replied, his voice choked with emotion. Hearing this, Amir nearly succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Yet he managed to force a smile and inquired, "What is the extent of our losses?" "We have nearly liquidated our entire estate and are still short by over 1,000 quintars," Othello interjected bitterly. Bewildered by the rapid turn of events that had transpired in a mere 2 days, who had brought such calamity upon the family? Over 1,000? Amir despaired, closing his eyes in hopelessness. Indeed, that is an exorbitant sum. This is the peril of our business. Once it falters, the losses are astronomical. Our only recourse is to negotiate with the trade guild for our goods. And what of the guild? Have you inquired if they can assist us? Amir directed his gaze at his eldest son, who, usually decisive and valiant, now appeared utterly at a loss. He was indeed a victim of circumstances beyond his control. "Father, I approached the Rose Trade Guild, but Roland refused to see me, continuously making excuses. I then went to the Kazan Guild. And while the hefty fellow there was willing to converse, he wouldn't take it to the Central Committee," the eldest son sighed. "Damn it. If only I knew who was responsible, I would ensure they faced dire consequences." Othello exclaimed in frustration. He was on the verge of becoming the library's head. Yet such inexplicable misfortune struck him. "Very well, we can endure for a few more days," Amir remarked, casting a glance at his disappointing son, sighing as he asked, "How long can we manage?" 2 days, the eldest son responded with difficulty. "Our castle has been mortgaged, and mother, along with others, has been turned out. We currently have no place to reside." "Is that so?" Amir rubbed his slightly dizzy head. "Father, perhaps you should seek loans from other barons and earls to tide us over," Othello urged, anxious about the implications for his future should the family fall into ruin. "Huh. With all our enterprises gone and our channels severed, who would lend us money in such dire straits?" Amir replied bitterly. They had allied for mutual benefit. But when profit was no longer attainable, it was inevitable that they would part ways. "What, then, shall we do?" Othello's brow furrowed, his tone bordering on reprimand. "Is that how you address your father?" The eldest son interjected, unable to contain himself as he glared at Othello. "Humph." Othello shot him a look, falling silent. "Enough. Our only course of action is clear," Amir finally concluded after much contemplation, sighing heavily. "What course?" Othello's eyes brightened. "We must abandon King's Landing and flee." Amir spoke in hushed tones, despite the fact that only the 3 of them were present. The 3 stared at each other in wide-eyed disbelief. 3 days later, Elijah received news that the Kelsey family had fled. It appeared they departed from King's Landing overnight, taking their possessions and heading to foreign lands, leaving behind a multitude of enraged merchants who had yet to receive their goods and payments. Their channels and enterprises were subsequently divided among the Elena family, the Jimri family, the Rose Guild, and the Kazan Guild, with the former 2 claiming the majority while the latter 2 took a small share. All parties were satisfied. It was, after all, an obligatory action, and any profit gained was a bonus. What surprised Elijah was that Othello had chosen to stay behind, remaining in King's Landing with aspirations of realizing his dream of becoming the librarian. "Elijah, why haven't you dealt with my matters?" Othello stormed into Elijah's room, his face a mask of fury. With the family gone and Othello feeling isolated, he had not left, believing that once he became the librarian, all issues would gradually resolve themselves, and he would emerge a hero for his family. He also found it difficult to part with the imminent fame and fortune. Thus, over the past few days, he had vented his frustrations over the family's misfortunes on the library staff, quickly earning their deep-seated disdain, with many wishing for his swift departure. "Fine, I will help you deal with it." Elijah's unexpected acceptance took Othello aback. "How considerate of you," Othello thought. In recent days, everyone had seemed to harbor malice towards him, yet here Elijah displayed remarkable courtesy. Perhaps he had misjudged this young man after all and still held a measure of respect for him. "Very well, it should be this way." Othello smiled, turning to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Elijah couldn't help but smirk. What a pitiful man. A day later, Othello was dead. Reports suggested he perished in a narrow alley. No one knew who had killed him. All that was known was that when discovered, his body had begun to emit a foul odor due to the heat, rendering his face unrecognizable. There was no doubt that his death was a targeted act, and the most likely culprits were the irate merchants he owed money to. With Othello alone and unassisted, the matter faded into obscurity. Following this incident, the election for the librarian commenced. Othello's sudden demise thrust the election back into the forefront of library affairs. The election proceeded as usual. One candidate was the seasoned and diligent bachelor Raymond, while the other was the recently promoted deputy librarian. The outcome was hardly in doubt. Raymond was bewildered. He found himself inexplicably reinstated as the librarian without having lifted a finger. On that day, the grand hall was filled with people, all affiliated with the library, including members of other factions, as it was the day of the librarian's inauguration ceremony. Elijah stood beside Raymond, ascending the central platform together. Below, the crowd was all smiles, applauding fervently, many visibly relieved. Fortunately, the sudden downfall of the Kelsey family averted a considerable upheaval. Otherwise, no one would desire to transform into a mere private institution of the king. Such scholars, do they serve humanity or engage solely in academic pursuits? As applause echoed through the room, in a corner, a captivating woman spoke with her mouth agape. She nudged the woman beside her and inquired, "Is that old man the esteemed bachelor Lyman?" "Indeed. Hella, were you unaware? She is also a scholar, yet she is accompanied by the renowned bachelor Hella." "Who is that young man beside her?" Hella pressed further. "Oh, he appears to be a student of Lyman, named Eli, if I recall correctly." Upon hearing this, Hella was momentarily taken aback. How many years had it been? 10? She had always assumed Eli was Lyman himself, and had even once dismissed the deputy director in his favor. Hella felt a sense of bewilderment. The reality was simply too surreal. Chapter 84. A life of tranquility as the library celebrated the appointment of Bachelor Lameng as its director within the confines of the royal palace. King Byn7 reclined luxuriously on an opulent silk bed, resting his head upon the soft, delicate thighs of a woman. Her slender hands gently massaged his temples. "Your Majesty, we have received word that the Corsi family has fled King's Landing under the cover of night. The library is now under the stewardship of a certain Bachelor Lameng." The woman, possessing both beauty and grace, remarked, "Oh, is that so?" The man, who bore a striking resemblance to King Byn6 but appeared considerably younger and lacked the former's commanding presence, opened his eyes. Instead, a hint of unspoken melancholy graced his features. "It seems, Your Majesty, that this endeavor has not met with the success you anticipated," she teased, continuing her ministrations. "Shall we investigate further?" "Never mind, it was merely a trial," Byn7 replied, sitting up and embracing the woman. "The former director, Severus Mesa, was a close friend of my father. I am constrained in my actions. This is likely his doing. That old fellow is always so meticulous in his affairs." Byn7 spoke with an air of calmness. "Even if you were to investigate, it is likely you would uncover nothing of significance, merely an ordinary individual. Then, Your Majesty, shall we allow the Imperial Library to progress in this manner?" The woman appeared perplexed. "Fear not. Severus Mesa has endured severe injuries and has little time left. Once he passes, I shall gradually assume control of the Imperial Library. Patience is key," Byn7 said, playfully pushing the woman back onto the bed. Leaning down to gaze at her. Though he was already 45, his physique, honed by years of nightly training, remained vigorous. The woman's cheeks flushed with anticipation. "Perhaps we should invite a few more." Byn7 called out towards the door, and several women entered, the heavy door shutting behind them. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Byn Empire, Severus Mesa, having just infiltrated an ancient tomb, stifled a yawn and scratched his nose. "It feels as though someone is speaking of me," he mused, pursing his lips. Yet, the moment passed, and he redirected his focus to the excavation at hand. He had been in this desolate locale for a week. Who would concern themselves with him? It was absurd to ponder such things when there was work to be done. This time, I am certain I shall uncover something. A smile crept across his face, partially obscured by a scarf. 3 hours later, he exited the tomb in a state of disarray. "What in the name of the gods is this? A rat's nest or an ancient tomb?" Severus lamented. His expression one of dejection. Unsurprisingly, his efforts had yielded no rewards. He produced a map of the Byn Empire and marked an X on a certain area. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that nearly 3/4 of the map bore his marks, indicating places already explored, with only a few remaining unexplored regions. Soon, he thought, reflecting on the potential advantages of having his mentor as the library's director. Eli felt acutely aware of the benefits. Firstly, others would treat you with greater courtesy upon your arrival. Furthermore, your commute has become more liberated, and the guards shall no longer impede your passage. Ultimately, all the books within the library are now accessible, even those once concealed. How should one express it? The sensation is exceedingly delightful. Of course, in comparison to the joyous Eli, Bachelor Lyman appears considerably more melancholic. Though attaining the position of librarian is commendable, it has also brought forth a plethora of responsibilities. At the age of 68, he finds himself laboring intensely. Thus, he has resolutely enlisted the aid of his diligent pupil, Herman, to share the burdens of work. Herman, bewildered, often stares blankly at the mountain of documents on his desk. Why must he, at 35, bear the brunt of such toil? Is there no respite in this lifetime? He is compelled to labor both day and night, feeling as though he is being thoroughly drained. The empire gradually weakens with each passing day, while Eli continues to clock in and out of work with regularity. For Eli, the tranquility of life far outweighs the tempests, allowing him to immerse himself anew in his experiments. Presently, he is engaged in two primary studies. The first is an in-depth exploration of potion making and the formulation of mental enhancement elixirs. His pursuit of potion mastery has been his primary focus, and his proficiency has steadily and significantly improved, at least doubling since a decade ago, enabling him to concoct many potions with ease. However, the quest to devise a potion that enhances mental acuity remains a formidable challenge, progressing at a sluggish pace. This is primarily due to the lack of documentation regarding such rare recipes within advanced potion studies, compelling Eli to devise methods independently. A task that is never simple when creating something from nothing. The second area of inquiry pertains to bloodlines. After all, he possesses only 4 tomes on witchcraft, with one of them being his notes. It is essential to distribute his efforts evenly. Thus, he has been diligently studying the book titled The Bloodline Choices of the Bloodline Sorcerer, which, while predominantly theoretical, still contains some practical applications that Eli has been striving to grasp. This necessity is also why he has sought the assistance of Zhongli to procure some monster blood, as his earlier collection is nearly depleted. The study of bloodlines is complex, requiring intricate experimental apparatus and subjects, leading him to conduct his work in a secluded valley outside the city. Well then, it is time to venture outdoors. Glancing at the sky, which remains bright, Eli resolves to conduct his bloodline experiments today. Departing from the city of Junlin, he arrives at his clandestine base. He enters calmly through an entrance adorned with numerous magical arrays, which ensure that any intruder will be swiftly buried, thereby concealing the activities within. Upon entry, a profound silence envelopes the space. Only 7 or 8 caverns are scattered across the stone walls, each seemingly housing something. Eli walks steadily into the leftmost chamber, resembling a laboratory primarily dedicated to animal experimentation, housing subjects such as mice, wolves, tigers, and predominantly monkeys. It must be acknowledged that monkeys serve as excellent materials for bloodline experimentation, albeit slightly inferior to humans. Human trials are exceedingly rare. Unless he encounters a truly heinous individual at the slave market, he would never resort to experimenting on the innocent. He still retains a semblance of humanity. Let the experiments commence. Eli surveys the chamber and proceeds to anesthetize one of the monkeys. He carefully gathered the prepared experimental materials. This time, he was conducting a flesh and blood experiment, attempting to transplant the paw of another wolf onto his subject. Soon, the experiment commenced, and Eli began his meticulous operations. Compared to mere elemental experiments, this type posed a significantly higher level of difficulty, primarily due to issues of rejection and the destructive nature of elemental fusion on limbs. The reason behind this endeavor was simply Eli's desire to validate a particular notion. As for whether this notion would enhance Eli's capabilities, it was indeed of no consequence. Who said that experiments must yield practical benefits? Knowledge itself is power. This process represented a form of wealth for Eli. Such was the monotonous and tedious routine of an immortal sorcerer. Chapter 85. The transformation of the curator. 2 years have swiftly elapsed, marked by tranquility and an absence of change. The rhythm of life has imbued Eli with vigor. Each day is dedicated to experiments, work, study, and occasionally, leisure. Yet, the seeds sown over a decade ago remain dormant, leaving Eli perplexed. Despite the daily nourishment provided, the seeds refuse to sprout. Through investigation, Eli has discerned that they are likely high-quality tree seeds, which may one day serve as the primary material for his staff, enhancing his combat prowess. His current staff, A simple cane integrated with remnants of a staff previously owned by Vito, a student of Saline, is of slightly better quality. Eli feels a surge of joy. For having someone assist in the search for Saline Metatlin's legacy is indeed a cause for celebration. His anticipation for the curator to succeed is not without justification. He harbors a pressing motivation. He currently lacks any model of first-tier sorcery. Even with sufficient mental fortitude in the future, he would be unable to ascend to the rank of a formal wizard. Eli hopes that within Saline Metatlin's legacy, he may discover what he seeks. Once again, he finds himself in familiar territory. Curator, how did it go this time? The curator appears to have ventured into a rather remote location. His hair and clothing are in disarray, clearly neglected for some time, and a new scar mars his face, presumably inflicted by a beast. Oh, don't mention it. Let us have a drink first, Severus sighed, lifting a goblet nearby and taking large gulps. After consuming 2 bottles, he seemed to regain some comfort, exhaling deeply. I searched numerous places, yet found nothing. I nearly lost my life to a magical bear in the eastern part of the Songhai forest. Never mind. Life is the most precious, Eli remarked with a sigh. While he yearned for Severus to succeed, he acknowledged that survival is paramount. A magical bear capable of injuring Othello must at least be a late-tier creature, underscoring the dangers that still lurk outside. Eli resolved to avoid such peril until he achieved the rank of a 3rd-tier apprentice. Indeed, Severus replied, somewhat disheartened, yet soon regained his resolve. The search area is narrowing. I feel it's close. I will certainly find it. I was wounded in my youth, and this truly is my last chance, even if it costs me my life. I must locate these wizards, Othello declared with determination. The quest for the wizards may not yield tangible benefits for him, but when a pursuit becomes an obsession, it is irrevocably unchangeable. Very well, should you require assistance, I can provide you with some resources. I still have a few friends, Eli encouraged. Really? Then I shall not hold back, Severus exclaimed, his face alight with surprise. Eli paused, then nodded. Of course, it is merely a matter of some resources. It is no trouble at all. That is splendid. It has been 20 years since I last worked, and thus I have no income. I am truly at the brink now. Eli, you are truly a wonderful friend. Severo gently patted Eli on the shoulder, a smile gracing his lips. Keep going. Their glasses clinked together, and they drank deeply. 3 days later, with his belongings in order, Severo set out once more, accompanied by Eli's hopes, towards a mountain in the northern region of the Empire of Bane, where Sarin Metatlin had once resided for a month. Eli thoughtfully replenished his supplies, and 5 days later, Severo embarked on another journey. This time, his destination was an inland lake in the southern part of the empire. 5 months later, it was said that he began his investigation in the vicinity, ultimately even diving to the lake's depths, meticulously searching the terrain. However, he found no traces of Sarin Metatlin. Instead, he encountered a swarm of extraordinary fish, from which he barely managed to escape. At this juncture, despite his failures, Severo Mesa remained resolute and confident in his quest. Eli said nothing, merely ensuring that Severo had ample supplies, which deeply touched him. Thus, he continued his search. This way of life persisted for 2 years. Eli had provided supplies worth several dozen ginters, but Severo felt little of it. He merely sensed a hint of embarrassment. In the tavern, Severo expressed, Eli, I am immensely grateful for your unwavering support over this long period. Yet, after more than 2 years, I still have not found anything. I sense the difficulty intensifying, and I lack the means to repay you. At this moment, Severo's resolve began to waver. His condition had deteriorated, his physical strength had waned, and he bore several new scars. It was then Eli discovered Severo's old wounds, and he realized that Severo's vitality was severely diminished, only slightly better than that of Bane VI. It is no longer necessary. My time is limited. Severo managed a weak smile, devoid of his former confidence. Eli felt at a loss for words and simply nodded in silence. This time, Eli personally saw Severo off. Thank you. Severo expressed his gratitude before mounting his horse and riding away. Another year passed. Eli, I will surely find it. Do not stop me. At that moment, Severo seemed to be on the brink of obsession. Eli obstructed him, urging him to rest. No, you cannot go out. Eli observed his frail condition, his mental state deteriorating. How could he possibly venture forth in such a state? It was a reckless disregard for his own life. Severo appeared to be utterly consumed by his fixation, with no viable path in sight. Although Eli wished for his success, it was certainly not to be achieved in this manner. Like a rolling stone descending a mountain, it would not cease until it reached the valley below. Eli remained silent. Half a year later, Eli received the last news of Severo. He had been captured and imprisoned, facing imminent death. Upon inquiring about Othello, Eli learned that Severo had audaciously excavated the imperial tomb, directly unearthing Saren Metatlan's mausoleum, which led to his arrest. When everyone became aware of this news, disbelief painted their faces. As Eli discovered an additional letter in his mailbox, he was taken aback. The letter was crafted from the very material Severo frequently used to write to him. The letter contains merely 4 characters. I found it. Chapter 86. The Director's Arrest. Additional update. Please continue reading. I have found it. On the pristine white stationery were merely 4 simple characters, yet Eli, well acquainted with Severus Mace's handwriting, was certain it was his. This letter was likely pinned immediately after he explored the tomb, only to be apprehended shortly thereafter. Found what? Eli pondered, holding the letter with a hint of confusion. Was it the remnants of Saren Metatlan that had been discovered? Were they located within the tomb? What exactly were these remnants? Or was there something within the tomb that led him to ascertain the whereabouts of Saren Metatlan's possessions? Alas, I must meet Severus Mace. After a moment's hesitation, Eli resolved to seek an audience with Severus Mace. As for the whereabouts of the former director, Eli decided to consult his mentor. In the library, on the 3rd floor, Eli found his teacher in the director's study. Eli, aren't you supposed to be off work today? What brings you here? Layman adjusted his spectacles, his eyesight having diminished over the years. Well, teacher, I do have some matters I wish to inquire about, Eli replied with a nod. Speak. Having accompanied laymen for over 20 years, their unspoken understanding required little elaboration. Teacher, I wish to know about the former director, Severus Mace, Eli stated candidly. Layman suddenly lifted his head, his eyes widening in shock. You must not involve yourself in this matter. Pope Bion VII is already furious. He will not survive this. I hold great respect for the director, but his actions this time are utterly inexcusable. No one can assist him. Excessive, indeed, Eli mused, recalling the desecration of ancestral graves, which seemed rather extreme. Yet, upon witnessing Eli's resolute gaze, Layman's heart softened. I know you have some connection with Severus Mace, but abandon this pursuit. No one can save him. Eli remained silent, undeterred. Goodness, I truly have fallen into misfortune, having students like you and Herman. I will help you gather information, but refrain from taking any rash actions. After all, you are my student, Layman sighed. For him, without children of his own, Herman and Eli were the closest he had. And at this moment, he felt as helpless as a father. Thank you, teacher. I knew you would agree, Eli chuckled. What is there to laugh about? I have much work to do, and you shall assist me today, Layman replied. Of course, I will help. You should rest, teacher, came Eli's cheerful response. A smile graced Layman's face. As the director of the Imperial Library, his social standing and access to information were incomparable to before. Soon enough, he had gathered the information Eli sought. Handing Eli an envelope, Layman said, This contains everything you need. Remember to destroy it after reading. Understood, teacher. Eli was pleasantly surprised. Within less than half a day, he had acquired all the information, a testament to the advantages of having a director as a mentor. Indeed, Layman nodded, observing Eli as he stepped outside. Yet, just as Eli reached the threshold, Layman called out to him once more. Eli, you are astute, but do not act foolishly. Layman's concern lingered. Do not worry, teacher. What can an ordinary person like me possibly do? Eli chuckled lightly before departing the room. Upon unrolling the letter, it detailed the entire sequence of events. The incident began 5 days prior, when a guard at the Imperial tomb, during his routine patrol, suddenly experienced severe stomach discomfort. Seeking relief in a nearby grove, he stumbled upon a large hole nestled among the trees. Alarmed, he neglected to adjust his trousers and promptly reported the discovery. A cadre of 2 formidable knights and a dozen others gathered around the pit. In full view of the onlookers, Severus Mace emerged, only to be apprehended. Subsequent investigations revealed that the tunnel's end led directly to the royal mausoleum. King Bane VII was incensed. Severus Mace was imprisoned, facing execution in 10 days. What misfortune for the curator. Eli mused, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Had it not been for the guard's ailment, he would never have ventured into that secluded grove, nor would the entrance have been uncovered, leading to Severus Mace's capture. It seemed all was mere coincidence. What a pity. Eli shook his head, glancing at the location of Severus Mace's current incarceration, the Second Imperial Prison, deep within Chamber 3. Very well, a visit is in order. Eli turned to set his plan into motion, but froze in place the next moment. He needed to gather intelligence about the prison's layout first. This inquiry consumed him for the better part of the afternoon. The Second Kingdom prison, primarily housing significant figures of the empire and notorious criminals, boasted a lavish construction. Both walls and floors were fashioned from resilient ironstone, a material of high density. The guards, though numerous, comprised primarily knights, with a few soldiers. It was not uncommon for a high-ranking knight to be stationed there to deter any escape attempts. While the number of guards was considerable, it was essential to avoid causing any disturbances, as reinforcements could be summoned at any moment. Eli conducted a brief analysis. He had not only inquired about the prison, but had also procured a map of the surrounding area, for he intended to find someone and needed to be well prepared. Nevertheless, the danger appeared minimal. Before long, an ingenious plan struck him, one that would allow him to infiltrate the facility. Although a high-ranking knight oversaw the area, the warden was merely an ordinary individual, elevated to the position due to noble lineage. Why not enter openly rather than sneak in? In fact, a straightforward approach would likely be more secure. After all, he possessed a faceless mask, allowing him to disguise himself, for this was a typical knightly realm. And no one would suspect the existence of such an artifact. Who is the warden again? Eli mused, perusing the gathered information. A name caught his attention: Karen Herman. The third son of Marquis Herman, a mid-ranking knight, had once attended the Imperial Knight Academy. At the age of 26, he ascended to the position of warden at the Imperial Second Prison, having recently taken office just a month prior. The Herman family. Were they not the sworn enemies of the Elena family? Yet, such matters seemed trivial. What truly mattered was that having only been in his role for a month, he would undoubtedly be unfamiliar with the intricacies of the prison, much to Eli's delight. It appeared that his task would not prove overly difficult. A smile graced Eli's face. Chapter 87. Entering the prison. Karen Hellman, the third son of the Hellman family, had moved out of the family estate a few years prior, residing alone in a manor not far from Junlin. This was his estate. Eli glanced at the manor in the distance before swiftly transforming into a shadow and infiltrating the grounds. An ordinary manor could hardly deter Eli. It was but a moment before he thoroughly searched the premises and confirmed Karen's location. "Darling, you look exceptionally alluring today," Karen chuckled, revealing a lewd grin as he gazed at the woman on the bed. Standing at approximately 5 feet 7 inches, he was stout, with a round, fleshy face marred by numerous blemishes, rendering him quite unremarkable, even somewhat unattractive. In contrast, the woman possessed a delicate beauty, exuding an air of fragility. Yet, at that moment, she felt a twinge of regret, initially thrilled to hear that a direct descendant of the Hellman family wished to meet her. The sight before her now made her stomach churn. He was far too repulsive, but there was no chance for her to reconsider. With a smile, Karen approached the woman, only to suddenly feel a wave of dizziness. Shaking his heavy head, he turned to the woman, who had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Something was amiss. Karen's eyes widened, and in the next instant, his vision blurred, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Ridiculous. Even a seasoned knight would struggle against such a potent sedative. How could you withstand it? After the two fell unconscious, Eli entered through the window, observing them with a raised brow. The sedative would keep a normal person in slumber for an extended period, so there was no need to worry about the woman. He shifted his focus to the target. Karen. Noticing a nearby chair, Eli swiftly bound Karen to it and gagged him. Upon rousing Karen, muffled sounds emanated from his mouth. Confused, he struggled to comprehend the situation. Then he noticed the man before him, whose eyes seemed to gleam, and he fell back into unconsciousness. Several minutes later, the man slumped in the chair. Eli nodded in satisfaction, having gleaned all necessary information. Initially, he had hoped to extract more details about the prison from Karen, only to discover that Karen had visited it merely once and knew next to nothing about it. Eli was astonished. While some nobles were indeed quite carefree, this was excessive. Yet, this realization relaxed Eli further. If Karen was equally uninformed about the prison, it would make his task significantly easier. Suppressing his revulsion, Eli stripped Karen of his attire, altering his appearance through a mask to swiftly assume Karen's likeness before donning the clothing. He examined himself in the mirror, finding his reflection to be an exact replica of Karen. Excellent. This will suffice, Eli beamed, turning to regard the two unconscious figures nearby. He lifted them onto the bed, ensuring they would remain unconscious for the day before striding confidently out of the house. My lord. At the entrance stood a guard, diligently maintaining his post. Very commendable. You exhibit great spirit and are performing your duties admirably, Eli praised. Everything is for the adult. With my presence, no mere insect shall enter. The guard wore an expression of excitement. Indeed. Eli nodded. Prepare the carriage. I shall visit the second prison. In the brief span of a few minutes, Eli had already discerned Karen's tone and certain habits, perhaps with minor imperfections, yet nothing of great consequence. Yes, the guard, albeit somewhat perplexed, given that night was approaching, refrained from questioning further. By the way, you are to remain here. Do not open the door or permit anyone to enter before tomorrow. I have great trust in you. Thus I entrust this task to you. Eli patted the guard's shoulder in encouragement. Yes, the guard felt elated. My goodness. Today he had garnered the master's appreciation. Soon, the carriage was arranged, embarking on its journey to the Empire's second prison. Within minutes, they arrived at their destination. Eli stepped down and strode confidently inside. Two low-ranking knights stood guard at the entrance, preparing to intercept the approaching figure. Do you lack vision? Don't you recognize who this is? This is Lord Warden Karen. Before Eli could utter a word, the coachman, one of the guard's companions, exclaimed loudly, My apologies. Lord Warden. The two guards were taken aback, glancing at Eli, astonished to discover that he truly was the warden. After all, he had only visited once before, and now, cloaked in the night, they might not have clearly recognized him. No harm, no harm. I have business to attend to. Eli waved his hand graciously and proceeded inside, the guards daring not to obstruct him. I wish to see Severus. Do you know where he is? As if recalling something, Eli turned and inquired. Lord Warden. Severus should be in the lowest level, held in solitary confinement. I shall escort you there. The guard hesitated before responding. Normally, Severus would not be permitted visitors at this hour, but who could dare to deny the warden? Very well, you shall lead me to him. Eli smiled. This is the way it should be. Why resort to stealth when one can enter openly? Do not underestimate the transformative abilities of the faceless mask. While it may seem inconsequential, within the Night Kingdom, it is truly a divine artifact, capable of traversing any realm, though one must exercise caution. In a world devoid of the extraordinary, its potential could be even more terrifying. Thus, Eli was guided downwards to the lowest level, traversing deeper into the prison's depths. I heard that Severus was confined in room 3. Eli remarked as they passed by the third cell. That was merely a ruse. Severus is a Grand Knight. He could not possibly be held there. His confinement is far more clandestine, known only to a select few, the guard explained. You may not frequent these halls. Hence your unfamiliarity. Oh, I see. Eli nodded appreciatively. Fortunately, I did not venture here alone. Before long, after navigating a hidden passage, Eli arrived at an unrecorded level. My lord, Severus is kept at the very end, though his condition may not be favorable, the guard informed. Not favorable? Eli raised an eyebrow. As Eli entered, in another chamber, the warden went to meet Severus, as reported by the guard. Oh, let him meet him. After all, he is the warden. As long as he is not taken away, he may come and go as he pleases, remarked the guard, who happened to be the only great knight present. With that, the guard departed, while the great knight commenced his usual training, perceiving no cause for concern. Chapter 88. Upon discovering that the level where Severus was detained was entirely concealed, designated solely for the most significant prisoners, Eli noted that the current occupancy was minimal, with only 5 or 6 individuals confined within the cells on either side. As he glanced over, he observed that each of them lay within, having completely relinquished their desire for survival. My lord, Severus is right inside, the guard announced as they proceeded forward. Soon, they arrived at the end of the corridor, standing before a colossal iron door, which featured only a small iron window measuring approximately 10 centimeters in length and 5 centimeters in width, through which one could glimpse the interior. Peering through this aperture, Eli's gaze fell upon the dismal sight within. In the pitch-black cell, Severus was shackled by heavy iron chains on both his feet and hands, suspended in midair. His hair disheveled, and his head bowed as if he had entirely lost awareness of the outside world. If Eli was not mistaken, Severus was covered in wounds, his vitality flickering like a feeble flame, completely depleted. Eli felt certain that he could perish at any moment. There was no hope left. What on earth had transpired? Eli's heart ached at the sight of Severus. My lord, you cannot fathom how terrifying this old fellow was. He single-handedly battled dozens of knights, slaying several high-ranking ones without regard for his own life, even taking down a master knight while gravely wounding another. Ultimately, it was he who succumbed to the onslaught. Otherwise, he might have escaped. Now, he is on the brink of death. The guard spoke with evident trepidation, as if he were recounting his own experience. Leave us. I must enter, Eli declared. But my lord, it remains perilous, the guard cautioned. Master, you cannot go in. It is far too dangerous. Eli's attendant implored fervently. Step aside. I shall enter. Eli glared at the two men. The guard exchanged a glance, hesitating before reluctantly withdrawing. Severus. Eli strode into the darkness. Cough, cough. In the shadows, Severus coughed twice, unable to see Eli through his unkempt hair. Who are you? Am I to die? He gasped laboriously. You are indeed nearing death. Your vitality is poised to extinguish, Eli replied softly. Oh. This time, Severus fell silent. In the darkness, he could only hear the voice, unable to discern Eli's form. Why the silence? Just like before, let us converse. What calamities have you endured this time? Eli smiled as he spoke. Severus? Why does this feel somewhat familiar? Ah, truly disheartening, my old friend. I previously warned you against such recklessness. Eli shook his head, gradually approaching. His appearance slowly transforming back to its former self. Now close enough, Severus finally beheld Eli's visage, his eyes widening in disbelief. Eli, Severus exclaimed, seemingly unable to comprehend. Isn't this the deepest part of the dungeon? How did you manage to enter? Severus coughed up blood, a strange pallor crossing his face. You understand this. But how on earth did you get in? He demanded. Let us converse. What have you discovered this time? Eli sat down on the ground and unexpectedly produced a bottle of rum from his pocket, leaving one to wonder what compelled him to bring it. Damn you, Severus muttered. The scent of alcohol elicited a faint smile from the corners of his parched lips, only to be thwarted by his immobility. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, accompanied by the sound of metal slicing. With a clang, Severus plummeted from midair, staring in bewilderment at the broken chains that once bound his hands. What is this? He stammered, trembling. Sit down and drink. Let us talk, Eli instructed. Very well. Severus gritted his teeth and sat, his injuries weighing heavily upon him. Begin with your tale? Eli prompted. All right. Severus struggled to lift the rum, taking a sip as he continued. Since my last departure from King's Landing, I had resigned myself to the notion of either finding something or perishing in the attempt. I searched relentlessly, yet my condition has only deteriorated. He paused, taking another sip of the liquor before continuing. 3 months ago, I finally concluded my searches, leaving only 2 locations unexamined, one of which is the Imperial Tomb. Severus spoke candidly, taking a swig of rum and spitting out blood. Eli remained seated across from him, observing calmly. And what did you find there? Eli inquired. Nothing. It was merely an empty shell. Severus laughed bitterly, coughing up more blood. I was discovered instead. I tried to escape, but they were too numerous, hence my current state. Eli took a swig of rum without hesitation and remarked, Did I not mention there were only 2 places left? That one is not it, the other must be. Severus shot a glance at Eli, blood spilling from his lips, this time mixed with bits of flesh. Eli did not intervene, given Severus's condition. Even if he hadn't come today, survival was a slim chance, and he was beyond saving. Where is it? Severus stated without hesitation, beneath the great hall of the palace. Beneath the hall? Eli raised an eyebrow. How can you be certain it isn't elsewhere in the palace? It seems that Salim Matatlin once lingered there before his demise. Now it appears that beneath the hall is indeed the place, Severus replied, bitterness lacing his words. If only I had noted this over a decade ago. Is that so? Eli expressed surprise. He hadn't anticipated that Severus Mesa would actually uncover it. However, if it truly lay there, it would require careful consideration. And you, what is your situation? Severus Mesa turned his gaze toward Eli. The flickering flames illuminated their faces, leaving Severus Mesa utterly transfixed. He regarded Eli in silence for an extended moment. Has my dream already been fulfilled? Severus finally murmured after several minutes. I apologize. Eli retracted the fireball and offered an apology. It's quite all right, he chuckled. I have discovered the truth. I have always maintained that wizards indeed exist. Severus Mesa suddenly erupted in laughter, his innards spilling forth in a crimson cascade. He turned to Eli and said, Thank you. I have no regrets in this life. I sense that my end is imminent. Would you kindly step outside? I would prefer you not witness my disgraceful state. Moreover, I have a daughter in King's Landing. Her safety may be compromised upon my demise. Could you assist in escorting her beyond the city? Certainly, Eli replied, seizing a bottle of rum as he exited the chamber. 5 minutes later, Eli felt the presence at the door dissipate. Upon re-entering, he found Severus sprawled on the ground, a serene smile gracing his face, devoid of life. Alas, Eli sighed. Chapter 89. Awaiting opportunity after the demise of Severus, Eli let out a sigh and turned to exit. Two guards awaited him. "Let us proceed," Eli stated directly. "Very well." The guards nodded in agreement. "My Lord Warden, how is Severus faring now? Should I venture inside to take a look?" One of the prison guards hesitated. "He is in fair condition. We shall assess him later," Eli replied, adopting a calm demeanor reminiscent of Kellen. Thus, Eli was escorted out of the prison unimpeded. Upon arriving at the estate, the report sent shockwaves through everyone present. The guards, who had been steadfastly stationed outside, mustered their courage to open the door, revealing Kellen bound and unconscious upon the bed. The Hermann family was taken aback by the revelation. Meanwhile, within the prison, the knight in charge wore a perplexed expression. He immediately rallied a contingent of knights to the Hermann estate to demand an explanation. The Marquis of Hermann, equally bewildered, learned of Kellen's unconscious state and was left dumbfounded. He relayed this information to the commanding knight, who, however, refused to believe it. The knight's guards, though not particularly skilled, were certainly not blind. It was inconceivable that so many could be mistaken. Consequently, he concluded that the Marquis of Hermann was shielding Kevin and promptly reported it to King Bane VII. The king was incensed. He ordered Kevin's arrest, and the Hermann family found themselves in dire straits, subjected to a thorough search that uncovered numerous violations of imperial law. Their title was swiftly revoked, and the entire family was pursued. When Kevin finally regained consciousness and beheld a dozen knights surrounding him, he was utterly taken aback. Upon discovering the ramifications of his actions, he was even more astonished and hastily denied any wrongdoing. But no one believed him. Perhaps the king simply did not wish to believe him. Thus, when Alex awoke from his slumber, he was met with the news of his old rival's arrest, leaving him equally perplexed. While others slept in their homes, fortune had unexpectedly favored him. As for the reasons behind King Bane VII's vehement reaction, they were not without justification. Ordinary nobles are often preoccupied with their reputation. How much more so for the most prominent noble in the land? Furthermore, all eyes were upon him. If he failed to provide a reasonable resolution, his authority would be further diminished. This time, even he had no option but to act decisively. Of course, these matters would unfold in due time. On the third day, perhaps by mere coincidence, a torrential rain fell from the heavens. Eli presented a bouquet of flowers to Severus and then stood amidst the crowd, watching the priest recite the prayers. A woman, seemingly in her 30s, wept inconsolably, allowing the rain to drench her without the shelter of an umbrella. Her sorrow was palpable to all, for she was indeed Severus's daughter. It was true, Severus's daughter had reached the age of 30, after all, as Severus himself was nearly 60. Yet, despite her years, she possessed a remarkable beauty. Eli sighed. In many respects, it was truly unfortunate for Severus. He possessed an innate talent for sorcery, yet fate had placed him here, while Eli, with far lesser gifts, inherited the legacy of the sorcerers, a cruel twist of destiny. His first 20 years were marked by despair, the next 20 by brilliance, and the final 20 consumed by a relentless pursuit. Such was the life of Severus, radiant yet tragic. After the gathering concluded, the others departed, but Eli followed Severus's daughter and soon caught up to her. "Greetings, I am a friend of your father's. His passing saddens me deeply, but it is evident that the capital is no longer a suitable place for you," Eli stated directly. The woman was taken aback. Yet when Eli produced a bracelet he had taken from Severus, she nodded slightly in recognition. It was a necklace her father had always carried, one that no outsider could possibly obtain. "Very well," she acquiesced, understanding that remaining in the capital was indeed inappropriate for her. They parted ways. Having promised Severus, Eli was determined to fulfill his commitment. 3 hours later, a caravan laden with goods set forth from the Kazan Trading Company, bound for the Kingdom of Lorraine. Inside one of the carriages, Eli reassured the woman, "Once you arrive in the Kingdom of Lorraine, you shall be safe. There will be individuals to handle everything for you, and you need not worry about finances for the remainder of your life." Is this truly appropriate? She hesitated, pondering the unexpected windfall, being sent away with everything arranged so conveniently. If her memory served her correctly, her father had long endured hardship. How could he have afforded such provisions in advance? "Do not fret. Severus has compensated me generously," Eli replied, seemingly reading her thoughts. Indeed, Severus had bestowed upon him a reward, a location with a 90% chance of holding the remnants of Salim Metatlin. For Eli, this was worth a manor in itself, especially considering that Severus had sacrificed his life for it. "This is my duty. I will escort you thus far. Wishing you a safe journey ahead," Eli bid farewell. "I shall surely repay your kindness in the future," the woman expressed with heartfelt gratitude. "There is no need. I have merely done what was right," Eli replied, shaking his head as he alighted from the carriage. They were now a few kilometers from the capital, with many others still present. Although Severus had passed, he had left behind invaluable information. The remnants of Salim Metatlin lay within the palace, specifically beneath the Grand Hall. In that place, it is utterly inconceivable to excavate without any commotion. Even within the palace, the number of formidable knights remains unknown. Certainly, even Eli cannot hope to escape the grip of a dozen such knights. Therefore, this matter requires careful consideration. One must be thoroughly prepared. If it were Severus, he might immediately infiltrate the palace. However, Eli's strategy is to wait indefinitely. Eventually, an opportunity will arise. Chapter 90, Opportunity when time is confined to a day, a week, or even a month or half a year. Opportunities tend to dwindle, at times even approaching zero. However, when time is stretched infinitely, the probability of opportunities arising becomes unequivocally 100%. Eli has awaited this certainty of opportunity. 5 years later, Eli had just concluded a day's work and departed from the library when he heard his teacher call out to him. "Teacher, are you looking for me?" In the familiar surroundings of the library, Eli encountered his mentor. "Ah, Eli, you have arrived," said Layman, lifting his gaze to regard Eli. At this moment, his hair and beard had turned completely white, and the wrinkles on his arms were distinctly visible. He was now 80 years old, an advanced age in this world, surpassed only by the venerable knights. "What is it, teacher?" Eli inquired directly. At this point, Eli was presumably 47, presenting himself as a somewhat weathered yet distinguished man, his eyes seemingly imbued with wisdom, radiating a unique allure. At this stage in his life, no one broached the subject of marriage with him. It was well known that Eli, the scholar, preferred solitude. Indeed, he remained merely a scholar, having no desire for promotion otherwise. Given his knowledge and his position as the librarian, such advancement would have been effortless. However, to attain the title of a bachelor would likely entail the responsibility of mentoring students. And Eli believed that having a student akin to Herman from his earlier days would be quite burdensome. Speaking of Herman, that fellow had already retired and was now a grandfather, with Eli even having named his grandchild. Over these years, he had witnessed the passing of many acquaintances, including a young knight from the academy who perished in a duel, and Roland's second son, who tragically drowned. In just 5 years, such significant changes had transpired. Eli could only maintain his composure and concentrate on matters of greater importance, for this would sustain his drive. "Not to worry. Send this document out and see if anyone is interested in trying," Layman said, pushing a document towards Eli. He took it and casually glanced over it, his eyes suddenly brightening. He understood. The opportunity had arrived. The document succinctly stated that His Majesty the King's 6-year-old eldest princess required a teacher proficient in history for a 5-year educational commitment. To elaborate, King Bames VII initially had an eldest son who tragically passed away approximately 7 years ago, leaving only a daughter born 6 years prior. According to Bames regulations, females also possess inheritance rights. As the eldest princess, provided she proves herself competent, she has the potential to ascend as Baymate. This represented an opportunity for Eli. Excavating the royal palace was no trivial endeavor, but if the king were to initiate reconstruction, who could exert control over such a matter? Eli's thoughts were straightforward. By influencing the future queen, once she inherited the throne, it would be his moment of fruition. "Teacher, who is this targeting?" Eli turned and asked. "Are you interested in this?" Layman raised his head, a rare glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. His student was commendable in many respects, yet he was notoriously lazy, reluctant to socialize, disinterested in advancement, and averse to venturing outside. Apart from the friends made in his youth, he seldom attends gatherings, soirees, or networking events with strangers, nor does he take the initiative to forge new connections. Though he has an inkling that Eli's social circle is rather elite, he is not entirely certain. Nonetheless, he believes Eli should cultivate more acquaintances. As for promotions, isn't it simply a matter of bringing along a student? Yet, he appears reluctant, a sentiment that Raymond surprisingly comprehends, having experienced it himself. Furthermore, the notion of venturing out strikes him as preposterous. In 30 years, the only excursion he undertook was a diplomatic mission to the Kingdom of Lorraine, and he has not strayed beyond a 10-kilometer radius from King's Landing since. "Would you care to give it a try?" Raymond inquired again, his tone almost impatient. "Well, I do have some inclination," Eli replied with a smile, observing Raymond's demeanor. "Is it truly that outrageous?" "Very well, let's have a proper conversation." Raymond nodded, indicating for Eli to take a seat. Eli complied. In truth, every prince and princess is accompanied by numerous tutors, each well-versed in distinct fields of knowledge, ensuring their education fosters a multifaceted perspective. This time, the Grand Princess is in need of a history teacher, and if you are interested, it is indeed worth a try. Any scholar or bachelor from the Empire may apply. Raymond explained. Eli nodded in understanding. What if there are many applicants? Eli inquired. Typically, it depends on one's reputation, or sometimes an examination is conducted. It ultimately hinges on individual capability. However, if one lacks even a bachelor's degree, they may be dismissed outright, without the opportunity to participate in subsequent evaluations. Raymond replied with a sidelong glance at Eli, a smile gracing his lips. Eli raised an eyebrow, confused. Did I miscalculate? Fear not, since you are my student. A recommendation letter from me will certainly ease your passage, Raymond chuckled at Eli's expression, relishing the thought that this young man's lack of diligence would necessitate reliance on his teacher. Teacher, I shall entrust the recommendation letter to you, Eli said with a cheerful grin. After fervent deliberation, Eli secured the recommendation letter after 10 days of assistance with his workload. Thank you, teacher. I shall take my leave. Eli beamed as he departed. You. Raymond shook his head, bemused by Eli's demeanor, finding no semblance of seriousness in him. Originally, he had envisioned Eli inheriting his position. But having observed Eli's attitude, he abandoned that unrealistic notion. Expecting him to handle paperwork daily was simply out of the question. Hey, why are the documents still here? Suddenly, he noticed that Eli had left without taking the files. Does he still desire the recommendation letter? 3 days later, Eli arrived at the royal palace with the letter bestowed by his teacher. After presenting the document to a guard, he was escorted through the palace, traversing corridors and grand doors, until he arrived at a magnificent building. Upon entering, Eli surveyed his surroundings, astonished by the multitude of people present. There were no fewer than a dozen individuals present, including several esteemed scholars, among whom was the renowned female scholar of the Empire, Hyla, seated on the benches flanking the room. The atmosphere was charged with intensity. Eli silently marveled at the scene and discreetly settled into a chair at the back, preparing to await the commencement of the selections. Just as he took his seat, another person joined him. Turning his head, he beheld the illustrious female scholar of the Empire. Hyla, it's been a long time. Eli greeted her warmly. Chapter 91. Teacher, it had been quite some time since they last met. And Hela was taken aback to see Eli with such thoughts. Since Lamon's mentor had assumed the role of curator, the two had rekindled their acquaintance, which could now be characterized as a friendship, an exceptionally close one. Hela, no longer in her youth, appeared remarkably well preserved, seemingly in her 30s, always adorned with a gentle smile that exuded warmth. Ah, I scarcely have the leisure for such matters. I merely came at someone's recommendation, she remarked. Hela, akin to Eli, was indifferent to such affairs, preferring the pursuit of knowledge instead. Eli nodded in acknowledgement, choosing silence as the conversation unfolded. Soon, more individuals began to arrive in the grand hall. Eli was surprised that a teacher of a grand princess could attract such a multitude of competitors, though he was uncertain of the selection process. As the crowd awaited, a sudden commotion arose outside, and a group entered the hall, led by a resplendent and dignified woman accompanied by a retinue of guards. From the hushed murmurs of those around, Eli discerned that she was Her Majesty, the Queen. Greetings, everyone. I am Christina, the mother of little Anna, and I am delighted to see so many of you here today, the woman spoke slowly. Today, we are graced by the presence of 3 grand scholars, 16 learned men, and 1 honorary scholar, all pillars of the empire, each more than capable of educating little Anna, the Queen declared. The audience was momentarily taken aback. Scholars had come today? How audacious. Eli pressed his lips together, while Hela stifled a laugh, her voluptuous figure trembling slightly, finding the situation rather amusing. Eli had always been a scholar, and she often teased him about it. Selecting a teacher is indeed a formidable challenge. So we have decided to allow little Anna to choose for herself. Each will instruct her for 20 minutes, after which she may decide. The Queen announced regarding the selection process. The expressions of those present varied, intrigued by this novel approach. Eli's eyes sparkled. This method of selection was perfectly suited to him. Very well, let us prepare for 15 minutes, and then we shall commence. The Queen was as swift in her departure as she had been in her arrival. Leaving with the others, each individual pondered how to convey their lessons, while only Hela and Eli engaged in light conversation. I'm not particularly concerned. Are you really not worried at all? Hela inquired with a smile, observing Eli. I'm quite all right, just going with the flow, Eli humbly replied. Truly, you never change. Hela's beautiful eyes sparkled as she smiled. Eli's unwavering confidence remained intact. However, being well acquainted with Eli, she understood that his knowledge was equally profound. It was indeed remarkable. And she would sometimes seek his counsel, finding it almost unbelievable. As the two conversed, the scholars began to take note of the seemingly idle pair. Who is that man? Do you recognize him? He seems quite close to Scholar Hela. One scholar inquired of another. Lamon had been a grand scholar for several years. He simply had grown accustomed to being called a scholar. The discontent of men is not without reason, and this brings us to discuss Hela. In her 20s, she was the most beautiful scholar in the empire, and now, at the age of 50, she remains the most enchanting scholar, still highly esteemed within academic circles, particularly due to her current single status. Is she truly that scholar? Such audacity. What purpose does her presence serve? Men harbor dissatisfaction towards the fact that Scholar Eli is present, and they are even more perturbed by Hela's demeanor. She often exudes an air of aloofness, rarely allowing herself to grow close to others. It seems your charm has proven remarkably enduring. After all these years, you remain unchanged, Eli jested. Humph. Hela shot a sidelong glance at Eli and remarked, Your potion is indeed quite effective. I do feel quite well, and Leas has taken quite a liking to it. They were discussing the elixir that delays aging, which he had concocted for Leas, and Hela had subsequently benefited from it as well. And so it began. After engaging in casual conversation for a while, Hela suddenly interjected. At that moment, a distinguished scholar entered from outside. He belonged to the court scholars. After surveying the assembly, he announced, The first, Scholar Cole. An elderly gentleman rose and was escorted away, leaving the others in place, awaiting their turn. Eli continued his light banter with Hela, seemingly unperturbed, and the tension that had initially enveloped the room dissipated under their playful exchanges. Another scholar was called forth, given that only 3 could be summoned each hour. It was evident that the Grand Princess would grow weary. Thus, the initial encounters were the most favorable, while the latter ones tended to be less advantageous. What do you think? Eli inquired. What do you mean? He replied, puzzled. What does the princess's beauty have to do with me? Did you not previously claim to have a preference for the petite? Hela retorted, casting him a glance. You are quite relentless. I hardly recall when I said that. Eli admitted, surprised that she remembered, a detail likely from their past conversations. All right, I shall cease the teasing. Hela laughed heartily, observing Eli's expression. By this time, 3/4 of the attendees had already been called, and it was finally Eli's turn. I shall take my leave. He bid Hela farewell and departed with his escort. After traversing several palaces, they arrived at a smaller one. Upon entering, he spotted a table nearby, where a young girl sat with an expression of resigned expectation. Hela had not deceived him. She was indeed remarkably beautiful. The girl had fair skin and an attractive visage. Though still young, her beauty was evident, resembling a small angel. Utterly enchanting. Of course, Eli held no genuine inclinations. He preferred mature women, particularly those like Hela, with ample figures and long legs. Are you the new scholar? Let us begin. The girl gestured for him to start upon noticing his arrival. Very well. Eli nodded. What topic would you like to hear about? How about the establishment of the nation by Bane? She suggested after a moment's thought. Certainly, I possess considerable knowledge on that subject, Eli replied, nodding. While the escort stood at a respectful distance nearby, Eli commenced his lecture, simultaneously emanating an intangible spiritual force, a peculiar allure gradually radiating forth. This was a simple application of the art of enchantment. The competition was inherently unfair. As Eli spoke eloquently, the girl found herself ensnared, sensing an inexplicable magnetism emanating from the elder before her, which endeared him to her. In truth, Eli's discourse was indeed captivating. To assist and support Severus Mesa in his quest, he had meticulously perused a wealth of information and was well versed in the subject. Before long, the narration concluded. The girl, the Grand Princess, pointed at Eli and declared in her youthful voice, This is the teacher I want. I desire none other. Chapter 92, Double Happiness, Breakthrough Before Long. The matter of the princess selecting her tutor came to a conclusion. To everyone's astonishment, it was ultimately a humble scholar who secured the position. And upon learning that his mentor was the esteemed head librarian, many began to murmur about the shadows of favoritism. However, in a surprising turn of events, the illustrious scholar Hela publicly supported Eli, igniting curiosity and intrigue among the crowd, with whispers circulating about previous encounters between the two. The public's fascination turned to speculation regarding the nature of Eli's relationship with this distinguished female scholar of the empire. Could it be that Hela remained unmarried for a reason? Moreover, some were taken aback to discover that the renowned Countess Leas, famed for her ageless beauty, seemed to share intricate ties with him. Many shed tears of sorrow, reminiscing about the exquisite beauty of both Leas and Hela, who, even in their advanced years, appeared scarcely altered, retaining their striking allure. Their prominence surged as a result. For Eli, this new chapter added another obligation to his routine, teaching the princess every weekend. Utilizing the remarkable powers of his mental acuity, the princess developed an inexplicable reliance on him, eventually allowing Eli to imprint her soul with his essence a year later, thereby establishing a profound emotional and mental connection. Eli felt an unsettling impulse akin to that of abducting a young girl, yet he dismissed it, lamenting only that he was not a prince, as that might have made matters simpler. As days turned into weeks and weeks into months, Scholar Limon aged with the passage of time. Concurrently, the library underwent notable transformations. The number of noble patrons within its walls had significantly increased, with certain positions gradually becoming dominated by the aristocracy, leading to a shift in power dynamics. Nevertheless, for the time being, neither the head librarian nor the deputy was of noble birth. Despite this, Eli sensed a palpable change in the library's atmosphere, which had grown impatient and less conducive to scholarly pursuits. Eli held no particular thoughts on the shift. 6 or 7 years prior, he had sought to safeguard his mentor's interests. However, as time progressed and his mentor's health declined, Eli began working from home. He frequently visited his mentor, who had taught him for nearly 30 years and left a profound impact on his life. The mentor's quiet dedication to research, devoid of ambition for fame or fortune, greatly influenced Eli, playing a crucial role in his current focus on scholarly endeavors rather than distractions. Eli's perspective had gradually evolved over time. In his youth, he may have craved the limelight, but now he recognized the naivety of his former aspirations. Furthermore, with Eli not engaging in conventional employment, he pursued various other interests. Whether it was the relentless study of potion making, the elusive quest for a mental fortitude elixir, or the intricate exploration of bloodline research, all demanded significant time for profound understanding. Recently, however, he had directed more of his attention towards meditation, for he was on the brink of a breakthrough. His mental prowess had reached an impressive 19.0 points, with only a few years remaining until he could transcend to the next level. 3 years later, at Eli's residence, Eli sensed his mental strength at 19.99. Taking a deep breath, he reflected on the fact that his last breakthrough to a second-tier apprentice occurred in the year 311 of the Bane calendar. And now it was already 336, marking a passage of a full 25 years. It was indeed a slow journey, taking a quarter of a century to transition from the second to the third tier, a pace slower than Eli had anticipated. He had miscalculated the rate of mental strength depletion. As his mental prowess increased, the speed of its growth had significantly diminished. He knew it would slow down, yet the extent of that slowdown caught him off guard. Eli felt a sense of helplessness regarding this matter. In truth, his aptitude for the study of sorcery, the exploration of experiments, and the learning of bloodlines was commendable. He had a natural talent in these areas. However, the sluggish progress of his mental strength was a source of frustration. Fortunately, his lifespan was somewhat extended, sparing him from the deterioration of vitality, which allowed him to remain unconcerned about the delay. After all, how could a typical wizard afford the luxury of time to engage in numerous experiments? Today, at the age of 53, Eli was finally poised to break through to a third-tier apprentice. Unlike the previous transitions that involved a direct elevation of mental strength, this breakthrough encompassed 2 distinct requirements. First, his mental strength must reach 20 points. Second, he needed to solidify his mental space through mental runes. The first requirement was straightforward, but the second marked the most significant distinction between third-tier apprentices and their predecessors. A stable mental space would facilitate the construction of models, enhance the output of mental power, and bolster the combat capabilities of apprentice wizards. In essence, while a second-tier apprentice might contend with a few first-tier ones, a well-prepared third-tier apprentice could easily outmatch 10 second-tier apprentices. In the realm of Bane, with this advancement, even the most formidable knights would pose no threat to Eli, granting him an unobstructed path forward. Moreover, Eli had an inkling that he would require assistance in his future quest for Saren Metatlin, which was a significant motivator for his endeavors. Resolute in his purpose, he began to seal his room, initiating a period of meditation. Half an hour later, feeling a surge in his mental strength of 0. 01. He swiftly surpassed the 20-point threshold. Upon meeting the requirement, his mental power transformed into numerous mental runes, commencing the construction of his mental space. This step could pose a challenge for most young wizards with promising talent, primarily due to their unfamiliarity with runes and a lack of finesse in manipulating mental power. However, for Eli, decades of experience had not been in vain. While he may not have reached transcendence in this domain, he had certainly achieved a masterful level of proficiency. Gradually, his mental space began to stabilize. This process took considerable time. After half a day, Eli opened his eyes, which now radiated a bright light due to his increased mental power, signifying his success. He had successfully transitioned to a third-tier apprentice. At that moment, a faint sound caught his attention. Turning to investigate, he noticed a flower pot nearby, the soil shifting slightly. A smile graced Eli's face. Two joys converged at once. The seed had finally sprouted. Chapter 93. Grief: What distinguishes Eli from the third-tier apprentices? In truth, there is no distinction. He remains engaged in his pursuits, albeit with a newfound confidence. Firstly, the breakthrough has conferred a significant enhancement. His sorcery is now at least thrice as potent, with both the flow of mental energy and the speed of spell casting accelerating by more than double. Secondly, his physical form seems to have experienced a slight elevation, now positioned between that of a great knight and a senior knight. The reason for this modest enhancement lies in the potion consumed, as the lack of materials in the Empire renders it akin to a barren land for wizards. There are scarcely any sorcerers, and the few magical beasts present are of inferior rank. Eli finds little interest in such lowly bloodlines, preferring his current state. Furthermore, the seed he possesses has begun to grow slowly, much to Eli's delight. However, 1 year later, following the conclusion of his instruction with the princess, Eli, after bidding farewell to the tearful little princess, left the palace with a heavy heart only to be met with disheartening news. His mentor had fallen gravely ill. Hermann, age 53, tearfully conveyed this to Eli. What? Eli's eyes widened in disbelief. He had last visited his mentor just 7 days prior. How could such a sudden ailment arise? Eli, please remain calm. Your mentor is already 86 years old, Hermann implored, his face etched with worry as he observed Eli's distress. Calmness eluded him. He insisted. I must see him at once. If one were to rank the individuals around Eli, Professor Lehman would undoubtedly occupy the forefront of the first tier. Akin to a father figure in many respects, it was difficult to maintain composure. Perhaps centuries or millennia hence, he might confront death with serenity, but for now, he had only traversed this world for 30 years and lacked such a tranquil disposition. Ignoring Hermann, Eli hastily boarded a nearby carriage. Take me there, he commanded, providing the destination. Sir, this is a private carriage, the driver stammered, taken aback by Eli's audacity. Drive, Eli replied tersely, tossing a pouch of coins without concern for the remaining amount. Sir, the driver hesitated, but upon witnessing the pouch spill forth with golden thalers, his eyes widened in shock, akin to a duck caught by the throat. Very well, sir. The man gasped, even stumbling over his words. He promptly turned the carriage towards Eli's indicated location. What folly it would be to refuse, especially in the face of such wealth. Hurry. The carriage sped forth, covering a route that would typically take 20 minutes in just 10. Eli disembarked as they arrived, standing before an apartment complex where Professor Lehman resided. He strode inside, following the path etched in his memory until he found his mentor's abode. Producing the key given to him by his teacher, he recalled the exact words. Keep this key. Your mentor will not amass riches to leave you. When I pass, this place shall belong to you. At that moment, Raymond even disclosed his property certificate and the location of some inheritance, instructing Eli to retrieve it after his passing. Upon entering the house, Eli initially believed he would find it empty, only to discover it was teeming with people. The teacher lay on a bed, visibly aged, eyes closed, in poor health, his vitality nearly reminiscent of the once vibrant Severus Mesa. Surrounding his bedside were 2 men and 2 women, strangers to Eli. Who are you? How did you get in here? A woman scolded Eli sharply. I am a student of the teacher. Who are you? Eli narrowed his eyes, unaware of any relatives his teacher might have. I am the mother of the husband of Raymond's sister's daughter. I heard Raymond was in dire condition and came to visit, the woman explained. Eli understood. The teacher was nearing the end, and relatives had gathered, evoking a sense of poignant emotion. Leave. Eli responded curtly, clearly conveying his intent. What do you mean, young man? A man glanced at Eli, retorting, we are also family of the teacher. Leave. Eli's mental energy surged forth. causing beads of cold sweat to form on the foreheads of the intruders. Moments later, they fled the room in sheer panic, as if they had encountered some terrifying apparition, leaving Eli alone with Raymond. This was merely a simple application of the manipulation of fear through witchcraft, utilizing a specific mental energy wave to induce certain hormones in the brain, evoking terror and illusions. Eli remained oblivious to what the intruders had witnessed. Once they departed, Eli quietly closed the door. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a fit of coughing resonated. Raymond opened his eyes, surveyed the surroundings, and then looked at Eli in surprise, asking, "Where did those people go?" Eli replied, "Teacher, it seems you truly are nearing the end. You will have to rely on yourself from now on." A pale smile graced Raymond's face as he regarded Eli. "I know you can take care of yourself. I do not possess much property. You and Herman may divide it evenly. Also, please look after Herman as best as you can. He is often a source of worry." Each word Raymond spoke seemed to drain him of his strength. "Teacher, he is already 53, Eli remarked, his lips twitching. "Humph. In my eyes, you are all still children." Raymond smiled. All right. Eli nodded. "Moreover, do not be so sorrowful. I am not departing today," Raymond said with a forced smile. "Teacher, please do not exert yourself with too many words." Eli grasped Raymond's hand, feeling as though their skin and flesh were separating. "I need to rest for a while. You may leave and bring Herman here." Raymond closed his eyes, utterly exhausted. Eli silently released Raymond's hand. Before long, Herman arrived, offering a heartfelt discourse. 3 days later. On this day, Herman and Eli sat in the teacher's room on the sofa, enveloped in silence. Suddenly, Eli lifted his gaze towards the nearby bedroom, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Herman, we are devoid of a teacher," Eli exclaimed, closing his eyes in anguish. The vitality of their mentor had utterly vanished. This marked the most sorrowful day for Eli since his arrival in this world. In the year 337 of the Bayan calendar, the esteemed chancellor of the Imperial Library, Raymond, passed away. Chapter 94. Authors note the release is scheduled for tomorrow at dawn, and by next Wednesday, it will also be available on Jiang. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone. Much of what I wish to express has already been conveyed in earlier notes, but I would like to emphasize 2 points. Firstly, I humbly seek your initial subscriptions. This need not be overstated. The first subscription holds significant importance, and I sincerely hope that you might consider providing one. Even if acquiring the official version poses a challenge, a mere initial subscription costs only a penny, and I am profoundly grateful for your support. Secondly, I would like to clarify the update schedule. Currently, we are at 400 readers, having surpassed 600. For every additional 100 readers, an extra chapter will be added. A reward of 20,000 will also yield an additional chapter, while the esteemed leader will receive 6 extra chapters. As for other tiers, such as silver members, I shall refrain from dreaming too grandly. On a regular basis, I strive to produce 3 chapters. I ask for your understanding as a student, as there may be times when I am pressed for time. Nonetheless, I endeavor to maintain this 3-chapter goal, which is my utmost limit. Furthermore, any additional chapters may take time to fulfill, as the new semester brings examinations, which can be quite taxing for the author. That is all I wish to convey. Lastly, I express my sincere appreciation to all who have cast votes, recommended the work, and offered financial support. Without your encouragement, this book would not have reached its current stage. And I assure you that I will see it through to completion, so there is no need for concern. Once again, I kindly request your initial subscriptions. Thank you all. A group has been established, as mentioned by the author. Chapter 95. Departure in stark contrast to the modest funeral of Severus Mesa. The passing of Raymond drew numerous esteemed figures from the empire, each expressing their profound sorrow. On this day, Eli refrained from any scholarly pursuits or experiments. Instead, he busied himself with the arrangements for the funeral, the expenses of which were covered by the library. As the opulent coffin was lowered into the grave, soil was cast upon it, gradually obscuring the wooden casket from view. Some wept openly, while others remained composed. Eli and Herman stood at the center of it all, enveloped in silence. Herman, equally mournful, found himself deeply affected by Raymond's departure, having relied on him for guidance and support throughout many trials, whereas Eli rarely needed assistance, demonstrating remarkable capability. This was precisely why he was entrusted with the care of Herman. "Do not grieve too deeply, Eli. Some souls remain with us," Lias consoled, gently patting Eli's shoulder. On Eli's other side stood Hela, quietly observing. Her feelings for Eli were more akin to admiration or appreciation. In the distance, Marquis Alex and Count Klein, among others, watched the somber scene in silence. Roland, embracing his wife, stood beside their daughter, though not intimately acquainted with Raymond. They recognized Eli as a benefactor, understanding that today marked the loss of Eli's mentor. Taking a deep breath, Eli turned to survey the gathering behind him. He bowed deeply and then departed, the crowd parting to grant him passage. Raymond's death marked a significant turning point for Eli. He emerged more resilient. Feeling a profound sense of growth and clarity regarding his past, he understood the importance of living fully, striving to honor his teacher's legacy. Eternal life was merely a state of being. It could not bestow upon him the mindset of a true immortal from the outset. Every experience would serve as nourishment for Eli's gradual evolution, a process that often demanded sacrifice. Following Raymond's demise, the library closed for 3 days in mourning. Meanwhile, the king began to take decisive action, swiftly altering the power dynamics within the library, transforming it into his domain. 3 months later, the vice-director was replaced by 2 nobles loyal to the king, with 1 librarian elected for appearance's sake. Hela became one of the vice-directors. Another 3 months passed, and the election for the director commenced, resulting in a marquis assuming the role. The library was now unequivocally under the king's control. Its original structure had shifted, becoming more stringent, with a diminishing essence of intellectual freedom, evolving into what resembled a bureaucratic institution. Eli, undeterred, continued to lead a tranquil life. 2 months later, he declined. He subsequently resigned from all his positions at the library, choosing to embrace the life of an ordinary scholar, free from the influence of any faction. Thus, a year passed in the blink of an eye. Eli made a momentous decision. He resolved to embark on a journey to broaden his horizons, to acquire knowledge of the world, to discern the workings of nature and the rules that govern it. He had attained the status of a third-tier apprentice, and the threats to him here had dwindled considerably. As long as he did not encounter a first-tier extraordinary being, he might be able to escape. Even if he could not defeat them, the likelihood of encountering such a creature was minimal. After all, he was merely seeking adventure, not venturing into the remote mountains for some elusive treasure. Moreover, there existed a map among the remnants of Severus Mesa, detailing not only the terrain of the homeland but also many foreign lands and their perils, which would surely aid Eli in his quest. Thus, in the year 339 of the Bane calendar, Eli informed his friends of his intention to depart from King's Landing. A week later, at a location outside the city, Eli sat in a carriage, smiling at the crowd that had gathered to bid him farewell. "Be careful on your journey," Laius remarked, her eyes slightly red. She understood that she could not dissuade Eli from his decision. "And you take care of yourself as well," Eli replied, nodding, and they embraced briefly. "At 54 years old. Still gallivanting about," Laius said, a hint of discontent in her voice. "Take care." Eli said nothing more, merely offering a simple hug. She was one of the few female friends he had in King's Landing. "Good friend, I hope to see you again." Alex, nearing 60 and no longer as robust as in his youth, nodded in agreement. At this juncture, the Rose Consortium had flourished into the foremost commercial entity in Bane, with shops even in neighboring nations. "Sir, this is from the Kazan Consortium," Zhongli respectfully presented a sign. Eli accepted it, glanced at the assembled crowd, and turned to board the carriage. "Teacher," a bright voice rang out just then. Eli turned to see a luxurious carriage emerging from the city gates, its black dragon insignia indicating its affiliation with the Merlin family, the imperial royalty. A charming young girl leaned out of the carriage, waving at him. As the carriage came to a stop, a figure leaped down, a girl of about 13 or 14, strikingly beautiful with long black hair, blue eyes, and fair skin. Clad in a white dress, she dashed toward Eli and embraced him tightly. "Teacher, why didn't you tell me you were leaving?" The girl looked up at him. "Anna." Eli affectionately ruffled the girl's hair. This was the same little girl who had been 6 years old, now blossoming into a young lady. As Anna stepped back, another woman, regal and elegant, descended from the carriage. "Your Majesty." The crowd immediately bowed in respect. "Anna wished to see you, so I brought her here," the queen stated. She still cannot comprehend why Anna harbors such affection for a teacher. However, she finds solace in the fact that Eli is already 54 years old. To her, it merely signifies a profound teacher-student bond, which is why she decided to bring Anna along. Had Eli been merely 20, she would have taken drastic measures against him. "This was a gift from my father. As long as one remains within the empire, presenting this token will compel even a marquis to extend assistance." Anna gazed at Eli with wide eyes and proclaimed, "This." The queen, taken aback, exclaimed in disbelief, How can you part with such an item? Nevertheless, she concluded that it was perhaps best left to young Anna. Your Majesty, I must take my leave, Eli said with a smile, bowing to the queen before gently ruffling Anna's hair and turning to board the carriage. Onward, driver. At that moment, the driver was left in astonishment, pondering the significance of the esteemed individuals who had come to bid farewell. Yet, he dared not linger and slowly set the carriage in motion, heading towards the main road. Goodbye, teacher. Anna's clear voice rang out once more. Eli cast a final glance at the waving crowd before drawing the curtains closed. Chapter 96. 12 years on the journey of departure, everything unfolded smoothly for Eli, who encountered no obstacles as he left King S Landing. Regarding his destination, Eli harbored no particular intentions. He believed in letting fate dictate his path. This, after all, was the essence of wanderlust. Thus, Eli commenced his life as a wandering sorcerer. He bid farewell to the coachman at a transit-like station, acquiring a young steed and setting off with his cart. Throughout his travels, he spent approximately half of each day on the road and the other half immersed in study. This was not merely a journey for leisure. He continued to pursue knowledge diligently. Consequently, his journey progressed at a leisurely pace, often pausing unexpectedly to conduct experiments at various locations. During these intermittent stops, he encountered numerous individuals along the way, yet Eli never chose to travel in company. Occasionally, he would cross paths with wild beasts, but a mere exertion of his mental energy would send them fleeing. He did face bandits on his travels, but Eli regarded such encounters with gratitude, viewing them as a boon from nature, fresh materials for his human experimentation. Thus, he wandered for a full 6 months before finally leaving King S Landing and arriving in a neighboring country. The unique materials of this locale delighted Eli, presenting new wonders and insights into potion making. He discerned that the essence of potion crafting lay in the fusion of extraordinary elements. After a year's stay, Eli departed with his cart, resuming his nomadic existence. This way of life persisted for a decade, during which Eli explored the surrounding nations. He had traversed many locations marked on the map left by Severus Mesa, amassing a wealth of materials and even some lesser extraordinary bloodlines. Though modest, they were still remarkable. His knowledge had deepened significantly over the years, far surpassing his understanding from a decade prior. His prowess had also grown. His mental energy reached 22.0, a modest improvement attributable to the dual pursuits of exploration and learning. However, he had begun to conceptualize an elixir for enhancing mental energy. In the kingdom of Carlos, a realm separated from Bane by 3 nations, Eli discovered an intriguing magical plant capable of absorbing blood to augment its strength. This revelation astounded him, prompting him to reside there for 3 years. The plant, known as blood bamboo flower, became the focal point of his research, and he anticipated that it held great potential for his extraordinary potions. Eli believed this was merely the beginning, sensing that the plant had depths yet to be explored. Reflecting on his botanical endeavors, Eli could not help but mention a particular seed he had nurtured. Though it had sprouted, its growth was painfully slow after a decade. It had merely produced a tip. Nevertheless, its quality was undeniably high, and Eli carried it with him wherever he went. The only regret he harbored was the absence of news regarding the sorcerer camp, which seemed to lie further afield. A year later, in the kingdom of Is, within the heart of the capital, Claven dashed through the dilapidated slums, clutching a peculiar plant, and soon arrived at the modest shop nestled in the heart of the commoners' district. Casting a glance around his surroundings, he hurriedly entered the secluded establishment. The shop was not large, its shelves brimming with an assortment of oddities alongside a selection of commonly used remedies. The denizens of the capital's commoners area were well aware of this shop, which had long been a haven for the exchange of various eccentric items. Anything deemed interesting could fetch a price, with most of the wares being quite bizarre. Among them, a particular healing salve had garnered considerable favor among mercenaries and even caught the eye of a nobleman, who mysteriously vanished the following day, leading to a cessation of any further attempts at acquisition. Grandpa Eli, I've found a strange plant. What do you think? Claven called out excitedly. With a creak, a door at the back of the shop swung open, revealing an elderly man. The old man appeared quite advanced in years, his hair and beard completely white, adorned with a pair of spectacles reminiscent of a mad scientist. It's little Claven, Eli chuckled, approaching to take the plant from the boy's hands, only to shake his head with disappointment. Alas, it's merely an ordinary specimen. Oh, the boy responded, dejectedly shaking his head. Claven was known to Eli, having once brought him a precious item. Fear not, you haven't come in vain. How about this? I'm in need of an assistant. Are you willing to work? Eli smiled warmly. Really? Clavin's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had always sensed that this old man was anything but ordinary and had long wished to work in his shop. Certainly, Eli replied with a grin. He estimated that he would remain in this place for several more years, as the shop required someone to assist with various tasks. It was here that he had settled to pursue his research on potions, inspired by a sudden idea that had struck him the previous year. Have there been any recent happenings? Eli inquired, his interest piqued. Yes, it seems that the neighboring Lauren kingdom has gone to war with another nation. And it appears that the Bayan Empire has joined the fray as well. The boy recounted a piece of news that intrigued Eli. Is war upon us? Eli chuckled, gesturing for the boy to stay for dinner. The unfolding changes of war were unexpected for all. The conflict gradually escalated, culminating in a confrontation between the Bayan Empire and another nation. A year later, the war came to a close, not with victory, but with defeat. The Bayan Empire ceded vast territories and paid substantial reparations, bringing an end to the conflict. That same year, the 7th of Bayan announced his abdication. Grandpa Eli, are you truly leaving? Clavin asked, his face etched with reluctance as he gazed at Eli preparing to depart. Yes, my dear boy. All gatherings must eventually come to an end, Eli replied, affectionately ruffling Clavin's hair. Well then, thank you for teaching me to read and write, Grandpa Eli. Clavin expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Over the past year, during moments of idleness, he had learned the art of letters from Eli. That is solely the result of your own diligence. No need for thanks, Eli nodded, then made his way to the nearby carriage. Driver, we are off. The carriage set forth, heading towards the city gate. Chapter 97. Return to King's Landing as the carriage approached the city walls, steeped in a rich historical ambience. The guards were no longer the familiar faces of yore. After a brief inspection of his credentials, Eli was granted passage. A smile graced his lips. He had not anticipated that the plant he left behind would still thrive. Moreover, he sensed an almost imperceptible aura of magic emanating from it, indicating that it had attained the lowly status of a zero-ring extraordinary plant. Remarkable. Eli chuckled softly, realizing that this little creature had begun to develop a semblance of consciousness. Pushing open the grand door, he noted that the courtyard was devoid of any vegetation. Naturally, with such a remarkable plant present, how could there be any weeds? However, he did catch sight of numerous bones buried deep within the soil, evidence of those who had attempted to intrude and met their demise. A pity indeed. Continuing onward, he noticed that the door was coated with a layer of dust. As he opened it, a cloud of dust swirled up. Yet it did not encroach upon him in the slightest. The same could be said for the interior of the house, with a mere wave of his hand. The dust was whisked away by the wind. Little had changed. Eli nodded in satisfaction. When he last departed, he had purchased the house, ensuring the laboratory and other spaces were meticulously cleared, and it appeared that no one had trespassed since. Time to visit old friends. After arranging his belongings, Eli felt compelled to check on the few companions who still remained among the living. At 66 years of age, in an empire where the average lifespan for commoners barely reached 60 and for nobles scarcely 80, he could be considered quite advanced in years. He hoped his friends were all still alive. The following day, Eli paid visits to all of them. To his astonishment, everyone was still alive. It seemed that only Roland was in ill health. However, with Eli's potions, he had managed to regain his vitality. Lilith and Hela remained as beautiful as ever. Though Eli's beauty-enhancing elixirs could not halt the passage of time, they had preserved their appearances remarkably well, apart from Lilith and Hela. Some of their companions had even welcomed grandchildren, which struck Eli as quite absurd. In truth, Hela had always chosen to remain unwed. And Eli had previously advised Lilith against marriage, but in the wake of their strengthened bond, he had refrained from broaching the subject again. Within the castle, long time no see, Lilith expressed her longing without reservation. Eli embraced her warmly. Initially, he had envisioned himself avoiding any significant attachments with women, yet as time passed, he discovered that such connections were indeed rare treasures. He remained a man, possessing emotions and desires. Presently, he preferred to take life as it came, prioritizing his safety without stifling his own feelings. Upon encountering Hela, their eyes met, and they exchanged a simple embrace, conveying unspoken sentiments. Alex had since relinquished his title of Marquis, passing it on to his son. Roland, too, had reached a point where his health forbade him from continuing his work, and his son had taken over the mercantile enterprise. Finally, as Eli surveyed the surroundings, he realized that the only one who had passed away was Elia Kazan, who had succumbed to illness 5 years prior, leaving behind a son. Certainly, his son inherited the soul imprint while traversing Lorien on behalf of Eli, continuing to serve him. Arya Kazan, until her last breath, never witnessed Eli's premature demise, and could only hope that her son's generation would outlast Eli. Poor Arya. After paying respects to the departed, Eli wandered through the entirety of King's Landing. Many locales had undergone significant transformations. For instance, a grand villa had been replaced by a theater, and shops had been converted into stables. There were far too many changes to enumerate. As Eli passed by the library, he cast a glance inside. The library appeared to have been recently renovated, exuding an air of opulence, with noble guards replacing the former sentinels. Eli had intended to enter, but upon learning that admission now cost a staggering silver talent, up from a mere 5 copper talents, he merely chuckled and turned away. The library was no longer the establishment he once knew. Perhaps familiarity had dulled its essence. As Eli continued his stroll, he arrived at Songbird Alley in Moonlight Lane. This place might be the only area that had flourished beyond its former glory, with the failures of the upper class leading many to vent their frustrations here. Eli took a brief look around before departing. Time had altered this place, and in turn, it had transformed him. It was only after half a day that Eli fully comprehended the various changes in King's Landing. However, rather than leaving, he made his way toward the royal palace. The seeds he had sown were now ripe for harvest. Meanwhile, within the palace, Anna sat in a chair, her lovely brow furrowed. At 23, she had blossomed into a striking figure, with cascading black hair and blue eyes resembling the depths of the ocean, her skin as fair as milk. Clad in a white dress, her beauty was angelic, befitting the grand princess of the Bayan Empire, often hailed as a rare beauty in a century. Yet, at this moment, the fair maiden wore a troubled expression, letting out a deep sigh. Your Highness, a nearby maid, noticing the princess's melancholy, could not help but inquire. Is it true that His Majesty intends for the second prince to inherit the throne? This seems so contrary to tradition, especially when you are equally accomplished. Indeed. My father harbors such intentions, Anna replied, shaking her head, her grip tightening on the armrest as if she might crush it, a strength befitting a high-ranking knight. Few were aware that Bayan 7 not only had poor governance, but also exhibited favoritism toward his sons. Initially, Anna had been the sole focus of his attention. But the births of the second and third princes altered everything. Bayan 7 redirected his energies toward his 2 sons, affording Anna significantly less recognition. At this juncture, he audaciously sought to bequeath the throne, which rightfully belonged to Anna, to the second prince. Even if not him, it would certainly go to the third prince. Anna was filled with indignation. Though Bayan 7 had abdicated, he remained the core of the empire until Bayan 8 ascended to the throne. Retaining the power to determine this matter, Anna lowered her head, feeling a sense of unfairness. Suddenly, someone entered from outside. Your Highness, a gentleman named Eli requests an audience. Anna abruptly lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Chapter 98. Anna Teacher. It has been a long time since Anna has heard her teacher's name, perhaps 12 years. Outside, it is often said that the Grand Princess, despite her beauty, has no suitors and seems disinterested in men. Yet, only she knows that her heart belongs solely to him, her teacher, Eli. It is peculiar. The moment she first laid eyes on him, she felt an inexplicable allure. Even after being marked by the sole imprint of his control, she hesitated not for a moment. This feeling transcended mere affection, hovering instead in the realm of devotion. Perhaps even faith. Indeed, this illustrates the terrifying power of sorcerers in the mortal realm. Through sheer mental prowess, they can genuinely dominate another's will, eliciting complete subservience from within. Bring him in. No, I shall go to greet him myself. After a brief moment of contemplation, Anna rose swiftly, disregarding the train of her dress trailing behind her, and made her way out. In another waiting room, she encountered Eli. Though his exterior bore the marks of age, with hair and beard turned completely white, Anna rushed toward him, reminiscent of that fateful morning 12 years ago, and embraced him. Teacher, I have missed you dearly. Ahem. Eli's lips twitched, revealing the toll of time. I have missed you too, little Anna. They released each other, and Eli affectionately ruffled Anna's hair, chuckling, Well, you are not so little anymore. You may leave now. Anna smiled, turning to the guards still present. The guards exchanged glances and promptly exited. Once they were alone, Anna grasped Eli's hand and settled on a nearby sofa. Recounting the events of the past 12 years, Eli listened with patience, gaining insights into the circumstances surrounding Bayan. She divulged the reasons behind the outbreak of war and the current predicaments they faced. And how have you fared all these years, teacher? Anna inquired, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. My years have been quite the tale, Eli replied, stroking his beard. It is a long story indeed. As Eli spoke, Anna listened intently. Their relationship was not one of master and servant, but rather one of a slightly more intimate nature. After all, he had been her teacher. Nevertheless, he still maintained absolute control over her. Let us not dwell on that. Tell me about your situation regarding the succession to the throne. After a while, Eli shifted the conversation, his intentions remaining clear. Teacher, there may have been some unforeseen complications. Anna bit her lip and revealed her current predicament. It seemed she might be unable to inherit the throne. Eli raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting such disregard for protocol from Bane 7. What a contemptible emperor! Yet, Eli remained unperturbed. After all, once he ascended to the rank of a third-tier apprentice, everything would change. He could infiltrate the palace, unearth its secrets, or pursue other endeavors. However, Eli's thoughts back then were rather straightforward. He believed that if there were elements within that might be immovable or inconvenient to transport, and knowing that in the future he might need to leverage royal power to locate them, it was wise to wait. Primarily, this was to ensure absolute certainty. After all, the legacy of Salim Matatlin existed in singularity, and any unforeseen circumstance was unacceptable. What are your thoughts? Eli inquired. Master, I am aware that you desire for me to ascend the throne, yet, at present, there appear to be only 3 avenues. First, to alter my father's will. Second, to eliminate him, which might lead to my ascension as the new queen in accordance with the law. Or third, to dispatch my 2 brothers, Eli explained, blinking. The reasoning was quite lucid, albeit somewhat peculiar. However, my father's resolve is immutable. He is a stubborn man. Yet, should I truly contemplate his demise, it would be a formidable task, for he is my father. Anna remained silent. What of your 2 brothers? Eli pressed. It seemed she harbored some inclination towards the latter option. At present, my contemplation is indeed to eliminate them. They are not my mother's offspring, but rather the progeny of another woman, and each is backed by considerable factions. Even if my father were to perish, I may not necessarily inherit the throne of Bainade. Thus, should they meet their end, the crown would rightfully belong to me, Anna stated decisively. In that moment, she truly resembled a figure of authority. Or rather, her earlier demeanor was only revealed in the absence of outsiders or in Eli's presence. Those who are truly weak cannot lead a nation, and Eli had found this young girl quite intriguing back then. How are your preparations progressing? Eli inquired. Currently, there are indeed a number of supporters rallying behind me, yet they pale in comparison to the backing my 2 brothers possess. This conflict may endure for quite some time, and I fear my father may terminate it prematurely, as he has always envisioned my brothers as his heirs. Anna expressed her concerns. If my father were to truly pass away, that would alleviate some burdens, as I could then pursue my ambitions unrestrained. However, presently, I face not only the formidable support of my brothers, but also potential betrayal from the king. It is truly a precarious situation, she lamented. I see, Eli pondered, acknowledging the complexity of the matter. Unlike before, he now possessed sufficient strength to execute his intentions. Once, Salim Matatlin, with merely a burdensome student in tow, had established this vast kingdom single-handedly within a few years, relying solely on strength. Now was the opportune moment for him to act, to validate his prowess. After such extensive development, it was indeed time to engage in the fray. Leave this matter to your teacher. I will assist you, Eli declared, patting Anna on the shoulder. Thank you, Master, Anna nodded. Although she was unaware of her teacher's true capabilities, she recognized that he was no ordinary individual, and she firmly believed in Eli's ability to accomplish the task. It is late. Please bring me the details regarding both individuals and their whereabouts tomorrow. Eli instructed with a nod. Dear teacher, it is quite late. Why not stay in the palace? If that is not feasible, you are welcome to stay here. I wish to converse with you more, Anna shyly suggested. No, it is better to retire early for the sake of your complexion, Eli replied, gently patting Anna's head before taking his leave. The following day, Eli received a message from Anna. 3 days later, the second prince met his untimely demise, plunging the empire into turmoil and leaving the nation in shock. Chapter 99. King Bainade. Queen Anna. The demise of the second prince has taken everyone by surprise. It is undoubtedly a deliberate act of murder. After all, the hunting grounds are primarily populated by creatures introduced by humans. It is inconceivable that a beast capable of threatening their lives could appear there. Even if it were to happen, the presence of great knights should have ensured their safety. The empire immediately dispatched search parties, yet no clues emerged. The chief suspects are, in fact, the third prince and Anna, with the second prince deceased. The third prince stands as the most likely heir to the throne, while the possibility of Princess Anna inheriting is lessened, albeit still present. Nevertheless, the investigative team instinctively refrained from scrutinizing the two royals. Each of them could potentially be the future heir, and internal strife is not a matter to be taken lightly. Such occurrences would not be permitted to spread widely. In Anna's palace, upon receiving the news, she was utterly astonished. She gently slipped off her white silk nightgown and prepared to bathe within the palace. Meanwhile, in another palace, the third prince sat upon the throne, indulging in wine and laughter amidst a gathering of various nobles, some of whom had previously supported him, while others had shifted their allegiance following the second prince's death. Over the past few days, the third prince has been riding a wave of triumph. With the second prince's passing, he has essentially secured his position with King Biennate. He has been waking from dreams with laughter, devoid of any sorrow over the second prince's demise. In truth, he had long wished for that very outcome. Now, someone has resolved his dilemma. My prince, might we be drawing too much attention? The second prince has just passed. If someone wishes to harm you, it would be wise to remain in a safer location, a woman beside him cautioned, observing the situation. She was a noble sent by the prince's mother to ensure his protection and was also a great knight. Chimi, do not fret so. Look around. The third prince replied, gesturing for her to focus ahead. Do you see? There are at least a dozen great knights here, and outside, there are dozens of knightly attendants. Do you truly believe there is any danger present? He proclaimed loudly. Indeed, even if the most formidable knights were to come, they could never reach the prince. A noble interjected, raising his goblet in affirmation. Exactly. With our presence, no harm can come to the prince. The second prince must have fallen victim to a significant ambush of great knights. Otherwise, he could not have perished so swiftly. With so many of us here, who would dare approach? The nobles exchanged enthusiastic discussions, toasting in celebration. Let us drink. The third prince beamed, reveling in the moment. It was indeed a fortress of protection. Who would dare to breach it? Come, drink, he commanded, rising to raise his goblet high. The nobles followed suit, lifting their cups in unison. Why do I suddenly feel a bit drowsy? One noble remarked unexpectedly. I feel it too, another echoed. Another nobleman shook his head, sensing something amiss. Suddenly, a noble nearby collapsed onto the ground with a thud. This seemed to signal the onset of chaos, as in the next moment. The individuals within the palace fell like ripe grain, even the valiant knight staggering only a few steps before succumbing to the floor. What is happening? The third prince's eyes widened in astonishment, overwhelmed by an indescribable dizziness, and out of the corner of his eye, he noticed his guardian knight had also collapsed. A sense of dread filled the prince's heart, yet he too fell forward, tumbling down the steps. The sound of flesh meeting stone echoed as the third prince rolled into the grand hall. In an instant, the once boisterous hall descended into silence. Even outside the palace, an eerie stillness prevailed. A few birds flitted by, and the silvery moonlight streamed through the entrance, illuminating a pair of black shoes that stepped into the grand hall. This was the special dizziness potion I had meticulously crafted over the years. Even the formidable magical beasts I encountered in the kingdom of Lorraine could not withstand its effects, let alone the knights. Eli observed the fallen knight with a triumphant smile. Where is the third prince? Eli, not forgetting the purpose of his visit, navigated through the crowd and soon spotted the prince sprawled at the foot of the steps. TSK, what a dreadful fall. Observing the prince with blood streaming from his head, Eli lamented before unleashing a blade of wind. Crack! Deep fissures marred the ground, and the prince's head was severed from his body. Confirming that the third prince was undoubtedly dead, Eli glanced around to ensure no one remained conscious, then exited the grand hall, appearing as casual as if he were shopping in a marketplace. The following day, when passing guards entered the palace, they were met with the sight of the fallen, leaving them utterly stunned and hastily retreating. On the third day, the news of the third prince's demise once again sent shockwaves throughout the kingdom. However, this time, there was neither an investigation nor any subsequent action. The official statement claimed that the third prince had tragically fallen down the stairs, leading to his untimely death. Those privy to the true circumstances dared not speak out, nor did they expose the truth. Whispers of speculation regarding the perpetrator lingered in the air, yet no one had the audacity to articulate their suspicions. 3 days later, the empire announced that Princess Anna would ascend to the throne. A month hence, Anna was crowned the new queen, succeeding the late Biennate. On that day, the nation rejoiced. Citizens poured into the streets, lining the thoroughfares to catch a glimpse of Anna in her resplendent carriage, their cheers echoing in the air. Hope blossomed within the hearts of the populace, who yearned for rejuvenation in a country that had languished for far too long. From that moment on, she became the new sovereign of the realm, and the events of the past remained untouched by public discourse. It seemed as though no one cared to revisit them. Only the nobility might concern themselves with such matters, whereas the common folk were indifferent to the identity of the new heir. They were simply relieved that the malevolent reign of the seventh had finally become a chapter of history. The transition of the throne occurred within 3 days. Yet the ensuing affairs required considerable time to resolve. By the time the empire's various matters were concluded and the nobility pledged their fealty, a full month had elapsed. All was settled, and Anna had firmly established herself in her royal position. Chapter 100. Beneath the palace, is this the grand hall that Severus Mesa spoke of? With the stability of the empire finally established, Eli had arrived at the majestic palace of the Bane Kingdom. It had been nearly 2 decades since Severus Mesa, the former curator, had informed Eli of this place. "Are you certain it is here, teacher?" Anna inquired curiously from beside him. At that moment, the grand hall was occupied solely by the two of them, as all others had long been dismissed. Eli turned to glance at Anna, who was resplendent in her lavish crimson attire, her gown trailing elegantly on the ground, adorned only with simple gemstones, yet she radiated brilliance, resembling a phoenix. This was the new queen of the Bane Empire, Queen Anna VIII. However, unlike the formidable queenly persona she projected to the outside world, at this moment, she followed Eli like a little girl. "Indeed, something feels amiss," Eli nodded in agreement, lightly treading upon the ground. He allowed his mental energy to permeate the earth beneath him. At a depth of 5 or 6 meters, he encountered a distinct resistance, indicating the presence of something substantial below. "Step aside," he commanded, gesturing for Anna to move away. She obediently complied, retreating to a distance. Eli summoned a gust of wind, which gradually coalesced in his hand, transforming into a pillar of wind resembling a rope. In the next moment, the wind pillar lashed out like a whip. With a sharp sound of friction, a large section of rock on the ground was cleaved asunder. Thus, Eli employed the wind blade to slice through the surface rock of the palace, revealing what lay beneath. The essence of this spell was originally a wind wall shield, though Eli had long since altered it beyond recognition. Yet, he thought little of it. Magic was not meant to be so cumbersome. As the surface rock was severed, a different landscape began to emerge, revealing vast expanses of earth. Here, the wind blade was no longer suitable. "Earth manipulation," Eli intoned, channeling his mental energy as he constructed the spell model, causing the soil layers to gradually push apart, creating an aperture. Peering through the opening, Eli gazed downward, and indeed, it appeared to be a vast cavernous space. "I found it." Eli smiled, sensing the faint magical pulsations emanating from within. "Is this the power of my teacher?" Not far away, Anna gaped in astonishment at the unfolding scene. The previous display had overwhelmed her. She had witnessed great knights unleash wind blades. Yet only the most elite could accomplish such feats. But Eli had merely transformed the wind into a cutting instrument. "Remarkable," she mused, contemplating that even the wind blade from earlier could likely tear apart a great knight. "Where is the person you were supposed to find?" Eli suddenly inquired of Anna. "Right away." Anna promptly knocked on a side door, and soon, the heavy entrance swung open to reveal a bound knight being ushered inside. Eli hesitated. The situation within remained uncertain, and given that this was a remnant of a first-tier wizard, he dared not venture inside himself. It was prudent to have someone assist in assessing the circumstances. "Your Majesty." The prisoner found himself in a state of bewilderment. Initially, he was to meet his demise today. However, he was unexpectedly brought out and informed that he might be required for a certain task. If he was deemed necessary, there lay a chance for his survival. If not, his fate was sealed. Thus, he waited anxiously, until he was suddenly told that he was indeed needed. Overcome with joy, he was escorted away. Upon arriving in the grand hall, the sight before him, coupled with the presence of the elderly man not far from the queen, left him utterly perplexed. Unable to comprehend the unfolding circumstances, "Investigate the situation below. Should you emerge alive, I shall spare your life," Anna stated, disregarding the man's state of confusion. "Very well." Though the knight was bewildered, he recognized this was his singular opportunity. Soon, after being bound with ropes, he leapt into the abyss. Thud. The descent seemed profound, as it took the knight several dozen meters to reach the bottom. Eli waited with calm anticipation, while Anna tended to the rope. For the first 20 minutes, the rope extended steadily, then remained motionless. Eli began to suspect that something unfortunate had befallen the man. Yet, after a few more minutes, the rope suddenly stirred, signaling that it was time to pull him up. Have you completed your investigation? Eli's eyes brightened, and Anna, adorned in resplendent garments, began to slowly draw the rope. Before long, the man was hoisted up. Gasping for breath, he emerged. What was it like down there? Anna inquired, gazing intently at the night. Reporting to Her Majesty. The depths revealed a naturally formed cave, devoid of life. There was a small lake formed by dripping water. And on one side of the rocky wall lay a cavern containing several chests, alongside a deceased body. The knight recounted his findings, albeit puzzled as to why the queen herself had been the one pulling the rope. Eli observed the man's steady demeanor, indicating he was not lying. Confirming there was no imminent danger, Eli prepared to descend. However, considering other factors, he posed additional questions until he had ascertained all was well. Nodding to Anna, he readied himself to go down. Yet, after taking only a few steps, Eli halted. Why should he descend personally? It would suffice for the knight to retrieve the items. Who could say if the body bore any traps? Let the brave knight shoulder the burden instead. You understand that today's events must remain confidential? Eli turned to the knight. Understood. The knight nodded vigorously, though he was acutely aware that he might have stumbled upon something significant. Given that they were in the royal palace, a sense of trepidation washed over him as he questioned whether the queen would truly allow him to live. Do you believe you still have a chance at survival? Eli queried once more. Cold sweat dripped from the knight. Thus, I offer you an opportunity to become my servant. I can grant you clemency. Will you accept? Eli spoke with calm resolve. The knight, momentarily stunned, glanced at the queen beside him. Anna merely nodded and said, If you agree, no one here will harm you. The knight, having received the promise, solemnly nodded in return and declared, I am willing. Half an hour later, the knight, marked by the imprint of his soul, descended once more into the cavern. After a while, within the grand hall, Eli gazed upon the three chests and a corpse clad in a wizard's robe, a joyful smile spreading across his face. His elation intensified when the knight unveiled the robe and retrieved a crystal orb from the skeletal remains, presenting it to Eli. As Eli established a connection and sensed the contents, the first revelation was that of Saren Meditharan's wizarding journal, causing him to burst into laughter. They had found it. They had truly found it. Furthermore, Saren Meditharan's body was right here. No wonder the curator had been unable to locate Saren Meditharan's remains within the tomb. Eli, entranced by the crystal orb, could no longer contain his curiosity and plunged his consciousness into it, eager to discover what this enigmatic Saren Meditharan had been searching for. Let me see.